Here it is, folks, the Switch section. This is exactly what I came for, Starlink. Pretty sure Rabbids is actually fairly new. Ooh, Mario 3D World. I would love to own this game again. So the reason I'm here is, as a lot of you guys know, I recently sold off my entire Switch collection in order to build my dream game room. By the way, Goosebumps is $9 apparently. Also, look at this. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of Atari Classics. Dang. Oh, looks like Mario Golf and Strikers. Dang, I've never had this game and I would love to own that. Marvel Alliance for $37. Oh, so my goal today is to start to rebuild my Switch collection. The only problem is I don't have any money. Neil, I did have a question for you.
What's up, man?
Do you guys take IOUs?
I mean, for you, even though you've got a lot of things here that, I'm not gonna lie, are quite questionable in nature, sure, why not?
Neil, I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't know if you guys can actually do that. I do appreciate it, though. I'm gonna go make a little bit of money, and I'll be back later, okay?
That's absolutely fine, man. We'll see you soon.
But Caleb, you ask, how are you going to achieve such an ambitious goal of building a 250 game collection? By the way, did I say it was 250? It's 250. Of building such a large collection with no money out of pocket. Well, we're going to do it at stores like this half-price book. So folks, what I'm looking for specifically in this half-price books is underpriced video games, because the way I'm going to go about building my budget for this challenge is by finding underpriced stuff to flip on eBay or Amazon, and then using that expected profit as my Switch game budget. For example, folks, this is absolutely perfect. Check this out. Well, it looks like this one doesn't actually have a sticker, but this other black GameCube controller back here is priced at 20 bucks, which this one is missing the thumbstick, so that may actually not be accurate. But if this one is priced at 20 bucks as well, you can see here on my Amazon seller app, I can get $28 after fees for that by selling it on Amazon. Excuse me, I have a quick question. This one didn't have a sticker, but this one did. Would this also be 20? Okay. Yep. So folks, we did get confirmation. These two bad boys are gonna be 20 bucks a piece, meaning $8 profit on each of these. I'm gonna leave this controller because the stick looks bad, but that means we now have $16 to spend on Switch games. I'm gonna scan some of these other games that I think might be underpriced, and we can see if we're able to drum up any more profit. So I scanned through the whole Xbox section and I did come out with a couple interesting things. The first one was this sealed Nike Connect training, which according to Amazon I would be able to make around 7 bucks on after fees, but unfortunately you can see this corner is pretty busted up, so I'm just gonna leave it. But the second one is this Gears of War Judgment, which is indeed sealed as well, so I can get a higher dollar amount for it on Amazon than they could in store. I'm paying just over 5 bucks for it, and I should be able to get $13 in profit after fees on Amazon. And folks, look at this absolute money I just found in my wallet. 10% off our whole order today. Let's go. That's gonna give us even higher profit on this stop than I thought, so I'll have to do the full calculations once we're out of here. But right now, I've got to turn my attention to this glass case, which, folks, I just noticed has some Switch games on clearance. This could be huge for us. But folks, just as I was about to start checking out these games, out of the corner of my eye, what did I spy? But another sealed game, Cooking Mama Cook-Off at 8 bucks. I'm almost sure this one's going to be profitable, but let's go ahead and scan it together. New condition, let's go, 24 bucks. That is another tidy $16 profit. This is amazing. And folks, get a load of this. This is where being a video game reseller really pays off. These two little guys right here are Guitar Hero dongles to play on the PS4. They're 15 bucks a piece, and check this out, 30 a piece after fees, leaving us 15 bucks profit. And that's before even factoring our 10% off. So folks, at this point, we're working with at least $60 in expected profit as our Switch game budget, which makes me really heavily consider this Immortals Phoenix Rising for 15, which especially with our 10% off is honestly a really good deal. The prices on the rest of these games I could kind of take or leave. This Just Dance is a good price, but I don't really want to get any games that don't have their original cases. Like most of these games up here, for example, 20 bucks, 20 bucks, I think you can get those for like 20-ish brand new. So I'd kind of rather just save that budget for a bigger game at the end of the video when we go back to to the game store. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I am panicking right now, people. Look at this. I saw their white clearance sticker of $112 right there, and look at this. It just sold for $202 on eBay and goes for $205 after fees on Amazon. I am literally shaking right now. That is an over $80 profit in one flip right there. This is amazing. Also, for some reason, they have a pretty insane JRPG selection right now. That's kind of weird. None of them are really a good deal though. Not seeing any other white stickers on any of their other clearance sets right now. So I think we're pretty much good to go ahead and check out.
So folks, I just did a bunch of boring math, and the total after fees value of all the stuff that I picked up today is $363. And when you subtract out the $201 that we paid for everything, including our Switch game, we're left with a whopping $162 Switch game budget. And by the way, folks, is it just a coincidence that the first game of this entire challenge has Phoenix in the title?
There is no such thing as a coincidence.
This random clearance CD set came in absolutely clutch. I have a feeling this is going to turn out to be a very successful day. Folks, our next stop of the day is going to be GameStop. Not only because they could potentially have some really solid clearance games for the collection, but also because I've often found stuff there to flip which could help us build our budget.
So folks, I did just confirm with the employee that actually right now, all of the games that are on clearance are half off in addition to the clearance. So like, look at this, $3.97. This would actually be half off. So it looks like I would be able to get 3 something for it, but at $1 or so profit, that's just not quite worth it for me. This PS5 game is very generously clearanced from $39.99 to $39.97. So this one's kind of interesting. This is not on clearance, but at $56 Gravity Rush Remastered, I can actually get $65 for after fees on Amazon, and I think I might have a little bit of pro member credit to use on this, so that might actually be worth it.
So here's the situation. Clearance games did all ring up as half off, and weirdly enough, they had a bunch of Switch games on clearance. Ended up coming away with Space Base Startopia, Undernaut's Labyrinth of Yomi, the Time Management Game Collection, which by the way, folks, $5 on clearance? I literally paid $2.50 for this thing. Okay, this is getting kind of old. Toucan Rambu Warriors for $30, and finally, Mary Skelter Finale. I also picked up these two just because they were a good deal, and
I wonder what that door.
a random guy just saw me filming in my trunk like a weirdo. Anyway, I was able to use my $5 monthly coupon and $50 worth of pro member points, so I ended up getting this $220 worth of games at GameStop for only $117. And because the only one of these that I'm gonna keep for the collection is the Time Management Game Collection, because I think it's super weird and I can't believe we got it for $250. We can use all the profit from the rest of these to go towards our end of the day Switch budget, which puts us at a massive $265 to spend. I think we need to get to another GameStop.
Well, folks, as you can see, we're here at GameStop, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but something just doesn't seem right. Huh. Guess they must be on lunch break. All right, folks, GameStop number 2. I realize some of you guys may be wondering at this point, Caleb, you're getting all these good deals on Switch games. Why don't you just keep those for the collection? But what you have to realize is, if I don't have Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild in my collection yet, I have no business keeping freaking Mary Skelter. By the way, Miss Skelter, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry. Folks, as I'm looking here, I'm not really seeing any more of the clearance stickers at this one. I don't know if this location is maybe just a little bit more cleared out. Apparently all the clearance games are actually up front, so let's go check that out. Well, I guess this makes it pretty easy for us, doesn't it? FIFA, not really interested. Oh, another one of these. We'll go ahead and do that. This one I'll have to look up. Huh, YouTuber's Life 2. Wonder what that's like. Well, unfortunately, clearance section seemed a little bit picked through as far as profit goes, but we do still have $265 to spend on Switch stuff, so I'm gonna start looking just at their regular non-clearance stuff for the games that I want most. Ooh, for example, Pokemon Arceus. Not the best deal at $54, but I have to say that's one of my probably top 5 Switch games ever. Even though the graphics weren't the best, the open world element of this game was just such a blast. And Pokemon Brilliant Diamond honestly seems like a decent deal. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing a used Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild, which are probably my top two, but I think I am gonna go ahead and pick these two up. I haven't played Brilliant Diamond yet, and at $35, it's a pretty good deal, so I feel good about these. Looks like they do have them both in new condition, but honestly, I just don't really see a reason to spend that much at this point, because I would just play them immediately anyway.
So folks, after the cost of the two Pokemon and the profit that we'll make on Toucan, leaves us with a $197 Switch budget and a healthy young collection of 4 Switch games heading into our final stop of the day, Game Exchange.
Ooh, that feeling walking up to a Switch section with $197 in your pocket. Okay, looks like Pokemon Sword is a little bit cheaper here than at GameStop, so I feel good about that. Could theoretically make it a triple Pokemon day. Look at that. Look at that, they do have it. Oh man. And $40 too, not a bad deal. Seriously, I never thought I would be so thrilled about finding a super common Switch game, but this is amazing. Seriously, this might be my second favorite game of all time. Top 3 at least. Might be tied with Smash Bros. Oh, speaking of Smash Bros, do you think... Yes! Yes! $50, not the most amazing price, but folks, it's an absolute essential. This one 100% is coming back with me. Now you guys may be wondering, Caleb, what the heck is up with you and Switch games? Like, why are you freaking out about these things? And the deal is, the Switch is the console that got me back into gaming after college. I went on like an 8 or 10 year hiatus where I didn't really play video games that much outside of Smash Bros. But Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild totally got me back into it as Erica was in law school and was studying a bunch. I was starting to resell and was working really hard, and the Switch was just like my outlet. One big thing I'm always going to be looking for is like the limited run stuff that like you just don't see that much, especially at video game stores. And you can see that like where the publisher is on the bottom of the spine, so I'm trying to keep my eye out for those. Another Atari Flashback Classics, although this one is actually cheaper than the other location. Okay, yeah, that looks awful. We're not doing that today. Okay, I just got all the way through the B's. I don't see any Breath of the Wild. Oh, unless maybe it's in the Z's? No, I don't see it in Z either. And the reason I'm stoked out of my mind to be doing this series and to be doing it for no money out of pocket, just die already. Old People Mayhem sandbox game? Okay, this one. This one's gonna have to come home with me. The reason I want to do it spending no money is on this channel we believe opportunity is everywhere. So even though clearly game collecting can get very expensive, I want to prove that if you're willing to hustle a little bit, it can be doable with any budget. So after getting these 3, we'll have about $80 left in the budget, and I'm honestly kind of leaning towards Pokemon Sword. And you know what, guys? I'm so jazzed about this. I'm actually going to pick up an extra Pokemon Sword outside the challenge budget. Oopsies. I'm gonna send this to one of you guys this week to help with one of your Switch collections. All you have to do to qualify is let me know in the comments what game I need to look for next, and tickle that notification button when you subscribe, just so you know next time a Mission Switch video is uploaded. But now, folks, it's time for the best part of the whole video. Thanks, doggy.
What is this place?
You love Switch games, don't you?
I would love to switch owners.
Alright, we're looking for Switch games here, folks. Any Switch games? Maybe over here in this glass case. And do they not have any Oh, there's one! Folks, I think this might be their only Switch game in the entire store right here. It's honestly a really good price at $30, which is great, because I'm on a mission right now to collect 250 Switch games while spending no money out of pocket. Which means that in order to buy that $30 Switch game, I've got to find at least $30 worth of expected profit by flipping other stuff in this store. For example, folks, this Vampire Secrets game that I just found right here for $8 looks like I can get $14 for after fees on Amazon. So because I'll make $6 when I flip this game, we have $6 in our Switch game budget. And speaking of Switch games, look what I just spied. Apparently they do have some that aren't in the glass case. SpongeBob, okay, yeah, that is one that I'd like to have eventually. NBA, not so much. I'm not a huge sports guy. And Rapala Pro Fishing. Although, folks, I just looked up this Rapala game, and apparently I actually could make $3 flipping it on Amazon, so I think I'm just gonna do that and get a little bit more budget for the games that I do want. I just did a bunch of looking and scanning in this disc section over here and didn't find a bunch of stuff that was underpriced, but we still have the glass case over here, and I can sometimes do really well with like cartridge stuff, so I'm optimistic. At first I thought this PS5 game might be worth it because it's sealed and you can see it's been marked down, but unfortunately I'm not approved to sell it on Amazon.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh, folks, look what I just spied. Yu-Gi-Oh! Resheth of Destruction for only 15 bucks. And look what it goes for on Amazon. That's literally a $20 profit and puts us only $1 away from our 30 we need for Pokemon Snap. And folks, after just a bit more scanning, look at this right here. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance for 20 bucks. And that literally goes for 36 after fees on Amazon. So once we pick these two bad boys up, we'll have more than enough money for our Pokemon Snap. The biggest game I'd love to get today is Zelda Breath of the Wild, my favorite game of all time, but this game right here is a great start.
Folks, the first stop was a huge success, coming away with Pokemon Snap for 30 bucks, which is a great deal. Granted, I thought the game played a little bit slow. I loved the original. Maybe the original was slow too. I don't know. You guys tell me in the comments. But we also found so many flips that we actually have an excess $15 to spend on more Switch games. I've actually heard that GameStop is still running their half-off clearance Switch games, which would be a great place to start. I just kind of wish there was one close by. Whoa.
And that is what I'm talking about, folks. So really all we have to do is find some clearance games in the Switch section, and hopefully our $15 budget will take us farther than it normally would, although I'm not seeing many yellow stickers over here.
Are y'all still doing 50% off the clearance stuff? Yep. Do y'all have any clearance Switch games? Oh, they're... Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, folks, they do have Breath of the Wild, but it's not on clearance, so we can't afford it. Shoot. Oh, I'd love to have Strikers, too. That'd be amazing. So I've been trying to find some flippable games in the clearance section to build the budget a little bit, but unfortunately, even after half off, a lot of these just are not going to be worth it to flip. And unfortunately, with the Switch games, not only are none of them going to be $15 after discount, but like, for example, with this one, half off sounds great until you realize that it goes for $20 brand new on Amazon.
Well, I guess you could say that wasn't a very successful game stop. It is heating up in here, folks. The puns are getting too hot right now. Folks, I'm really hoping that we can find some good stuff to flip in this Cash America pawn, because the last stop of the day is going to be Game Exchange. I know for a fact they're gonna have a killer Switch section, and so I wanna have a decent budget to buy at least a few good games.
Alright, so I found the electronics section, but I've got some Anchorman cards back there.
Kind of a big deal.
But unfortunately, not a whole lot in the way of video games at this pawn shop. That's a bummer. And unfortunately, the disc game's not looking much better.
Yeah, I was just looking to take a look at this DS here. Do you guys know if y'all have much wiggle room on the price on this?
I can still do 100 out the door, no
100
tax.
Okay. Well, folks, what at first looked like a terrible stop ended up being amazing. Because this bad boy right here, this Nintendo 2DS, they had marked it $100. They ended up cutting the tax off for me, so I only paid $100 out of pocket. And I've sold these bad boys very quickly for $150 after fees on Amazon all the time. And not only that, but I also saw that this bad boy comes with a mystery game. Sometimes pawn shops like this will actually forget to check the cartridge slot before they put it out on the floor, which can definitely help my margins. So Editor Riff, can I get a drum roll, please?
Still thinking about how bad your last joke was, so I'm gonna say no to that drum roll.
What could it be? Oh, well, folks, I mean, what can I say? It is a Mario game. That's not a total loss, but after fees, it's probably worth less than $10. But seriously, folks, going from a $15 budget to a $70 budget is a game changer. I'm getting down here to get out of the wind. Our next stop is going to be Toy Crazy, which I've been told also has video games, so we'll see if there's anything worth flipping, or maybe they even have Switch games too. We'll see. Would you mind if I took a look at some of these games over here? All right, folks, so Toy Crazy here in Louisville. Definitely a little hole-in-the-wall hidden gem game store if any of you guys are in the area. Picked up a couple things to flip. It unfortunately was so quiet in there that I felt uncomfortable narrating, but let me walk you guys through my thought process because I got shots of everything. The first area, as usual, that caught my eye was the glass case, and there were a few games that I picked out, including this Tetris, which I did end up picking up for $8 because it's consistently been able to sell on Amazon for me for like 15. So a solid little $7 profit there. Ended up passing up on a couple Yu-Gi-Oh games that just weren't worth all that much. The only thing that bummed me out a little bit about the selection at this store is that all of their N64 games had tape over the top with the labels on them, which just would be kind of a pain to get off. So I didn't mess with really anything in their cartridge section, but I did end up stumbling upon a Bratz Rock Angels, which you guys know I've picked up before. For $10, it should get me 23 after fees on Amazon, so that'll be really solid. But again, this thing is taped shut, so I couldn't check for sure if it has a manual. I'm pretty sure that it does, but you guys can find out with me right now. All right, folks, the tape is off. This is the moment of truth. Come on, Bratz. Let's go! $20 profit in the bank. We're gonna be rolling up to Game Exchange in style, folks. Day 44 of giving Chipotle free advertising until they sponsor me. Just want to say, Chipotle, if you're watching, I am incredibly cheap. I will literally take a coupon for a half-off burrito for a sponsorship from you. All right, folks, it's attempt number 2 to try to succeed with GameStop clearance. We'll see if we have any better luck this time. Also, with $90 budget, we may actually be able to buy some stuff for the collection. We'll see. Ooh, that's actually interesting. This is the, I think, Year of Play edition PS4. If that had the original controller, that would probably actually be worth it. And this store just has a massive pile of all their clearance stuff. This, well, I guess it's pretty clear what all's on clearance at least. Hold up, is this Among Us plush on clearance for $40? Okay, this is what we're looking at though. Okay, that is not great. Even at 25, I don't know if that's worth it. Okay, looks like I'd normally actually be paying $39, so that's not a bad deal, but I'm just not that interested. We can get this one for 15, but I think you can get this for 16 brand new. This one we saw already, not worth it. Ooh, this, however, Need for Speed for 15 is pretty good. This one even used is normally more like 25. I have played it. It's actually a really fun game. My only qualm is why in the world would you make a Need for Speed game one player? That makes no sense. Taking a look now to see if with the remaining budget, I think this will give us like 75 left. If there's anything that I can't live without in the pre-owned section. Oh no. This is the first time I've ever seen this used in the wild, and Turtles in Time was literally one of my favorite, honestly probably my single favorite SNES game, so I've been so excited to play this. And since I'm not actually seeing Breath of the Wild anywhere here in the used section, even though this is gonna put us down to only a $40 budget if we buy both of these, we could still potentially find stuff to flip at Game Exchange and then buy Breath of the Wild there if they have it. Okay, so I did want to let you guys know, when I went out to check out, it actually didn't initially ring up as 50% off. I had to ask. I'm glad that I actually noticed because I don't always check my receipts. I need to more. But for some reason, this Need for Speed game did ring up for the full $30, so I'm glad that I caught it. Because that makes for 3 solid underpriced... What the heck? Reseller Squirtle? You attention-hungry little... Do you have any wiggle room on that price? Now, folks, as we head into our final stop here, I should let you guys know that the reason that I'm doing this mission... Oh, I'm in the middle of the road. The reason I'm doing this Mission Switch challenge is to try to prove that even though video game collecting is really expensive, you can still do it if you're willing to hustle a little bit. So we're going into this last stop with $40 and a dream, and the stakes have never been higher. See, folks, that's a huge shame right there. These PS3 navigation controllers used to be $2 and they've upped it to $20. I used to be able to make so much money on these, but I guess they're watching too much Phoenix resale.
At least somebody is.
But folks, it looks like we've got another problem. looks like if I want to increase my budget at all from 40 bucks, it's just gonna have to be for memory, which sucks because folks, this Switch section is amazing. But before I get too deep into this, I'm gonna have a quick look around and see if I can find anything for memory that could get our budget up a little bit. Job Simulator is definitely not one that I see much of, but I'm pretty sure 65 is about what it goes for. All right, folks, I don't know if you can see right in that corner right there, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Stardust Accelerator is looking like money. And folks, that extra $12 budget puts us at 52 to spend in this huge Switch section. And you guys well know the first thing I'm gonna be looking for is Breath of the Wild. We got Zelda Skyward Sword, which I would love to have. No way. Could it possibly be that they have all these Switch games and they don't have Breath of the Wild? Please tell me that it's under Zelda. No, the last one is Xenoblade and Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's not in the B's for Breath of the Wild either. No. Folks. We had to pass up on multiple Zelda Breath of the Wilds today because we didn't have the money, and now that we do have the money, it's not freaking here! Keep it together, Caleb. There's still a ton of awesome Switch games, the vast majority of which I do not have yet, so I'm still excited to find the best possible way to spend this money. Although this $37 Pokemon Snap definitely makes me feel better about paying $30 for it earlier today. We could go for the Skyward Sword just to get some Zelda, and we would still have like 16 bucks to buy something else. Could also do the same thing with Link's Awakening. Could get something that I'm totally unfamiliar with, like Demon Slayer. I would love to, like, if there's some sort of like a limited run game somewhere around here, that would be super cool. Looks like this one, you can tell by this thing on the spine, is actually European. I don't think this is actually rare though. Ooh, folks. Oh wow, there one is. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World limited run number 94. So folks, this is actually a really strong contender for me because I love the Scott Pilgrim vs. the World movie. I think this is like a retro style side-scrolling beat 'em up if I'm not mistaken. The only downside is it's 50 bucks, so it would take up the entire budget. We'll put you to the side for now. It's also always an option to go for a bunch of cheaper games like this, but honestly, I feel like that's probably a better strategy for when we have a lower budget. I kind of want to save those games. And I'm officially not seeing any more limited run games, at least not any that seem to have their original cases. The other thing I noticed is we actually would have gotten a good deal, it looks like, on this Colors Live, because it would have been 25 bucks on clearance at GameStop. I don't know, I don't really use my Switch for art. I guess, unless you count these videos.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, this is another great one, folks. Katamari Damacy Reroll. This is one of those games that, like, if you haven't played it, there really is just no other gaming experience like it, so I'd love to have this in the collection. And it's extremely tempting to get both of these games with my remaining budget. I just don't know if that's better than the one rare game. 2 good games, 1 rare game. 2 good games, 1 rare game. 2 good games, 1 rare game. Folks, it looks like today the collector in me won out over the gamer, and I did decide to go with the rarer games.
All right, so we're on the hunt for rare Switch games today. I see you've got some in the case here. Folks, look at this, look at this. First game, Celeste. This is literally one of my top 5 Switch games of all time. The music's amazing, the gameplay, the movement is super crispy. This is high on my list. We have no money right now, but we may have to come back for that. We've got a Sealed Zombie Nation with some materials there. Ender Lilies, these are all, you can see, like some higher dollar titles. Duck Game, Rising Hell, Sphinx, and look at this, folks, River City Girls Sealed. This is a $160 game, a little bit out of my budget right now, and I'm mostly looking for stuff that's open, so I don't feel bad about like opening and playing it. Folks, I'm here at the Torg Gaming Expo right now, looking for Switch stuff for the collection. A lot of you guys know I recently sold off the collection in order to renovate the game basement. I previously had over 100 games in the Switch collection. Right now, I'm on a mission to double that. I want to get a collection of 250 games, but the hard thing is, I don't want to spend any money out of pocket. Taking a look at this sealed game here because oftentimes these will do well for me on Amazon. We'll have a little bit of flip margin. Okay, looks like on this one, $2 after fees, we'd be paying 12. So this one won't be, this one isn't going to help our budget out at all today. So folks, the reason that I'm looking at this non-Switch stuff right now is the way I'm building up a budget and spending no money out of pocket is only using profit that I find on other stuff to flip as my Switch budget. And looks like this game could be a great example. Looks like we'll be able to get around $60 after fees for it on Amazon. It's priced at $45. All right, Foster, you know I have to ask, you have any wiggle room on this guy? I know it's early.
$5 off?
That'd be awesome, dude. I appreciate that. So 40 bucks. Into an expected 60 on this guy. Gives us a $20 Switch budget right out the gate. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Do you have much wiggle room on that price?
I'll do 20.
20? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do 20. I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, it looks like on Amazon we're looking at 12 after fees on that one, so that's not the worst margin. Definitely looking to build that Switch budget as much as I possibly can today, so I'm pushing my margins a little bit. So folks, we're looking at a solid $4 profit a piece on these guys. Not the greatest margin, especially given I paid like 20 or 18 or something for this one, but that does put us at an overall budget of 28, so we're slowly but surely getting that Switch game budget up there. Holy cow, folks, look at this. Look at what we just found. Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. This is like an all-time great limited run Switch game. Is this one sealed too? Yep. Dang, that's like a grail game for me. I don't think I'll have the money to buy it today, but that's really cool to see. So folks, what I'm looking at right now is GameCube controller, because I noticed these are at 25. I feel like they normally go for around 30 after fees, so if we could get them for 20 a piece, that could be an extra, 20 bucks in the budget. Shoot, 21 after fees is what we're looking at, and a nice pixelated listing photo too, but look at what else they have over here. Big old Switch section. A good amount of it is sealed, so I'm not as interested in that. Let's see, Crystalis is a cool one. Harvest Moon Mad Dash. Sealed GBA, you don't see that too much. That's actually really cool. But I don't think that any of this will probably be for me today. Oh, this big box Pokemon Moon is pretty sweet. I don't see that a whole lot. Okay, these ones are actually unsealed. So we've got, what, a $28 budget at this point? So theoretically, we definitely could buy Cooking Mama at only 23. Burnout, Tiny Barbarian, that is one that I used to have in the old collection, bringing me back. Saturday Morning RPG is another one. This is limited run that I used to have. So folks, I don't think we're gonna have any issues at this convention finding just a plethora of games that we don't have in the collection yet. The problem may be more, I think I need to start looking for some loose GBA games. That's gonna be my next mission, because those, especially like the common sort of main series Mario and stuff, tend to do really well for me on Amazon. So let's go try to build our budget that way. Fire Emblem, 65. Final Fantasy I know I've done okay with before. That one I think I may be interested in. All right, so we got $25 price on that. Okay, 27 after fees. You wouldn't be able to do 20 on this guy, would you? Awesome, thank you so much, I appreciate that. I like this. Straight from half-price books onto the booth. That's the hustle right there, folks. That's what you gotta do. I like money. Uh-oh, Spanky, it's your favorite, SSX Tricky.
Sexy Tricky.
I actually am curious what that's going for right now. Yeah, it looks like there's not much margin on that one either.
You should get it.
Just get it anyway, for the memories. Okay, so we're looking at, it's priced at 65, we're looking at 70 after fees. Do you think you have this at 65, would you go 55?
Yep.
Okay, sweet. You're making it easy on me. So 55 plus 20 puts us at 75. I appreciate it.
You got it all day, man.
So folks, a $7 and a $15 profit on these games puts us at a total of a $50 Switch game budget for the day, which is at least one really solid Switch game, maybe two middle ones, or 1/3 of Celeste if we decide to go that way, which honestly, I'm leaning more towards the rare games today. They're harder to find at just your standard pawn shops and video game stores, so we may go for like a single or maybe two high-dollar grails. I was just wondering, do you know if the save battery is good on this?
I don't.
Okay. I'll probably
3 years ago.
Okay, gotcha. For these three, do y'all have any wiggle room if I got all three?
Not this early in the day. They're
Sure.
all priced at the price tag at the start.
Okay. Well, I think I'll go ahead and do these anyway, and I'll probably be back a little bit later as well. Thank you. So folks, what I said about GBA games goes for original Game Boy games as well. We picked up 2 copies of Tetris, which I know I can get 15 bucks a piece for after fees. I sell these all the time. And also a really nice Super Mario Land, which I can get, I think, around 22 to 25 for, which puts us at a total budget of $73. So we're slowly inching up to that Celeste. I'm stoked about it. So folks, one thing that I always look for at these conventions is the less organized the booth, the more likely you're gonna be to get a good deal. And this one looks kind of like a yard sale, so I'm really feeling it. So we got a good number of Game Boy stuff in here, it looks like, which is good to see. Ooh, I can't remember the price of that off the top of my head. These prices, for the most part, are seeming fairly close to market. That's one that I wanna look up. Got a lot of Game Gear in here, which really doesn't sell well on Amazon at all. Ooh, we got a expansion pack. Ooh, a pink Kirby game, nice. It's not one that I see very much, but does hold a really good amount of value, as you can see. You guys know, if you've watched for a while, that I love buying handhelds. They do super well on Amazon. Well, it seems like it's in good working shape. Let me see if, okay, yeah, I do hear the volume on that. You had $245. What do you think you could do if I were to just buy it now?
Cash or credit?
I could do cash.
You do $230 cash.
$230? All right, I think I'd do that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Are these guys all priced as well? Interesting. It's kind of a fun replacement art. I'll tell you what, to make it an even $250, would you do 20 on this bad boy?
You're doing cash, yes.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you. So folks, not exactly yard sale prices at that booth, but you can't really expect anything else. Got a solid deal on this for $20. Should be able to get at least $30 for it in this condition on Amazon, putting us at $83, but this is the find of the convention so far. This is a very valuable little boy right here. Paid $230 with no charger. I've got plenty of chargers at home, so that's no big deal. It is tested and working, and this Pikachu Edition 2DS, check this out, $361 on Amazon all day long, and this will sell fast too.
And that's how I became rich.
So folks, that's literally a $100+ flip on this one item. I am stoked right now. Let's go find some Switch games. So folks, I'm here with a viewer named Kyle, right?
Yep.
Kyle right now, he's got this Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls complete in box, or no inserts, but got the manual and everything. So I'm looking up to see what kind of prices it normally goes for online. There's one listed for $70. You always want to filter when you're looking up value by sold listings on eBay if you're trying to determine a game's value. So right now, sold for $50, $50, $62, so really consistent solds in complete condition. So I would probably be able to be at I could do $30.
Okay.
If that's of interest to
Yeah.
you. If you want to get other offers, you're welcome to.
No, I'm good with that.
30 works for
Yeah.
you? Awesome, well I appreciate that. So folks, an extra $15 in the budget puts us at a whopping $209 right now. It's blowing my mind that we could actually go back and buy that Celeste right now. I kind of want to scope out the rest of the convention and see if there happens to be anything else that catches my eye even more. All right, folks, we have found another little Switch selection here. There's plenty to go through. Mario Party's a great one. Hyrule Warriors is a ton of fun. I haven't played Skyward Sword. You guys should let me know if I need to. Shin Megami. Ooh, Unravel. I actually had the international version of this before. I didn't know that they made it here in the US. This one technically is sealed, but not really. Dude, underrated game. Puyo Puyo Tetris is so much fun. Descenders, this one's sealed. All-Star Brawl. Is this one free at this point on the eShop? I can't remember. Hotel Transylvania, Owlboy. So, oh my gosh, folks. I am so conflicted right now. Weenie. Seriously, this is literally my favorite Switch game of all time. You guys know, in episodes 1 through 3, we weren't able to find this. I really want it, but it's so common, you know? I'm trying to get mostly rarer or limited run kind of stuff today. I'm probably gonna pass on this for now, even though it hurts my soul. Honestly, this Unravel game for $35 seems like a really good deal. It's not one that I find very much. Is there any other? Okay, this is also a limited run game. Slime Sand Super Slime Edition. Okay, very interesting. This is not one that I've ever like seen or even heard of before, so this is kind of a wild card. I might have to keep my mind on that one going forward. Let's see what the value is. Okay, not coming up on Amazon. I'm telling you, this is not a super common game. On eBay, okay, brand new for 20 plus shipping, 22. So for 35, I'll honestly probably pass on that for now. But honestly, because we're doing that, like, I kind of want to take a risk on this Slime Sand. Like, I love getting random limited run stuff. This looks like maybe a dungeon kind of a puzzle / platform game, honestly. Okay, 3 different adventures. Slime your way out of a giant worm is the premise of this. I can't not buy this now. Do you guys have any wiggle room on that, do you know? 35 sounds good, thank you. All right, so these 3DSs are looking very interesting. They seem to be in good condition, and they're at 90 a piece. I know I can get at least 120 on Amazon, and they might work a bulk deal for me. Oh, that's a cool color of this that you don't see too much. If I get these 3, what do you think? 80 a piece? Honestly, 80 a piece is fair. Do they have chargers? Okay. What about this guy? I was on the fence about this. Okay, yeah, let's run that. Is this, I can't quite make this out. Are these 1/6? They're 1/4. They're also 140? All right, so what would your numbers be on these guys? Looks like they're both working good.
It's the same price.
Okay, so it'd be 300 and then 240. So we'd be at 540. Alrighty, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Holy cow, folks. That was the handheld haul of a lifetime. I cannot wait to break this down for you guys and look up the values. All right, folks, literally on our way to a table to recap, I passed this little bin right here that's full of handhelds. I don't know if anything's priced, but it's got Game Boy games in here. It's got like main series stuff that does really well for me. I'm honestly getting really excited because I don't know if this means that like everything's gonna get looked up on eBay. I don't know if it like he has the prices in his mind, but we'll have to see. I wanna get a really solid, like both of these, love to buy. I wanna get a really solid handful and see like these kinds of bulk deals can theoretically be really good, or you never know, it can be really bad. We'll see. Final Fantasy Adventure, I can't remember what this goes for, but we'll put that on there. Game Boy Pocket, this one doesn't, this one is really nice. Berry, I should be able to, I could get like 60 or so for that. I don't, again, know what the price is going to be. Action Replay DSi is interesting. Ooh, wow. This is a really valuable one, just like sitting in the bottom right here. Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon. This is one that I've bought a couple times, but it definitely speaks volumes to a vendor. If you can go to them with a big stack of stuff, they'll be more likely to give you a discount because they're not going to want to lose that sale. Cobalt SP, love to see that. Let's see if it turns on. Very nice. All right, let's go see what he says. I don't think most of it had price stickers, so I was curious what.
We didn't have time to process.
Oh, okay, sure. Well, yeah, just let me know and I'll let you know. I like that shirt, by the way. That's sick.
I'm trying. Yeah, I've had it forever.
Yeah. So I can do this at 40.
I would say another 50 for that. So 250 total.
250. I think that's pretty fair. Folks, those 2 purchases literally set us up for the rest of the entire day. After buying this game, we were at $174 Switch budget. This first purchase, I'm gonna make around $40 a piece after fees after selling each of these units. And then the second purchase on everything, it's a little bit murky because a couple of these games like this Final Fantasy I haven't sold in a long time. This Fire Emblem I can't remember selling in a while. But we're gonna make a very conservative $90 profit on this, leaving us with a total Switch budget, folks, of $504 for the rest of the day. Like we're done. We're done with the flipping portion. Like we've got enough of a budget to buy multiple rare Switch games, and I could not be more ecstatic. I have my eye on the Shantae. What do you think you could work for me?
I mean, at this stage, I'd probably go 350. I don't know what it's been selling for.
350?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll take a look and make sure that's the right range. Yeah, 389. We're looking only at sealed copies here. 315, 350 pre-owned. So yeah, I think 350 is a solid price. I'm good with the 350.
Good?
Yeah,
I'll let you grab it.
Thank you. Wow, I appreciate that.
You mind sliding that Samurai Showdown down?
Oh yeah.
So it looks
honestly,
good?
can I take a look at this?
Yeah.
So
It's got the sticker inserts.
Do you know how come that's so expensive?
Just super low print, one print run.
Okay.
Super hard to find.
Do you know if it's a good game? Looks like a fighting game.
Yeah.
That might be one that I come back for, honestly. All right, thank you so much. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm literally like 50 yards away. Look at this over here. Look at those beautiful stacks of Switch games, folks. That is exactly what we are looking for right now. Ooh, Yooka-Laylee is one that I'd love to have again. Okay, this one is sealed though. Yomawari, interesting. Xenoblade. Wonder Boy: The Dragon's Trap. This one, look at the art style on this. I absolutely love that. Looks like a 2D side-scrolling, maybe beat 'em up. This one's 60, but honestly, like, this is one that I could get really excited about. In my mind, this entire time is on that Celeste. I'm not wanting to spend past 150 so that we can go back and get that, unless we find one for a better deal. All right, so this one is going right over here. Ooh, Flame in the Flood. Oh, dang, folks, look at this, look at this. This is a super rare game, so this is basically like Europe's equivalent of limited run. Oh my gosh, look at this. It's number 2. This is literally the second Switch game they released. Holy cow, there's no price on it, which might be a bad sign though. Also just a little casual Kuon right there. $900, almost $1,000 PS2 game. No big deal. Oh, look at this. It's another Shantae game. Shantae and the Seven Sirens. This one, much less rare, only, $85. I think the one that we got earlier was the first one that Limited Run made, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like this one normally goes for like 50 when it's not sealed, 60 sealed. So we'll see if we can get them down a little bit, but it is complete with everything, so I do love to see that. Okay, yeah, pre-owned sold most recently for 75. That makes sense. Do we have all of the, we got all the promo materials in here and everything, so honestly, not a bad price on this, and this is the kind of thing, like, number 2, I'm just not going to find this at my local game store, so I'd be pretty confident in this one. If I got both of these, would you do 15 off for the pair? Holy cow. Look at the it's holographic. Okay, sweet. 120. That is just perfect. Thank you, sir. So, folks, $120 spent on these 2 killer games. I feel so good about it. This one apparently has both a retro mode and a standard modern mode. And then this one is a wilderness survival game, which I'm super excited to try out. Again, super rare number 2, absolutely killer finds for Switch games 2 and 3 of the day. Literally the very next booth. Look at this. We've got a European, I've never seen this before, Saga Scarlet Grace Ambitions for 50. This one is sealed. It's got some sort of a manual on that. That looks really cool. That reminds me a little of like Death Note. Here we've got 2 premium edition games. These I very rarely see. Another really small publisher. We've got Demon's Tier and Super Blood Hockey. These are 2 that I used to own and I would freaking love to own again. I need to find a booth that has a few of these but that are not in sealed condition. All right, folks, we've got a little Switch shoebox down here with Bakugan. We've got a little stack right here. These ones are all open, but it does seem like they're all more like common stuff. Yeah, like Lego stuff, Fire Emblem, Monster Hunters. A lot of these I definitely do want in the collection. This one's actually pretty interesting. The Shmup Collection by Astroport. I don't think this was ever like really on big box store shelves, but man, I don't know how firm I want to stick to my like no sealed stuff rule. Like, if this is around the price of like an open copy, like I would just buy it and open it. Like, oh, look at that, they're numbered. 2132 of 5,000. That's actually super cool. I'm curious what this normally goes for, because 45 seems kind of cheap. No, see, you can get these on Amazon for like 33 in used condition, so I'm just kind of like, I'd rather just hold off and maybe find it used, unless maybe he negotiated. I guess I'll see. I had a question on this guy. Do you have any wiggle room on that?
I can take it down to like 38.
38? All right, I think you convinced me. So folks, my instincts were overcome in the case of this Shmup collection. I just feel like, I mean, there are only 5,000 of these out there, you know, so I was willing to pay a little bit over market, although under market for sealed price, kind of met in the middle, and I'm honestly really happy about this purchase. Folks, we got another little honey hole of Switch games here. All right, this one, Shing, is sealed. Jay and Silent Bob. I love to see this limited run stuff. Like, I've literally never had this game before. Valis. Castlevania Anniversary Collection. How did I not know that this was on Switch? I'm like a fake Switch fan. Dude, look at that thing. I'm so curious what he wants for this. How much were you asking on the blanket?
This was
from a giant stand in a GameStop store.
Whoa. It's weird that it's like fabric.
Yeah, I have 175.
You have 175? Well, hey, I'll keep it in mind. I might come back a little bit later. My gosh. Are you serious? Am I 6 years old? This is making me giddy inside. That Crash hat there, I do that for 10. Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah. Look at this. We've got multiple Switch limited run collector's editions. This is crazy. Another, look at that, right here, another Shantae's Pirate's Curse. That's crazy. And then we've got Risky Revenge, 7 Sirens, regular Shantae. Got some Zelda Joy-Cons. Wow, this is crazy. Wayfarer's edition of Octopath. A couple more right up here. Only 60 for that one. That seems like a decent deal. All right, so folks, we're looking for anything. Oh, okay, here's one. Disaster Report 4. I do not recognize that. It's not limited run. I don't really know the story on it. Looks like the world you know is gone. So some sort of like a survival game. Pretty interesting. Most of the stuff I'm seeing here is sealed. Oh, this one's not. Gunvolt Striker Pack. I love these collection games too. Not one that I see super commonly. And they've got, as you guys can see, just a ton of selection here on this table. Disgaea 4 Complete. Oddworld, another collection game on the Switch. This one's just 25, and this one's open as well. Man, we've got a bunch of good options here. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? What do you think, Spanky? Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon?
It doesn't seem right.
Ooh, Panzer Dragoon. It's got the card and the mini manual in there. This might be limited run number 67. I'm gonna keep this in mind. I honestly, right now, I can't get Celeste off of my brain, so why don't we go back to that booth and just check to make sure they still have it and probably pull the trigger. Do you, what is like the rarest Switch game you have? Oh, I was gonna miss that one completely. Yeah. Sisters Royale for 120, okay. Yeah. Do you have any like semi-rare stuff that is like open? Ooh, Blaster Master 03, that's one I know Editor Riff is a fan of.
Yes, this is true. Blaster Master Zero is really good.
All right, folks, this is the moment of truth, heading back to the Celeste booth. Are they gonna, if they don't have it, I'm honestly gonna be crushed. I'm scared to look. There it is. Oh man, it's all in all of its unsealed glory. Oh man, folks, I am so excited to get this game. I was looking at probably getting Celeste. I have to confess, I didn't do any price research on this. I definitely should do that before I actually pull the trigger. But yeah, it's got the manual and everything. I love the inner art on this. Do you know if you had any wiggle room on 150?
Yeah, I can do it.
What do you think?
How about you shoot me the offer?
I shoot you the offer? Shoot. I don't like giving the first number, folks. How's 140?
Done.
All right, thank you. I'm seriously, this is probably the game that I'm most excited about today, so I really appreciate it. So the other one that I actually, before we leave this booth, was curious about, have you played Duck Game?
I have not.
Okay, is this one open? Do you mind if I grab it?
It is open.
Because I'm very curious. I mean, how can you not be curious about this cool retro duck on the cover? Look at that! Ruthless. This is like the Rambo duck. So a very different game style apparently on the back than what would be suggested by the front. This is like almost retro in the same way that NES games looked way better on the cover than on the actual gameplay. Folks, it's gonna be a tough call between this one and Panzer Dragoon at the other booth. They're both limited run. This one's 46. You guys will have to let me know in the comments which one you think I should get. It's gonna be a tough call. I'm gonna do a little bit more exploring before I make the final judgment, but thank you, I appreciate that. We've got one, okay, we've actually got two. These are both special editions. Piofior, and then a deluxe edition Makai Kingdom and ZHP. I've never heard of either one of those. I do love these Prinny Presents games, but unfortunately both of these are sealed. I'm not like, I've never played these, I've never really heard of them. They're not tickling my fancy. Speaking of that, tickle the subscribe button if you don't mind, folks.
Someone please call the cops. People that say stuff like that have dead bodies in a basement.
I'm looking for Switch games today. I see, are these the Switch games you have, the only ones?
Yeah, the ones that I have.
Okay, so we got Nickelodeon Kart Racers. That seems like a pretty decent deal on that. Danganronpa. I'm gonna get roasted for just destroying these titles in this video. I feel so bad.
You are easier to roast than marshmallows at a summer bonfire.
All right, I'm looking for Switch games today. You have at least some solid ones here. Okay, this one is sealed. Folks, another super rare game. This is crazy, number 58. It gives you an idea of like, the fact that we got number 2 earlier today is kind of wild. Hey, do you have any open Switch games? Do you know? Raging Justice from Strictly Limited. Okay. Is this one good? What's the price? Oh, it looks like is it case only?
Yeah, I've got the game back here.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that one plays more like Double Dragon.
My Girlfriend is a Mermaid?
Yeah.
And then, okay, Rico and Pokemon Sword, a classic. This is one of the very few games that I do already have. So folks, the longer I think about it, the more I realize this duck game is just calling my name. Like, I cannot get it off my mind. We're gonna have to get back there. Where was the booth? We're gonna have to find our way back there, and hopefully this duck game has not been purchased. I just need to be more decisive. Like, trust my gut on these games, man. Folks, this is the red alert. We haven't even found that booth again. I'm at a loss for words. We've got a Pokemon plush booth in the back, right? You guys know, we've been selling some Pokemon plushes on Whatnot. I kind of like them, they're pretty cool. I've always been looking for a Poliwhirl one that's bigger than like 5 inches. Never been able to find one. I had given up hope, literally. And out of the corner of my eye, what do I spot at this booth behind me? Look at that beautiful Polyboy sitting right on that shelf just saying, Caleb, come buy me. He could literally have a $100 price tag on that thing and I would not hesitate, folks. Poliwhirl in the 25 section? Yes. Awesome, I will go ahead and take that. I've been looking for a good size weenie for so long. Thank you, sir. You have a good one. This made my day. Yes! I literally have multiple neons of this guy in my basement as we speak. All right, folks, this is the moment of truth. Poliwhirl, bring me luck. All right, I'm back once more. I couldn't take my mind off of Duck Game. Duck Game, it's gonna be the one for me today. It's gonna be the finale. Do you guys have any wiggle room on that? I think you had 65. Folks, don't tell anyone, but even if they say no discount, I will still buy it. I want this game. All right, I got one final request for you. Duck Game. Do you have any wiggle room on it? Okay, what works for you?
So the last one we did 10 off.
Uh-huh.
About 10 off on this.
That sounds great. I appreciate it. Thank you. This will have a treasured place in my collection from here on out. So, folks, at this point, I don't even know. I feel like we've spent pretty much all of our budget, but look at this. Look at all of these super rare games. This is like the cruelest irony that I've ever experienced. This is like the craziest Switch selection I've ever seen. Okay, how much does this go for?
Like $250 or more.
$250, dang. Well, West of Loathing is pretty expensive too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a triple digit. I think it's like 110.
Wow, limited run 11. Do you remember what our budget was? And you don't have any idea how much money we have, do you?
I don't know where it's at now.
Do you know how to do math? He's shaking his head. So how much are these? Tell me that. Because I was just saying, I'm really interested in a weenie. I got one earlier today, but I think it's a side-scrolling shooter.
Okay, yeah.
And Abzu, I honestly didn't even know it was on the Switch. It looks gorgeous. Wow. Okay, so hit me with the damage on these. I'm curious. My sense is that we have some money left. I'm not sure, but I feel like we have enough left for maybe one game.
Yeah, like a 75 on it.
75?
70.
The irony is that all of you guys know exactly what my budget is right now, and I've completely forgotten it. Do you have any wiggle room on the 70? Oh, you said 75 on it?
Sorry.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, well, folks, I'm pretty sure that we still have 70. If we don't, then I'll have to start next video with a negative budget. So this is high stakes for me right now. I'm not gonna know until I watch this edit. But yeah, I will go ahead and do the 70. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Folks, easily our most effective, successful Switch hunting day to date. And there it is, folks. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. 60 bucks for these bad boys. These games don't release until midnight tonight. I want to add both these bad boys to my Switch collection, but the problem is I'm trying to do it for no money out of pocket, and right now I have a $0 budget. The challenge is the only way that I can build that budget is buying profitable games to flip. And to do that, We're gonna use this Xbox game. I came to this GameStop to look for underpriced stuff to flip on Amazon to build our budget. And since this game only costs $20 pre-owned and I can get $41 for it on Amazon after fees, that'll be $21 already in the Switch budget, which is an amazing start. And oh my gosh, folks, I literally never see these at GameStop. This is a Galaxy Edition 3DS XL for $170. And I'm jazzed right now because I've consistently sold that guy on Amazon for over $200. So folks, that already puts us at a $51 budget to buy the Pokemon games at midnight tonight, and I just found the clearance section, which could be very promising as well for profit. So it looks like even on 50% off clearance for My Hero, that leaves it at like $9. We'd still be losing money after fees on Amazon, and even though $28 is a really solid price for Splatoon 2, after fees, we're not making much on Amazon either. So folks, I went to check out with just that stuff, and he actually let me know that since I'm getting a pre-owned console, I get 20% off of 2 pre-owned games. So I'm looking in the Switch section right now to see if there's another cheap pre-owned game that I might want to pick up as well, even though it will eat into our budget a little bit. I think if it's cheap, I kind of might as well, right? Oh, this could be perfect. Stardew Valley is literally one of my favorite Switch games ever. Oh shoot, this copy is new and it only applies to used games. That's a bummer. Ooh, this one, honestly, $15 for Banana Mania. I love party games. This one is 4 players, so this will be a solid contender. And this right here, Taiko no Tatsujin, is one that actually just went on sale for $25, and brand new. Looks like I can get $35 after fees, so that actually will help our budget. Ooh, this is another one that I would love to own. Ori Will of the Wisps. This is one that a lot of you guys have recommended to me. It's only 1 player, and it's actually a little bit more expensive. So I think for just that reason, I'll probably pass on this one today. Gotta prioritize the Pokemon, man. So folks, after the discounts and everything, the math got a little bit sticky at that stop, but the Cliff Notes is we spent $241, should be able to profit $68, so we have a $68 Switch budget, and I actually pre-ordered both Scarlet and Violet for the midnight release tonight, so the pressure's on to be able to come up with the rest of the budget today. Also, I literally just realized as I was taking that footage that they gave me an incomplete copy of Super Monkey Ball. If you guys have been following along with our 250 game Switch challenge, you know that I am not collecting incomplete Switch games, so this is completely worthless. Now folks, as we head into this half-price books to try to close this $52 gap, you may be asking yourself, why does this fully grown man-child have such an interest in the latest Pokemon games? And the answer is, I've been playing every main series Pokemon game since I was like 6 with Pokemon Crystal. And honestly, seeing what Game Freak did to Pokemon Sword and Shield, I was incredibly let down. So I'm really hoping that these games will be a redemption for the series. Granted, I did think that Legends Arceus was definitely a step in the right directions, but oh my gosh, those graphics. Anyway, enough rambling. Let's get in here and see if we can find at least $52 in profit, although honestly, I'd love to find a little bit more. Now this is what we're looking for right here, folks. The video game section, especially the stuff in the glass cases, tends to switch up a good bit. What I'm especially looking for is white price tags, little white stickers over them like this. This Call of Duty Xbox One is apparently clearance down to $169. Those kinds of clearance stickers are the kinds of items that I'm most likely to have a lot of success with. Now, what people don't often see in these videos is the boring part of being a video game reseller, and that's scanning shelf after shelf, game after game, looking for the profitable titles, which I did here for about 15 minutes. So folks, after scanning literally this entire wall of shelves, I found 1 profitable game. The good news is it's $15 and we should be able to profit $5 after fees. The bad news is, 1, the only other video games that I can check out are in that glass case, and 2, this mother and her son are just posted up in the video game section, just watching a video on an iPad. Although, I guess that's no worse than posting up making a video game in the video game section of half-price books. I'm just gonna be super socially awkward and film anyway. The thing that I think has the most potential in this whole glass case is honestly the amiibos. Those tend to do really well for me on Amazon, so I'm just gonna look them all up and we're gonna collectively cross our fingers that something is profitable.
Well, folks, unfortunately, after doing my research, it's more bad news on these guys. Looks like at 18, Samus would only get us $3, which isn't really worth it. And the Bokoblin after fees is almost exactly spot on. Both Ganon and Captain Falcon I couldn't even find, and I may not be approved to sell. At this point, we need, what, like $48 more? I'm gonna see if I can maybe make anything happen in the DVD section. So on the top of these DVD shelves is where you'll normally see the box sets, and I'm not seeing any markdowns on these, or honestly, these ones over here. And they'll normally have more in this glass case, but it looks like they've replaced them with figures, and honestly, I'm not seeing any markdowns at all. And folks, you'll never see me complain about any profit, so $5 is okay, but honestly, the worst part is that I only have a half hour before I have to head back to the house and help Erica set up for Friendsgiving, which we're hosting at our house tonight.
Don't lie. You don't have friends.
Bow, bow, bow. So I'm gonna have to bolt across the street right here to Game Exchange and hope that there's $48 worth of profit can find within the next like 20 minutes. By the way, when I said I have to go help out with Friendsgiving setup, I feel like that may have come out wrong. You guys, like, you know what I meant, right? And as usual, I'm getting incredibly distracted by their Switch section, but I have to remember we are on a mission today. Mission Switch.
You don't have friends.
So folks, I'm really hoping that our good old GameCube section can help us out today. This Lord of the Rings Return of the King is complete, and oh my, $21 after fees, and we're only looking at a $13 sticker price. And there are even 2 more on the shelves, but which ones have the manual? That's really important for Amazon. Oh, that's $7 more profit. And oh shoot, this one feels empty. But folks, that's $14 more profit in the bag, bringing our total down to, I think, $34 that we need for those games now. And if we could find a little bit more, we could even buy like 1 or 2 more Switch games, which would be fantastic. Ooh, and you know what else I spy, folks? $30 on Pokemon Stadium. It looks like it would only be 36 after fees, which is a little slim. I just think it's so poetic to flip a Pokemon game to get another Pokemon game. Now, I believe that brings us down to only $28 that we need for our Pokemon games tonight, but look what I just spied. Do you see this? Not 1, but 2 copies of Spider-Man on the Vita. Well, you can see they're priced at $70 a piece, and on Amazon, we'll be able to get 84 after fees, which officially puts us dead even after our Pokemon game pre-orders. It was at this point in the hunt that I noticed 6 rare Switch games in the glass case. One in particular, Super Robot Wars V, was really calling my name, but I only had 5 minutes left before I had to leave. So I frantically sprinted around the store, scanning games, and between a Skylanders game and a pricey Transformers title, I was within $1 of my goal with only 2 minutes left in the store. Well, folks, after another 5 minutes of searching and scanning games in the Game Exchange, we have done, we've done it! $3.99 for this sealed copy of Madden 15. You might think, Caleb, Madden 15, that thing's not worth anything. But folks, on Amazon, it is worth everything. Or I guess, more specifically, $23, which actually puts us $18 over budget, and we're even coming away with Super Robot Wars V, which after the total Monkey Ball flop, is the only non-Pokemon game we're bringing for the Switch collection so far today. So anyways, I've got to get home and go do some vacuuming, but with $18 extra in our pocket, I will see you guys at midnight. Folks, it is 11:30 on a Thursday night, and this GameStop lot is full. Everyone's just sitting in their cars right now. I think the process is I can go in and pay, like prepay, even though I already pre-ordered, I can prepay for it. And then at 12, once 12 hits, I can go in there and just pick it up with like an order number or something like that. I don't know. I'm guessing the double packs are gone.
Let me check for you.
Okay.
We may have one available. If we do, we can cancel your pre-orders and use it towards the double pack. Yeah, I do have a couple available. So do you want to do that instead?
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, folks, check it out. Not only did we get our spot in line, but he also mentioned that they do have some double packs still available, which I think I will be able to get, and they come with an enamel pin set, which I didn't even realize was available. Do have a pretty solid crowd forming here in the store. Some folks playing Mario Kart over here, and this is my favorite part. Look at this. They even have some like cookies and snacks and stuff for people. It's like a whole event. And folks, as I sit here munching on my
unexpected fruit snacks. I'm reminded not only of all the Pokemon games that I played as a kid, from like Red and Blue all the way through like some of the 3DS titles. How's it going? But also I think why this event is hitting me in the heart a little bit is because the Switch is the console that got me back into gaming as an adult like 4 years ago, with titles like Odyssey and Breath of the Wild and Ultimate. And all of that together just, I don't know, it feels kind of like a full circle moment almost. And Game Freak, I swear to Arceus, if you mess these games up again, I'm going to be devastated. All right, folks, people are starting to move. 3 minutes left, coming down to the wire. It's happening. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. This is it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Guy from Instagram, what's going on, man? Appreciate you. So folks, on our way out, not only came away with the bag, but also managed to meet 2 viewers, one guy from YouTube and one guy who randomly knew me from Instagram, which never happens. Also, didn't know my name, so shout out to you, guy who knew me from Instagram. Well folks, it is officially 0 degrees out here right now, but I'll be darned if it's not time for a cringy Pokemon haul in public right now. Look at this beautiful box. I have no idea if these are going to be like in limited supply or not. I know that they weren't for Diamond and Pearl, but folks, you have to admit that the extra layer of cardboard on this, absolutely worth the effort. In addition to that, they also gave out these sweet custom bags and also a gorgeous promotional pin set, which, what do you guys think? Has to be worth at least 120 smackers on its own. Folks, every single game on this shelf I have gotten for no money out of pocket. Okay, that's interesting. We've actually got new releases over here. We've got Scarlet and Violet, which came out recently. It Takes Two, all kinds of stuff, but I'm not seeing Dragon Quest Treasures. Oh no. Folks, it looks like this is where it's supposed to be. Folks, as I'm recording this, this is day number 1 of the release of Dragon Quest Treasures on the Switch. It's about 9:30 in the morning and it looks like this location either hasn't stocked it yet, or even worse, they're already sold out. For those of you who don't know, I'm currently on a mission to build a 250 game Nintendo Switch collection, and I'm trying to do it spending no money out of pocket to prove that even if you're on a tight budget, you can collect video games. So I guess if there's a bright side to the fact that they're not in stock with Dragon Quest right now, even though that's the one game I want to get today, it would be that it gives us time to go to their clearance section and see if we can find some games to flip to build our budget to buy it later today at GameStop. And folks, lucky for us, it looks like they actually have a pretty beefy clearance section here, so I'm going to take a little bit of time, scan all these games with my Amazon seller app, and see if any of them would be profitable to potentially sell on there. Okay, so folks, here's an example of what I'm looking at. This game, Re-Reckoning on PS4, is marked down all the way to $10, but unfortunately it looks like after fees we would only get around 6, so this would not be profitable. Well folks, unfortunately I only found one Switch game, which is Unicorn Princess for $19. You can see here it's almost profitable after fees, but not quite, so we'll leave this one. Guardians of the Galaxy on PS4 actually is only $19, and you can see I'd be able to get $23 for it after fees, which theoretically would be $3 towards our Switch game budget for every single copy we can find, but after paying sales tax, it's such a slim margin, I honestly think I'm just gonna leave it for now. If I'm being honest, it looks like this first stop is going to be a total bust, but fear not folks, I have a plan. This is me right here, right at Walmart. But just a little hop away is a pawn shop. A pawn shop where I have found some juicy inventory before, so we're gonna head there and see if we can build our budget. Well folks, we just rolled up to the pawn shop, and number 1, I wanted to say, I'm trying to get my subscriber numbers up, so I'm gonna be giving this guy away to somebody who subscribes and comments what Switch game you wanna see me find next. And number 2, oftentimes when I make these pawn shops videos, I'll have my international viewers comment and say, man, it's so crazy how these pawn shops are just packed with assault weapons. Well, not only do our pawn shops have a bunch of guns, apparently so do our snowmen. You guys don't have any Switch games right now, do you?
If we did, they'd be at the bottom. They're in those little
Well, folks, looks like not a ton in the way of Switch games. We've got Ryan's Racing there, Family Feud there, but we still may be able to find some stuff to flip. I'm gonna look through some of these games that they have and maybe do some looking up, see if we can maybe build our budget at all. Well, folks, I did a good bit of looking up in the glass case over there. Unfortunately, didn't find much, but we do have this rack of older games over here that might have some potential.
So I looked up the prices on all of the Xbox 360 games that I thought looked interesting. As you guys can see from the numbers here, there really just wasn't anything there profit-wise, and I was honestly starting to feel kind of discouraged since this was my second stop of the day. I went on over to the DVD section in desperation, started scanning anything that caught my eye, like some DVD sets, some Scooby-Doo movies, some horror stuff, when my eye stumbled upon a boxed DVD player. Now, new in-box stuff tends to sell really well on Amazon, and the more I looked at this, the more I realized it was actually sealed. So I looked it up, and not only did I see that it's going for $42 after fees on Amazon, but this pawn shop had it priced for $9. So folks, just like that, a $33 expected profit on this bad boy absolutely skyrockets our Switch budget up to $33. By the way, you guys have probably been noticing I am still incredibly stupid with this external microphone. There's no question. It definitely improves the audio quality of these videos, but when I'm not wearing a button-down shirt, I cannot for the life of me figure out a natural, non-awkward way to wear this thing. So here's the game plan, folks. We're halfway to our goal of $60 for the Dragon Quest treasures. Oh my gosh, I thought this would work, but it's just, ugh.
This is Editor Riff. Editor Riff is smart. Editor Riff wears a backpack and connects the microphone to the strap on his backpack. The microphone is in the prime position for great audio. How are you so dumb, Caleb?
Our next stop here is going to be this game exchange. But my goal is not just to get the $30 in profit. I actually would like to get a lot more than that, because there are going to be other games in here that I also don't have for the collection. And our last stop of the day is going to be GameStop, who I think is most likely to have the actual game we need.
What if I maybe just like
Houston, we have a $30 Switch game profit incoming. So my goal right now is to find not only enough profit for Dragon Quest treasures later on, but enough extra to maybe splurge on a couple games from their Switch section here. All right, folks, I may have found our first score of this stop. You can see God of War Chains of Olympus, 28 bucks after fees on Amazon, and here it's only 20. This next one kind of got my hopes up. You can see Lord of the Rings Tactics here. I was like, holy cow, $2.99, that's an amazing deal. But if you look really close, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a 1 and it just got cut off, because this does indeed go for right in the 11 or 12 range after fees on Amazon. The only other one I'm pretty sure has great potential is this Marvel Ultimate Alliance for 20. There aren't many copies on Amazon, so it's saying I can get 54 after fees, which I think is a little generous. So I am gonna go ahead and pick this one up, but I'm only going to estimate 10 or so in profit, just to be conservative. Now, if I haven't screwed up my mental math, which let's face it, is a distinct possibility, I think that puts us $9 away from our $60 goal coming into the GameCube section. Some of you guys who have been around for a while know that I did an entire series on GameCube collecting, so I'm pretty well versed in the values of these guys. This Sims 2 is honestly really close. It's only 18 bucks and looks like it would go for 26 after fees, but unfortunately, this one doesn't have the manual, so I'm gonna pass on that because that matters a lot for values on Amazon. Ooh, hold the phone. Is this the same? Okay, for a second I thought this was the same game and this one was just priced like 8 bucks less, but this is actually the Pets version, and as you can see, not nearly as valuable. So folks, we are very slowly but surely seeing some more success. I found one GameCube game, Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, that should get us 10 bucks in profit, and another one, a really nicely priced $15 Street Fighter 2, which should also be 10. That brings us up to a spicy $11 budget to spend on non-Dragon Quest Treasures Switch games, which I'm very excited about. I also wanted to show you guys this DuckTales cartridge, which one, is cool to find at a game store, but two, as you can see, unfortunately, it has a nasty case of retro herpes. Moving on to the PlayStation section now, folks. I always do wonder what the other customers in the store think when they see me like scanning and talking to a camera in a game store. Daddy, what's that man doing? Well, son, that man is a couple Pokemon cards short of a deck, if you know what I mean. But In reality, I'm just a couple Switch games short of a collection. By the way, this Gex is actually a really good find at 25. You can see it's saying 44 after fees, and I have sold it for 58 before, but to be conservative, I'm just gonna factor in 10 bucks for this guy again, because sometimes it does go a little bit lower. Now, as much fun as I am having back here, I'm actually most excited to go to the front of the store, because in the glass cases is usually where they'll keep the most expensive games. Folks, look at this, another one. It looks like $2.99, but then you zoom in, I'm pretty sure that's 12. Game Exchange, you are teasing me right now. I'm ed. Ooh, and folks, here we are, the glass cases. By the way, looks like they restocked a ton of PS4 and PS3 controllers. Looks like all third party though. Dang, look at these high dollar Saturn games. That is one market I don't know anything about. I do know something about these cartridges and especially this disc-based stuff over here. For example, I know that NCAA Football 14 is super spiked right now. Yeah, check this out, folks. This happens every Christmas. $130 after fees, and this one is $95. A $35 profit on one game. That puts us at what, 56 at this point, I believe? Is that right, Riff? I know if it wasn't, you would never make fun of me.
Shut up, dude.
Ooh, folks, here's a random thing to look out for. This Poochie Yarn amiibo is actually worth crazy money. Check this out, 80 bucks, 75 bucks on eBay. I'm pretty sure that this one actually is priced at 100, but that's a good thing for you guys to look out for at your own game stores, because they often don't catch it. But folks, I actually just spotted what may be our last pickup of this stop. They have a couple Pokewalkers in the glass case here for 45 bucks. I think only one of them's complete with the belt loop, but check this out. $85 after fees. This is insane. That would put us at a whopping $95 Switch budget in addition to our 60 bucks that we're saving for Dragon Quest. So really the only question that remains for us is, do we spend that 95 here or at GameStop? I guess we'll just take a look at Game Exchange's selection and prices and kind of go from there. Obviously, the first thing that caught my eye here was Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. I actually really enjoyed this game, not as much as like Breath of the Wild, but it was, believe it or not, the first ever Warriors style game that I've played, and I would like to own it again. My only hesitation is at 45 bucks. That's honestly not the best deal, so I may hold off for now. Oh, folks, look at this shelf. Look at this shelf. Are you spying what I'm spying? I'll give you a closer look. One of these titles has got me very excited. I've already got Super Smash Bros. In the collection, but this one right here, Untitled Goose Game, baby. This is not a hidden gem or anything. Pretty much everyone knows about this game, but it remains one of the most charming indie games I have ever played. And it even has a co-op mode, which for me
is completely pointless because I don't have friends.
And look at this, folks. It even has the original sticker and like promo materials in there. So for 23 bucks, this is going to be an easy buy. I'm honestly really excited about this. Oh, and of course, who could forget Luigi's Mansion 3? Obviously an absolute classic. At 45, that's not a bad deal. Even though this definitely is a top 10 Switch game for me, I just have a feeling that we could find it cheaper later on. So I'm gonna leave that for now. But I have to say another one that's really catching my eye, believe it or not, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. I don't know, folks, I have a thing for games by these like smaller developers, and this is one that I'm ashamed to admit in my previous Switch collection I had but never got around to playing. By the way, for those of you who don't know, I sold my previous Switch collection in order to fund renovating my basement into a game room. The video is gonna be, it was in this, this video if anyone was interested. Now, if we bought these two games, that would leave us with a total of $49. I'm gonna see here if there's anything else here that I need for that price. I'm not a big horror guy, so I'll pass on Dead by Daylight. I did want to say, if any of you guys are looking to get more into video game flipping yourself, the best resource that I have to offer for that is our video game reseller Discord. It's a place where newer resellers can come and have all their questions answered and just be a part of a community of other resellers who are all doing the same thing and making each other better. The link to that will be in the description as always. I just broke my tripod, and the first couple weeks are free if you're looking to just try it out. I have heard really good things about A Hat in Time as well. 19 bucks is not bad. I kind of want to keep our last 49 for GameStop though, just in case they have something awesome there. So folks, an amazing stop at Game Exchange, but rather than having me do the recap for you, why don't we hear it from Editor Riff?
Hoogly doogly, folks, let's show you everything in my trunk that I already showed you earlier.
What's going on?
I watch your videos all the time.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What's your name? Okay, for real though, if you see me in public and watch this channel, please say hi. I absolutely love meeting you guys. Back to you, Riff.
Okay, back to the part of the video that's pointless where I show you things that I really already showed you earlier, but this one is a really good pickup because this Golden Sun fits in my hand like the same size as my Up next, I got these games finally, bringing my budget back down to $49, but these right here is very similar to Riff says what it's like holding his.
Is it just me, or has this Mission Switch episode actually been more chaotic than usual? Well, folks, it's finally time, the moment you've all been waiting for. Good old GameStop. Normally, not a huge fan of the company, to be honest, but you have to admit, on days like this, they do come in clutch. It'd be so terrible if they're sold out as well. I just thought of that. Well, folks, the bad news is I don't think this floor has been vacuumed this year, but the good news is it looks like they do have 25% off clearance games, which is pretty sweet. So for example, this one right here, Gas Guzzlers, apparently was $50, now it's $14 on clearance plus 25% off. And it looks like it does normally go like in the 20s, which makes this a pretty solid contender. Okay, so folks, you know how I've said before that I suspect GameStop actually hikes up their clearance prices before they do an event like this to make people think they're getting a better discount than they are? Well, look what I just found. Nonetheless, I am very interested to see if we're able to find any more clearance games that are a good deal, but I have to say, so far I have not been able to find the Dragon Quest game that we're looking for in new condition, or honestly any condition for that matter. For example, another $15 clearance Switch game. This is wild. Folks, right now I'm just looking for any clearance stickers that I can possibly find, because I think those are going to be the best likelihood to actually be like a solid deal. So folks, try as I might, I have not been able to find any other clearance games on these shelves. And as thrilled as I would be to pick up both of these clearance titles, I actually spotted one on this shelf right here that I'm even more interested in. This one right here, It Takes Two, is a game I've been waiting to come to the Switch for a very long time so that I can play it with my wife Erica. I've had multiple people recommend it to me, and even though it's new, you guys know I normally don't love buying new games, but being able to get something to play with Erica kind of pushes me over the edge. The only question now is which of these two games to pull the trigger on, and whether or not they actually have Dragon Quest. Excuse me, did you guys have the new Dragon Quest game? Good doggy. Ooh, check this out. This Transformers game is on clearance for 10 bucks. We'll be able to profit $8 on that. Ooh, they also have this complete Zelda GameCube game for 70. I recently sold that guy on Amazon for around 110, which will be about a $20 profit after fees. And oh my gosh, how did I not see a clearance game right next to it? The Ultimate Edition of Far Cry 6. This game is going for $82 after fees on Amazon for a $32 profit. But folks, that $60 profit isn't just for my bank account. It actually has a very specific purpose. Let me explain. Last October, I sold off my entire old Switch collection in order to fund the renovation of this game room. And ever since then, I have been rebuilding my Switch collection one game at a time, all while only using expected profit from flips along the way. But somehow, in the 6 or 7 episodes of this Mission Switch series that I've filmed up until this point, I have not been able to collect my favorite game of all time, Zelda Breath of the Wild. But today, I have a game plan. And that plan is I just pulled up to this video game store that I've never been to before. And since we had such a killer first stop and we already have $60 in our Switch budget, I'm really optimistic that we'll be able to find something good in here. But actually today, what I didn't tell you guys is I'm looking for more than just Breath of the Wild. I've got a list of 4 other games or categories of games that I'm looking for today. So today's actually gonna be a little bit of a Switch scavenger hunt. We'll see how much stuff we can actually come away with. Folks, I'm very quickly realizing this place is way bigger than I expected, but most importantly, they have a huge Switch section. I mean, there's seriously enough games in this case, like I might be able to complete my entire list right here if we can find enough profit. And as I'm looking around elsewhere, I'm seeing a lot of potential over here in the Amiibo case. I mean, what video game store just has an entire case full of Amiibos? This is crazy. There's actually a $160 pair right down there. That's wild. And look at this, another full case just for Gundams. And oh, look at this, Tomy Pokemon figures from the 90s. Dang, the watercolor style of these really brings me back. They've also got just shelves and shelves of Pops right here, and oh my gosh, look at this. A Wii U kiosk. I already saw the Switch one over there earlier. I feel like I could honestly rubberneck in here forever, but folks, we're on a mission right now. I've got my very fancy double-sided list of stuff that I'm looking for. And look at this, folks, I can already see some copies of Breath of the Wild right down here. I'm really looking for something complete though, so we'll see if we can find one in these stacks here at all. Also keep in mind, I'm always looking for more video games of any kind that are underpriced to flip so that we can keep building that Switch budget. And folks, are you seeing what I'm seeing already? One of the games on our list, Mario Party Superstars. This one is sealed for $45. Honestly, not a bad deal at all. I'm gonna see if I can find an open copy though for a little bit less, because ultimately I'm gonna open all of these games. And folks, I have spotted it. The unicorn of the Nintendo Switch series, Breath of the Wild Complete. Looks like they've got a price of $38 on it, I believe, which honestly is not bad at all. And oh, it's right above another one that we need. Right there, Mario Party Superstars. This one's priced at $40, which is great. But folks, at this point, we do run into a problem because that's $78 worth of games and we've only got a $60 budget right now. So I'm actually gonna start looking up some of these amiibos, which have historically done really well for me on Amazon, and see if we can find anything worth flipping in here that could help us build our budget. Because if any of you guys don't know, we're trying to build this entire Switch collection with no money out of pocket. All right, so folks, I just did a ton of looking up stuff here in this amiibo case. If we want to get those two games that I mentioned before, the Breath of the Wild and the Mario Party, we need $18 more in profit. And after a ton of scanning and research, I did find this Gunner amiibo right here for $30, which should get me 46 after fees on Amazon. And that puts us at like $2 more that we would have needed to buy both games. But then I spied something really interesting. Maybe some of you guys have already spotted it, but that brand new pixel art Link amiibo is a super great deal at $20. Check this out on Amazon, $59, and that's after fees. And even though those were the only two profitable amiibos that I could find, it's fantastic that we have a $57 surplus right now because there are more games from the list that I still want to buy here. Specifically these three right here, Mario Kart 8, a limited run game, and something that I've never played. Now believe it or not, folks, I looked and looked, I could not find a single copy of Mario Kart 8 in this entire case. So we're going to have to see if we can find that at a different stop, but I did spy something else. It's this copy of Doom 64, which is, you can see in the corner, a limited run game. And at $35, it's honestly not a bad deal. The thing is, I'm just not that interested in Doom 64, and I don't believe they have any other limited run stuff in this case, so we may have to save that one for a future stop as well. So for our list, that leaves us with something I've never played, and for that, we have plenty of options. For example, in just this stack, I've never played Grand Theft Auto, I've never played Rabbids, oh, my finger's focusing. I've never played The Binding of Isaac, I've never played well, I might have played Ni no Kuni. I honestly can't remember if I have. I've never played Splatoon 3, I've never played Mario Strikers. Ooh, that honestly could be a really good contender. I've been wanting to play that game for a long time, but honestly, so far in this challenge, we've just never had the budget. And as I've been looking at the rest of the case, oh geez, sorry about that. A couple different games have caught my eye, but for very different reasons. One of them is Dragon Quest Builders, which I've seen a lot of gameplay of, and I kind of have an idea of what the game's about, but I've never played it. And the other is Octopath Traveler, which I've heard really good things about, but in reality, I have no idea what the game's about. But the thing is, Dragon Quest Builders is actually still $60, which is a little bit outside of our range, and I haven't been able to find any other flippable stuff, which pretty much narrows our decision down to either Mario Strikers or Octopath Traveler. Mario, Octopath. Mario, Octopath, Octopath, Mario, or Octopath Strikers. Traveler, Strikers. Wow, folks, what an absolutely incredible stop. Not only because we get to cross off Mario Party Superstars from the list, but also Editor Riff. Can I get a drum roll, please? Octopath Traveler, which is a game I have somehow never played before. But we also came away with my all-time favorite game, Zelda Breath of the Wild. 2 months. 2 months, folks, into the Mission Switch series to finally get the game that's responsible for getting me back into gaming. This is just, it's probably making me more happy than it should, I'll be honest. And the craziest thing is we've still got 2 items left on our list and at least 2 stops to go. Oh, day number 53 of giving Chipotle free advertising until they sponsor me. Chipotle, please respond to my emails. And folks, I need your honest feedback on this one because it's been 2 years. Is this just a stupid idea? Is this a futile goal of this channel? I'm starting to doubt myself. Okay, these next couple stops are actually gonna work out super well. Right now I'm heading into Half Price Books, which is the same store that I went to in the first place to try to find stuff to flip. The only problem is they oftentimes don't have a very big Switch selection. But the good news is right next door, we happen to have a GameStop. So if we are able to build up the budget a little bit more, we can just take it right next door and see if we can find a limited run Switch game and or Mario Kart 8. Those are the 2 things we're still looking for. And if we can build up even more of a budget and buy more games, I won't be complaining. So folks, we currently have, I believe, $17 left in our Switch fund, if I'm not mistaken. And right off the bat, I am seeing a couple Switch games in this case here, Shield and Odyssey. We already have Odyssey. I believe the Pokemon game that we have already is actually Pokemon Sword, but I don't really have much of a desire to get Shield at this stage in the challenge when there are just so many other games that we don't have already. But ooh, I am spying something in the back there. Believe it or not, especially this time of year, Guitar Hero Metallica can do really well on Amazon. Let's scan it with the seller app and see if my hunch was correct. Ooh, look at that, folks. It was $50 after fees and we'll only pay $35. I looked up all of the other games on this shelf off camera and none of them actually are underpriced enough to be worth flipping. But when I made my way down to this shelf, I saw this Castlevania game for $50, which, assuming it's complete, which it may not be, it may be missing the manual, I should be able to get $75 after fees for it. And folks, I just realized I have no idea what I've been sitting in. I'm gonna get up now. Just kidding, I'm actually going back down to the floor again because look at this. Do you guys see this? Did you spot this earlier? A sealed game that's actually marked as sealed. Oftentimes used game places like this won't necessarily differentiate between sealed and used. Sealed makes a huge difference for me, so let's see what that game is going for on Amazon. But yep, and folks, exactly, just as I expected, $37 after fees in new condition for this game on Amazon because people just aren't very price sensitive on there. That game normally in used condition is like $5 maybe, like $2 to $5 game. They have this one priced at $20, so I believe the profit on that would bring our total up to like $74, which is killer. But before we head to GameStop to see if they have Mario Kart 8 or something from Limited Run, I want to take a look around the rest of the video game section and maybe the DVDs to see if we can build our Switch budget up a little bit more and maybe get into the realm of getting a bonus game. For example, this Wavebird controller right here would have been a good deal at $40, except it does have no receiver. Also, folks, check this out, what I just found. This is crazy. This memory card here with this PlayStation bundle caught my eye. One, because I think normally it's for PS2, but also I was like, is that a special edition memory card or something? It says 1,000 Arms. It has a 1,000 Arms sticker on it. And so of course I looked it up and apparently that sticker is part of a set that came with the 1,000 Arms PlayStation game. And someone sold that unused sticker set, not even the game, mind you, just the stickers, for $60. It's that kind of thing that like in the resale business, it really pays to be curious. Not worth it on this one, but maybe in the future. And folks, right under it, look at this. This could actually be really good. This is an Xbox One Special Edition Halo 5 controller. This one is priced like a normal controller, but oftentimes special editions will go for a lot more, so let's look it up. Yeah, look at that, folks, $50 price tag, expected after fees value of over $100. That's insane.
And that's how I became rich.
And that gives us a whopping $150 Switch budget going into GameStop, which could come in super clutch. Because trust me when I say some of the rarer limited run Switch games can get super expensive. All right, what are the odds? What are the odds, folks, that this GameStop has both a used complete copy of Mario Party 8 and something from Limited Run? Put your guesses in the comments. Oh, and tickle the subscribe button while you're at it.
Stop it.
Apparently all of this yellow sticker stuff is 25% off still, which is sweet. And I think their non-game stuff, like their figures, are actually like 50% off of clearance price. Like this Mario guy here, apparently, $35, 50% off. Pretty not bad. Ooh, looks like they've got all of their clearance games over here. Epic Chef. This one we've seen before. This one we actually got in our last episode for the collection. Okay, looks like we've got all the brand new titles over here. Not interested in those, just looking at the used.
used. It does look like they're alphabetical. Ooh, Hades I would definitely be interested in. Oh no. They do have it, but it has no case. Dang it. And unfortunately, I'm also not seeing any limited run titles, which I guess I really shouldn't be surprised about. I don't know how many they would really get in a GameStop. But boy, the longer I look, the more I realize I may actually have to make a unexpected speed stop at another game store on the way home. And folks, the reason I say speed stop is what I didn't tell you about today is I'm actually in another city right now. I'm over an hour away from my house and I have to get back tonight for a small group white elephant party. By the way, my idea for it is we have this massive concrete lawn ornament that was left at our house by the previous owners of Francis of Assisi that I want to wrap up as a gift.
That sounds really dumb, and there's a reason you have no friends.
Anyways, the point is it's gonna take a while and I'm an hour away from home, so we've got to rush. Luckily, the closest game exchange was right nearby, and since we already have the $150, we don't really have to worry a ton about flipping stuff. Although you guys know me, I might not be able to help myself. Okay, I actually did find something that's priced at $20 and it's $45 after fees, but I've got to stay focused. Okay, so the easiest thing to do is look right down here at the spines and see if we can spot anything from Limited Run. They are the kind of games that tend to get snatched up pretty quick, so you do kind of have to get a little lucky with it. So looking up here, Gigantosaurus. Shoot, folks. This is the last row up here and I'm still not seeing anything. Folks, I think this may be the end of the road for the Limited Run games, but we do still also need Mario Kart 8. So let's see, we've got, I think they're alphabetized, L, N, no, My Hero, shoot, and any other, no. Folks, I don't understand it. We've gone to multiple game stores today. How do none have a complete used copy of Mario Kart 8? I am slowly coming to the realization that unfortunately our list today is going to go incomplete. We're not going to be able to check off the last two items, but the good news is we've still literally got $150 to spend on Switch games, and I think they have some pretty excellent stuff here. For example, okay, maybe not that bad example. Pokemon Snap, a great option for any collection. Unfortunately, we do already have that one. This one's actually interesting. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. I think this is in the top 20 best-selling Switch games of all time. That said, it's really just kind of a watered-down version of the original Pokemon. It incorporates like Pokemon Go capture elements, which is cool, but like it doesn't really thrill me. Ooh. Folks, I just spotted a sleeper on the top shelf. This bad boy right here, Clubhouse Games 51 World Classics. You might not believe me, but this is a multiplayer game, which I really love, and there literally are 51 games on here, and most of them are actually pretty decent. I mean, it's stuff like, you know, chess and Othello and Connect 4, so we're not talking about like anything crazy here, but there's also some cool original games on here. There's Pool, Rabbids Party of Legends. Okay, here's the thing. I absolutely love party games, but am I the only one? Something about the design of these guys just kind of gives me the ick. I can't be the only one. That can't be that hot of a take. No, meh, no. Ah, okay, let's be honest. $55 for 3D World is not great. This is another one that I actually did own before, and I put a lot of good hours into Galaxy and Sunshine. Mario 64, for some reason, I just prefer to play on the 64, but I have to say the $55 price tag is turning me off a little bit. This one's gonna be a maybe. Ooh, Unravel 2 though. This is like a co-op adventure game.
Which doesn't matter to Caleb because he doesn't have friends.
And I am honestly embarrassed to say I don't remember if I have this or not. Does anyone else know? I know that we've seen this in a past video, and for $18, that's honestly a really good deal. I just cannot remember if I bought it or not. Oh, what is Temtem? Oh, okay. I think you guys may be thinking the same thing. This art style reminds me a lot of a little game I like to call Dark Souls.
That joke was stupid. Please unsubscribe.
Oh, apparently it's an MMO though, which kind of turns me off too. Ooh, Ori, however,
a video game about this channel
turns me back on a little bit. Okay, Riff, you may need to cut that one out. Between you and me, you can leave it in and make a joke about it. Seriously though, a bunch of you guys have actually recommended this game in my comments. It's one of those that has just a gorgeous art style. It's like an adventure style game, and it's honestly making me feel better about not finding any limited run stuff because I've been really excited for this. I've never owned it before. We've got Dragon Ball Z up here, but honestly, you guys probably know I'm not a huge fighting game guy. Ooh, Capcom Fighting Collection.
And folks, actually the funny thing is the combined cost of these 3 games is $99, which puts us just out of range to purchase the Mario 3D All-Stars today. So I'm gonna need to find something else on this shelf that's below $50 to buy as our final game. It was worth the 2-month wait. Folks, even though we may not have finished the list, I could not have asked for a better turnout to this video. Come here, Elsie. And folks, it looks like this is the Switch section right here. What do we have here? Active Life. Ooh, Paper Mario could actually be good. Crash Bandicoot is also one that I haven't played so far. Folks, I'm here at Disc Replay in Illinois right now. It's the first state of 3 that we're going to today on our Switch hunting quest to answer the age-old question of who has the best Switch games. You guys may remember last episode we actually picked up Octopath Traveler to add to the collection. Oddworld honestly seems like a pretty good deal at $15. Oh man, I almost didn't even see this. This is a limited run Doom 64 for $25, and oh my gosh, G.I. Joe for $7. I feel like I never find Switch games for this cheap. This is kind of crazy. Folks, I just looked it up, and sure enough, Doom 64 for $25 usually goes for $35 to $40 on eBay, and the lowest copy of G.I. Joe available on Amazon is like $20, and this one's only $7. So it kind of goes without saying, I would love to add these 2 games to the collection, but if you guys are familiar with the channel, you know I'm trying to build a 250 game Nintendo Switch collection while spending no money out of pocket. So if I want to buy these 2 games, I have to go around to the rest of the store and find other underpriced games so that I can flip them and use only my expected profit as my Switch game budget. For example, I just spotted this game down here, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Stardust Accelerator. I know from experience Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff has done really well on Amazon for me in the past, so I looked it up on my app. And you can see on the app I'll be able to get $27 for it after fees, and they only have it for $20. So because there's a $7 difference between what I'm paying and what I'll be able to get on Amazon, I have $7 in today's Switch budget, which is actually perfect to buy G.I. Joe. Now if I can just find 25 more for Doom 64, we will be set. Although between you and me, I'd love to find more because this is our first stop of like at least 6 today. You can see I'm still looking around in the DS section right now, and one of the big things that I look for is these games that are complete with their original cases, because I can get premium prices on Amazon for games that are in premium condition. I also always like to look up games like this Radiant Historia that I can't remember scanning before, especially if they have a somewhat higher price tag. But unfortunately I looked it up, and at a buy cost of $40, as is the case with most of the games I scanned, this one would not be profitable. Unfortunately, I'm not really seeing anything else that's profitable in this section, so let's go check out the PlayStation games. Ooh folks, this one, Toy Story 2, is one that I know I've sold for at least $40 in the past. Ah shoot, looks like the price has gone down quite a bit recently. Unfortunately, after scanning a good number more of these games like Ape Escape, Bugs Bunny, Creatures, they've got a great selection, but the prices have not been low enough that I can flip them for profit here. But, ooh, folks, the PS4 section is coming in clutch. This game has gone up a ton recently. I'll be honest, the Amazon price here is a little bit inflated at $154 or $126 after fees, but you can see even on eBay it's going for $45 to $50. And here, look at this, $25. On this one, we'll go conservative and call it like a $12 profit, but that's actually not the only profitable game in this section. This one is slightly profitable, although it's only a little bit underpriced, so I'm leaving that. The other one is this Senran Kagura. Say what you will about the franchise. At $33, you can see that's gonna net us another $13 on Amazon, which between these 2 games puts us at exactly the $25 that we need to buy Doom 64. Needless to say, I'm stoked about that, but I'm also gonna take a look in the glass case over there to see if we can squeeze out a little bit more profit, because we literally have 2 more states of Switch hunting to do today. For example, folks, I haven't looked it up yet, but this Punch-Out at 18 seems super underpriced. Then in this case over here, we've got all kinds of crazy high dollar stuff. Holy cow, 2 $400 PlayStation games right there. I'm gonna scan as much of this stuff as I possibly can, as quick as I can, then catch up with you guys. Well folks, we're coming out with a very successful haul from Illinois Disc Replay. I apologize in advance for the audio today. I didn't realize I'd be recording this video today, but it was too good of an opportunity to pass up, but I don't have have my normal microphone. The other abnormal thing about today, as you may be able to see in frame, is I'm actually traveling with a co-pilot, Elsie. How's it going, Elsie?
I honestly hate traveling with you so much.
At the time of filming, we're on our way back from our folks' house in Illinois and Nebraska, so we've also got Pikachu, which is going to be a pillow in the basement that was a gift from my mom. Anyways, as Elsie is so helpfully modeling, the only other 3 things that I picked up in addition to the games that covered the cost of our first 2 Switch games are Frogger 2, Punch-Out, and this Game Boy SP case that was only 10 bucks. I thought that those were only going to be around $10 profit a piece, leaving us with 30 going into our next stop. But as it turns out, Disc Replay actually has a buy 5, get the 6 free promotion that I'm not gonna lie, I totally forgot about. So Punch-Out here ended up being totally free, which since this was 18 bucks, bumps our expected profit up to $48 from the stop. Would you mind putting all those back for me, dog?
Would you mind not being so ugly?
So folks, the good news is we've now got $48 of Switch money to spend at our only Illinois pawn shop, Pawn King. But the bad news is I spent over an hour in that first stop, so if we want to get to Indiana and Kentucky today, we really have to book it. Do y'all have any Switch games?
No, they really bought us all out Christmas. We only have 2.
Okay, well, I'll take a look at those. What are the cost on these?
You have to look them up. They're individually priced.
Okay, I was actually curious about those PSVR games, the PS4 ones. So folks, I don't know how much you could see or hear at that stop, but it honestly ended up going better than expected. So I saw they only had 2 Switch games on the shelf. Now they were 2 that I honestly don't have in the collection, Goosebumps the game and The Witcher Wild Hunt Complete. So I asked how much they were, and when she said that they had to look them up, I was like, oh dang it, they're gonna be like right at eBay levels. But she came back and told me $20 for both of them, which Goosebumps for 10 bucks, like that's a good deal. But 10 bucks for Witcher is incredible. Look at this, folks, look at this. $35 after fees. The lowest on Amazon is $47 for this $10 game right here. But folks, you may have noticed I also picked up this Farming Simulator 22, which was a total hunch. I asked her how much it was. She didn't even look it up and said $10. I just knew that I've been surprised in the past by how much these games have gone for, so I'm gonna look it up live right now and we'll see if it was a good decision or if I'm losing money. Oh yes, folks, my gut was right. $28 after fees for this game, and we only paid 10 freaking smackers.
And that's how I became rich.
So folks, we've still got $46 in our Switch budget heading into Indiana. And folks, this gets me so jazzed because this is literally what this entire Mission Switch series is all about. Isn't that right, Elsie?
I know you would flip me if you could list me on Amazon.
It really is true that opportunity is everywhere, folks. Whether you're trying to build a collection or pay off debt or go on an extra vacation, you literally can find stuff to flip and sell it online. Whatever you happen to be interested in, the opportunity is out there, and that's what we're going to show in not 1 but 3 states today. And speaking of states, folks, after another hour-long drive, we've just arrived at our first Indiana stop of the day, Half Price Books. Now, this is primarily a used bookstore, so oftentimes it doesn't have the best Switch selection, but we'll see if that's actually the case with this one, which I don't think I've ever been to. Gosh, people, look at this. A brand new touchscreen protector for the Nintendo DS. That's just so cool.
That genuinely is probably the least cool thing I've ever seen.
A big thing that I do look for at places like this is going to be the accessory section. Ooh, for example, this actually. Wow, $8 for what looks to be a completely new sealed Xbox 360 hard drive transfer cable. Brand new accessories like this can do great on Amazon, but let's scan it and see. Sure enough, there it is. Okay, definitely the same thing. Used condition is 10 bucks after fees, but look at that. New $26 and we're only paying 8. First score of Indiana, let's go. I'm honestly feeling really good about that. And it looks like we actually do have a pretty decent sized video game section to work with. Not a ton in the form of cartridges or Switch games, honestly, that I'm seeing. I will definitely have to check all these amiibos because those tend to do well for me. But oh no, folks, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I don't even have to pick it up and I can tell you that Kirby game is not authentic. And oh no, an inauthentic
authentic Earthbound as well for $350. That is terrible. And they honestly probably didn't even realize it when they took it in. I bet they paid over $100 for that game. But you can see just by the quality of the sticker label, and even the cartridge itself is a slightly different color. I'm not sure if that's gonna come up on camera. That is not an authentic Nintendo cartridge. That really is a shame to see. I'm gonna have to tell them about that when I check out. But on the bright side, folks, I did just look up this copy, which is complete, of EA Sports Fight Night Round 3 for $10, and it looks like I'll be able to get a little $4 profit on Amazon at least. So not too bad, I'll take that. And weirdly enough, this Quest 64 as well at $19 seems like it's going for a good bit more on Amazon. $38 honestly seems a little bit high, so we're just gonna estimate a $10 profit on that, which puts us at a total Switch budget of $78. Riff, aren't you proud of me? I'm actually keeping track now.
Oh yeah, no, really, thank you so much. I appreciate it. One of my least favorite things about editing your channel, besides the fact that I had to look at you all the time, my God, you're seriously a really ugly guy. Besides that was adding up your numbers. You expected me to do the math for you. Caleb, you're the numbers guy. You're the Phoenix Resale money guy.
Another thing that I talk about all the time when hunting to flip on Amazon is I'm always looking for like sealed shovelware games. Ooh, potentially like this one right here, this DS game. Seal does look a little bit wonky on it. At $6 though, what is this? Silverlicious might not be the kind of thing that I'm really looking for. Let's see what Amazon has to say. Well, $13 after fees actually isn't bad, but unfortunately the other number I have to look at is up here, the sales rank. And unfortunately this rank is so high it means it never sells. So back to the shelf you go. Ooh, this is one in the PS3 section that can be worth about $25 that a lot of people overlook. Let's see. Oh, dang it. Really thought that would be a good one. And unfortunately, it looks like this half-price books is rocking a single Switch game right now. Nintendo Labo Toy-Con. Granted, it is only $10, but it's kind of worthless without the cardboard. And even if it did have the cardboard, I honestly wouldn't be that interested. So I'm gonna head out as soon as I check and see if there are any clearance DVD sets, because I often do really well with those as well. The last thing that I think I will actually pick up from the video game section is this super cool retro Game Boy case. It's only $8, and I saw on the tag it actually says that it comes with assorted game manuals, so I guess we'll be able to find out together what that actually means.
All right, Riff, I'm gonna need some dramatic music here because it's time for the moment of truth.
See folks, this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I like to scan all the prices on here and look for, yeah, there's one, the white clearance stickers, because that means that they've been priced down. I like to keep these videos mostly video game focused, but the reality is if you're trying to build a collection or just a little more financial wiggle room in your life, it doesn't have to be with video games. It can be with literally anything that you're interested in, like DVD sets. Oh, there's another one right there. Unfortunately, I just scanned all the white sticker ones, and not just this case, but a couple other ones, and came up empty. All right, so we had $68 or so spent at that store. I'm excited to see what kind of manuals are actually in this case, because believe it or not, sometimes those can have some value. I did go ahead and tell the worker about the fake games. I didn't really get a sense for whether or not they'd pull them from the shelves, but you know, that's really all I can do about it. Hey there, doggy. How are you doing? Hey, would you mind taking care of this inventory for me? Dog? Dog, hello? You're not paying attention. I just realized I probably should mention Elsie actually prefers being in the trunk. I would keep her up in the front with me, but she always moves.
All right, Riff, I'm gonna need some dramatic music here because it's time for the moment of truth. Okay. Oh wait. Okay, there's a second compartment. Oh dang, okay, there actually is a pretty thick stack in here. Switching up angles real quick. Okay, action replay, not much there. These things are totally worthless. Game Boy Advance manual, worthless. Okay. All right, Mario Bros. Deluxe could have a little bit of value. Super common game though. Oof. NHL is rough. So, oh geez, terrible tasting games. Oh, come on. Well, I guess we at least have one to look up. Now, as healthy as the Switch budget is, we still are at a whopping 0 Switch games for the state of Illinois, so hopefully this second stop will be able to redeem the state for us. Drink up, doggy. By the way, I forgot to mention, I also don't have a tripod on this trip, so that last shot was literally just a phone sitting on the windowsill like that. This video has just been completely wonk, hasn't it, Elsie?
Explain to me how that's different than any other video.
Can I just say, before we go into this second Indiana stop disc replay over here, that on the other side of the street, Culver's is secretly the biggest burger chain sleeper? I got roasted pretty hard in the comments for my last fast food hot take of hating Taco Bell, so you guys be the judge. I think Culver's is secretly pretty amazing. But to get back on the subject at hand, Indiana honestly has a ton of making up to do if they want to compete with Illinois, who had 4 solid underpriced Switch games. Let's see if they can make it happen. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, folks, it seems like this disc replay has a really good selection. And oh my gosh, folks, this Switch section is crazy. We've got Splatoon 3, Carnival Games, Street Fighter. Ooh, Unravel 2 for $15 seems like a great deal. Bladed Fury, we got Fire Emblem Warriors. But before we get too excited, I'm gonna go around to the rest of the store and see if we can build our budget up a little bit more. For example, folks, we've got our first contender here, Fighting Climax, which you can see is priced at $30, but we'll get $37 for after fees on Amazon. Not the hugest profit, but we'll take it. One weird thing I've been noticing on a lot of these games, actually at both locations, is that the barcode is actually punched out on a lot of these games, which makes it a little bit harder for me to scan, but honestly is more just like puzzling than anything. Like at first I thought that maybe someone at the other location, normally what this means is that it's a promo copy, so like maybe someone who worked at a game store had a big collection of promo games that the store had gotten and traded it into the other location is what I thought. But this location is literally hours away and it has a bunch as well. So I'm wondering if maybe like they're actually stamping them themselves at disc replays now? I honestly don't know. You guys let me know in the comments what you think. And also, how do they have 4 copies of the same limited run, 5 copies of the same limited run game? This mystery is getting weirder and weirder. And another one right there. Has Disc Trader made a deal with the devil? I can't think of any more logical explanation. All I can say is if they did, I hope that it included a lot of cheap Switch games. Alright, I didn't have any luck with Xbox, but here in the GameCube section I feel like we'll find something. Holy cow, I did not realize Hide and Seek was a $50 game. That's crazy. Ooh, this game gave me a ton of trouble when I was doing a series just like Mission Switch, but for GameCube. This is one of the last games I found. 1080 Avalanche, that's about what it goes for. Oh, this is one of those weird ones, folks, that actually does pretty well on Amazon. Yep, would you look at that, folks? 27 after fees, and we're only paying 17. Looks like that brings our budget up to $95 too, which I'm honestly really happy with. Ooh, folks, would you look what I have spied in the accessories section? What did I tell you about new old stock accessories? And $20 on that really doesn't seem bad. Ah, dang, unfortunately, I'm not seeing any new listings on Amazon, and used is only 11 after fees, so I'll probably leave that one behind. But oh my gosh, people, I just spied something that I did not expect to find here. Not only did I not see that they have a mini Switch section in the glass case with a couple sealed games, but they have a factory sealed Smash Bros. Ultimate Steelbook and controller and game bundle. Holy cow, folks, I would love to own that game in the collection. It would be incredible, but finding an extra $150 worth of profit at this stop would, I don't think we're going to be able to do it. We do still have PSP and Vita stuff to go and a ton of cartridge and handheld stuff over here. So don't get me wrong, I am going to do my best, but look what else I just spied in the case. A not just boxed, but sealed Super Smash Bros. 64. And that's not $650, folks. That is $6,500 for that bad boy. The unfortunate thing is, most of these GBA games are honestly just like shovelware stuff. Not a whole lot of good first-party titles, which is most of what sells for me on Amazon. They did have this super sweet drill dozer though, but unfortunately, if you can see on the top, it looks like it's been named. And even in the rest of the cartridge section, I'm not seeing a ton that really piques my interest that's in good enough condition for me to really send in. And folks, I even just got done looking up everything in the Vita and PSP section, and it's looking like we're going to be stuck for today at our $95 budget, which, don't get me wrong, is pretty great for buying a few Switch games. But I do have a feeling the Smash Bros. Bundle will haunt my dreams forever. But you never know, it could happen in a future Mission Switch episode when we have a bit of a better budget. But folks, for the time being, I am turning my eye back over to the Nintendo Switch section because this is honestly a great selection. Remember, I'm really only looking for games that are complete with their original box. So a couple things that immediately catch my eye are, one, No Man's Sky. I've heard both really good and really bad things about this game. Maybe it had like a terrible release or something.
That's actually accurate. Yeah, it was released with really poor reception, and after some updates and a lot of changes, people really seem to be liking the game.
So this one would be a bit more of a wild card. Like I mentioned earlier, Unravel is one that I would also love to have because it's a co-op game that I could potentially play with my wife. Link's Awakening, what can you even say? It's iconic. I started playing it myself a while back, but honestly didn't get that far into it, so I'd love to give it another shot. Ooh, Luigi's Mansion is definitely in my top games that I want right now, although this one looks like it's actually the European version, which is a little bit of a turnoff. And last but not least, folks, we have Metroid Dread. Believe it or not, this is a franchise that I have never played before. And yeah, I know this is where the fake gamer comments will go flying. I get it. I don't know why, but outside of Smash Bros, I have just never played a Samus game. So these are our options right here, folks. We've got the old versus the new. I think what I'm gonna do is just buy 2 games because that's how many we've gotten at our stops so far. And I'd love to have a little bit of Switch money left over for Kentucky in case, on the off chance that we can't find anything good to flip there. The only question is which 2 to pick. Oh my gosh, folks, I just went out to check out and I can't believe I almost missed this. This is insane. I'll fill you guys in later. I can't talk about it now. Okay, so that was crazy. Those of you who are familiar with rare Switch variants may recognize the Disney Tsum Tsum Festival Polka Dot Purple Joy-Con. Now, this bad boy was priced just like all the other Joy-Con at $33. However, because the console that this belongs to is actually a special edition and a Japan exclusive special edition to boot, the only sold eBay listing that I found for a pair of these was $184. Now granted, that was for the set of this one and its partner, but still I think very conservatively this is a probably $70 Joy-Con all on its own, assuming that it works well. So after fees and everything, this on its own will be a solid $32 profit. But wait, there's more. Because when I picked up the Joy-Con, that actually put me up to a total of 5 items, pushing me over the boundary to get a 6th item for free. So while I chose No Man's Sky and Metroid Dread as my 2 Switch games, I also was able to go back and also pick up Unravel 2 completely for free. And after all 3 of these games, we still have a Switch budget of $53 to spend in Kentucky. I could not be more tickled right now. Although, if we're being honest right now, I'm probably still going to have to give the victory so far to Illinois because all those games were just ridiculously underpriced. Also, it is day number 11-12 of giving Chipotle free advertising until they sponsor me. For those of you who've been watching a long time, how many of these do you think I've actually done? I feel like at this point I'm probably up to like a couple dozen. Elsie said 2, but honestly, I'm not sure she can count higher than that. Alright, so folks, been driving for a couple hours to Kentucky now, gonna get to Louisville in about half an hour. Our ETA is 7:30. The only thing is the game store closes at 8, so we're gonna have to book it once we get in there. Well folks, at this point we are about a block away from the video game store, and as you can see, as it turns out, in downtown Louisville, it is pretty difficult to find parking at 7:30 at night. So I think ultimately we may have to call an audible here. Wow, this is going back like multiple blocks. And just skip straight to our last video game store of the day and hope that they have a finale of a selection. A lot of you guys might recognize our first and only Kentucky stop from my last Mission Switch video. Through the Decades Gaming, I decided to come back here, call a little bit of an audible, because we still have $53 in the Switch budget, and last time they had a great selection of both Switch and non-Switch games. So let's see if the same is true now. Looks like there's a big event going on or something. folks, apparently it's not actually a big TCG event. This is just a regular night over here. It's like the premier TCG location in the whole city for people to just meet up, which is kind of crazier. Now, as was the case last time, this place has a crazy selection of everything, including Switch games, but we're gonna start with the non-Switch stuff and work our way over there to try to get our budget a little bit higher and maybe splurge on a bit of a rarer title if we can find one. And folks, we have found here our first winner. Can you spot it in the N64 section? It is Mario Golf here for 30 bucks. Apparently we'll be able to take home a sweet 41 on Amazon, putting us up to 64. And folks, literally as I was just saying that, my eyes were wandering over to this other game, South Park Rally, in the case for 25, which I know I've actually sold in the past for 50, or about 40 after fees. That puts us up to a sweet $79 Switch budget. And by the way, do you guys think I should make it a goal to get one of these bad boys in the game room as a series finale? Personally, I think that looked pretty killer in my basement. And folks, I'll be honest, every time I come to a place like this, I look at like the action figure section over here and the Funko Pop section over here, and literally all I can think about is how much opportunity is on this shelf. I guarantee if you scanned every one of these, there's probably hundreds of dollars of profit. I just don't have the time or the know-how to do it. What in the... Did you guys know that Neopets cards are worth 200 bucks a pack? That absolutely blows my mind. Oh my gosh, or that there was a Monster Rancher VHS? And it looks like that thing actually is still sealed. That's something I'm just gonna have to pick up. Not really for the challenge, but because I've literally never seen one like that. That kid looks so much like Ash Ketchum. I have 3 of them sealed. And folks, after some very quick research in the Amiibo section here, as it turns out, for some reason, Mario is now going for 30 bucks after fees on Amazon, which I guess kind of explains why this guy down here is already priced at 30. And Sheik, this brand new $50 Sheik Amiibo here, is going for 70. And that brings our grand calculated total to $129 Switch budget, which will be more than enough to pick out some lovely Switch games. However, I have to say I do have a little bit of a gripe to express to you guys. It's when a store like this has an inconsistent labeling system. It makes total sense to have the labels on the spines, but some of the games actually have the prices you can see on the outside, which makes it very difficult both as a buyer and as a reseller to make purchasing decisions. But that's neither here nor there. The real question is which of these lovely Switch games to add to the collection today. And I don't think I've mentioned so far, one constraint that I'm working with is not only do I like to buy complete games, so all of these loose ones would be out, but I also like to buy open games rather than sealed. So you can see there's a pretty solid stack of sealed games there, which just for price reasons I usually avoid, because in general you can get the opened ones cheaper. Now, as I say that, there are a couple things that are already catching my eye. The first thing is there are actually multiple limited run games in here, none of which I know anything about. The first one you can see right there, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon for 45 bucks. The second one at 95 is Divinity Original Sin 2 for 95 right there. Holy cow, those smudges are brutal in close-up. Then we have Tiny Metal Ultimate right there for 60. And finally, right in the middle there, Vitamin Connection, not Collection, but Connection for 32. Also at this point, I should probably say I've been making an exception to the sealed rule for limited run games because you just can't really find them unsealed, okay? And I have to say, at first when I was considering that Divinity Original Sin game, I was like, 95 bucks, I couldn't possibly pay that. But then I looked it up and realized it's actually underpriced. The other 2 non-limited run games that I'm really considering right now are, one, Dragon Quest Builders right there for $60. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, Crystalis there for $18. Dragon Quest Builders is one that I was actually thinking very hard about getting last time I was here, but it ended up losing out to Octopath Traveler. Crystalis, on the other hand, I could not tell you the first thing about. I have a very hazy positive impression of it based on things that I've heard from other people. However, those 3 limited run games I've heard absolutely nothing about. So I'm stuck again pondering the classic quandary. Do I prioritize rarity or reputation? But luckily today, with a $129 Switch budget, I have a feeling I might not have to choose. Now, before we shelve these bad boys, I will confess to you guys, I may have spotted a couple more profitable games on the way out. A sealed Hulk Hogan's Main Event and Harry Potter Deathly Hallows, which added like 30 or 40 bucks to our budget, which ended up being just enough for what I wanted to do. Folks, it looks like today we were able to come away with both the rare and the reputable. Alright folks, coming up on our first Switch section of the day. Normally I'm looking primarily for underpriced Switch games, but today we're only looking for the rarest of the rare. Mario Odyssey, not rare, no. Oh, this is actually kind of interesting. A European version of Mario Kart 8. Still honestly not rare though. So Turtles Cowabunga Collection is a little bit more uncommon, but honestly still not rare. Ooh, I don't know if I've ever seen this game before. Looks like it's a combo pack re-release of a couple of older Star Wars games. I've never seen this before. I don't know exactly what the production run of this game is, but it will definitely be high on my list for this stop. As a lot of you guys know, for the last 3 months, I've been on a mission to collect 250 Switch games for no money out of pocket. But it's not as easy as it might sound. Because it means that in order to afford this $28 game, I have to find $28 in expected profit by finding underpriced games on these shelves. For example, this is actually a great find right here. This Zelda amiibo. Looks like they've only got priced at $30, and I actually recently sold that for $42 after fees, which starts us off with a solid $12 in our Switch budget to potentially buy this game. Ooh, and I actually just spotted a Wolf Link amiibo in there. You guys see that one? I thought that one would be worth it for resale as well, but as it turns out, after fees, I'd only get like $49, so we're gonna pass on that. And folks, I'm looking in this other glass case now for other stuff to increase our budget. First of all, look at this Sega Menacer. How about that for a blast from the past? I also, check this out. This Fire Emblem game seems honestly like a really good price at $180. I'll have to double check. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe this. This is saying $250 after fees on Amazon. That's wild. The only thing is you can see this copy on the tag, it says disc only. I don't know, it seems like an authentic cover art to me, but just in case, we may have to estimate a little bit more conservatively and say maybe like 40 bucks profit on that. Now, that brings our Switch budget up to a healthy $52, which is more than enough to cover this game. But folks, I just realized they also have Switch games in this glass case. Look at this, folks. Not one, but 2 strictly limited Switch games. I may actually have to take a look at those because they have super small production runs. Would you mind if I took a look at these Switch games here? And folks, I stand corrected. It's actually 2 strictly limited and a super rare game. Both a couple of limited edition, like independent game publishers. And my personal favorite part about these Turrican games is they actually are numbered on the back. They have both the release number and the full production run, and even what number out of 3,500 this exact copy is, which I absolutely love. The only problem is, as you can see, they're both a good bit more expensive than the game I had picked out, which, if I'm being honest, is starting to feel less and less rare in comparison. I'm definitely leaning more towards the Turricans right now just because I do love how they're numbered. The only question is which one, because this one is volume 1, but it definitely is more expensive. I think ultimately I am gonna shoot for this one, but that means we do have to build up a little bit more of a budget in order to be able to justify it. And as usual, the employees are being super helpful. They're actually checking on the price to make sure that it is still that high. In the meantime, I've got to find some other stuff that's actually underpriced. I've got a goal today of not just only buying rare Switch games, but of literally finding the single rarest Switch game in my entire city. So we're gonna have to go to multiple video game stores today to do that. But what can I say, folks? I'm a sucker for rarity. This is Mission Switch. So here's an example of one that I found that's a little bit underpriced. 13 bucks for this would get 16 after fees on Amazon, but ultimately those margins are a bit thin, and given that it's after the holidays, it's more likely to come down than anything, so I'm gonna leave that for now. I've also been scanning a ton of stuff in the PS4 section. For example, Fairy Tail, Guilty Gear caught my eye. They even had a sealed copy of Fallout 4 for 8 bucks, but unfortunately none of them ended up being worth it, and that's just kind of the reality when you're scanning stuff for resale. But folks, there is still hope, we have this, believe it or not, Lego Dimensions expansion pack for $40. Can you believe that? Looking at it, I definitely would have thought that was a $15 item. But get a load of this on Amazon, $77 after fees. That's wild.
And that's how I became
a scumbag reseller.
That brings our budget up literally $37 to exactly $89. I think Turrican was technically $89.99, but I do believe the eBay price was a good bit lower, so maybe we'll get lucky and they reduced it. Folks, get a load of this. You will not believe this. They reduced it to $40, which to be honest is definitely more consistent with the eBay sold, but oh my God. This means we actually have like $39 extra to spend, which I think you guys know what that means.
You're gonna give that as a bonus to your editor?
Oh man, they're so great in there. I love coming to Lexington Game Exchanges, so much better than GameStop. And I know what you guys are gonna say, Caleb, you're supposed to be buying only rare games today. Why in the world did you get that Star Wars thing? You can probably, for all I know, you can get this for $20 at Walmart. And the reality is, honestly, I slipped up. I got kind of emotionally attached to this when I saw it at first, and what can I say? I really wanna try it. Our next stop is gonna be a used bookstore called Half Price Books, and I'm not gonna lie, starting the day out with a 1 in 3,500 rarity Switch game is gonna be super hard to beat, but I'm determined to do it anyway. But to raise the stakes, as you guys know I like to do on this channel, I'm gonna commit to you that if I don't find a rarer game by the end of this video, I will shave my beard down to a Mario mustache for your entertainment. This is wet. Figma nuts. So their video game section is honestly looking a little bit sparse right now. I'm curious what Switch games they do have in stock. They normally don't have a huge selection. Okay, yeah, honestly not anything to write home about. Looks like we've got one Labo game that doesn't have the cardboard and Hotel Transylvania. I think the only way that we could really redeem this stop is by building up our Switch budget a little bit. We're carrying over $11 still from the last stop, and I think some of the game stores that we go to later on are definitely likely to have some more rare Switch games, so it'd be nice to have a decent budget. Look at that, folks, look at that. Wii Remote dumbbells, what? That's Wii Fit on hard mode right there. Unfortunately, with a quick glance through all these shelves, it's pretty much all super common stuff that I've seen here before. So far, the only thing of interest that I've really seen is in this case here. It's actually this Suikoden right down here, complete it looks like for $60, and I'm fairly sure that's underpriced. Yeah, see, I just looked it up on Amazon. It's saying $91 after fees, but when we dig a little deeper, we can see that some are listed as low as like high 80s, but I would say conservatively maybe like $75 after fees or a $15 profit on that. The only other thing I really saw potential in was actually these Lego Dimensions minifigures, which I saw were just flat priced at $9.99, and standardized pricing can definitely be a good thing, so let's look these up. Look at this, look at this, look at this. This is the same, right? Look at this. See that listing? $100? That's that girl there, right? I mean, I'm not crazy, right? Like, these are the same. Did I literally just find a $100 minifigure for $10? Okay, hold on. Please hold, folks. I gotta do more research. What's the name? Her name is Wild Style. Wait, what the heck? Am I getting punked right now? Why is this saying $5.99 now? Come on. Was that other listing like money laundering or some scam or something? Man. I got my hopes up so high. Yeah, upon closer inspection, looks like she's actually part of the starter pack, so I'd be very surprised if she's worth any money at all. Well, alas, it did end up being a one-game stop at Half Price Books, but at least bumping up our Switch budget to $27 is not the worst thing that could have happened. I am starting to sweat a little bit though, because last time I gave myself a mustache, it looked really bad. Well, folks, it's day number 81 of giving Chipotle free advertising until they sponsor me, and for all the Chipotle execs that I know are watching this channel right now, I've taken the liberty of crafting you some new potential slogans for the franchise. Chipotle, the official lunch break food of video game resellers. Chipotle, it's pretty healthy except for the sour cream and queso. Chipotle, It's like Taco Bell, but it doesn't give you the squirts. All right, here's Switch section number 3, folks. We're here at our second game exchange of the day, and it looks like they do actually have a good number of titles here. Let's see what kind of stuff we have. Burnout, Atari Flashbacks as always. Most of you guys know I'm not looking at all for like incomplete games. It's really just the stuff that's complete in its original case that I'm after. And folks, this is the hard part about theming an episode like this of Mission Switch, like only looking for rare games, because I actually would love to own not just Kirby, this one I could kind of pass on, but also Mario Strikers. But these are just like 2 of the most common games you'll ever see. So we'll have to leave it for another day, unfortunately. But the other thing is, since we do only have $27 in the Switch budget right now, I'm actually gonna hold off on looking through the rest of those games until we find a couple more things to flip. Believe it or not, I'm gonna go ahead and look through these Skylanders portals, because if you can find any that are specifically for Xbox One, this one's for 360, you can see, they can actually go for really good money. Unfortunately, none of those were the right version, but I did find another really nice score here in Rock Band 4, which has recently been priced down to $20. I remember this used to be $40, but check this out on Amazon. That is insane, $67 after fees. Now, to be fair, looking at the other listings, that is a little bit inflated, but very conservatively, we're looking at $40 after fees. Oh, and it looks like there's another, okay, that one is $45 apparently. I wouldn't be surprised if they do price match this for me though, because they're just always awesome around here. And assuming they do, that brings our Switch budget up to a whopping $67. I just found another crazy one. Brunswick Pro Bowling for $20. This is one of those obscure games that I'll definitely post to the Discord, because check this out. $78 on this after fees is absolutely insane. That $58 profit on this game alone brings us up to an insane $115 Switch game budget. Now, if only I can find a rare Switch game here so that I don't have to shave my beard.
I can't be the only one right now, like, legitimately praying that he doesn't find a rare Switch game.
No. Folks, this is actually insane. I am not seeing a single like limited run or even like less common open edition game on these shelves. That is not a problem that I expected to run into, having actually too much money and not enough Switch games to buy. Yep, the last one over here, Starlink. Ooh, this is interesting. Have you guys ever heard of this? Last Skellige Standing Takes It All, Squish. It's only like $30 and it is 4 players, so that's honestly tempting, and I've just never seen it before, so I honestly think this is probably the least common game in this store. And as a lot of you guys know, I am just a sucker for anything that I can play at a party, because I've just, you know, I've heard such good things about parties and would really love to be invited to one day. This is slightly unrelated, but every time I come to this game exchange, I've seen these pillows and they're incredibly soft. They're like squishmallows. And I've noticed that both Erica and the people in my small group absolutely love the plushes that I currently have in the basement, so I may actually get one of these independent of the actual Switch budget. At first I thought this was a Korok leaf, so I was really excited, but it actually is from Animal Crossing, which I don't really like as much. Then there also is this Hylian shield, which I really like, but for some reason it feels a little bit like it just kind of looks weird at the seams. But I don't know, I think I'm gonna have to get one of these. You guys can let me know which one you think I should pick up. By the way, did you guys know that they made Zelda manga? Anyways, I'm getting really distracted. I did see one other stack of Switch games down here to take a look at, but unfortunately it looks like it's a bunch of sealed titles and they're almost all Pokemon Snap with a few other really common games mixed in there. Oh, that's weird. Look at all these Destiny's nuts.
I hate you so much.
Well, folks, ended up being a super successful stop and even got a couple of updates for you. Update number 1 is that I did not end up purchasing a pillow because I checked the price and those bad boys are $43. This didn't really seem like the financially responsible thing to do.
Says the guy who literally just spent $100 on Switch games.
I did, however, end up purchasing Squish, the $30 Switch game. I found out that it is indeed open edition, so not super rare, but it is obscure enough to not have a Metacritic score, so I'll give myself a C+ for rarity. So that purchase brought our Switch budget down to $85, but on the way out, I found a complete copy of Wii Party for $33. Oh no, no. Which, when it sells, will get us $63 after fees, bringing our Switch budget right back up to $115, going into our last stop. A lot of you guys may recognize my favorite local game store, Matt's. What's going on, Matt?
Oh my God.
You miss me?
I literally
hold on, I gotta get a shot of that.
I
I swear I was just swiping.
You
through.
summoned me on TikTok,
I
man.
videos all day. It just came up. I swear to God.
It's some witchcraft up in here in Matt's today. It's this incense that you're burning. So folks, we've got a small but mighty Switch section that we're working with over here. Everything from Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, Indivisible, looks like a couple PAL games. You can tell from the rating down there in the corner. I love the artwork on Agalos. That's really cool. And Darius HD, I feel like that's not necessarily one you'd normally see on the shelves. However, he normally has some higher dollar, more exclusive games in the glass case. By the way, some of you guys may have noticed I'm not wearing my iconic mustard colored North Face hoodie today. I actually got this one for Christmas recently. And of course, by that, I mean I got it for myself for Christmas. And I know that I'm not the only one who, when I get a new hoodie, I wear nothing but that for like a month straight, just to break it in. That's not profitable. So needless to say, you'll probably be seeing me in this bad boy for at least 4 videos. I did make my way to the glass case and look what I spied, a $20 little Indigo GameCube controller there, and looked it up and checked that out. That'll be a nice little boost to our overall budget. I think that puts us at a Switch game budget of $121. By the way, shout out to Amazon for this solid listing photo, straight from 1997. Jeez. Dang, Matt, you didn't tell me that you had all of these exclusives down here.
Oh yeah.
Holy cow. So we've got, looks like, so what's the store on those Heaven machines?
I think a lot of that stuff, it's either limited run or super rare.
Yeah.
I go on a kick sometimes whenever I see that stuff come up.
Yeah, yeah.
They're never gonna make it again. So this is the only way to get it physical, so I just buy them and put them in the store.
I have to confess, I'm a bit of a sucker for that stuff as well myself.
This game looks really cool.
What's that one?
It's called Mundawn.
Okay.
I thought when I was looking through it, it was one that I might, you can open up and look at it. It was one that I thought I might keep. It's like a hand-drawn game.
Mundawn.
But it's like a slow burn mystery. You get a call about a relative who left something out in the middle of nowhere, you know?
Dang.
And you go out there and weird stuff happens, man.
You said it is okay if I open this
Absolutely.
up? All right, yeah. Okay, so 59 on that. I was wanting to see if there was any indication of how many were made. I've got a little bit of a bet going right now. I will shave my beard down to a Mario mustache for your entertainment. A lovingly hand-penciled horror tale. Dang. Look at the art style on this game, folks. That is honestly right up my alley. Even though, honestly, I'm not a big horror guy at all, I am a sucker for a really good art style. Would you mind if I took a look at some of these other limited ones down here? Dang. Okay, so another super rare one here. This is cool. This looks like some sort of like a slipcover collector's edition. Love to see that. We've got limited run number 85 here. This one is a one-player, looks like dungeon crawler game. Then we've got this. You guys know I'm a sucker for double packs as well, so this one might be high on my list, although I'm not a huge RPG guy. And then we've got, oh man, another double pack. Kojin and Luminous Avenger X2. Looks like probably RPGs on those as well. I'm not sure though. So folks, apparently this has a 94 on Metacritic, which definitely sways me as well. Are you sure you don't want to keep it? I won't buy it from you now if your mind is changing on it.
No, you're good. Like I say, I just pulled it up and it shows all all the ratings and everything on it.
Wow.
It apparently is. I just thought it looked cool.
Yeah, well folks, I did find it on Super Rare's site. It is sold out, and you can see if you scroll down that there were 4,000 copies available of Mundawn. Apparently Heaven's Machine was not limited to a certain number from what I can see. Again, the number that we're shooting to beat right now is lower than 3,500, and it looks like Smoke and Sacrifice as well was limited to 5,000 copies. But folks, there's still hope. There is still hope for my beard because we've got a couple of limited run games that maybe could be a little bit rarer than what we already bought. Well folks, the more research I'm doing on these limited run games, the more I am remembering that actually the way limited run works is they don't set a certain quantity. They'll have a pre-order window and as many people as want can pre-order it, and then they make approximately that many to sell afterwards. So there's actually no way of really knowing how many copies of these things are out there, and I just want to let you know, when you see me with a mustache, please don't unsubscribe. I promise it is not a pretty picture. But folks, we are left with the final question of what to spend our budget on. I have to admit, I'm very partial to this Mundawn just because of the art style. Unfortunately, I did look up both Chasm and Smoke and Sacrifice, and they have really bad reviews. You guys let me know if you actually trust Metacritic for that kind of stuff. But as you know, I'm also a big sucker for combo games, so these ones definitely seem to be calling my name, even though they're a bit of a genre that I don't really mess with a ton. Honestly, I don't know, folks. This one, it's a bit of a head scratcher for me. It's a me, Uglio. Honestly though, I feel like it could be worse. So folks, as it turns out, not only did Matt hook us up with a 10% discount so we could actually afford this in addition to Mundon, but as it turns out, as I was looking at the backs of these, neither of them are actually RPGs. RPGs nuts. Ooh, folks, is that it right there? This is, oh no, this is the other Kirby that came out earlier this year. I'm at Best Buy right now, literally the day that the new Kirby game, Kirby Deluxe, comes out. It's the first time that game has been re-released in 12 years, and I'm trying to get it here on day one in the Switch section. But at first glance here, I'm honestly not seeing it. Ooh, look at this though, Super Meat Boy Forever. I've actually had the original version of this game before, but never the sequel. It's also limited run, so that's something I'd love to have, especially for 34 bucks, dang. But folks, I need to focus here. I'm on a Kirby mission today. Kirby. I'm honestly not seeing it at all. Ooh, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, that's interesting. Granted, it is only 17 minutes after they opened, so they may have not put it out on the shelves yet. The other thing I'm noticing though, is that their most recent games are all 60 bucks, and at Walmart they would be 50. So it may be better that we get them at Walmart anyway. The thing is, I'm really wanting to impulse buy these two Switch games, because I'm on a mission to build a 250 game Switch collection for no money out of pocket. The only problem is, we haven't made any money today. So to build my Switch budget by looking for underpriced flippable games, I've come to one of my favorite local stores, Game Exchange. Oh look, it's the reason that my grandma doesn't watch my YouTube channel. Is that funny, Riff? Cut it if it's not funny. Well, folks, editing Caleb here. I'm sure you're probably wondering, Caleb, why the heck, where's Riff? He's like the best part of your videos. And the unfortunate reality is,
my game room just flooded.
so yeah, obviously Riff's not going to be doing any editing today, and unfortunately at the time I'm editing this video goes out tomorrow, so I'm jumping in. The good news is Riff is okay, his whole family is okay, his house is okay. He did lose about a couple $100 worth of inventory that he had on the floor, but all of his tech is fine, so there's a lot to be grateful for. The bad news is this video is probably going to suck a lot more than usual because I'm a little bit rusty on the editing. So anyway, make sure to show Riff a bunch of love in the comments today, and he'll be back on the grind next week. So folks, the object of today's game is to get enough expected profit to cover the like $50 to $60 cost of the new Kirby game. Ooh, and this game may be a great example, yeah. 37 bucks on this game. I actually recently sold this for 65 on Amazon, or around like 50 or so after fees, which would leave us a $13 profit. In other words, 13 bucks towards our Switch games. This is one that's close but no cigar. 19 bucks on Paranormal Activity, unfortunately, would get us 24 after fees. There's just not quite enough meat on that bone, so I'm gonna pass. There's something I don't see every day. Multiple, wow, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 complete Mega Man games. They're pretty good prices for complete, but not quite low enough for my margins. Oh, that is very weird. Look at this. We've got not one, but 2 sealed games here. Shaun White and Sports Champions. The reason it's strange is normally Game Exchange has a policy of opening every game that they get, and it looks like these are just priced as used, which could be a really good sign. But let's see what the Amazon seller app here. This is the Shaun White game that was priced at 5 bucks. Dang, folks, new condition, $28 after fees. That's amazing. Sports Champions up next. This one's only priced at 3 bucks and new condition. Oh, shoot, folks. Looks like I'm not actually eligible. If I was, I could sell it for 23. That's crazy. Look, there's another one that's crazy. The Walking Dead. Ooh, Best Buy exclusive. And look at this, folks. 7 bucks and 38 after fees. This is absolutely insane. That brings us up to an astonishing $67 Switch budget at One Stop, which I think is more than enough to take a little peek at their Switch section. And they definitely have some iconic titles here. We've already got Arceus. I don't think we have Yoshi's Crafted World. I think we got Pokemon Snap in our second Mission Switch episode. Oh, and look at that. It's the reason I got spanked so much as a kid. But back to the task at hand here, one that definitely caught my eye. You guys know I love collection games. I am a total sucker for the consumer psychology of feeling like I'm getting 2 games in one. And at 20 bucks, I just think this is a really solid deal. It looks like they do actually have Pikmin 3 though, which I've been really wanting to play recently. And I actually do have kind of an embarrassing confession for you guys. I have never played a Pikmin game. The only downside of getting these 2 games is it would leave us with a budget of only $7, but honestly, I have enough faith in our next couple stops that we'll be able to get enough profit for Kirby eventually. So folks, not only do we have our first 2 games going into the Switch collection today, oh, crap, which I'm stoked about, but we also have a very special guest traveling with us. Say hi, Elsie.
I couldn't care less about your stupid game.
The best game hunter in the world.
Please shave.
So the next stop on our Kirby quest is going to be Dan's Discount Pawn. Their pricing tends to be a little bit unpredictable, so stops like this are usually either really good or really bad. Only one way to find out for this one. All right, video game section incoming. Time to see if they've gotten anything interesting in recently. Just Dance, not really. Star Wars, no. That's like a $13 game. Games here are 2 for $15, which is honestly a pretty solid deal. You just have to be able to find games that are worth like, you know, at least 12 bucks or more individually for it to be worth it. Oh wait, what? Shart, this is actually a movie and it comes in a purse? I can't be the only one that secretly liked High School Musical. Unfortunately, the highest value PS4 game was only worth about 10 or so after fees, so we're gonna pass on these, but I did see it looks like they have gotten some PS3 games in recently. This one, I can't remember if that's worth anything. Gran Turismo, maybe. I'm gonna scan these as well. Not seeing anything in the Wii section. PS2, yeah, definitely nothing to write home about. Well, Elsie, I have to be honest, after that stop, I'm starting to wonder a little bit whether buying these 2 Switch games at the beginning instead of Kirby might have been a mistake.
This whole channel is a mistake.
Okay, that's just rude.
You don't pay me enough to coddle you.
But ultimately, folks, it's like they always say, if at first you don't succeed, try a Dan. Ooh, would you look at that? I do not see that every day. The Mario Edition Nintendo Switch. Looks like it doesn't have a dock, but still 200 bucks is not bad. Well, folks, unfortunately, there was nothing good in the glass case that I could find, so I'm coming back here to the corner with the older games to see if we can change our luck. It does look like they've had some probably recently traded in PS3 games. God of War Collection might be decent, actually. Let's see if my hunch is right on that one. Oh yeah, dang, it's showing 30 bucks after fees. That's definitely more than I remembered. Probably mostly due to Ragnarok coming out, but I will take it. I'm pretty sure PS3 stuff is like either $1 or $3 a piece here too, so that should be some really solid profit. I guess it's possible that this one could have gone up in price too. Let's see. Come on, big money, big money. 90 cents, not so much. Ooh, but folks, it looks like we aren't even done because we've got a whole section up here that I haven't looked at. I wonder if these were traded in recently as well. Not really seeing anything but low dollar sports games over here. Ooh, what do we have here? A little Mortal Kombat. Aha, don't mind if I do. $5. GTA 5, not bad. Honestly, a little bit nasty though. Ooh, but folks, this is a sleeper right here. Pac-Man: The Ghostly Adventures. Looks like it is missing manual if it did originally come with one. But I'm fairly sure this is like a $15 game. Let's see. I was close. Looks like 11 bucks, but I will take that for either 1 or 3. I can't remember. Well, folks, as it turns out, I was wrong about the prices. I took these, slapped them up on the counter, and she said $5. And I said, how about 4? And she said, no, it's 5. And I said, okay. And that's gonna bring us up from $7 up to $48 in a single stop. I'm telling you, folks, I can basically smell Kirby right now. And he, I think, actually wears Aqua di Gio. Also, folks, it's day number 11-12 of giving Chipotle free advertising until they sponsor me. Chipotle. It's Elsie's favorite meal.
You only give me kibble, you greedy.
So folks, for those of you who've been keeping track, that leaves just a $3 deficit. At least, I think it's $3. It should be 50 bucks at Walmart, right? A $3 to $13 deficit before we can buy Kirby. So for that, we're going into another game exchange to find some stuff to flippity flip. I don't know about you guys, but it has been way too long since I looked at Switch games. Although honestly, this is definitely going to tempt me to spend our money again. Ooh,
folks, I was looking at Switch games, but I spied a little Family Guy PSP game. These often go for more for me on Amazon than they do in video game stores. The only unfortunate thing is it looks like it is missing the manual. Oh yeah, folks, look at that. 45 after fees, that's crazy. Which even if we knock off 10 for the no manual, that still leaves us $15 in profit and puts our total Switch budget at 62. I'm gonna keep looking for a little bit more profit though, because if we can get like 20 to 30 more bucks, we could round out the day with 2 games instead of just Kirby at Walmart. Ooh, folks, ask and you shall receive. Look what I just found in the wrong section, by the way. James Cameron's Avatar at 13 bucks. Because of the movie, it's a little bit spiked. Looks like $19 for that after fees. Not a crazy profit or anything, but I'll take 6 bucks. Folks, we're killing it with the PS3 today. Look what I just found. Literally right next to it, 20 bucks for Hyper Dimension Neptunia MK2, which will go for 31. And that puts our overall Switch budget at $79. Woo! And another 7 bucks for Lord of the Rings makes 86. Folks, I've got to be honest, I don't know if I've ever felt richer than walking into a Walmart with $86 to spend on Switch games. Honestly, I'm considering just buying the whole place out at this point. Excuse me, ma'am, I would like everything, please. Oh, no, it's fine. $86. But folks, this right here is the moment of truth. Will they actually have it in stock? I'm not seeing it. Oh, they've got the Return to Dreamland. Yes, there it is. Man, folks, I have not been this excited to see a fat penguin since my trip to that sketchy rural Kentucky petting zoo. The only problem is, looks like it is indeed starting at the full $60, which I probably should have expected. That leaves us $26 to play with for our last game of the day, which will restrict us to the budget game section over here. That is, I guess unless I could find some unmarked clearance games here in the cheap game section. So I think I'm just gonna scan through a good number of these low dollar games with the Walmart app and see if any are like secretly discounted. Well folks, after scanning all the games in the clearance section, I did find one single one that is marked down to $8. It'll only flip for $14, but that does put us over the $30 hump for our final Switch game. Let's see what we can find. Ooh, Tony Hawk 1 and 2 is a few bucks outside of our price range. I honestly can't remember if we have that one in the collection at this point. Team Sonic Racing is cheap, but I honestly haven't heard great things about it. Ooh, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl is one that we saw at Best Buy that I liked. I'm just not sure if it matters that it's not the Ultimate Edition. The big wild card for me would be Death's Door. I have no idea what that game is about. It just looks kind of cool. But then again, easily the most iconic potential game would be this one right here, Minecraft, one of the most played games in the world, which actually is $30. Let me know which one you guys would choose in the comments. It looks like I've got a pretty tough decision ahead of me. A drum roll, please. Thanks for the help, Elsie.
Pay me or I'll unionize.
All right, folks, here we are. First Switch section of the day. Some stuff that catches my eye immediately. Ooh, Luigi's Mansion 3. Easily a top 10 Switch game for me. Would love to have this in the collection. Ooh, also look at this one up here. We've got, looks like some sort of an obscure indie title, Baldo. Looks to be some sort of an action-adventure game that I have never seen before, but I love that art style. Now, normally, I would just take these 2 games and go check out, but today, we're doing things a little bit differently. I'm also going to pick 2 games that I would never normally play. For example, Yum Yum Cookstar and the Doom Slayers collection. Really not a big horror guy. All right, folks, the poll has been created. The way that the game hunting is working today is that you guys, the subscribers, get to choose every single game that I collect. So while I'm really hoping that it's these 2, there's really no telling and I have no control. And as these results roll in, folks, I'm gonna start looking around the rest of this store to see if I can find some video games to flip so that we can continue building our 250 game Switch collection for no money out of pocket. This is Mission Switch. All Alright, so folks, here in the PlayStation section, I just found our first flippable game right here in Space Jam. It's nice and complete, has a decent case, priced at $15, which is not too bad, and on Amazon you can see right here we'll get $26 after fees. And since that's an expected $11 profit, that's $11 to spend on whichever one of these you guys choose. Looks like the most expensive one out of these games is Doom at $50, so that's going to be my profit goal for this stop, and hopefully when I buy it, Game Exchange will be able to afford a vacuum. Alright, so here's another one that probably won't surprise you guys a ton. This Avatar game, you know how the Avatar movie came out recently? Well, normally it goes for around $13, but because a ton of people are interested in this right now, on Amazon, I'll be able to get $32 after fees for a massive profit. That brings our Switch budget up to $30. So check this out, folks. This is something that I don't know if I've ever seen at a game store. They've got a ton of, looks like modded backlit Game Boy Advances with like reshells and everything. That is super cool. Also in the glass case up here, another thing that I spied is a bunch of Super Nintendo games and also a bunch of like first party AAA kind of titles. The best one I think is probably Super Mario Kart at $25. For some reason right now that game is spiked on Amazon, and honestly it usually is. I'll be able to get $40 after fees for it, bringing our profit all the way up to $45. Ooh, and folks, as I just stepped around this way and looked at this side of the shelf, look what I spied right behind that level. This layer of discs over here is some hidden amiibos. Okay, I stand corrected. None of them are actually profitable. Oh, man! However, check this out, folks. The staff at this location has been super helpful, and they had all these sealed Switch games behind the counter that I didn't see before, as well as these over here. And one of the ones that I found was this Chicken Range Switch game, which I honestly don't know if I've ever seen before. And for $9 in sealed condition, I was pretty sure that would have some flip margin, and sure enough, look at that, after fees, $22 on Amazon. And folks, after scanning through the rest of the stack, I also found these two sealed copies of Splatoon 2, which will bring us $9 profit apiece. And with the addition of those Switch and Super Nintendo games, that brings our overall Switch budget up to $76, which is more than enough for any one of these you guys might have voted for. And I'd say it's about time to check on the results. All right, after 42 minutes, the results are in. Editor Riff, can I get a drum roll, please? We've got Luigi's Mansion by a landslide. 1.3 thousand votes. That is insane. So unfortunately, the other three will be left for another collector. Folks, I've got to say, I could not be more thrilled with your decision at this first stop. Luigi's Mansion, easily top 10 game for me on the Switch. And we even have $31 extra to spend at our next stop on Switch games, which I think could be kind of fun to try to do at a pawn shop. I think in this stop, I am going to be looking for stuff to flip, but since we have a $31 budget for the poll purposes, I'm gonna look for the best 4 games at $30 or under and see what the heck we end up with. Okay, so it looks like this side over here is the new games, and over here is the pre-owned, so I'll mostly stick over here. Peaky Blinders, not that interested. Party Arcade, I'm sure that's excellent. Oh man, Rabbids Party Legends. I really hate this franchise because these things just creep me out, but it is $30, so I feel like it should be on the list. What else do we have here? We've got Disgaea, which is also $29, which would be kind of interesting. I don't think I've ever played a Disgaea game. Don't really know what that is. Ooh, Final Fantasy X and X2 is interesting too. I do love these like combo kind of re-releases, and $25 for that seems pretty solid. Pokemon and Mario Golf both aren't the right price, but Arceus we have already anyway. This one though really caught my eye. Looking at the back cover, it seems like a really artistic game about like dealing with grief. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think I would just love to own this game, so I'm gonna put this one in the voting stack as well. And for the last one, it's honestly kinda slim pickings. There aren't a ton of well, actually, Nier Automata maybe? This is a franchise I haven't messed with at all. Ooh, it might be between that and Trials of Cold Steel 3, but I don't know, jumping into a series at number 3 might not be most optimal, so I think I'll go ahead and stick with Nier Automata. I'm gonna go ahead and post this poll on Instagram just for variety, and I guess we'll see if the people agree with me. I'm really hoping they pick this one, really hoping they don't pick this guy. And while we wait for those votes to come in, I'm gonna look around and see if I can find anything around here that's underpriced to flip to build our budget just a little bit. Looks like that one's a no. Same thing with this one. Dang, folks. Even Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter's letting me down. Well, unfortunately, Unfortunately, folks, not only have I failed as a reseller and been unable to find anything underpriced,
But I also have herpes.
but I'm also starting to get a little bit hangry, so I think we're gonna cut the poll off a little bit early. YouTubers' life too. That's funny. YouTubers don't have lives. Well, folks, after only a few minutes, here are the results of our prematurely ended poll. Unfortunately, Grease got third place. Weirdly enough, Nier Automata took the victory by a decent margin. We only had maybe like 50 votes or so on this one. But I have to be honest, I'm not mad about this. Oh, that's a relief. It smelled like giving up on your dreams in there. So after using my pro member coupon, this game only ended up being $24, which is great because that still leaves us $7 in our Switch budget. But that also does mean that the next place that we go has to have enough flippable stuff if we want to build our budget for more collection games, and I think I have a good idea of where that should be. Also, folks, it happens to be day number 86 of giving Chipotle free advertising until they sponsor me. Chipotle, burritos so big they'll bust. Or you will. Okay, on the real though, the next stop I'm heading is called Book and Music Exchange. It's one of those used bookstores that also stocks used video games, and I got a hot tip from a subscriber that I met at GameStop that they may have a pretty solid limited run game selection, so I'm actually super stoked to check it out. Alright folks, so there's actually a really solid game selection here. I did find the regular Switch section. They've got, looks like about 10 titles here or so, but I believe back here in the glass cases is where we might find the higher end stuff. Okay, so it looks like right here we've got a bunch of loose stuff. Not as interested in that, although it doesn't look like those are the limited run titles he was talking about. Not really seeing them down here. Oh, there we are, folks. Okay, we got 4 of them. Knights of the Old Republic Wonder Boy, which we actually already have. I think we got that one at a convention in Ohio, if you guys remember. A super rare game, Mutant Mudds, and these are all sealed, by the way, except for Star Wars. And then of all things, Bubsy Paws on Fire Limited Edition. Looks like for pricing on these, we've got $50, $50, and $80. And I think what I'm gonna do for those 3 that I don't have is post a poll for our channel members, which I'm pretty sure we have like 10. So we'll see if we actually get any responses. All right, the poll is posted, and while we wait to see if anyone responds, I'm gonna start looking up a bunch of this stuff on Amazon and see if we can possibly get to that $80 budget mark, although that is a bit of a tall order. Well, folks, I do have to be honest with you. The pickings at this stop have been a bit slim. Because remember, we have a $7 budget, and what we're shooting for is $80 to be able to cover Mutant Mudds. But when I scanned through all their PlayStation stuff, the best that I could find was a generously priced Digimon game. That'll be $13 in profit and bring us up to $20 overall. I got really excited when I saw this Metroid Prime Trilogy for $100 because Amazon said I could get $185 after fees, but then I noticed that it's actually missing its slipcover, which makes a big difference for condition and value on Amazon. So I'm only going to factor in a very conservative $10 profit on that guy. So at this point I decided to come on over to the DVD section and see what kind of profit I could rustle up here, and I ended up finding the Super Mario Bros. Super Show Volume 2, which I'm pretty sure is spiked because of the movie coming out. But I looked it up and it turns out it's both a slow seller and not actually profitable. But then I spied the complete Love Comes Softly DVD collection.
What the f did I do wrong?
This is a mature, family-friendly channel. I don't want to see any jokes about it in the comments. But as it turns out on Amazon, Love Comes Softly is actually pretty profitable. Now, that DVD set really did pique my interest, but as it turns out, prices are kind of all over the place on Amazon, so I'm only going to factor in $30 profit. And that puts us at a total Switch budget of $60, but there was one more game that really pushed me over the edge, and that was Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games for $60, which on Amazon will get me $140 after fees, which I would say makes this game a pretty stellar climax to this stop.
No.
Now, at this point, we've got an incredible $130 Switch budget, but the question is, did anyone respond to the poll? And here's the moment of truth, folks. Did anybody respond? 2 people. Folks, this is crazy. We actually have a 2-way tie. I did not expect this. Looks like it's between Bubsy and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. So we didn't actually need the $80 after all. Folks, if you can't tell, I really did not anticipate having this problem. I think what I may have to do as a tiebreaker, as much as I just want to choose, I may have to ask the store clerk and see what he says. Excuse me, sir. Would you recommend Bubsy or Star Wars more for a Switch game?
Well, sir, as Fat Cowboy Ninja Nicolas Cage, I would probably say Star Wars.
Alright, cool, that's very helpful. Also, I love your shirt.
Why, thank you, son.
Well, folks, a few games and a beautifully titled DVD set later, we got the goods. You have to give some credit where credit is due. I mean, you guys have picked stellar games through this whole video. I honestly envision this being a more antagonistic process of you guys wanting to mess up my collection as much as possible. But as far as I'm concerned, you guys are 3 for 3 right now. So folks, I don't really know how, but we're somehow coming up to our last stop of the day game exchange with an $80 Switch budget. I would guess we can come away with 2 more solid games in here.
Okay, this is driving me insane. I have noticed at some point in the video that the audio started sounding different, and it's been really hard for me to mix the audio. Caleb will be really quiet, and then he'll be really loud, and then I start looking closer and closer, and I'm messaging Caleb, what's going on? What's wrong? Why isn't this working? Caleb, as I go forward and look, your mic isn't on, you big doofus. Oh, and don't think I'm being mean. I own the same mic. Caleb, if it was on, guess what we'd see? We'd see that. You stinking dumb ding-dong.
And by the way, I did just want to give you guys a little mustache update because I know I'm gonna get some cheeky hater Hank comments up in here.
Ooh, Phoenix Resale looks like a pervert now. Ooh, Phoenix Resale looks like my dad who left when I was 10.
But I will have you guys know, believe it or not, when Erica saw it, she absolutely loved it. So it's gonna stick around for a while. Alright, so folks, we've got $80 in our pocket, and it's up to you to figure out how to spend it at this relatively small Switch section, if we're being honest. I am seeing a good number of games that I don't have yet, including 3D All-Stars. They've got a couple copies. I would love to own Strikers. Unfortunately, another Rabbids game. Oh my gosh, I can't avoid these things. Ooh, I don't think we have Pac-Man World yet. It's only $28, and I loved this game as a kid. I would honestly love to take this one home. Superstars, I know I used to have. I can't remember if I have this one anymore. Not gonna lie, it's probably getting to the point that I need to catalog the collection. Fast and Furious is interesting. No. Ooh, Xenoblade is not one that I've ever played before. I'm honestly thinking maybe these 4. Animal Crossing, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Oh, I didn't realize that was 3. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Mario Strikers, which I secretly hope you choose. And Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope, just because I don't know. Alright folks, the poll is posted and the votes are already coming in. I do have to say, of these 3, I'm kind of okay with anything. I know that Strikers has been criticized a little bit for being lacking in features, but I just really want to try it. Erica and I played a little bit of Animal Crossing together like everyone in the world at the beginning of the pandemic, and Xenoblade Chronicles is a franchise that I've just honestly never played before, but would really love to. But since these guys are all in the $50 range, I want to do another poll of like $30 and under games from over here that are maybe a little bit like lesser known or more obscure. Pac-Man is perfect. Okay, it's not necessarily obscure, but you guys know what I mean. Like, I guess technically Big Brain Academy would probably be in there. Ugh. I feel obligated to include some stuff that I don't like in the polls, so we'll go ahead and put that up there too. Fast and Furious looks like is also in the exact same price bracket, so we'll go ahead and throw it up there with the others since it's complete. And as for the not that one, I really don't want that guy. No. Too expensive. Slightly too expensive. That's kind of interesting. Have we already gotten Sonic Mania though? I really need to start keeping track of this. Oh, just a little bit too expensive. That would be a great one. NASCAR, if I have to. Monster, oh wow. Monster Hunter Rise is $26 for the deluxe edition? Yes, please. All right, folks, so I think we have our finalists for the last poll of the day. I'm gonna throw this one up on Instagram and then take one more lap as we collect the results. Now, as far as what I would like to see picked, my order would probably be Pac-Man, then Monster Hunter, then Fast and Furious, then Big Brain, because let's face it, games like this make my brain hurt.
Access granted.
So I made my final round of the store, picked out a few games and a couple amiibos to flip, and finally it was time for the results to come in. Well folks, the results are in, and let's just say they are not the games that I necessarily would have picked, but I have no control. This is you guys' show, so I'm gonna go ahead and pick these games up, check out Editor Riff. Is it too much to ask for a second drum roll of the day?
Oh my boy, it's never too much.
Oh no. So folks, even though they weren't necessarily the games I would have picked, I have to admit, I'm very impressed with the choices that you made today. For the last 5 months, I've been building this 55-game Switch collection for no money out of pocket, and we've come away with gems like Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, and Just Die Already. But after extensive research into the best games in history, I've realized my collection has some holes. What the heck? As it turns out, there are 15 Switch games rated a 92 or above on Metacritic. Of those, 1 is digital only and 6 more are already in the collection, leaving 8 games I need to collect to officially say I own the greatest Switch games of all time. And to find those games, I've come all the way out to Richmond, Kentucky. I don't have a drone, all right, folks? This is the best zoom out I could get. Hi. I've got 8 games on my list and $0 in my Switch budget. Folks, this is Mission Switch. And folks, look at this stop number 1. Do you see what I see? There it is right there, Mario Kart Deluxe 8. Easily one of the all-time great party games on the Nintendo Switch. The problem is, it's 50 bucks. Now you guys might know, I normally hate buying sealed games, but we're at this Walmart for a very specific reason. And that reason is, since we're only building the Switch collection with money from video game flips, the fact that there are some hidden clearance games at this store will be huge. And I know from our video game reseller Discord that this game has been on hidden clearance at other locations. The only question is it actually marked down from $20 at this one? So I just brought up my Walmart app to check the price right here. Let's see. Look at that. Yes, 8 bucks. And since I know we'll be able to get $10 for it after fees on Amazon, that starts our Switch budget out with a huge $2 profit. Only 48 away from our first list game. Let's go. I'm actually still cautiously optimistic though, because look at all of these unmarked games down here. I'm fairly sure that some of these titles have also been marked down to $8 based on what I've seen in the Discord, so I'm gonna go get an employee and start scanning them. Oh my gosh, folks, I could not have dreamed of a better first stop of the day. All right, so folks, huge shout out to Anna, the Walmart employee, for being incredibly helpful and helping me scope out these sweet Switch deals. Now, you guys all know we started out with $2 in the Switch budget from this good old Fortnite game. Huge $2 profit. But then we found all these gems as well. We're talking $7 profit a piece on NASCAR, $10 profit on Adventure Time, and then a humble $2 profit a piece on these sealed Ben 10 games, which both were $8 by the way. Now after all of these, the Switch budget was at a nice little $30, which unfortunately I realized was not enough to get us the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe that I wanted. However, it was exactly enough to buy us this little gem right here, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. This right here is a 2D adventure game. I actually played through a good bit of Ori and the Blind Forest. It was a little bit slow for me, but then again, this one is rated significantly higher. So I am incredibly stoked that it is officially the first one off of our Switch list. But folks, this was not the end of our Walmart scores. Oh no. Because after that, as I was walking past the Xbox section, I spied these bad boys. I pretty much never see these sealed 360 games. I mean, how insane is this? 4 sealed Xbox 360 games at a Walmart? That can wants to be the star of the show. Sorry, your parents never loved you. At a buy cost of $12 a piece, these will get us $9 profit each, which means that even after buying our Ori game, we're going into the next stop with a sweet $36 Switch budget. So our next stop of the day is gonna be this game exchange behind me for some Switch games, but can I just say how tickled I am at how well this day is going? I was honestly low-key worried that we wouldn't find a single one of those 8 games in this whole video, because honestly, they're not very easy to find, so the fact that we've started out the video on a win is huge. All right,
Okay, folks, so we've got the illustrious Switch section here. Honestly looks pretty promising, but before we dive into it too heavy, I want to take a quick poke around and see if we can find any more flippable stuff to build our budget a little bit. For example, I saw this Nightmare Before Christmas Funko calendar and thought, oh, that's interesting, I should look it up on Amazon. But as it turns out, I would get 10 bucks after fees, and it's priced at 40. And that is not how I became rich.
And that's how I became
dirt poor.
They also had a really solid section of complete PSP games, which is usually a good sign, but the only one that would make me any money at all is this Arcade Treasures, and it was literally $1, so we'll pass on that. Ooh, but folks, I just spotted a super underrated gem. Check this out. Barbie and her sister's Puppy Rescue, just priced down to 13, will bring me 28 after fees on Amazon. So thanks very much to Barbie and her sister, who hopefully will earn a name one day. Ooh, this may also, oh dang, it looks like the price is caught up. Literally last week they were selling this for $10, and now they've bumped it up to 40 because that's actually what it goes for now after the movie drop. Ooh, do you think they did the same thing with their PS3 copies? Let's see. Ooh, folks, 14 bucks. That could actually be really promising. Let's see. Ooh, 14. That one feels complete. And 14. But folks, this here is the moment of truth. Bringing up the Amazon seller app. Let's see. Okay. Not quite as good as the Xbox 360 version, but hey, I'll definitely take 10 a piece on those. For those of you keeping track at home, and hopefully you do a better job of it than Riff does.
I love that Caleb just made fun of me, but look at this idiot. Look what's the next clip. Mikey, get a load of this idiot. He starts recording the next audio with his microphone facing his chest and it's scratching the whole time.
These would be, okay, Has Been Heroes. That brings us to a whopping $81 Switch budget, which I think is more than enough to take a peek at these. I think these are more or less alphabetized. The biggest thing I'm looking for is Mario Kart. Let's see, shoot. It is looking like we're probably out of luck with Mario Kart, and this is what I mean, folks. Like, even the most popular titles, if you're trying to find used copies, it's not always the easiest. Undertale would be down here. No, looks like they don't have that. No Tetris Effect. Yep, folks, this is a very interesting quandary because looking at my list here, it looks like they actually don't have a single game we're looking for, which brings up an interesting question of whether to get games here that I want but aren't on the list or hold out our budget for a future stop hoping that we'll find them. For example, this Siberia 1 and 2 at 15 is a screaming deal. This is really hard to find for under like 30 bucks. Also, Eastward right here is another like indie kind of a game that I would love to have in the collection. And I have to be honest, folks, I really don't know what to do about these because I would love to have these in the collection. I think what I'm gonna do is take another quick look around, and if I can find some more profit to justify these, I'll just buy them. Ooh, and folks, these might be some great contenders right here. Amiibo stuff often does really well for me on Amazon, like above eBay prices, so I'm gonna check the prices on all of these. Looks like 30 on that, and see if there's any margin to be squeezed out of them. Margin to be squeezed. Not gonna lie, folks, I do kind of regret that word choice. Ooh, it's a me. Money-o. Oh, folks, this one's bumming me out. This is 30 bucks. Would have been 50 after fees on Amazon, but look at this. It's got some slight water damage on the back, and I just know if I try to sell this as new, some Amiibo collector's gonna be like,
I don't want that. My parents love me. Meh, meh.
All right, folks, just finished the Amiibos, and let's just say that is how I became rich.
Stop being greedy.
Oh, folks, those Amiibos came in absolutely clutch. We're gonna end up getting like 40 bucks, 10 bucks, and $20 in profit on these or so, which brought our total Switch budget up to $153. So you guys know, I had to splurge and get the Eastward and Siberia, which unfortunately does not help us cross anything off of our great game list, but does add 2 games to the Switch collection. Excuse me, sir. Can you see I'm trying to do something here? Some people, man. And folks, despite our honestly slightly slow start to our checklist here, I'm still very optimistic because we're going into our next stop with $115 in the Switch budget. And folks, you know what else? I'm done giving Chipotle free advertising till they sponsor me, because today is day number 1 of giving Qdoba free advertising until Chipotle sponsors me. Yeah, you like that, Chipotle? No more free advertising for you. How do you like them, Apple?
Qdoba. It's so delicious. All right, you know what, folks? Honestly, this just makes me sad. I can't even pretend. Like, Chipotle, please respond to my email.
Oh, and speaking of sad disappointments, let's go to GameStop. Ooh, checking checking out, folks, Persona 5 Royal. That is one of the games that's on our list, but unfortunately wrong console. Also, folks, check this out. This is crazy. $39 for Car Mechanic Simulator, but look what it goes for on Amazon. $53 after fees. That's wild. But the manager actually just let me know that he's gonna have to close the store in literally 3 minutes for a lunch break because he's the only one here, so we have to book it over there. I'm not mostly looking for new stuff, mostly looking in the used section. Let's see, do they have Mario Kart? No. And look at this, they do have Mario Kart in the new section, but it's 60 bucks and it was 50 at Walmart. Dang it. I'm honestly not seeing anything else that we need here in the used Switch section. The only positive thing is I did see Persona 5 Royal in the new section for $30, which isn't the best deal, but we have enough of a budget. I think I'm gonna pull the trigger.
Well, folks, I guess I have to eat my words about GameStop a little bit because that was a very successful stop. Because we did nab a quick and unexpected $15 profit with Car Mechanic Simulator and spent $30 to come away with our second list game of the day, Persona 5 Royal. Now, it's no secret that I'm not a huge JRPG guy, but if I'm going to try my hand at one, I honestly do think that it should be the Persona series. So after the expense of Persona and the profit from the Mechanic Simulator game, we're now at a nice even $100 Switch budget going into what might be our only pawn shop of the day, Dan's Discount. Oh, well, folks, unfortunately, they did not have a single Switch game in this pawn shop, but nonetheless, it was still a fruitful stop. Got this DSi XL little bad boy here for $60, and my last one on Amazon sold for $100 after fees. That puts our Switch budget at a crazy $140, and given the success of that initial Walmart, I think we need to hit another one of those. Okay, I lied. I found another Dan's.
Oh my gosh. What are the odds? That's crazy.
They gave this one to me for 60 bucks too. What are the odds? $180 Switch budget has never looked so good. And folks, if there's anything you take away from this video, or honestly this whole Mission Switch series, it has to be that opportunity is everywhere. That was a little Bush tripod action, by the way. I mean, it's now been, what, 5 stops in a row that we've been able to find something to flip on Amazon to build our budget. And it's not just true with video games, folks. You might not even like video games if you don't, by the way. Thank you so much for watching. But for you, it may be Pokemon cards or sneakers or boat parts. The reality is, whatever it is, whatever you're interested in, making money can be so much fun if you do it with something that you already love. That's the heart of this channel, what this series is all about. And would you look at that, folks, we've got both of our last stops of the day, Walmart and a GameStop. I say let's hit GameStop first and hopefully save the best for last. Okay, I actually lied a little bit about GameStop. Turns out no one's allowed to record in there, and also, they had no Switch games. Or at least none of the ones that we're looking for, so Walmart it is. All right, so looking at their low dollar Switch section, I'm not seeing any of the like $8 ones from our first stop, but it honestly doesn't matter a ton. Oh, look at that. They even marked the Fortnite collection there as $8. That's interesting. It really doesn't matter a ton at this point though, because since we have 180 bucks, it really just comes down to what games they actually have in stock. Ooh, but folks, look what I just spied down there. Check that out. Looks like a little mini marked clearance section of Switch games. Oh, I'm seeing Ghostbusters, Game Builder Garage for 30, Spyro, and Monster Hunter. Looks like not anything that we're particularly interested in. As far as games that are on our list, let's see, we got the Marios here, Mario. Okay, wait, do they not have Mario Kart? Hold on, Mario favorite. Anything? Yes, there it is. Okay, also for $50. I never thought I'd be so excited for a standard Mario Kart game. I also saw one thing that we're looking for is Bayonetta 2. They do have Bayonetta 3 here, but I don't see 2 so far. Anything over here? Oh, also Undertale is another one. Undertale anywhere? No. The Switch section honestly isn't huge at this location. Hades is another one. Hades anywhere? Dang, folks, this is honestly looking bleak. So folks, given that they only have one of the 5 or 6 games that I really wanted, the question becomes how to spend the rest of our budget. Because if I can't get a game that everyone agrees is great, I at least want to get something that I know I'll enjoy. For example, I've really been wanting to try out Fire Emblem Engage recently, and let's be honest, I'm not likely to find that in used condition anytime soon. Also, Cuphead is one I was super excited when they announced was coming to the Switch. At this point, Editor Riff is probably going to brag about how good he is at Cuphead.
I mean, I did perfect run the game on Expert, and because of that, I did get it tattooed on my body.
Nobody cares, dude.
What's on your head?
Also, I could always go for Bayonetta 3 just to try to get as close as I can to Bayonetta 2. Is that worth it? And who could forget, I've literally been talking about Mario Strikers for like 5 videos now. But then again, it's not every day that you come across a box of uncommon clearance Switch games. So I mean, clearly there are tons of good options here. The question is, with our remaining budget, what do I pick? Dang it. Well, folks, I do have to say, even though we weren't that close to getting every Switch game on our list, I have to say, this was still a pretty killer day of Switch hunting in my book. Folks, I'm here today in Louisville, Kentucky in search of their rarest Switch game. I'm gonna go to 2 video game stores and 1 video game convention and try to buy the rarest Switch game at each one, starting with this Game Exchange. All right, folks, here is what we are working with in Game Exchange. Honestly, not the hugest Switch selection here. I'm really looking for anything from like limited run or super rare or strictly limit or any of the like limited edition publishers for the Switch. But I'm not honestly having a ton of luck here, especially given that I'm really only looking for complete games. This one's a little bit interesting. Tales of Symphonia Remastered. I think this one only came out recently. Sometimes the glass case at the front will actually have like some of the rarer stuff, but it looks like their only Switch games are a couple sealed Mario Odysseys up here. So we're not working with anything too crazy at this stop, but I do happen to know that at the convention we're going to later, there's a good number of vendors with large Switch collections, so I'm excited for that. I think ultimately I'm gonna go for Temtem because I just don't see this one all that much. But as you guys know, for my collection, I'm not allowed to buy any Switch games unless I find at least that much profit in flippable games, folks. This is Mission Switch. So folks, in order to afford the 40 bucks for Temtem here, we've got to find 40 in expected profit. And the first thing that I noticed is this Mario Kart here. Looks like they've got it priced at 30, and on Amazon, I should be able to get 40 after fees, which is a solid start. So with $10 in the Switch budget now, I'm heading over to the PS4 section, which I've had a lot of luck in recently finding flippable stuff. One example is The Last of Us, because with the show out, the price has been spiked and most game stores' prices haven't caught up. Although it looks like The Last Guardian, yeah, it's supposed to be alphabetical. Another one I've been looking for is Rock Band, which should be somewhere over here. Aha, they do have one. Very nice. 20 bucks on that. And I should be able to get a $14 profit after fees on that. Pretty good. That brings us to $24 out of the 40 that we need. And I actually just heard in the Discord that recently NBA 2K14, believe it or not, has been spiked because LeBron just did something.
The team, go sports!
And it looks like they have multiple copies. Oh my gosh, let's look this one up. Yep, folks, look at these offers. 26, 26, up into the 30s. I'm gonna estimate just on the low end of that and assume like a $6 profit a piece. But even at that, look at this, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are just tons of these here. I'm only gonna take the ones that are in the best condition, and keep in mind that by the time this video comes out, the price probably will have gone back down because as you can see, there are millions of these out there. Folks, I ended up coming out with 9 of these bad boys. 9, which is crazy because that's a $54 profit. Added to the other 24 is 78 bucks for Switch games, which is perfect because not only can we buy Temtem, but it gives us a little bit of overflow to spend at the next stop, which we will definitely need. So that brings our remaining Switch budget down to like $38 for the next stop. And I have to say, even though Temtem isn't like the crazy rarest game, I'm honestly really happy we're coming away with it because I've put thousands of hours into Pokemon, so any Pokemon clone is at least a little bit interesting to me. So folks, our next stop here is Through the Decades Gaming, which I'm really optimistic for because at least last time I was here, they had a killer Switch section. And if you guys are familiar with the channel, particularly a couple of videos ago, you know that we're actually not just looking for rare games today, we're looking for games that are on my Switch list, the list of 100 games that I really want in my collection. So if we can build up enough of a budget with enough stuff to flip, I'd love to buy a couple of those as well. Oh my gosh. Folks, in the last video, I told you guys, I hinted that not only now am I looking for a specific 100 game list of Switch games, but I'm also looking for a few items on a Grail list. I didn't reveal what that list was, but what I'm looking at right now, I think it's time I need to let you guys know. All right, folks, I have kept you in suspense long enough. Last episode, or one of the last episodes, I introduced you guys to our new Mission Switch 100 game list that we're going to be looking for the rest of the series. But I hinted, as you can see from this sign, that there are 6 Switch Grail items I'm also going to be looking for, and today you get to see them. Now, these Switch items would all be near and dear to my heart, but most of them are way more expensive than I would normally be able to buy in a regular Mission Switch episode. For example, Shelter Generations is a $100+ Switch game. The OLED Pokemon Switch goes for over $400. The Master Edition of Zelda Breath of the Wild is worth like $800, and Switch kiosks have been known to sell in the thousands. Also, Bee Stimulator. Buzz buzz.
Pardon me, but I think did he just say stimulator?
But folks, by far the rarest item on this board, to the point where it's almost a myth whether it even exists, is the Zeldathon Mission Edition Nintendo Switch. This system was given away as a raffle prize at a Zelda charity event in 2017, and it's estimated that between 1 and 50 units were made. Folks, this console is so rare, this is literally the only picture of one that I could find online. But Caleb, you may be asking yourself, if you can't afford these items by regular Mission Switch rules, then how the heck are you expecting to add them to the collection? And what an astute question. I always loved how smart you are. And the answer is, folks, we're just gonna have to bend our own rules a little bit. And there are basically 2 ways that we're going to save up money for those grails. The first one is that some of you guys have actually commented that at the end of Mission Switch episodes, oftentimes I'll have a little bit of money left over that just didn't quite fit with whatever we were filming that day, or I didn't really have anything good to spend it on. And from here on out, I'm going to spend down to 0 every single episode, and any Switch games that I get that aren't on our 100 game list, I'm going to put onto this new bottom shelf here, which I'm going to designate as the trade shelf. And over time, this shelf is going to fill up and fill up and fill up, and eventually we'll have enough Switch games and random stuff to hopefully trade for one of our Grail items. And the other method that doesn't quite fit into our rules as well is every non-Mission Switch episode, I'm gonna be taking 1, maybe 2 items that I'm buying in that video, and also putting those onto the trade shelf, so that every single video on this channel, we're gonna be making at least some progress towards one of our Grail items. So folks, here is the current collection along with what will officially be our new trade shelf here, and let's face it, that trade shelf is going to be very necessary given that this will probably be at least $1,000, and the value of this one is anybody's guess if it even exists at all. But folks, that's enough blabbing out of me. Let's get back to hunting and see how many of these gems we can find. And so folks, when I tell you that my heart skipped a beat when I was walking along in this store and I saw this, now you guys know why. I think I saw one of these at one point in this store a while back before Switch kiosks were really on my radar, but I don't think it was in this nice of condition. Oh my gosh. I don't see any kind of price tag or anything on this. I don't know if it's even for sale or if it's just like a store display kind of a thing, but this is exactly the kind of kiosk that I would want. It's relatively thin, it doesn't have the like cupboards underneath, and it's also exactly the kind of thing that I started the trade shelf for. So far I don't have anything on it, but we need to get stuff onto that shelf ASAP because look at this thing. I mean, holy cow. But folks, I have to keep my composure. That might not even be for sale. I'm gonna ask an employee as soon as I can get one over here to open this case, but the task at hand is finding the rarest Switch games and finding enough stuff to flip that we can actually buy them. So right off the bat, I'm seeing multiple collector's editions. We've got Triangle Strategy, Made in Abyss up there, and then we've got Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and 2. Oh, and look at this, the Neo Geo Pocket Color Collection. I'm honestly not super into the big boxes because I feel like they kind of throw off my shelf displays. So the other thing I'm going to be looking for is like, you know, the limited run, the super rare kind of titles over here. The only issue is they're all, you know, it's just spine only, so they're a little bit harder to see. Now there are a couple here that are, I believe maybe East Asia soft. I'm not actually sure. SD Gundam G Generation. We've got a Steel Book of Let's Go Eevee and then Doom 64 for limited run. But I'm just not that interested in Doom 64. The other thing is I'm seeing a bunch of titles that are on my list that I would love to buy. I'm talking like Hades right there. here. We've got It Takes Two right there as well. I'm seeing Bayonetta, although I think I'd rather have Bayonetta 2. And there are some limited run ones in here too. Like we got Bloodstained Curse of the Moon right there, which I'm honestly not that interested in. Tiny Metal Ultimate there is another limited run game, but unfortunately it's 60 bucks. Ooh, but folks, the Vitamin collection there is only 32, it looks like. Oh, and right above it, look at that right there. Katamari Damacy Reroll is 12 bucks. That is a game that's on our list, and that's an amazing deal. So if we got the Vitamin collection and Katamari, we would only need $44, which means if we can find 6 more bucks of expected flip profit, we would be good to go. Also, I need to ask that employee about this kiosk. Okay, this is good though, folks. We've got Super Mario Bros. Here on the Game Boy for 20. I get 30 bucks for that game after fees all day on Amazon, so I'll pick that one up, and that puts us over what we technically need for those two. But I'd love to build the budget even more because we're about to head into an absolute battle zone at this video game convention, and since I bought a bunch of stuff there yesterday, there probably won't be a ton of flip potential. Oh, this is very interesting. Look at this, folks. This is a special edition. Is that a Halo edition controller or is it something else? If that's a Halo 5 controller, those can go for great money on Amazon. Okay, folks, I found it. It's not the Halo edition. It's actually the Combat Tech version, but look at this. Used condition, 126 after fees. Okay, here's a similar version, like a similar edition. This one's going for used, okay, 72 after fees. I think that's honestly more realistic because there was only one person selling that other listing, so that's what I'm gonna estimate. That'd be a $42 profit. That brings us up to $90 in the Switch budget, which is fantastic, but look what else I found. We've got another Xbox One controller priced at 60. It just looked really cool, so I scanned it, and it looks like if this is in new condition, if it's not used, we'll get 93 after fees, or another 33 bucks. All right, I've got a lot of items to get picked out and a lot of questions to ask, so I'm gonna find an employee and hopefully we can get some answers. Yeah. I had one question. These kiosks, are these for sale?
No.
Okay. But they won't ever be for sale?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, I don't want to say ever be,
Sure.
but
All right, no, that's fair. They're hard to come by.
Yeah.
Well, folks, you heard the bad news yourself.
No.
Okay. The kiosk is not available for sale, which I feel like I should have known. I mean, it's obviously a great display piece for a business like that, and we wouldn't even have been able to buy it today. It would have been the kind of thing that we had to work up to, but still, you know, it was kind of hard to hear, and unfortunately, the bad news didn't even end there. Because I had him open up the glass case for me to get Katamari out and ended up seeing that it wasn't even in its case. So we were this close to getting a Switch game that was on our list of 100 games for 12 bucks, but unfortunately it did not come to be. And also the Vitamin collection actually turned out to be the Vitamin Connection, which is some sort of like a cutesy game that just didn't look all that interesting. But luckily, folks, that is where the bad news ended, and this actually ended up being a pretty killer stop. Because not only did I get the Xbox controllers and Mario game that I expected to, but one of the controllers did end up being sealed, and I also found a Metroid Amiibo pack for $120 that I should make 60 bucks on, a sealed 3DS game that should be $50 profit, a Joy-Con set and a Mario Amiibo that should be $15 each, and this huge Gears of War Xbox One console, which very conservatively should be $30, but in reality, I think it's gonna bring more. Plus, I also was able to pivot and pick up 2 games that weren't quite as cheap as Katamari, but still are on my Mission Switch list, Hades and It Takes Two. I love playing couch co-ops with my wife, Erica, so I'm really excited for this one. And Hades is almost universally regarded as one of the best games so far on the Switch, so I'm super stoked to try it out. And folks, after much calculating, even after taking out those Switch games that we just bought, we now have 230 bucks to go spend at the Louisville Arcade Expo. Folks, it is only an hour after the doors open and this place is already packed. But folks, I can't get distracted. I'm on a very specific mission today. Do you have any Switch games?
No, I have some at home.
Switch games, no. Switch games, ooh, folks, Austin's got some Switch games in here. ARMS, which looks like it's been discounted, and Let's Go Pikachu as well. I'm looking for ARMS because I'm trying to get a really solid multiplayer game collection on the Switch, and for Let's Go Pikachu because I want one of each generation of Pokemon games. But unfortunately today, Austin, I'm looking mostly for rare stuff, so this may be a couple titles for another day, if that's all right with you.
I'll catch you at the next show.
Okay, yeah, plan on it. All right, folks, second booth of the day, pick and choose video games. We're gonna have to like elbow our way in here because it is a madhouse today. But look at this, do you guys see what I'm seeing? A whole shelf of Switch games. The only individual games on our Grail board right now are Shelter Generations and Bee Stimulator. If we found either of those today, I it would flip. Look at this selection. Tim, you've been holding out on me. Killer Queen. That's kind of a cool one. Wild Guns, Monster Hunter, Fire Emblem Warriors. That seems like a decent price for that. And folks, it looks like almost all of these are like 15 to 20 bucks, which is amazing for our budget. I don't know if I've ever heard of that game. In this range, I don't think we'll find anything crazy rare, but I'm trying to see if there's anything that might be on my list. Dude, you had one of my Grail games in here and you didn't even tell me? Bee Simulator? I am gonna feel so stimulated playing this game. Holy cow. Can you believe it, folks? A $20 Grail right in Tim's booth. I literally said Bee Simulator. That's crazy.
Okay, now I'm wondering, does he actually not know that he's saying stimulator?
Don't tell Tim, but I literally would have paid at least $100 for the privilege of stimulating these bees. Buzz buzz. There you go, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, hey now, he's taking the game. No! He actually gave me a bro $5 discount. That's incredible. That leaves us with $215 left in the budget. I swear, we're about to walk up to this next booth and find a $20 Shelter Generations. This is insane. So folks, our next stop is gonna be over in the arcade room over here. Cardinal Gaming, I saw, look at this. They've got a little stack of Switch games over here that definitely caught my eye. Let's see what we're working with here. Okay, I'm seeing actually 3, just looking at the spines, 3 limited run titles here. We've got Star Wars Force Unleashed is an interesting one. Doom 64 again, and oh folks, Castlevania Anniversary Collection. I can't believe our luck today. That's one of the games that is on my list in the like limited edition section. I knew that I was looking for limited games today. I didn't think that we'd be able to find one that was limited and on our list. Could I take a look at a couple of these Switch games? Star Wars, the Castlevania Collection. Oh nice, it's open too, that's great. Card, the manual. Okay, I know I'll do that one for sure, thank you. This one's sealed. I'm not looking as much for sealed stuff. Folks, I cannot believe our luck today. $54 for the Castlevania Collection. You guys know I love collection games on the Switch, and Castlevania is a series that I have been woefully ignorant of, so I'm really excited to be able to dive into it. So folks, literally as I was talking about this game, I had a couple viewers come up, Patrick and Ryan, with look at this, he has some of the Prophet Simulator GameCube cases. We don't even have those anymore. Asked me to sign them. That's super cool. I need to get you guys some stickers. I appreciate that.
I like money.
Now folks, even though we've technically already achieved our goal, I think that was, at least so far what I've seen, probably the rarest game at this convention. We still have 161 bucks in our Switch budget, and this vendor right next to me, Matt, actually hinted before that he may or may not have some rare Switch stuff that he hasn't even put out, so I'm gonna go ask him. So Matt, I was curious, did you end up bringing that rare Switch stuff?
Yes, you can take these to your table.
Oh, that would be great, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks so much. Oh, folks, the motherload. 2 boxes of rare Switch stuff untouched. All right, so folks, none of this stuff has been seen by the public yet. The first thing, he actually showed me this earlier. This is a one-of-one like printing impression thing. I don't know exactly what it's called, for Bomb Chicken from Limited Run. Apparently they only make one of these. It's like a mold basically for the cards that they make that go with the games. I thought this was super cool. Then looks like we've got a few collector's editions in here. Prinny 1 and 2 Just Desserts edition. This is like a side-scrolling sort of comedy adventure kind of a series, which I've never played before, but really seems like it'd be up my alley. We've got The Liar Princess and the Blind Prince. This is also side-scroller action adventure game, but it's in the art style of like a pop-up book, which I think is really cool. And then last but not least, we've got, I do not know how to say this. It's either Psycho or maybe Psycho Shooting Stars Alpha. This is like a top-down shooter collection game. I suck at all kinds of shooters, folks, but for some reason these bullet hell games, I'm drawn to them. What can I say? It hurts so good. I don't know. So depending on what he wants for these, I could see myself honestly being happy with any of them, but I'm curious also what he has in this larger box here. Ooh, oh, we've got a lot of stuff, folks. Wow, I wish I could tell you guys what the title of this game is. Looks like some sort of a collection though, so I'm always down with that. Yo, Rockman and Rockman X 5-in-1 special box. So this is definitely a Japanese exclusive. Again, don't know what Mega Man games are included with this, but I love the presentation. Then we've got, what is this? La Mulana 1 and 2 Hidden Treasure Edition. Branded polish thy whip and sharpen thy wit. Okay. Intense platforming, cryptic puzzles, and a deadly slew of traps. Oh, this is a fun one. Snake Pass. This is super rare number 7, so a pretty early release, and one that I think is pretty well regarded as well. And no way, folks, look at this. Human Fall Flat. Look at this. Super rare number 1. This would be a super cool one to add to the collection. And actually, when I asked you guys in a community post what game you recommend I put on my list, this is one that a lot of people recommended. It didn't make my personal list just because I don't really know what to make of the gameplay, but wow, what a cool item to add this would be. And it keeps going, folks. Look at this. Gunlord X, The Flame in the Flood, which I think, yes, is number 2 that Super Rare ever put out. Heaven's Machine, which I think is like a, oh no, it's a roguelite. I thought that this was like a virtual novel for some reason. Xeno Crisis from Strictly Limited. Whoa, a Lenticular Wonderful 101. Gigantic Army Sealed. Another one. Another. Oh no, they're gonna make me try to pronounce this again. Pisaccio. It looks very similar, but like it actually has some horizontal elements as well. Holy cow, this is gonna be a hard decision. So folks, after much deliberation so far, I've narrowed it down to 6 titles. I like the Prinny collection because I love comedy games. I like Xeno Crisis because it's from Strictly Limited and it might actually be technically the rarest game on this table. Honestly, the Mega Man collection is probably rarer, but I just really like having games in my own language. Also, this is worth over $200, so technically we can't afford it. So I guess I've actually made my decision on that. Gigantic Army is from VGNY, which is a super cool New York-based Switch publisher. Human Fall Flat is number 1, and it's actually, honestly, not super expensive. It's worth like $40. And then, of course, I had to do one of the Pisai Kunos here.
Because it hurts so good.
Okay, if that's a little too creepy, I'll do another take.
Because it hurts so good. Because it hurts so good.
And I'm uncomfortable.
So I think I'm just gonna have to see what Matt says on price and we'll go from there. Oh, folks, I just looked it up and it looks like we can't afford Xeno Crisis either. This is like an almost $300 game. So I had 4 games here that I was potentially interested in. I looked them up. Did you have any prices in mind for these?
I've never looked them up myself.
Okay, so these 2 are in the like 40 range. These 2, this one's like 80 to 100 and this one's like 80.
Gotcha.
So if you'd be willing to do, would you be open to doing like these 2 and one of the collector's editions? Now folks, before we shelve all of our brand new collection games, I did promise you that we would kick off the trade shelf to potentially trade for grails in this episode. And since we spent all of our money, I decided to take a look at the collection games that we currently have and pick 3 of them that I don't really like to put into our shelf to potentially trade for grails in the future. And after much deliberation, what I decided to put on the trade shelf were Kojin, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and Just Die Already, the Old People Mayhem sandbox. And I know some collectors will always get hot and bothered when I do decide to let some stuff go from the collection, but the reality is I've played these 3 games and didn't like any of them, so I would much rather put them towards something potentially in the future that would make me really excited. Then folks, this last one is a little bit weird, but when it comes to the Prinny collection here that I just got, really all I'm interested in is the game itself. And so I think I'm gonna take the rest of the collector's edition materials and put them on the trade shelf as well, and maybe in a future convention I'll be able to find a vendor that just has this game, and we could maybe swing some trade credit with that bad boy.
Your videos always have like the weirdest rules.
And folks, for the final surprise before we shelve these, you will never believe this. When I opened up Gigantic Army to just kind of take it out of the packaging, I looked on the back and realized it says number 532 out of 1500, making this honestly probably the single rarest game at that convention. And I didn't even realize it before purchasing. But folks, looking at all these titles that are going into the collection, this honestly may be our single best day of Switch hunting yet.
Here we go!
So folks, 8 total games, 3 list games, and 1 beast-stimulating grail later, this new and improved Switch series is off to an incredible start. I'm on a mission to collect these 100 Switch games and these 5 Grails. In the last 5 months, I've collected 24 games from my 100 game list and 1 Grail. And today I'm packing up the games that we have on the trade shelf because we're heading to Milwaukee for the Midwest Gaming Classic Convention. It's one of the biggest conventions in all of the US. And we're gonna see if we can find more games from our list there or possibly even a Grail. Folks, this is Mission Switch. All right, folks, Midwest Gaming Classic. We are here finally, and the great news is I've seen a ton of booths already that have a bunch of Switch stuff. For example, we got a little bit of a stack here at this booth with a sealed Nexomon Extinction, a Pokemon clone that, believe it or not, is actually on my list. And this booth has almost a whole bin of Switch games here, and the ones that I saw that I still need for the collections are a couple Mario ones, 3D All-Stars and Bowser's Fury. And then this booth actually has literally an entire bin of just Switch stuff. This is crazy, namely Pac-Man World Repack, which is one that I've been wanting to get for a while for just 20 bucks, which is a really solid deal. But folks, I have to be honest with you, since I walked in the door at this convention, there is one booth of Switch games that has caught my eye, and it's this one right here, Premium Edition Games. Now this dashing vested man here is named Jeff. He owns Premium Edition and told us all about how their mission is to bring the best indie Switch games out there onto physical Switch cartridges with premium packaging. Of their games they had on display, 2 of them were actually on my list of 100 games I want most for my collection. I know for a fact that this one's on my list of 100 Switch games that I really want, the Pigeon Dev Games Collection. And Jeff also recommended one called Phenotopia, which I'm 99% sure was inspired by this very channel. He also dropped the bomb on us that their standard edition games are just 40 bucks brand new, which made me wonder how much it might take to buy one of each. And how many are there? We've got 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. We've got 10. That would run if we got the standard edition of everything, that would run us 400 bucks. Folks, I think today we've got our work cut out for us. So folks, the ones that I'm shooting for most are Mighty Fight Federation, which is like a multiplayer brawler, Pigeon Dev Games Collection, which is like, you know, a compilation kind of a like arcadey game. And then Jeff also sold me on Phenotopia, so that's at least 3 games that I need to come away with, plus the convention exclusive that we pre-ordered. Now folks, if you're familiar with the series at all, you know that we can't just pay out of pocket for these Switch games. We first have to build up a budget of expected profit, because I own a video game resale business, and that's how I like to fund these kinds of collections. So we're gonna go out here and look for some underpriced games to flip on Amazon and build our budget with the expected profit that way. And in a pinch, we also do have the games from the trade shelf that we brought all the way from Lexington, but if we don't have to let those go, I don't really want to. So one thing that I was looking at was the SPs. Would you mind if I took a look at a couple of those? Let's do the Onyx, maybe the red. Yeah, the black and the red. Yeah, these are pretty solid. Looks like that one is dead, but these are tested and everything. Okay, let's see, that one I'll probably pass on. If I bought both of these, would you do 80 a piece? Yep. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. This is our first deal of the day. I'm feeling good about it. Also, kind of interested in these. 150. Are these like tested and working and everything? Yep. 150 a piece for both. I think that sounds good to me. Thanks so much. And 25 on Pokemon Stadium work? All right, I mean, they're all in nice shape. So 50 a piece on those. I think I can go ahead and do that. Okay. I appreciate that, thank you. Folks, absolutely massive first stop of the day. I am stoked out of my mind. These Game Boy players on Amazon, I'll get $200 after fees all day. So this was a whopping $100 profit out the gate. This stuff, a little bit more modest. I would say probably in the $10 range for each one of these because they're all in such solid shape. And then for the SPs, I would say probably like $20 profit a piece. So that puts us at what? $180 profit on our first stop. The last thing that I want to say as we run to our next vendor of the day, because time is of the essence. You can see the floor is, right now it's just VIPs. Once it opens to the general public, it's going to be an absolute madhouse. But the thing that I wanted to say is throughout this video, it's probably going to feel a little bit like promotion-y, the way that I'm talking about Premium Edition games. The reality is they're not paying me a dime to say any of this stuff. They're just my friends and I really believe in their product. So I kind of like to put them on blast. Right now we're going over to my new friends Derek and Meredith's booth. They apparently watched the channel as well and I told them we'd be back and hunting for a
a little bit of deals to build our budget. All right, so folks, the first thing that caught my eye over at this booth right here is a couple of sealed DS games back in the corner. Okay, Professor Layton for 60. Ooh, $7 for Brain Age. This is the kind of thing, you don't think of Brain Age as being a valuable game, but you'd be surprised what happens to a game's value on Amazon when there's just a little layer of plastic around it. Oh, folks, my hunch was spot on. Look at this. $20 after fees for this bad boy. Let's go. Like, those premium edition games, I can feel them going into my collection as we speak. I'm curious on this one though. This was definitely a little bit higher end. This might be closer to what market value is for sealed. Yeah, it looks like 52 after fees, so not close enough on that one to really negotiate at all. But there was another thing that I noticed over here, which is the God of War collection. This one I have to look up because it's been a little bit spiked on Amazon since the debut of Ragnarok. All collection God of War games have been. Okay, looks like 16 after fees, so we'll probably pass on this guy for now. We may come back a little bit later and, you know, try to work it into a bulk deal or something like that. Folks, I just plucked another gem out of the PS4 section here. Check this out. Skylanders Trap Team goes for a stupid amount, just a stupid amount on Amazon, but not stupid for me, because I'll just go ahead and pick this up. Already discounted to 40. Rock Band is one I've been picking up. 38 is closer to market value though. And believe it or not, the Stern Pinball Arcade, this is a game that might be popular this weekend because it's a huge show for arcade fans. $0 on Amazon, which means there's nobody actually selling it, so I'll leave this behind for now. I would guess you guys will sell this quick though. All right, so Jeff, we're back already with a whopping $280 in the Switch budget, and I need your help figuring out how to spend it. I already know 3 games I want. Pigeon Devs Games Collection. You said this is 40, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mighty Fight. Oh my gosh. So give me the lowdown on the, like, are there any specific characters or modes that you prefer?
With Mighty Fight, I mean, you have Toe Jam and Earl in here. And
Yeah.
Miriam
Well,
from Bloodstained.
and don't tell me. I'm not a fake gamer. Ukulele. Nailed it.
And then Retro, Ricky.
Okay.
I River City
don't.
Ransom.
Okay, yeah, I actually am a fake gamer. I have no idea about that guy.
Caleb, we've hung out in person hundreds of times. We've been friends for a long time. I've showed you all my tattoos before, and you still say you don't know who Alex is, otherwise known as Kunio Kun, from River City Ransom, when I've showed you I quite literally have a tattoo of him on my arm. You've seen it. You're dumb. Also, I still want a raise.
I'm super stoked for these, but that's only $80. Let's keep going.
We were looking into Phoenotopia.
Yes.
A masterpiece that is Phoenotopia.
So is this your favorite, would you say, on the table?
Out of them, this one has given me the most enjoyment because of, like, not only playing the game, but our interactions with the developer. You know, being independent game developers, some of them get disenfranchised when their digital sales aren't great. Well, the physical sales reinvigorated him. He may work on a sequel.
Oh my, I loved it. How can you not buy into a mission like that, folks? I just love that. Mission switch, some might say.
That was actually really dumb.
What do you recommend? You said these are the newer releases.
These are our newer releases. So, Brandon, your parade plays in Cloud.
Okay.
And you ruined everything.
Yeah, that sounds like my kind of game. So why don't we, folks, I need to save $80, I just remembered, for our game that we pre-ordered that's the special edition. We gotta go out there to get it. So we can do one more.
One more. Wonderling DX. Alex Fasciano from the Completionist channel did all the writing for it. This is like you play as the Goomba in Mario.
Yeah.
And you get abilities and things and go through and collect and speedrun and...
Okay, and what is that against? No, we already have...
Rack and Ruin.
Okay.
Zelda meets a bullet hell shooter.
I do love my bullet hells.
With Invader Zim comedy.
I do. So this is the funnier of the 2 games.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys tell me then which one's better, because I'm on the fence.
I'm biased. I'm biased because this is the first one that I worked on.
Okay.
So
for you then, Tristan, we're gonna go ahead and do the rack and look at this. Look at this stack of premium edition games, and we're like, it's like 10 o'clock. We're on a roll right now, folks. Hey, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Tristan, for the recommendation. And folks, look at this. General admission just happened, and you can see the floodgates have opened. It's gonna be a little bit tougher, I sense, to get into different booths. We'll see how crowded it ends up being, but we gotta get a move on. Folks, seriously though, like, where can you get 5 brand new, like, premium indie Switch games for $40 a piece? I'm so bullish on premium editions. Again, not sponsored, but I'm really excited to be coming away with these, especially because these 2 are gonna get crossed off our list. Folks, I have a confession to make. It would not be a Phoenix resale video without an ugly math error, which Spanky luckily, was around to remind me of. Not only did I confuse in my head, I thought that we had $280, but we actually only had $240. But I realized I also did my math wrong for the profit of these games. I thought it was $60, but in reality, it was only $53. So essentially, while I thought that we had $80 in the budget left to go spend on our convention-exclusive Cathedral, we actually only have 33. Thanks to the brilliant Spencer's calculations, my better half right here, which makes Editor Riff the worst half.
I remember what your channel was like before I started helping. Dear Lord, it was bottom tier content.
So folks, we've got $33 in the budget right now, trying to get up to at least 80, heading back to our friend Corey's booth. Look at this is crazy. Absolutely swarmed. He's got so much good stuff. Gonna try to get an elbow in here and see if we can find some more good stuff. Well, I was curious, could I take a look at this Platinum right here? And do you know what the price was on the 3DS regular? Are there chargers with most of these?
Yes, there are chargers with all of them. They're
okay.
just not out here.
You said 210 on that?
210 on this one.
Got a little bit of screen scratches there. Kind of on the fence about that. I'll pass on that for now. Tell me about the Tetrises though.
Just another $10 each.
If I got both of those at an even 100, if I do both Tetrises, would you go 90 rather than 100?
Yes, that is correct.
Corey, my man, thanks so much. Also, I saw you had some magazines down there.
Yes, absolutely.
What are you asking on those? Is it general pricing or?
Most of them are like $5 a piece.
I'll take a look. I was intrigued by some of those. For those of you who don't know, Pooh is my favorite chubby little cubby. So these will definitely go onto the collection shelf. Thank you so much.
It's fun stuff, right?
It is. So folks, we are at this booth. We're just looking to test out this game. We weren't able to do it, but we had some good Samaritan friends over here loan us. They're incredible. Look at this thing. Not only is this Game Boy Advance backlit and has some little Celebies here, but this little LED is apparently a battery indicator, which I just think is such a cool feature. And Pokemon Yellow works. So folks, these Tetrises, they kind of go up and down. I paid 10 a piece. I'm not really gonna count these for the challenge, but yesterday we bought a bunch of these wireless adapters. I already know I'm for sure making $8 profit on that. And I already talked about, after discount, we paid 70 for this. We'll get probably 100 after fees since it has the charger and everything. $71 in our Switch budget. 9 more to go, folks. Folks, we're here at our friends Dave and Angelo's booth, and they come with the heat to conventions like these. See them all the time, and it looks like, here's one that we bought before, 45. Might be a little bit high for me, but this, do you guys have any wiggle room on this guy? I buy these 135. I would do that, I appreciate it. I buy these fairly often. For some reason, they do really well on Amazon. I don't know why. They are slightly slower sellers, but I do like to pick these up. Folks, these Game Sharks here as well, they're slower sellers on Amazon, but I may try to buy one and see. I think I could probably sell at least maybe one per quarter, and the margins are decent. All right, so folks, they twisted my arm. They maybe do, he said if you buy both, we'll do 40 a piece. So I'm not gonna factor in the profit from these because it will be such a slow seller. But this one I've sold pretty consistently in the like 180 to 200 range after fees. So I'm gonna say, oh, excuse me. So that's like a $50 profit on its own. So that puts us at $121 total profit. I'd say let's go get that convention exclusive Switch game that I pre-ordered before this whole thing happened. Folks, here with Brandon now, just came up to the booth, has some high dollar games to sell, I must say, or at least one of them. This game right here, Red Cat Core Yokai Watch Blasters. Looks like it is open. This game goes for a pretty penny. I don't know if I'd be the best buyer on it just because it might sell pretty slow on Amazon, but I'll give you the best number that I can. So the sales rank was too high on Amazon for me to really consider selling it there. So I'm going over to eBay, and this is a little pro tip for you guys if you're looking to get into resale yourselves. When you go to eBay, filter by sold listings to figure out what a game is actually worth. So we're looking for a complete copy.
Hey folks, Phoenix Cream Sale here today to give you tips that you already knew back in 2001.
It's going game only for 200 and looks like complete. Holy cow, the sales are at like 360. So what were you looking to get out of it?
Like around 280.
280. Let me check this one. Okay, so we're looking at 36. So I'd be at like probably 24 for that.
I could do that, yeah.
24 works for you. Skylanders Trap Team. I could be at 20 for that.
I can do that for sure.
Okay, so 20 and 24. Hey, I appreciate you thinking of me. Thanks so much.
Problem. Yeah, no problem.
So folks, our first viewer purchase of the day, and it's helping us out with our budget. We'll make 12 on Rodea, the Sky Soldier Sealed, and another 19 or so on Skylanders Trap Team, putting us at a total, get this math, Spanky, of a $152 Switch budget. Let's go ahead and finally get that game, unless there's more deals to buy, who knows? All right, so folks, this is the booth where we came to pick up our pre-ordered games. They've got a whole bunch of, this is the whole list of convention exclusive games that they had here. And these are the ones that I pre-ordered. I'll go ahead, we'll get these back to our booth and do a little bit of a breakdown because I'm excited about these. So folks, here is the convention exclusive game haul. The only ones I'm going to be keeping are these cathedrals. They come with a special edition flask, which is why they were 80 bucks a piece. One of these is obviously going in the collection. The other one I think is gonna go on the trade shelf because I think this could make some really great trade bait. All right, so folks, after the $80 cathedral that we just bought, we still have $72 to spend on Switch games today. I don't know if we'll probably go back to premium edition games. If we have a little surplus, maybe we'll get some random stuff.
What's up, Caleb?
How's it going? Good to see ya. It's been a killer 6-game day already, I think, but we have one more booth that I want to go to of a couple of chuckleheads, see if we can find some flips for our last budget building booth. So folks, we're here at the illustrious booth of the YouTube channel and podcast Gaming Off the Grid.
You better not edit this out of this video, right?
Some great guys, so naturally we're gonna lowball them as hard as possible.
Yeah.
See if we can find some deals. Do you have the charger with this?
Yes,
this
absolutely.
is catching my eye. What would you say to, they've got 140 on it. Would you say to 110?
How about 100?
Okay, hold on. I'm not used to this. You're catching me off guard here. Honestly, 110 would be great for me. 15 for Wii Sports? What do you think? All right, let's stack this up. Ooh, Shadow the Hedgehog. Does this have, it does have the manual. 40?
Let's do it.
Nice. This has never been easier. What's even happening here, folks? Does this still have the stickers?
It does.
Okay, you know what? I won't even make you an offer on that one. I'll just go the 10 on that. Wow, unused. This is, if you guys don't know, probably my favorite game of all time. Love to get as many childish playthings related to it as I possibly can because I'm an emotionally stunted adult. I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
You wanna give any more messages to Riff while you're at it?
Love you, Uncle Riffo. Bye.
I just found another thing from my childhood. Warrior Flick. I don't know if I've laid eyes on this toy in 20 years.
Colony is in good hands.
A Bug's Life figures and playset sold separately. Anthill requires batteries and adult assembly.
It is. It's still new in the box. I don't see a sticker on it. Are you gonna extort me after what I just did?
5?
Oh, come on now. This is worth more. Okay, 10. Man, 10 is a bro price. I appreciate that so much. Okay, 185 and I have to stop. I gotta stop on this one. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
So folks, I got to admit, I'm getting a little bit sidetracked here with my little side quest. Not gonna take the little splurges out of the budget because they're not Switch related. That's just coming out of my own pocket. But I think I should be able to make around 20 bucks on these two games combined and another 30 on this DS, which I'm stoked about because that puts us right back up at an expected profit of $122 going into the final stretch here of our Switch hunting day. Let's see what kind of games we can spend it on. So folks, this is definitely one of the craziest, maybe one of the best Switch booths that I have seen here so far today. The one that I noticed in particular right here, A Short Hike, super rare. This is on my list. It's on one of the like rare games rows of my Switch list. $75 for complete and sealed is not too bad. I'm definitely gonna be keeping this in mind. They've also got a decent amount of like miscellaneous limited run stuff, right? No More Heroes, Panzer Dragoon. I don't think either of those are on the list, but definitely see, here's another one, Heaven Dust Collection from Super Rare. We've got the Tourist, Monster Boy, even some like higher dollar stuff like some Shantae Collector's Editions. A lot of stuff that's tempting. I don't think anything that is more tempting than A Short Hike. This is definitely one I've been looking for. I think we may have to go ahead and pull the trigger. I don't know, since they all have barcodes and stuff, I don't know if they're really negotiable on this, but you guys know I have to try. Okay, so folks, I was pretty hyped about getting that Short Hike game, but and then I realized that this right here is the line for the booth. Probably at least 15 to 20 minutes long, so I'm gonna see what else we can find. So folks, we just went and enjoyed the Premium Edition Games panel, and as I was sitting there, eating a couple slices of $8 convention pizza, I was just thinking about how, like, on this channel, we're always talking about, like, support local, buy from small businesses, support your local game stores, and it just wouldn't really feel right to spend the rest of my $122 anywhere but premium edition games. They're just such great guys and they sell such a great product. I really want to give them the rest of the money. I'll put a non-affiliate link right down here as well. If you guys are interested in any of the games that I pick up today, you definitely should go support them as well. But we're coming up on their booth here, and I think we'll be able to get 3 more games with our remaining budget, and I'm super stoked to see what they recommend. All right, so the first one that I'm looking at for sure, Jeff, is Wonderling, because we picked up Rain, we picked up Rack and Ruin, but this one, the Angry Goomba game, I'm honestly really excited about. So this is gonna be our first one. We're looking for 2 more that we don't have. What do you recommend? I think there were a couple over here that we don't have. This is one I don't have. I don't have a Robot Named Fight.
I don't have a Robot Named Fight.
Was this one of your earliest ones?
This was one of our earliest ones. First game we signed, fourth game we released.
And look at this.
It's a Steelbook edition. Cartridge
So
actually
cool.
goes inside the Steelbook if you open her up.
So cool. Okay, and then Demon's Tier I don't have, and Blood Hockey. So I'm gonna have to make a choice. Blood Hockey, Demon's Tier, Final Fight. What 2 do I go for?
Neither of these are available online.
Neither of these are.
Neither of these are available online.
Okay, so these, if I wanted them, I couldn't go get them online.
You could not get those online.
And if I wanted them on eBay, I'd probably pay more than 40 bucks almost certainly.
Unfortunately.
Well, folks, I think that seals it for us. You know, we're all about the deals. 40 bucks for new Switch games. It's just hard to find. I think I'm gonna go for Wonderling, Super Blood Hockey, and Demon's Tier. Seriously, thank you so much. This has been so fun. Absolutely love what you guys are doing. Well, folks, even though we may not have been able to come away with any grails from the Midwest Gaming Classic, which, by the way, if any of you guys have leads on the Zeldathon Switch, please hit me up. I'm still not convinced that thing exists. We actually didn't have to use any of the games from our trade shelf, so those are going back over there for the next convention. And we were able to pick up 7 incredible indie premium edition Switch games, 2 of which were on our 100 game board and we get to cross off today. So let's go ahead and get these on the shelf. And folks, that leaves us with 74 games and 5 grails remaining on our Switch list. I have to say, so far in the series, one of my favorite games that I have picked up to play has been Cuphead. I'm on my way to Kentucky from Connecticut right now with the $40,000 game collection that I just bought in this van.
I'm gonna beat his brain then.
But before I get too far, I want to explore Connecticut's local game hunting scene and specifically look for Switch games that I don't yet have in my collection, starting at Retro Games Plus here, folks. This is Mission Switch. Now, folks, this is my kind of store. Rare and obscure stuff everywhere that you look. I'm gonna start in the glass case over here that has a good number of like higher dollar games. That's just kind of where I like to start. I do see some Switch stuff right off the bat, some limited run and East Asia soft games right here. All like between $30 and $122. I'm not seeing anything here that is on our list, but I'll keep them in mind. They are definitely some less common titles. Oh, folks, I'm triggered. The Smurfs in our PlayStation Project series. That was the one game that gave me the most grief. Now, a lot of you guys know the only money that I'm spending in this series on Switch games is flip profit. So if we want to be able to buy Switch games later, we've got to find some stuff to flip right now. And what's catching my eye right now is this 3DS section. Because folks, at the time of filming this, the 3DS eShop closed like just a couple weeks ago. So I'm gonna scan a lot of these with my Amazon seller app because tons of 3DS prices are going through the roof. All right, so unfortunately, it looks like the only one of these that's at all underpriced is this Castlevania right here, Mirror of Fate at $37. Looks like I could get $41 after fees on Amazon, but it sells slow and that's just not a great margin, so I'm gonna keep looking. The one thing that I did spy is this little sign right here, buy 3, get 1 free, which got me really excited until I read the fine print, games up to $9. But that said, there may still be some low dollar gems in here, so I'm gonna keep my eye out. Ooh, and folks, speak of the devil, in the PS3 section, we may have just found our first flip, The Last of Us, for $9. Because even though the TV series has come to a close, I'm still getting like 15 for this after fees on Amazon. And look at that, at $8.99, it does qualify for the up to $9 technically. So if I can find a few other games that I can make at least a little bit on, good, that $15 will be pure profit. Money! And look at this, folks. It looks like they do have a pretty solid Switch section here. I'm not really gonna look at it right now though, because I wanna see if I can find enough profit to at least buy one game at this stop. Oh folks, look what I just spotted down here too. A sealed copy of Uncharted 3. Oh dang it, this thing's beat. If I send this into Amazon as new condition, which is what would get me the premium, I'm honestly asking for a return, so I'll have to leave this one behind. So folks, ever since I found that sealed game, I've been looking all over the store for another one, and I finally found one. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for $5, priced in like, I think all of these, yeah, all of these are right around $5, so it's regular price. But check this out, on Amazon, $11 after fees, so this will be another good one for us. Oh, and look at this, literally right next to it, Assassin's Creed Rogue for $9. I wonder if that's gonna be worth it as well. Here we go, moment of truth. Technically, this is the limited edition. I'm guessing not that limited. This one's priced at $9. All right, looks like 15 after fees on this one as well. Ooh, and folks, this is not a sealed game, but in the PSP section, Need for Greed.
You heard it too? He almost said Need for Greed. It's literally what he was thinking, and it just came out.
Need for Speed Underground Rivals for $14. And we should get about 18 after fees. Ooh, this is another pretty solid profit right here, folks. Best of PlayStation Network for $52 there is a really solid deal, because on Amazon, we'll get a very conservative 68 after fees. And I honestly think it'll probably be a little bit more. So folks, between these 4 games, this one is going to be free. And when you take the profit from those plus the $16 for PlayStation Network, that puts us at a healthy $43 initial Switch budget for the day, which is perfect timing because I just spotted some more Switch games in this glass case, although I don't think it's anything that we particularly need. Now folks, coming back into the Switch section here, I'm definitely already seeing a good number of things that I'm interested in. For example, there are multiple limited run games here, Aegis and Dreamscaper, Gotta Protector's Cart of Darkness, and these are all fairly affordable, which is great to see. And I'm torn because I love buying uncommon games, but we've still got multiple games here that I don't yet have from our 100 game list that we're working towards. For example, Super Mario Maker 2 would be an incredible addition to the collection, and so would Let's Go Pikachu. Some people will get mad at me, but Kirby Star Allies is not on my list. Forgotten World is, but I had this game in my old Switch collection and just didn't think it was that fun. The list game that I'm honestly leaning towards most is The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. It's $46 though, so I would need to find a little bit of extra profit to afford it, but believe it or not, I've actually never played a classic style Zelda game, and I think this could be a great way to go back to it on the modern console that I really love most. So even there are more like uncommon games still on this shelf which are kind of calling me, I think this is going to be my main goal. I've just got to go around and see if I can drum up a little bit more profit. Oh, folks, look at that. The Japanese exclusive Gundam GameCube Complete. That's crazy. Well, folks, I just got done scanning through a bunch of amiibos and random games. Oh, look at that. It's Bugs Bunny in a skirt. Yes. But anyway, I wasn't having any luck at all. No sealed stuff, no underpriced stuff. Prices seem to be pretty darn consistent at this store with the market, so props to Chris, the owner, for that. But just at the last moment, the unlikeliest hero hopped in, Frogger. Believe it or not, I just sold one of these complete on Amazon for $25 or around 17 after fees. So this bad boy will not only allow us to buy our Switch game of choice, but also go into our next stop with 7 Switch dollars in the budget. So folks, first game store of the day, a huge success, coming away with a game from our Mission Switch list, one that I hope will be a ton of fun going forward. Now folks, as I mentioned earlier, I recently bought a massive collection of 1,300 consoles and games. So when I get back, I've got plenty of shipping ahead of me. If I were to ship all of these out at once, even if they were only $5 a piece, I'd be paying over $6,000 in shipping. You know folks, as big and difficult to navigate as this van is, I have to admit, I feel like kind of a boss in it. It's fantastic for compensating. Now folks, up next on our list is a store that you might recognize called Game Exchange. It's one of my favorite local chains. I'm curious though, for the Northeast region, I've never been to a location here, and I'm curious if both their pricing and their inventory situation is similar or different. Wow.
shit, this is a new one on me. 40 bucks for Mickey's Power of Two. That is wild. Got a few more copies here. That is crazy. This is like a $10 game, I'm pretty sure. But of course, what we're here for is not as much the overpriced games as the underpriced ones. So let's see if we can find some of those. For example, I did notice that their Vita section was much better stocked than usual. They have a Sly game here for $55. Then I know I'll be able to get $71 for after fees on Amazon, which bumps our Switch budget up to a modest $23. Also just spotted one more copy of The Last of Us. Let's see if it's a good price. Ooh, that is a score, folks. Nice. That brings us up to 31 Switch dollars, which to me is, I think, enough to go check out the actual Switch section. Here is the little Switch section. Oh, folks, look at this. Didn't I just mention this? Literally Last Stop Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Did I call it Kirby in the Forgotten World? Kirby Star Allies is not on my list. Forgotten World is.
Oh, look, an idiot.
Hater Hank and Faceless Frank are gonna be in the comments like,
This Phoenix Resale doesn't even know the names of the games he hasn't played yet.
and you know what, Hank and Frank, you can take a page out of Kirby's book and suck.
That's it, just suck.
On the real though, I've been super excited to try out this like more 3D version of a Kirby game with almost like Mario Odyssey capture elements. And the fact that there's a co-op mode that Erica and I could potentially play together just makes me even more excited to play this game. As soon as I can tear her away from her Harry Potter, we'll probably get into it.
I bet she hasn't been around your Harry Potter in a while.
The only thing is, at a $50 price tag, we're gonna have to find $19 more worth of profit somewhere. A lot of you guys know this is a game that has done well for me in the past, but unfortunately at 15 bucks looks like we're just shy of the profit range. I've also been looking as much as I can for like sealed games, but haven't managed to find any at all so far. Also been looking for some of my bread and butter recent Skylanders games here, but alas folks, I am not seeing a single one. And folks, just when I thought all hope was lost, who do I spy on the shelf but our man that I just mentioned,
Harry Potter.
for 23 bucks for a quick little $5 profit on Amazon. Granted, we're still 14 bucks away, but at this point, I will take anything. And folks, look, at this point, our luck is totally turning. Check this out. Doom Slayers Collection, you can see it's been re-stickered, recently marked down to $28. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that game still goes for a decent amount, so I looked it up, and look at this, 45 bucks after fees. Now, I have to be honest, based on recent sales, it's probably gonna be more like 40 bucks, but still, that's 12 bucks profit a piece. And they've got 1, 2, 3. Okay, that one's not complete, so we'll leave that. But folks, a $36 profit score at once on Switch games nonetheless. That I think in coming years is gonna be more and more common, but right now it's not very common to find. Oh, and folks, I can't believe I'm about to say this. I may have just spotted the best game deal of the whole day so far. Oh my gosh, folks, what an amazing stop. Let me show you guys what I got last minute. Video game haul time! Okay, just kidding. I may actually be going to take a look at a couple Nintendo games from somebody that I met in not one, but actually both of the stores. We randomly ran into each other. He's got some Nintendo games that he didn't want to sell to a store for some reason, so I'm gonna go check them out. All right, folks, so this is the duffel bagging. Okay, wow, you actually have a solid amount of stuff in here. Here with my new friend John and Mike from the video game store. So tell me about, like, this collection. What's the story behind it?
I started collecting these a year ago. And I try to make sure that they're all in perfect condition.
Right.
With, with the manuals.
Yeah, it seems like really solid label shape in here. Did you have like a price per game that you had in mind, or any idea? Like, were you looking to just sell the whole bag?
I mean, I think it would be better on selling eBay. I would.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest, I can't really compete with eBay prices if that's what you're looking for. I'll see if I can like find some stuff that does particularly well for me that I can offer really well on, and maybe we can go from there. Alrighty, so I found a few gems that I can take here. We agreed on 20 a piece for these. These ones I'm a little bit on the fence about. Like this Turtles one, I know I could be at 15. I don't know if that's close enough for you. Yeah. Okay. And then these two, Mario 2 and 3, I believe I could do probably like 20 a piece on these. Does that work for you? Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. I appreciate you thinking of me here. That's great. I'll double check to see if there's any other like big popular stuff, but yeah, thanks so much. This has been fun. Folks, what a crazy
random spontaneous deal that just happened. I thought the numbers that I gave him on these were really solid. I'll probably make around like $5 profit a piece. The great games that I found in Game Exchange, by the way, were both Trails of Cold Steel. I should make around $20 on this one and get this $50 profit on this one. I don't know why it was so underpriced, but a fantastic margin there. I also could not be more stoked to be coming away with Kirby and the Forgotten Land on the Switch as our game of this stop, and I just did a ton of calculating as well, and we're up to a $107 Switch budget going into our final stop, which is going to be the other Retro Games Plus on the East Coast. By the way, folks, this is the most dramatic cargo van ever. Listen to this backup sound. Calm down! All right, folks, we got $107 in our pocket right now heading into Retro Games Plus. Do we do it? Do we do it, folks? Just raw, just right into it right now. Right into the Switch games. One thing that I'm already noticing about this second Retro Games Plus location is that the selection seems to be way better. I mean, look at this. Not only all of these Switch games here, but look at this whole bottom row, and they're all complete. I will tell you one thing that I see immediately just right out the gate. Turtles Shredder's Revenge. This is one that's not like super rare, super expensive or anything, but it's a multiplayer side-scrolling Turtles game that of course is, you know, like a beat 'em up. And I loved Turtles in Time as a kid. I would love to go back to that one. I think it'd be a really fun one to play with friends too. But on the downside in this location, it does look like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 sealed games in a row that are all priced up accordingly. So that does make my Scroogey heart a little bit sad. But oh! Look at it's sticking out here, folks. Look at that. Okay, $14 though. That might actually be priced accordingly. Let's see. Yeah, $7.99. That one may not actually be a buy. Maybe Game Party though? Dang it, they're foiling me at every turn. The sealed shovelware is finally failing me, folks. Oh, the Uncharted Dual Pack though. Hello, $10 profit. Oh yes, a little stack there, very nice. Oh, I see they're also selling a grip with the Switch Lite. Love to see that. Always practice safe Switch, kids. All right, so folks, try as I might, I've had no luck elsewhere in the store trying to find flips, so I think our current budget of 117 Switch dollars is going to be where we stand. Brody, the current employee here, hooked me up with this open case, and I think they were good. They're gonna fall out. I think they just fell out on their own. I know I'm going with this Shredder's Revenge because $30 is right around what it goes for, and it's complete with the manual and stickers, which is pretty awesome. After this $30, we're left with like 87 in the budget, and this is where I get a little bit torn because there's a lot of stuff in here that is on my list and that I would love to come home with. For example, we have Let's Go Eevee here at $46, a little bit cheaper than the $50 price we saw on Pikachu earlier. The thing is, I wouldn't be that interested in playing this. I just want to have one Pokemon game from every generation. Another one that I saw over here is Death's Door. This is one that was actually recommended to me by you guys, and I found it once in Walmart, but for some reason it wasn't ringing up, so they wouldn't actually sell it to me. This one actually is $5 cheaper though, so this is a solid contender. And folks, here's another one right here, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. This one I had before in my last Switch collection, was a really fun game. Truth be told, it did get a little repetitive after a while, I thought, but still a really fun one that I need in my permanent collection. The thing is, if I got these three, it would leave me with an awkward $21 left in the budget, which I don't think is enough to get almost anything that I would want out of this case. No offense, Street Fighter. Plus, there are still multiple other games that I would like here, like Sonic Frontiers, Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. This Creature in the Well game looks super cool too with its art style, but looking at the back of it, there's absolutely no information, so it'd be a total gamble. Mario Maker is still here too. Our options here are honestly endless. It looks like I definitely have my work cut out for me. Hi. Folks, I ended up calling a little bit of an audible with our last couple of games. Well, not really an audible, but going with the mysterious option, I got Creature in the Well as a total wild card. And with my last $28 exactly, I went with Crash Bandicoot N. Sane Trilogy. I haven't played this one at all on the Switch, so depending on how much I like it, it may or may not end up on the trade shelf here. But folks, a beautiful 5-game day in Connecticut. Without further ado, let's get these on the shelf. Folks, with that, we're down to 71 games remaining on our Mission Switch list. And also, I need to ask you guys for a little bit of help because I still don't have any leads on a Switch kiosk or especially the Zeldathon Mission Switch. So if any of you guys know someone who knows someone, please let me know. The Nintendo Switch Grail board. This little piece of cardboard represents the Switch items that would mean the most to me to add to my Switch collection. The only problem is, they're all incredibly rare. The only one I've crossed off my list so far is Bee Simulator, and trust me, it is quite stimulating. But these other ones are all super hard to find, like the Pokemon Switch sold out a lot of places. Breath of the Wild Master Edition comes with an actual statue of the Hylian sword. So folks, today I'm packing up the games that I have on my trade shelf and flying to Houston for Retropalooza, one of America's biggest video game conventions, in hopes of finding, buying, or trading for something on this Grail board, folks. This is Mission Switch. Well, folks, here we are at Retropalooza Houston, and I've got 3 things on my mind: Switch Grails and Switch Grails. Now, folks, my first step is going to be to find as many booths like this one that I can that have a ton of Switch games and see if we can possibly spot one of our Grails. Now, the only standard size Switch game like these that we're looking for is the super rare game Shelter Generations. Shelter Generations is a relatively short game that's renowned for its art style, in which you play a mother lynx trying to keep her cubs alive throughout the winter. It was one that I had and loved in my original Switch collection before I sold it that I would love to get again. The only problem is a lot of other people love it too, so it goes for over $100. Unfortunately, at this point, I've gotten edged out of my position at the Switch table, but unfortunately, I looked through just about all of them. I didn't see Shelter Generations in anything. The other 2 Grails that we're likely to find today are the Pokemon Edition Switch and the Master Edition of Zelda Breath of the Wild, both of which would be likely to be on the back counter of one of these booths with the higher dollar items. Here's another booth that has a ton of stuff, and it looks like they do have a little Switch corner over here, and oh man, the regular special edition of Breath of the Wild, wow. Unfortunately, what I'm looking for is specifically the Master Edition. Oh, this one's even sealed too, holy cow. But I want the Master Edition because it has the actual Master Sword in it. So for now, I think we'll leave this guy here. Unfortunately, it looks like the only console they have is this Mario Kart Edition down here. But folks, I gotta say, quite the impressive regular Switch selection here at this booth as well. Oh, I know that we already have this on the Grail list, but I may have to buy this off camera with my personal money. Easily the most stimulating Switch game.
I actually think he still doesn't realize it's just called Bee Simulator.
Ooh, and check this out, folks. An entire table of limited run games. Oh, that one looks cool. I've heard this is actually a really solid shooter here. We've got, Super Meat Boy with the absolutely cursed artwork. This is a game that actually is on my list of games that I want to collect, but I don't think I want to do it with this artwork, honestly. I kind of prefer the cartoony one. Toe Jam and Earl, Doom 64. Ooh, the Neo Geo Pocket Color collection. I love getting games like this for sure, but unfortunately I'm not seeing anything from Super Rare, so we may have to move on. Folks, well, I may be at the last big Switch game booth of the vendor, and boy, is it a huge one. Check this out. This whole corner is all Switch stuff. We've got all kinds of, looks like some limited run, some open edition, tons of titles, even like the collectible coin set. Oh my gosh! He found one, folks. We found one. Okay, hold on. Gotta keep my cool. I can't let on how excited I am about that console. It's gonna help us with negotiation if I'm a little bit more smooth about it. But make no mistake, folks, inside I am panicking. This console, it's honestly not all that rare at this point, but it's one of those rare games that Erica and I were able to kind of play through together, and so Pokemon Scarlet and Violet definitely has a special place in my heart for that reason, and that's why that console's on the Grail board. The only problem is it's stickered at $425. So folks, I just introduced myself to the owner of this booth, Chief.
Hello, my name is Chief. How are you all?
I have my eye on a couple of the Pokemon Switch consoles.
Okay.
Was curious if you have any wiggle room on the prices on those.
Which one are we looking at?
So we're looking at the Switch Lite and the OLED there.
Oh, they're all,
was just
to
curious.
give you a heads up.
Yeah.
They're both sealed.
Okay.
They've never been opened.
Completely new.
So we're gonna go off the bat. We're doing sealed.
Totally.
If we're gonna do a pricing, we'll do it on sealed, not unused. So let's go ahead and grab them.
For sure. I mean, they both looked in really solid shape.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and this one comes with the bag from the store.
Oh, okay, the GameStop bag.
Yeah, so that's why I added that. And then we have this beauty that's sealed as well.
Okay.
So at the moment we're at $725.
If I were, so tell me the prices individually, because I probably only have the budget for one, but I also do have some Switch stuff to potentially trade if that interests you.
Sure.
So what am I working up to for each of these?
Okay, so I could, with the wiggle room that I have for these, I could possibly do $390 for you on this.
$390? Okay, that's pretty reasonable.
Pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And this one we could do $270.
All right, well, I will keep those in mind. I'll bring back the stuff that I have to trade and we can kind of go from there. Folks, in an effort to not seem so desperate for that one Grail console, I asked about another one as well. It probably wasn't really necessary, to be honest. I'm heading back to my booth right now to pick up every game that I have to trade and see how much he'll offer in trade credit, because we may have a little bit of a delta there that we have to cover with video game flip profits. We'll see. Back at home base, we've got my blue bulk bag of goodies. We'll just bring this whole thing with. Now, each one of these Switch games has been bought in a previous video in an attempt to save up for exactly such a moment as this. I'm just hoping that this is inventory that will move well for him so that he'll give me a decent offer in trade. Oh, and this guy too, which doesn't actually have the game and is actually breaking. Alrighty, so here's what we're looking at.
When I brought the games back to Chief, he said that not only was he interested in buying them, but he'd potentially be able to pay more than he normally would since we were talking about trade rather than cash. The only problem was neither of us really had a clear idea of what the lot was worth, so I decided to take the games to the side and add up the total resale value of everything so that we would have a basis for negotiation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Totally. I'll do some calculating and then I'll come back.
Okay, we'll do.
Now folks, this is a high stakes situation because I just spent a bunch of time calculating all of these. They're worth about $465 total market value. And the goal is to shoot Chief an offer that is basically as close as possible to the max that he would go, while not being too far over or else he might just pass on the deal entirely. I'm thinking about going in with an offer of $350 because it's over $100 off of total retail, around 25% off or so. If this was a cash deal, I would offer more off, but since it's trade-in, you can be a little bit closer with your offers to full retail value. So I think I'm gonna start with $350 and just kind of see what he says. Alrighty, so came up with an offer.
Okay. What do we got going on?
So we're looking at full retail value of like $465, more or less.
Okay.
I was thinking trade value $350. Is that close to the range you'd want to be?
We could do that.
Could do $350? All right, I appreciate it. So just out of curiosity, what's the highest you might have gone? Because I'm working on my negotiation skills.
I probably wouldn't have gone any higher than
Okay, well that's what I like to hear as well. All right, so folks,
right there.
I guess I have learned something in the last 4 years or so. I appreciate it. Well, I'll leave this with you then.
Sure.
I can't quite buy the console from you yet. I have to go earn 40 bucks or so in flip money.
Will do.
But I'll be back as soon as I do, all right?
Leave these over here to the side.
Appreciate that. Thanks so much,
Not a
Chief.
problem, my friend. Sure thing.
We did it! Let's go! Oh, folks, we are this close to snagging a Grail off of our Grail list, but we're not out of the woods yet because we're still $40 short of the agreed upon price, so I have to get out here and find some stuff to flip so that we can find equal to at least $40 in total expected profit so that we can get that Switch for no money out of pocket. Okay, folks, this is unrelated, but check out this awesome thing that my new friend just bought. Look at this, the Pikachu VCR complete with the plush remote. How much did you have to pay for that?
We ended up trading for it, a couple Pokemon games here and there.
Okay.
So I probably like $250.
$250 or so? What do you think you'll try to sell it for?
If I ever do sell it, 500 is probably my ask.
500. Sure, that's fair enough. That's an awesome piece. Thanks for showing me. Now folks, the good news is 40 bucks is not a huge deficit to make up. to be able to buy that console. The bad news is it's pretty late in the day and every single vendor in here is gonna be pretty picked over, so we're gonna have to see what we can find. Oftentimes accessories like this can do well, but looks like this one, 43 after fees, really isn't that close for me. This is actually a pretty decent price here on Mario Golf, 30 bucks. Normally I can get 34 after fees on Amazon, so if I got a $5 discount, that'd be solid. But unfortunately, it looks like it's been chewed on by a Mabo Stiff. By the way, Riff, that's a Pokemon if you want to find a picture of it. Dragon Ball Raging Blast 2 is one that I've done pretty well with in the past. Oh yeah, but look at that, folks. 54 bucks after fees, and it's only stickered at 40. Also, look at this, folks. Devil May Cry HD Collection in new condition, 40 bucks after fees, and this one is 15. Folks, at this rate, if we find a couple more flips, we could maybe even get a Switch game for the collection as well. Folks, look at this. A ton of 3DS stuff has been going up recently. Project X Zone, 75 bucks on Amazon, 105. That puts us at a crazy 70 bucks expected profit on these 3 games, and we'll see if he does any kind of bundle discount for us. I believe if I counted right, sticker is 130 on those 3.
You said how much?
130, is that right?
Sure.
Okay, would you do 100?
That's a pretty big one.
It is.
Pretty big one.
And I'll be honest, it's going up a little in price, so or else I wouldn't be touching it.
How about 130 would be sticker, 115?
115 works for me. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. So folks, after those killer finds, not only can we now afford the only console grail on my list, but we've also got $45 more to spend on something that might be on my Switch game list. I was gonna start taking a look at the Switch games, but I think I'll let him go first. Seemed like a nice guy. So I mentioned before, I actually had a viewer earlier today recommend Earth Atlantis to me. It's technically $5 over budget, but maybe Chief would work with us a little bit if we decide to go with this. And I'm seeing a few more that are also still on our list. For example, Puyo Puyo Tetris is a fantastic party puzzler that I've had a bunch of fun with. Undertale as well is another one that I had in my old collection that I would love to have again. And Mario Maker 2 is an absolute classic. And honestly, I haven't played this one or the original that much, and the fact that it's also 4-player is a huge selling point to me. So folks, we've definitely got some decisions to make. The one thing I do know is that today we're coming home with the Grail. Well, folks, I am very happy to report that Chief came through for us again. He knocked $5 off Puyo Puyo Tetris and Undertale so that we could afford it with exactly as many dollars as we had left, which brings us down to 68 games remaining in the challenge. But folks, by far the most important find of the day was our second Grail of 6 from the Grail board. It felt so good to cross this thing off the list. And also, I may have snuck in an extra copy of Bee Simulator, which we can just keep between you and me. I'm Phoenix Resale, and this is my YouTube channel. Do y'all have any video games?
Not anymore.
Okay. Okay, that's the only one right up there? That's nice. So how much did you have on the Emerald? I'm curious. $4 grand? Dang. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take out a second mortgage to buy that game. Man, for some reason, I never remember playing that game on PS2. So I just tried to sell my whole Switch collection here.
Let me call someone in.
They brought an expert in to ask about it, and they said the best they can do is 25 bucks, so.
There's no money to be made.
Mike Tyson signature framed set with the game, and honestly, I expected to see more than $1,000 on that. Like, for that presentation, I'd pay it. So folks, we came all the way to Sin City in search of the rarest Switch games. Unfortunately, Rick Harrison's pawn shop let us down just a little bit. They don't have any like normal priced games in there, but I'm really curious. I have a theory that the regular pawn shops in the Vegas area might be stacked with stuff. Folks, sorry, we keep getting accosted by these very aggressive street peddlers here in Vegas. That's probably for the best. So I have this theory that all the other pawn shops around town are gonna be stocked with stuff because people are selling off all their valuables to get more gambling money. So folks, this is Easy Pawn. This is a national chain. I'm optimistic they're gonna have some games in there for us. We'll see if we can find anything to flip or potentially even some Switch stuff. I think I have spotted our target. The last one I needed. Well, they've got a ton of consoles over there. PS5s, PS4s galore, but I wonder if they have a game somewhere else. Oh, folks, check this out. We have found the motherload. Holy cow, all the Nintendo Switches. This is wild. We've got a ton of, looks like loose games down in that corner. Loose Switch games up here. Not the best prices I'm seeing those. Looks like 40 bucks for loose games, which is not the best. And a bunch of old PS4 controllers for like 45. We'll see if we can spot anything that might be on our list here. Okay, folks, I don't understand this one bit, but there's one loose Switch game in here that's way underpriced. Check this out. It's my favorite game, Zelda Breath of the Wild. For only 20 bucks, it doesn't make any sense. All the other ones are 40, and check this out on the Amazon seller app, 36 after fees, but you guys know me. Let's see if they have even a little bit more wiggle room on that guy. Did you guys have any, on that Zelda, do you know if you do 15, if it was cash? Had 20 on it. All right, folks, the bad news is they couldn't do the $15. The good news is they did knock tax off, so I paid 20 flat for Zelda Breath of the Wild.
And the real good news is you get to look at me part of this video and not just this ugly, ugly man.
As you guys know, I'm on a mission to collect 100 Switch games.
I'm on a mission to collect 100 Switch
for
games with
no money out of pocket. So since we got this for 20 and we'll be able to sell it for 36, we'll be able...
God, I hate you!
$16 in the Switch budget is what I'm saying. Also, we're going to a couple highly rated video game stores a little bit later.
You told me we were going to strip club.
All right, folks, so pawn shop number 2, gonna try to build this budget as much as we can. We may stick with game stores after this. I don't know, it seems like there are some really cool ones in the area. Switch, you have any Switch stuff?
I just have the consoles.
Okay, no games. So these are the only actual games?
Yes.
Could I take a look at the DS Lite? Does this like charge and everything?
As far as I know, yes, and I have the charger.
Okay. So folks, really the only item of interest was that DS Lite. She's going to see right now if they have a charger for it. Ooh, they have a Mario Red Switch there. I didn't even realize that. Charging, all good. Stylus, do you have the stylus with it? No. Do you know if you did have any like wiggle room on it, on the price?
It just came out on the 27th. Best I could
Did
do is
it?
like take $5 off.
So 35?
Plus tax.
I could do that. Appreciate it, thank you.
Of course.
All right, so just had about the longest pawn shop experience of my entire life. Did end up getting this for $35 out the door, so we'll be able to make about $15 on this after fees on Amazon, which puts us at a beautiful budget of $31 to spend on Switch games. I think it's about time we head to some good old Vegas game stores. What do you think, sir?
So I am excited to go to game stores, but Caleb, I have to ask, what's your initial thought of Vegas? You've never been to Vegas. Initial thoughts? That's really good, man. Thanks for sharing. Caleb, sir, I just realized something. My friend.
Okay.
We're in Vegas. We're in Vegas right now.
That's right, Sin City.
You're Mr. I have rules to what I do. I do Mission Switch, and I got a Grail board, and this is...
Sounds familiar.
We have to mix it up.
Okay.
What we're gonna do, I'm not asking you. We need to get a coin.
Okay.
Whatever you get your budget to, we take a coin at the end of the video, we flip it. Boom, lands on heads. Great, nothing changes. Phoenix resale video as goes on, normal.
Okay.
Lands on tails, me. I get to pick every single game, whatever games I want. It doesn't matter. No, oh, it's not in mine.
You control the fine.
I take it.
Okay, honestly, I would say yes. And if it lands on heads, you have to get a Mission Switch tattoo on your forehead.
What have I done? Caleb, this place is...
It's crazy, dude. Look what I just saw down here. This whole section down here, all these Wii games, all sealed.
All that's sealed?
It's all sealed, dude.
You know what's blowing my mind? So you go to retro stores, they have like one NES game.
Right.
Like, look at this. What in the world?
Yes, with the high effort reproduction
it's
cases.
It's like an old
so excellent.
rental store.
Oh my gosh.
This is unreal. Oh my gosh, Super Nintendo as well.
And folks, look at this. Dreamcast. Where do you see this many Dreamcast games? This is crazy. It's an entire shelf. The only thing that I just realized, and this could be a death blow, this sticker right here. So I'm almost sure that the reason that none of the glass case games have prices on them is because you probably have to, like, they're probably gonna look them all up in real time, which does make it a little bit tough for bargain hunters like me to find games that have much margin. But check this out. Disney Sports Soccer. That is one that I almost never see. That's wild. Now, after looking at more and more games, we quickly realized that this store just didn't have the most competitive prices. But nonetheless, I was determined to try to find something that was underpriced, so I kept checking game after game to try to build up our Switch budget a little bit. But unfortunately, most of the high dollar or sealed games just weren't priced, and I didn't really feel like going up to get an employee for them to check the price, only for me to then check the price and see if I could make any money on it. It just didn't seem like a good situation, so ultimately we had to admit defeat. Well, folks, leaving honestly a little bit defeated from this stop. They had an incredible selection, fantastic inventory. Unfortunately, oftentimes the stores that have the best selections usually also have the worst prices. So if you're a collector in the area, definitely would recommend stopping by. If you're a reseller in the area, unless you're way better at it than me, maybe skip this spot.
Caleb calls himself a reseller. I just call him a scumbag. Hi, friend.
Woo.
Like he has any friends.
You know the weirdest thing I've noticed about being in Vegas? Every one of their billboard lawyers looks like a cologne model.
Aqua Morgan & Morgan.
So Riff, at this point,
Yes,
we're
sir.
3 stops in. We've got $31 in the Switch budget. How does it feel? This may officially be the worst Mission Switch video to ever happen.
You kind of suck.
Oh, hey, by the way, this is Mission Switch.
A little late. A little late.
Okay, you know, get it off. Get it off.
Riff, will you fix this in the edit, please? I don't think anybody can fix a video this bad. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Retro City Games, please save this day. Okay, folks, I've got to say, this has to be honestly one of the coolest. This might compete with the last store for some of the coolest stuff that we've seen on this trip.
Can I argue that I think it's cooler? The kind of stuff that I like is like the Dreamcast kiosk. That is beautiful. This lying here in the store, an original Mario 3 toy chest. And look at this display right here.
Dude, are you gonna skip
Mario
over the
Galaxy.
Pokemon Platinum DS?
I'm not a Pokemon guy
Come
like
on,
you.
Man, the Giratina?
I thought that was Caterpenis.
All right, dude, did you see this in the corner?
I
over
just
here?
did.
Dude, I swear, I can't go anywhere without finding a piece or an entire Switch kiosk. It's like it's taunting me.
Did you know like a year ago I sold a Switch kiosk?
No, you didn't.
I swear, for like $800. And it was the best one. It was the Luigi's Mansion display one. I promise you, I really did.
All right, so folks, the streak is broken finally. Normally, I wouldn't really mess with these margins. We've got Transformers Devastation for $40, and you can see we'll get 46 on Amazon. So a nice solid little come up here. That'll bump us up to like $37. Honestly, I just really want to have a little bit more money to spend here because the owners of this store have been super cool.
That is one ugly monkey. Speaking of ugly monkeys, what'd you find?
Hello. Folks, you guys know I'm all about the sealed stuff here. We've got the riveting game Personal Math Trainer for $5. Check this out after fees, $19.
God, you're dumb.
Folks, that brings our budget up to $52 that we have to spend on Switch stuff, and look at this. Riff spotted this. Credit where credit's due. $70 for a sealed Final Fantasy DS game. And look at this, folks. $91 after fees. But honestly, what excited me even more was the game right above it. I didn't know that existed. Freddy Fish on the DS. Dude, tell me somebody else played the point-and-click icon, Freddy Fish. Did you play that?
I truly did. No, I
did?
did. That and Putt Putt Fatty Bear. Putt Putt Fatty Bear.
You're a putt-putt man?
Huge putt-putt man.
Oh my
Huge
gosh.
putt-putt
Dude,
man.
I'm gonna have to buy that for you just because of that. So folks, between these 3 games, we're up to $73 to spend on Switch games. Riff, I have one question for you. Can I catch you on the flip?
I thought you were gonna say, do you feel lucky, punk?
So folks, this is high stakes. We decided to do 1 coin flip here and 1 coin flip at the next Retro City we're about to go to. Got $73 and they actually do have one of the games that is remaining on my list, the Mega Man Collection, which I would love to come away with. But if it's Tails, It might not be up to me. All right, folks, this is the Vegas moment of truth.
I'm letting it hit the floor. We're going floor model.
Okay.
It's going to be Tails because I'm making it come into existence.
Here we go.
By the power of Mighty Mario.
Drum roll, please, Editor Riff.
No! No!
We've done it, folks. Heads it is on the Sacagawea. How's it feel?
What a sackage of crap.
That's what I'm talking about.
Are you happy you won?
Dude, I'm stoked about that game. I love collection games. Mega Man is super fun, super chill.
Shut up.
It's a good day.
I hate you. Holy cow. Look at that. I've never seen this in my life. So I've owned this before by itself, but all three of them?
Yeah, seeing it in the outer cardboard is incredible.
You know what would be a really good deed? For you to buy it for me.
There's no money to be made.
Did you think that this is Phoenix Good Deeds?
Phoenix scum sale. Okay, real talk, I just bought it for myself.
Folks, gotta say, Retro City Games absolutely hooked us up. Not only did they give us a couple free Mountain Dews.
Gamer fuel.
Absolutely. So we've got, what, like 53 bucks left in the budget going into the other Retro City Games because they were so cool to us.
In-N-Out kind of sucks, man.
Folks, I'm realizing that this combo pack has Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all in one game. I've got memories of playing the PS1 version of the Mega Man Legacy Collection in my basement with my high school bros.
He has no friends.
Definitely scored at the first Retro City Games, and since we did so well, we're gonna go ahead into the second one here with our $53. Granted, since I won the first coin flip, maybe I should have spent our whole budget, but there were no other list games there, so I was like, I'll try my luck. All right, Riff.
Yes, sir.
You gotta come over here.
Okay.
I want to get your reaction to an item I just spotted.
Uh-oh.
Look at these right here.
Oh, no! The Mario gloves.
Yeah.
Man, that's
Check
cool.
these out, folks.
That is so
with
cool.
the tags.
1989 NWT, new with tags. That is beautiful, dude. I have some Sonic ones like that, but not that.
Really?
That's actually freaking, this is sick too.
Seems like a decent
These
price.
are super valuable now.
Oh, wow.
The Super
More than
Nintendo holders.
120?
Yeah, they're pretty heavy right now.
Wow.
The value of them. Dang, bro. Thank you for offering to buy this for me. It really means a lot to me.
Hey, I mean, it's my pleasure. It's not like you're already overpaid, so.
Wow, yes, Retro Rick does overpay me. Thank you.
Just looking around to see if I can find any more like sealed low dollar stuff. One thing that they did tell us at the other location is because this one is right in the touristy area, their inventory comes and goes a lot faster, so they're not likely to be super stocked on anything.
Ooh, folks, this may have peaked because the movie recently came out, folks. Let me search this up in my Amazon app. By the way, I have a Discord in the link below if you want to check that out. It's free for the first month.
Actually, all that is true.
Yo, look at this. Street Shark's jab hand. He's a kid, you used to put these in your hands and do little fights with them. Caleb probably doesn't know anything about it. He's like, I think, turning 18 next month.
Now folks, at this point, I got right to work scanning every game on the shelves that I possibly could, especially since we'd had such good luck at the other Retro City location. But despite my best efforts in scanning multiple sealed and collector's edition games, I just wasn't able to come up with anything that would meet my margins to be able to sell well on Amazon. That is, until I found the glass case.
All right, folks, after about 20 minutes of scanning around the store looking for something that works with our margins, I have found one item. Now, you guys have seen me flip this game before. You can probably see it right now in the glass case. Skylanders Trapped Team. The bad news is that they know this is a valuable game. Sometimes I'll find this for $5 or $10. They've got it priced at $50. The good news is on Amazon, the price is absurd. $74 after fees, which bumps us back up to a total of $77 in the Switch budget. So folks, the Switch section here maybe leaves a little bit to be desired. We've definitely got some solid series here like Animal Crossing, Dragon Quest, a couple Pokemon games. If I'm able to win this coin toss...
Tails to the ground, tails to the ground, tails to the ground, tails to the ground.
I'm definitely gonna go for Dragon Quest Builders 2, $35. This is one that a lot of you guys recommended that technically was not on my list. Now, these ones in the glass case, they again have some really solid titles. A lot of them are sealed, but all of them I either have or I'm not that interested in. They've got some loose stuff down here, which hopefully Riff doesn't go for if he wins the coin toss. But I guess there's only one way to find out.
Gotta get the coin, gotta get the coin, gotta get the coin, gotta get the coin, gotta get the gotta get the coin, gotta get the coin. Da, 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 da.
All right, Mr. Caleb, I'm kind of changing the rules a little. We're in Vegas.
Okay.
We're in Vegas. Things have to change. So what we're gonna do.
By the way, his first idea was to take all of our expected profit and put it on red in a casino. I was like, I don't think they'll let us film in there. And also there are kids watching, so maybe not.
We looked at the rules. It wasn't allowed.
Not allowed.
But what we'll do instead, I have an idea. So for this one, if this is heads, again, you got to finish it out. It's all yours. You do what you want with whatever games you want. But if it's tails, I will get the money from you. You give me your credit card. I go buy the stuff, have them put it in a bag, and you don't get to see what any of it is until you get back home in Kentucky, hanging out with the cows, whatever you do out there. You got to go open it and check it out.
Deal. But if it's heads, you never get a raise.
Isn't that my reality?
He was never getting it anyway. And here we go.
It's gonna be tails. I'm calling it right now. You got me? Tails. Tails to the ground. Tails to the ground. Tails to the ground. Tails to the ground. We're at tails, my friends. We're at tails. We're at tails. It has to be Switch stuff.
I'm not even gonna say that. I trust you, dude. I completely trust you.
That's your biggest mistake.
Oh, well, folks, this is honestly a first in Mission Switch history. I know that we're coming away with Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, which I'm stoked about because it brings our games remaining down to 67 for the whole collection. But I still have not opened this little mystery bag of games that Riff got us, and I'm honestly a little bit nervous. Although, worst case scenario, we can always just throw some stuff on the trade shelf. Alright, so it looks like we have... a sealed copy of Denise Austin's Pilates for Everybody. Oh, I freaking hate you, dude. Next, we've got a sealed Allie and AJ Adventure on the DS. Boy, I really appreciate you for that one, man. We've got a heavily worn copy of It Looks Like Mary-Kate and Ashley on the Game Boy. Oh, the trade shelf has never looked better. And last but not, okay, he did get us one. The single game that we did want, Dragon Quest Builders 2. And okay... Alright, and we have a bonus in there of LOL Surprise Remix Loose, nonetheless. Well, Riff, given that you did get the one that I wanted from that store, I really can't hate you too much. And who knows, maybe we'll keep the door open for getting you a raise one of these days.
And we're coming up on about 2 years of you saying that.
Why is this silver GBA so cheap?
Incredibly highly rated on Metacritic.
No way.
I'm on a mission to collect these 100 Switch games for no money out of pocket. I've got 66 games left on my Switch list, and our first stop of the day is this Cash America pawn. Folks, this is Mission Switch. Thanks to Shopify for sponsoring this video.
Ooh, deals of the day. That's interesting. Let's see, we got some PS4 stuff down here. I don't know. Not seeing any price tags on these though, so that could be some potential on these. We'll see. All right, so I just checked my Amazon seller app and checked this out. This would be like $4 after fees. For this one, we're looking at like $6. The Call of Duty Ghosts, weirdly enough, is like $11. But the big winner is this deluxe edition Need for Speed, because look at this, $28 after fees. The big question mark is just what their prices are on all of these games.
Hey there, these were in the deal bin. Do you know how much these are?
25 for the bundle?
If I did all four, how about 15? Okay, appreciate that, thank you. All right, folks, how'd you like that live negotiation action on these games? That was a lot of fun and a killer deal for our first bundle of the day. Now, some of you guys who are new to this series may be wondering, Caleb, I thought this was Mission Switch. What are you doing picking up PS4 games? And the reason is the way that we build a budget to buy our Switch games for no money out of pocket is by flipping any kinds of video games we can get our hands on. And since the after fees value of these 4 games on Amazon is $48 combined, and I only paid $15 even though they wanted $25,
25 for the bundle?
that $33 difference will be our Switch budget either at future pawn shops, or I think I'm gonna go to a Half Price Books, or at the video game convention that I'm gonna go to towards the end of this video. Oh, and folks, look at this. It's 2 minutes into the video and I've already lied to you. I told you we were going to another pawn shop, but this Disc Replay is here and they often have really great deals. This honestly might be my favorite video game store chain to buy from. We'll just have to see, one, how good their inventory is, and two, what their Switch section looks like. So folks, right off the bat here, I'm seeing something in the glass case. Does anyone understand this? Why is this silver GBA so cheap? At 35 bucks, those normally go for like 60 to 70 on Amazon, so I'm gonna have them get it out and inspect it. But if it looks good, that could be a great flip. I'm gonna have to take a closer look at this fire red as well, but at 80 bucks, if that's authentic, it should be a solid $20 profit on Amazon. But see folks, this right here in this case is what I'm talking about in terms of pricing. We've got Donkey Kong Country right there and then Mario World in the back, both for 15 bucks. I normally see those for like in the 20 range at conventions. So I've got a couple things to check up on once I can get a hold of an employee, but in the meantime, let's check on the Switch section. All right, so it looks like a pretty solid selection here of, no way, oh shoot. Dang it, folks. I just went through like the full gambit of emotion, like absolute elation and then disappointment. This used to be like 20 bucks or so at this chain. You can see now they've gotten wise and priced it at 120 because this is indeed even loose over a $100 game on Switch. It's super rare. Now, in terms of games that I still need for my 100 game list, I did see one or two down here. One of them was Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. I love this game because it's actually a co-op Mario game, but at the same time, I kind of hate it because it's a co-op Mario game. Since this one is more common, though, I'm leaning towards leaving it behind for now. The bottom two rows of my Switch list are all limited edition games, and I haven't gotten very many of them. I'm talking like Rivals of Aether and Super Meat Boy and Lonely Mountain Downhill, just to name a few. So I think for now, I'm just mostly gonna stick with trying to find stuff to flip to build our budget so that hopefully when we're at the con later today, we'll have plenty of budget to be able to hunt for some rare stuff. Folks, speaking of rare stuff, check this out. Pokemon Ranger in super nice shape, complete for 25. At first glance, doesn't seem like a great deal, 15 after fees. But upon closer inspection on the competition, look how far you have to scroll down before you hit a very good condition game. Look at that. $61.44 is the actual lowest price for this condition. Because it's a little bit riskier, I'm not going to factor this one into our Switch budget total, but wanted to give you guys a glimpse into just how condition can affect market value on Amazon. Okay, folks. I just made a crazy discovery. They have an entire case of rare Switch games up in the front of the store. I'm gonna try to be like discreet and not super obnoxious about it. Holy cow, I never see that kind of stuff in game stores. There it is, folks. Steam World Heist. The only problem is it's 50 bucks. I honestly cannot believe how crazy this super rare Switch collection is. Okay, so folks, good news, bad news on this. The good news is I just looked up the remaining games on our Switch list. I've got a picture of it here on my phone, and it looks like the only one I think that I still need that they had in that case is this Steam World Heist. The bad news is it costs 50 bucks, and we right now only have 33 in the budget, so I'm gonna have to check on that Pokemon and the Game Boy Advance game to see if we're gonna be able to afford that thing. Alrighty, folks, coming out of Disc Replay with a blue bulk bag full of stuff. By the way, shout out to the employees in there. They were both super cool. But now it's time for the moment of truth. What the heck did we get? I did pick up this Game Boy Advance for 35 bucks. This thing, weirdly enough, is super clean. An incredible price for a really clean GBA. We'll get $20 very conservatively in profit on Amazon for this. Probably more like 35, but we like to make the safe estimates here for this challenge. Then we're gonna make another 20 bucks on this beautiful fire red version, which I did take a close look at and confirm this bad boy is in fact authentic. Regardless of the game store you're shopping at, I highly recommend getting educated on how to spot fakes of these because they are everywhere. We also picked up the Pokemon Ranger for 25, but like I said, we're not gonna estimate any profit on that because it's a little bit more uncertain. Then last but not least, a little surprise item on my way out the door. We got this GBA wireless link cable for 8 bucks, which is going for an insane $37 after fees on Amazon. So a huge boost with this and more than enough to come away with our prize. The expensive and sealed game on our list, Steam World Quest Hand of Gilgamesh. Now I'm gonna be real with you guys. From the outside of the case looking in and with this sticker on it, I definitely thought that this was Steam World Heist, which is the game on the list. But the reason that I put a couple of Steam SteamWorld games on there is I just want to try out the franchise because it's really well regarded. So I'm still going to count this one in that game's place because honestly, I don't want to spend another 50 bucks on a different one. And folks, because this stop was so successful, after adding up all the expected profit from these items and subtracting out SteamWorld Heist, oh dang it, SteamWorld Quest, we've still got a whopping $59 left in our Switch budget heading in to stop number 3. Folks, normally this would be the part of the video where I come in and say day number 90 whatever of giving Chipotle free advertising till they sponsor me, but I gotta be honest, anytime I'm in Indiana or Illinois and there's a Portillo's nearby, I sniff out that irreparable artery damage like a hound. Like seriously, this large fries may give me a heart attack tonight, but I will die with a smile on my face and a bubble in my gut. Oh, folks, our next stop of the day is another one where we could potentially find both Switch games or stuff to flip. Oh my gosh, $23 into $74. This is insane. I've got to see if I can find any more sealed stuff here. I feel like we're on a roll. Ooh, look at this right here, folks. Okay, it is a sports title, but still, it is sealed. Okay, so priced at $6 and okay, 14 after fees. That's also really solid. It looks like this little corner right here is their only Switch section, and the prices actually are pretty decent, but it looks like their only limited run game is this Republique right here for 50, which is not one that's on my list. Ooh, but folks, the sealed game shenanigans are not over. Look at this, The Walking Dead for $6, and it is brand new. Going for 17 after fees. Let's go. I feel like we're getting away with something right now. This is amazing. And folks, here's another sealed one that I just found. Look at this, Avengers Connect. Let's see if this one's underpriced. Oh man, I just realized I just went from like so stoked to so entitled in like no time flat. I found this and was like, yes! And now I pull this one and I'm like, a little under market price, ew. Now, for any of you guys keeping track of home, $11 profit on this, $8 profit on this, and $50 profit on Mario leaves us with an overall Switch budget for our next stop of $128. Now, folks, I didn't want to say this earlier because I didn't want to jinx it, but my secret goal for this video was to get 10 Switch games in a single episode. I'll be honest, I've been slacking on Mission Switch recently. What can I say? I went to Arkansas, I was distracted by Retro Rick and the boys. Yeah, go ahead and offer me some money, man. I had to entertain Riff the whole time so he wouldn't get bored. What did you want to say, Mr. Editor? So let's just say I've had the Mission Switch itch recently, but if we're gonna have that level of success in this disc replay, we need to rustle up like at least a couple $100 worth of profit. I was scared to even mention that because it's an ambitious goal, but what can I say? I'm speaking it into existence. Let's go. Look, there it is again, folks. The $4,500 sealed original Smash Bros. That thing actually was here last time I was here, like months ago. I guess we'll have to wait like another 6 months or so to see if it sells next time. But folks, I'm getting distracted here. It is time to focus. I came over to the GameCube section and quickly spotted Strikers up here, which is complete. I thought 65 wasn't too bad of a price, but I checked on Amazon. Looks like 41 after fees is kind of brutal, so we're putting that back. 30 on Prime is not a bad deal, although honestly the case is super grimy. And then I also saw Lights Camera Pants down here, which I know I've gotten 20 after fees for in the past, but then I checked and look, no manual. But then I was looking and what do I spy to this side? This is the PlayStation section. We've got Legaia, we've got Tekken, Spider-Man, Soul Blade down here. They've got all kinds of heat that I need to check out. See, and this wall, like it's so hard when these are stacked vertically like this to tell what you're actually looking at. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually like some decent stuff in here. Yeah, unfortunately it does look like Legaia is appropriately priced at 75. Oh, and there's Spider-Man, $40 on Spider-Man 2. That's about right. This disc replay had an amazing selection of high-dollar PS1 games. I kept getting my hopes up only to find that they were priced at or maybe a little bit below market value. I was feeling a little bit down, so I thought I'd try to raise my spirits with this Heart of Worship CD I found, but it turned out to just be a plain old NFL Blitz. Well, folks, after that incredibly disheartening Matt Redman experience, I finally found one game that I think will kickstart our budget for this stop. It was in the PSP section here, and I noticed down here there are a few really solid looking complete games, including Jeanne d'Arc for 25 bucks. This game usually goes for at least 50 in complete condition, so I checked on Amazon and look at that, $62 after fees. Granted, it'll be a slow seller, but folks, at this point, I will take what I can get, and this thing's super clean. By the way, shout out to Disc Replay for just not even bothering with the $2 sticker down here on the $13 game. Well, folks, despite my best efforts, I think this stop may end up being a bust. Well, not a total bust, but you know, like a $30 profit when I wanted it to be $300. Honestly, I do kind of feel bad for overselling it a little bit. I might have jinxed it just a touch, but the good news is we do still have the convention tomorrow to also try to find flips in addition to trying to find some rare Switch stuff. Oh, well, folks, it's official. I am now a failure as a reseller. I just walked into a Disc Replay and only came out with one game to flip. The only bright side is we've got $158 walking into the Illinois Game Con tomorrow. It's a convention that I have never been to before. So you know what? Sky's the limit. Maybe we'll find a vendor that will sell us 9 more Switch games to complete our goal for 158 bucks. Maybe we'll find an amazing flip that will get us enough cash to buy whatever we want. I have no idea, but I do know I will see you guys again bright and early tomorrow. So folks, you just saw that little miniature line outside that was like the early bird VIP line. I saw that, it was maybe like 8 people and was like, okay, it's probably gonna be a pretty chill show. Little did I realize it ended up getting absolutely packed in here around 10 o'clock. It's about midday right now and I just finished up all of my buying for the business and it's time to get down to Switch hunting. Okay, so folks, at this point, we are not in the convention center. That's the convention center right over here. We're in the lovely parking lot, and I'm here with my new friend Jay in the middle, as you can see, of a trunk deal, buying a good amount of stuff from him, and I had to turn the camera on. I wasn't planning on recording anything, but then this box came out. And this is the more modern box, and it happens to have, I lifted this up, and this is exactly what I saw. Look at this, all these Switch games, and if you look down here, there's some limited run, there's some super rare, and I was like, holy cow, am I about to discover some of the games that are remaining on our list? So Jay said it's cool if I turn on the camera, and I'm just gonna look through this live with you guys right now. What do we have here? Supermarket Shriek. Some of this stuff, like, I haven't even, Kiwi I have seen. I don't think that one goes for a ton if I'm not, yeah.
I'd only, if you want it, it's like 10 bucks.
Okay, 10 bucks. Override 2, this is cool too. Bubble Bobble for friends.
Only if Caleb had.
This would be amazing if I had friends.
He beat me to it.
You have to put yourself down, don't you? That's Riff's job, not yours.
Let's see, what do you think is the coolest game in here?
If you like shooters, that game is awesome. And
okay.
It was only released by Pixel Heart or something like that.
Androdunos.
This one's another one
Gunvolt.
that was, I think, only sold through, limited run, but it wasn't one of their part of their number series.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why it doesn't have it on the back or anything. I've forgotten our budget. Is it 158, Riff? Help me out, man.
That is correct.
Okay, I have to be honest though, I did see something in here that's very exciting. Tetris Effect Connected. This is one that is still on my list. It is technically limited run. Is this one unnumbered as well?
I think so. I don't think that was one of their numbers.
Yeah, okay.
But as far as I know of, it was only sold through their site. I don't think it was ever sold outside.
Okay.
Unlike the PlayStation version, it was sold outside.
Yeah.
But the Xbox and Switch version, as far as I know of, was only released on... I could be wrong. Some fan might correct me.
This one is incredibly highly rated on Metacritic. Will you break the news to me how much it's worth or how much you were asking on it?
I'd honestly have to look up what it's going for.
Okay, we'll look it up and we'll talk about it a little bit later, because the other one that I also saw, what do we have in here? We've got Collection of Mana, we've got Metaloid Origin. Look at this, folks, Golf Story. on Limited Run. This is a golf RPG I've heard really good things about. Do you know anything about this game? I know it has a great reputation.
It actually is really good.
Wow, Limited Run number 15 too, so this is early. This one you at least had stickered at 45.
Those stickers are old from like when I did it like from 2018.
That's not what you want to hear, folks. Those are old stickers,
These
no.
old stickers are not going to be...
Okay, well, I'll let you look that one up as well, and we can come to a price on that. If I have the budget for it, I would love to get it. Martian Panic, Machinarium I actually just saw yesterday. Crazy Chicken. I'm just making sure there isn't anything else in here, that I need. This one I may make you an offer on for the business side. I don't think this is on my list, but yeah, let's do a little bit of research and then we'll come back to you guys. Well, folks, I have a bad feeling about this because Jay looked both of those games up and laughed. And I'm like, that does not bode well. So hit me with the bad news.
Golf Story, you're looking at somewhere between $80 to $100 now.
Shoot, so it's like doubled basically.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a very well-regarded game, so I expected it to be high.
What do you want to offer?
Okay, let's see. So average of like 90 or so. I want to be fair to you still, but I do love getting deals. What would you say to like 70?
I'll give it to you for 70.
70 bucks. I appreciate that a ton. Okay,
but
so
you promise me you're gonna play it.
I will play this. I will play this. I'm not flipping this one. Tell me about the Tetris Effect.
You're not. Unfortunately, that one goes for about $100 now.
100. And folks, keep in mind these are both sealed as well, so they're in really great shape. Like condition is everything that you could want. So around 100 for that one as well. How much money do I actually have? So if I paid 70 for this, if you were open to 80 for this, I'm almost sure I have a $150 budget. That would eat up all of our budget, but it would make me a happy man.
I'll give it to you for 80.
I appreciate that so much.
Just to see your pretty little smile.
Oh man. Folks, the love is flowing, and look at this. I cannot believe 2 high-dollar limited run games off of the list, in addition to the one that we got earlier today, and the day is not even done. We are going to have to do a little bit more budget building if we want to find anything else, though. We'll see if we can make it happen. Jay, thanks again.
No problem.
All right, so folks, back inside now, and just ran into Jay again, and he said that he just spent all the money that I spent with him out at our trunk deal, out in the parking lot, and what did you buy with it? It was like, what, 1,500 bucks or so?
A little under that, it was about 14.
Okay, 1,400.
But I spent a good portion of it, so thanks to you, you got this into my collection.
Love it, that's incredible.
Game that there is.
Would you look at that? We actually just sold one of those from RGT's collection. That is absolutely a grail. Super happy for you.
Thank you so much, man.
The money didn't last long, but it usually doesn't.
When I sell video games, they go back into my collection. That's my rule, so.
That's awesome. Well, hey, thank you again. Glad you got something great.
Thank you for buying some stuff from me so I can get a grail off my collection. Thank you so much.
Happy to.
And Riff, you're a good guy. You're a good guy for putting up with this dude, okay?
I don't know about that. Folks, I know that I had said at the start of this video that I was trying to get 10 games into the collection, which is a super ambitious goal. I have to say, even though we're only at 3 right now, I am stoked about the quality rather than quantity that we have gotten. The thing is, I'm not quite satisfied yet. I'd like to get one more game into the collection if we can. I think we're down to only an $8 budget though, Riff. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we have to build up a little bit more expected profit, and I think I know just the place to do it. So folks, I'm here for the second time today at the booth of Rob from Gaming Off the Grid. We have done business in the past.
Yes, we have.
So I know you're fair, and you've got some quality inventory here, so I thought I would take a quick peek, see if I can spot anything that maybe you missed, maybe you slipped up on. Okay, this is something. This is a little Move controller for the PS3. You have 15. Would you do 12?
I'll do 12 on that.
Okay, folks, the ball is rolling. These I know for a fact I can get around 24 after fees on Amazon, so you just doubled my Switch budget. Yeah. Appreciate that. Folks, we're on a roll here. I'm gonna keep hunting through here and I'll update you guys on what kind of stuff I'm able to find. All right, folks, I did find one thing here from my new friend Brian at the booth. Brian, whose name I definitely remember. It is a really well-priced red DualShock controller for $25, which, Brian, you're not gonna believe this. I don't even need to haggle you, because this, it'll get me more after fees on Amazon, so I appreciate that, thank you. And then the other thing that you pointed out to me is this guy right here, which you said is new? Yep. New and sealed. That seems like a really solid deal. Well, I'll do some research on this as well and see maybe even in like new condition what I could get, and then hopefully we can come to a solid little bundle here. All right, folks, I found one last high dollar item here at the booth that I'm very interested in. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. This thing, it's clean too. It's clean and complete. And I'll show you guys right now what I'm looking at on Amazon. I think that I could get 143. So I'll tell you, like, I don't have to haggle you. I don't have to. I will ask, for the sake of the Switch collection, would you do 110?
I'll do 110.
Okay, I appreciate that, man.
Of course.
Love it, love the community. And so folks, that's a few items here. We got 1, 2, 3 that we're messing with for sure. And Riff, I will get you a very solid, firm, some firm profit estimations on these, don't you worry. All right, folks, so after our deal with Rob and Brian, we are up to a $67 official Switch budget. And folks, it is time to hunt. All right, folks, so some of our first in-convention Switch games here with the clearance of Walmart stickers still on them. We've got Yooka-Laylee, Final Fantasy X and X2, and FIFA 18. Nothing really here for me, but I would love to have one of the Final Fantasy compilation games on the Switch at some point. We'll see if that ends up happening today. With 67 bucks, I think we can safely either get 2 like solid Switch games or 1 like really rare one. Folks, I have found what I think may be the Switch booth that we end the day out at. I haven't looked at any of these titles, but I mean, look at how much we have in here. And I have seen a few little limited run emblems in here and some super rare stuff. So I'm just gonna kind of start pulling stuff. Oh my gosh, and immediately I just found something. Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. This game was on my list because I played Abzu, and while visually it was beautiful, it just was a little bit slow and boring. So I wanted to try this to sort of complete the deep sea genre and see if maybe the genre itself isn't really for me. That said, he did say a good number of these games are not priced, so I don't know what this will look like budget-wise. Oh, some really solid ones in here too. Cuphead sealed. Luckily, we already have that one in the collection. Castlevania Anniversary Collection, we also already have, luckily. Oh my gosh, folks, I just found another one. Look at this, Agalos. This one is sealed. I think it might be priced a little bit above market, so I might pass on this one. I honestly put this one on the list purely because I like the art style. It says it's a classical non-linear adventure. It's probably a little more expensive because it is sealed, so I'll probably lean away from this one, but I'm not sure. We've got, looks like Super Meat Boy Forever, which I think most people say is not as good as the original, so I think I'm gonna leave that one behind. And then look at this is not on my list, but the Crisis Collection for $250. That is wild. We've got Return of Obra Dinn and folks, this almost seems meant to be. We have the other SteamWorld game that is on my list, SteamWorld Dig 2. And this one I did actually get the title correct. This is like a mining and exploration game, also has super high reviews. The only problem is it's 75 bucks, so I'm a little bit on the fence about it. So folks, I'm here with my new friend Ben, and I've got a pricing question to ask you. I've got $67 in my budget right now for Switch games. Okay. I saw you had 75 on SteamWorld Dig 2, which is on my list. I was wondering, could you possibly get to 67 for this game? Well, folks, it was a very productive trip to the Illinois Game Con. First of all, little hairline check time. How's it looking? I know, it's bad. I joke about it because I am deeply sad. But on the real, we did end up managing to come away with not just these 3, but also our 4th limited edition game of the day because Ben hooked us up.
Yeah, I think I could do that.
And I have to say, even though I was going for 10 today, it's gonna feel really good to make this list a little bit less lopsided by checking off some of our more rare titles. And if I had to pick a favorite of the day, it would have to be Tetris Effect because it's gonna be super fun to play with all my friends later on.
I mean, you already know.
Oh my gosh, folks, I did not think that today would be a Grail day. Oh my gosh.
Alright folks, here we are, pawn shop number 1 of the day, video game cupboard. Let's see, anything, mostly sports games looks like. Thanks to Shopify for sponsoring this video. Not seeing a ton of interest, although it does look like this Michael Phelps game is sealed. I'm on a mission right now to find underpriced games to flip to add to my budget for Switch games. Yeah, unfortunately it looks like even in brand new condition, Michael Phelps would not bring a whole lot of money. So unfortunately, no game flips to be found in Volunteer Pawn today. I'm actually on my way to the Southeast Game Exchange video game convention. It's my favorite video game convention of the whole year. There are going to be tons of Switch games there, so I want to build up a little bit of a budget if I can before we get there. The problem is, I'm in Johnson City, Tennessee right now, and their pawn shops and video game stores are few and far between. I've got 62 games left on my Switch list and $0 in the Switch fund, folks. This is Mission Switch. Question. On some of these older ones, it looks like there aren't price tags. Were there just standard pricing on those, or do you know?
Some of the old school stuff I researched.
Alright, so for the most part, I'm not seeing anything like crazy in here. I did find a few things that are worth something though. This Miss Pac-Man should go for like 10 after fees. Xena is worth like 26. And then this one, Jurassic Park, is going for like 35 after fees on Amazon right now. So I'm gonna have to take these up to him to research and see what kind of a price he actually gives.
Okay, yeah, I'll just put the prices here, and if you're interested,
Sure.
yes, if not.
Thanks. Wow, folks. Craig from Craig's Easy Pawn absolutely hooked it up for me with 3 first scores of the day. Let me show you guys. First of all, I should probably let you guys know that right now my car is packed with inventory to sell once I get to Southeast Game Exchange. So all of this stuff hopefully will not come home with me, but these 3 games are. Didn't end up getting all 3. He did, check this out, 15 on Jurassic Park, so that's a $20 profit. 10 bucks on Xena Warrior Princess, and it's in nice complete shape. So that's another $16 profit. And then he put a price on Miss Pac-Man for 10 bucks, but actually since I bought the other 2, I was kind of on the fence about it since it's only worth 11, but he said he would do 8, and he was such a nice guy, so I went ahead and just pulled the trigger anyway. So we're starting off today with a massive $39 in the Switch budget, which I'm absolutely tickled by. Folks, I am in the parking lot of stop number 3 right now, and I have 2 concerns that I would like to share. The first one is that the stop is called Albert's Pawn, and I'm looking in the windows, and it's honestly looking kind of sparse. Now, I honestly can't really see great from here, so I really probably shouldn't judge, but the second one is that in the last Mission Switch video, I put out into the world that I was trying to get 10 games in a single episode, and I failed miserably. We came away with like 4. And so it's with a little bit of nervousness that I say again, that will be my goal for this video. At least, that's what I thought my goal was going to be at this point in the weekend. In reality, I had no idea I was about to have a shot at my most expensive Switch game grail. But given that we've hit 2 stops and our budget is at 40 bucks so far, we're averaging 20 bucks a stop, I don't know how likely it really is. Do these have like standard pricing or anything? Okay, yeah, looks like individual. Yep, the gut was definitely right on that one, but maybe we still can get 10 games today. I don't know. What do you think, Riff?
I think you're a failure. You have no friends. Your mom didn't tell you that you were adopted, and your dad doesn't love you.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so folks, I just pulled up to our last stop before the video game convention, and it might be the weirdest storefront I've seen. Look at this. Stop number 4 is the Westmoreland Insurance Building, and then you have to zoom in a little bit closer to see, oh, Nerd HQ Comics, Toys, and Games. I've never been to this one before. Hopefully they have a decent video game selection. If not, I do have one ace up my sleeve that I could pull if need be. Alright, so folks, coming in here, there are 2 things that I'm noticing right off the bat. One is their game selection is fantastic. Really excited to dig in over here. And the second thing is they've got a lot of sealed games on these shelves. I'm seeing that a lot of them are priced as sealed, right? Like that wouldn't normally be 19 bucks, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sealed stuff on these shelves that still has some solid margin on Amazon. And folks, who has 2 thumbs and a low IQ and loves sealed shovelware? This guy. The good news is, after about 20 minutes of scanning stuff, I did finally find something that works for my margins. Looks like on this sealed up game, which is priced at 14, we'll be able to make about another 14 on it after fees. The bad news is, so far, this is the only one I've been able to find, and also the AC is broken in here, so I'm sweating like a hog. And also, I just found their Switch section, which you could say is not the beefiest I've ever seen. They've got 3 complete games, Terra Trilogy, which granted is very cheap, Skullgirls, which is not one that I see too much, and then Power Rangers also, which honestly is for nerds. Nerds! Nerds! So unfortunately, not a ton of profit to be found here, but they do still have a great selection, and if anybody out there is looking for a Wii Sports bowling accessory bag, well, now you know where to come. Alright, so folks, Nerd HQ in Johnson City, inside the Westmoreland Insurance Building. Totally a hidden gem, way bigger on the inside than I expected. Even though I'm only coming away with 1 game, the owner was super nice, would highly recommend it if you are in the area. Now, the addition of this Wii game brings our total Switch budget up.
Get it?
To $54. Take a look. What do all of these 7 Switch games have in common? Anyone know? Any guesses? These are all games that came out of the Switch collection that I hand selected before coming here, because I really had no idea what the pawn shop situation down here in South Carolina would be like. These are all games that I would be totally happy to trade off for other games that are on our list that we don't have. None of these games were actually on our Switch list, but for one reason or another, I would be totally happy letting go of all of them. For example, for some reason, I end up with 2 of It Takes Two, and ironically, to play the game, it only takes 1. Squish is a multiplayer game that I tried to do, and I have to be honest, it just wasn't that fun. And then the rest, I'm honestly just not that interested in. So going into the convention tomorrow, I have 3 goals. 1, trade away all our games. 2, find more stuff to flip and build our budget. And 3, find Switch games from the list. Oh my gosh, it's hot. Oh, am I sweaty? Am I sweaty right now? Boy, it is toasty. And folks, here we are at last. Hour 1. This is the VIP hour of the Southeast Game Exchange. I'm gonna head around, see if I can find any vendors that are negotiable this early, and we'll see if we can get some stuff moving to build that budget a little bit more. All right, so folks, I just found this booth, and my new friend Lacey over here just said the magic words, which are, everything is negotiable. And you guys may notice
that you're not wearing your microphone, and it's really annoying to adjust the volume every time you turn your phone from behind you to in front of you to the back to the person to you. It's very annoying and causes me a lot of extra time and money. You suck.
This is a lot of the stuff that I love to buy the most. We've got like complete first-party AAA games, Skylanders stuff, and these special edition DSs as well too. Believe it or not, these are going for crazy numbers on Amazon. We may be able to pick those up, and it may not actually take that many booths to build our Switch budget to the point where we could buy 5 to 10 games. We'll see. Do you have any idea? I saw these weren't stickered, these Skylanders. Do you know what you were wanting on these more or less?
Honestly, if you buy all of them, I'll give you a hell of a deal. 20 a piece on those, 40 a piece on every one of those.
Is it okay if I take a look and pop it open here?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this one's pretty solid shape. I could be at 220 if that's close enough.
Done.
All right, our first one, let's go. Would 100 do it on this?
Done.
How about 60 and 65?
Done.
Really appreciate you, man.
No
Thanks.
problem, man.
All right, so just got all this stuff. If only we could do like a little editor riff voiceover here. Oh, hey.
Hokely dokely, folks, this is looks like an orange creamsicle, and as you guys know, I'm always looking to cream things. This I got for $2.40. It was a little old lady dying of a very ill sickness, but I got her down to $20. This I put in my back pocket, and these games has people on it, and you know I don't have friends, so I buy people, and this last was a gift to my editor riff. Hey, Caleb, honestly, your channel sucks, and you're giving me this stuff as a gift.
He doesn't realize he just hit 100K, and I actually did get him a really nice gift.
Yes, you did, and I apologize. I'm sorry. I love you.
So folks, this is the absolute beauty of conventions. One booth in 4 3DSs / 2DSs and a game. I'm gonna see if I can do a little bit of mental math here. This was $16, so that puts us at so literally after one booth, we went from $54 budget to $300 to spend on Switch games, and I'm feeling much better about the day. All right, folks, check this out. This is one of those crazy inflated 3DSs that I can get crazy numbers for. Look at that.
$544. The reason I bring that up is I just spotted one at this booth right here. I'm gonna have to take a closer look, see what the price is, and then see what we can get it for. And folks, literally as I was walking up to that booth to go check it out, a viewer, Andre, who I met last night, came up and handed me this bad boy, the Winnie the Pooh fanny pack. Dude, I just wanted to say thank you so much. A very thoughtful gift. You've got a WWE. The more obnoxious, the better with fanny packs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. It means a ton. Cool. Yeah, would you mind if I took, oh man, I thought actually that was a Majora's Mask. I'll have to look it up. But do you mind if I take a look at that Zelda 3DS?
My friend Ty here is super cool and was willing to hook me up on the price on this one, but I realized as I was looking at it, it actually is the Hyrule edition and it had a bit more condition wear than I can really tolerate for Amazon.
We'll see if we can find anything else around here though that piques our interest, folks. Folks, I was gonna try to get this Super Nintendo Classic here. It's a good deal at 75 bucks, but apparently now on Amazon it is restricted. It's just one of those random delightful things that you get to deal with as an Amazon seller. Sometimes you just randomly can't sell stuff. All right, so folks, I was just looking around here trying to find some more flips at this booth, and Daniel comes up to me, a subscriber of the channel, and what did you say?
Said, hey, you found Breath of the Wild Master Edition yet?
One of our Switch Grails. Only, what, 3 or 4 remaining Switch Grails? You have one of them with you in your car. Can we go take a look at it?
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh my gosh, folks. I did not think that today would be a Grail day. Again, you guys saw, I was planning on trying to get 10 Switch games, but wow, if we could get another Grail off our list, that'd be incredible.
My heart was racing as Daniel took me through the parking lot to his car. The Master Edition of Breath of the Wild came out at the original launch of the game and included a map, carrying case, soundtrack, and a good-sized statue of the Master Sword. In my last 10 months of hunting for Switch games, I have not seen this game once because so few of this edition were made. I knew this game normally sells for over $1,000 and that my current Switch budget was only $300, but I didn't know what condition Daniel's would be in or how much he wanted for it.
For those of you guys who don't know, Breath of the Wild is the game that was responsible for getting me back into gaming and collecting even as an adult. Took off, I would say 2019. I was a couple years late getting to the game. Oh, there it is, the Master Sword. Oh my gosh, it's in great shape too. I love to see that. The ultimate question though is, Daniel, what are you looking to get for this? Because it's definitely risen in price with the release of Tears of the Kingdom.
I could go for 800.
800? Okay, so you have a number in mind. Honestly, that's a very fair price. I'm not even gonna try to haggle you on that. I will be honest though, at this point in the video, I have $300 in the Switch budget. So I've got to get back in there and hustle my butt off and hopefully get enough to eventually buy this from you in cash. I appreciate you thinking of me so much, man, and hopefully we can come to a deal.
Hey, sounds good.
Thanks. All right, so folks, the clock is ticking right now. I've got $500 to try to make up in Switch budget in order to be able to buy it. The problem is this entire afternoon, I'm gonna be selling at my own vendor booth. And Daniel's only going to be here today, so I've set an appointment to meet him back at the cafeteria in an hour and a half. The problem is I've literally never found that much Switch budget profit in an hour and a half. So the pressure's on. So folks, I was just hunting here at this booth trying to find some flippable items, and Peyton, rocking the Phoenix resale hat, came up and you said you were looking to sell this Pokemon Stadium. Normally I don't mess with box stuff a ton, but what were you looking to get for it?
About 80.
80, man. If it's complete, that's a very fair price. Thanks a bunch. Yeah, I'll get you paid. By the way, folks, that's gonna be about $70 profit. They go for about $185 in that condition on eBay. I'm only factoring in $150 after fees, so $70 added to the Switch budget, and I'm already at another booth here where I think I should be able to find some deals that will work well on Amazon as well. Holy cow, I am jazzed. All right, so folks, ended up picking up 6 Wii games from this booth here. They're only going to be like $5 profit a piece, but that's just enough to get us to a $400 total Switch budget. I've got to run back to my booth right now because another viewer hit me up and said that he's got some stuff to sell, so we got to go check it out. And folks, I am rushing back to the booth at this point because we have less than an hour before we have to meet Daniel again, so I'm really hoping that this ends up being a high dollar deal.
Now folks, this viewer's name was Quentin. He was a super cool guy and gifted me this Darksiders Switch game, so when he asked for $220 for his Galaxy 3DS, I didn't even haggle him on it. Then we also settled on $55 for this stack of cartridges.
All right, so folks, we've got stuff tucked in behind the booth over here. I'm gonna huddle down here I just looked this up. I actually just sold one of these in very good condition on Amazon for $350, about $320 after fees. So this item alone, thanks a bunch to Quentin, is going to be $100 profit. Then in addition to that, we have nothing crazy here. We'll make $5 on Mario World, 10 on Banjo-Tooie, and then another 5 to 10. We'll call it 5 on Donkey Kong and 5 on Kirby's Dream Land. So I'm stoked. Our total Switch budget now is $525, but we've got just over a half hour left, so we've got to book it. Okay, so folks, I was just over at this booth. I forgot my camera, but this booth with the man in the killer Zelda shirt, and I picked up this sealed Michael Jackson The Experience. You can see it was $20. It's not in the best shape. And look at this, my internet literally just died, but after fees on Amazon, it goes for $50. That bumps us up to, what is it, Riff? $555, I believe? Okay, there it is, $49.87. Take that, Hank. He didn't get it on camera. He's making up numbers. He's not getting it. And folks, just as I was finishing up here, Sean came up and has a Game Boy Color and a 2DS XL. So on the Color, I could probably be at 45. Does that work for you? Sure. Okay, appreciate that. How would 160 be? 170. I'd do 170 for you. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. All right, so folks, word is getting out how much I love to buy handhelds. We're looking at probably 40-ish profit on this, and then another 20 on that, which puts us at just under $200 that we still need for it. But holy cow, the time is drawing near. Only got 20 minutes left. Well, folks, for the last 10 minutes or so, I'm honestly starting to get nervous. I'm really struggling to come up with this difference. We've still got a $195 budget to go. I've come to the booth of my friend Retro Wolf and see if he can work us enough deals to get us closer. All right, folks, so here's what the booth is looking like, and the man, the myth, the legend, Retro Wolf. Okay, so here's the situation. Okay, I'm trying to close a budget gap for one of my Switch grails. Something like this, I just bought one of these earlier. Might be able to work something there. Is this in there?
That is. Yep.
Okay, some of these special edition Xbox controllers too can go really well. Oh, okay, how much was that? 90? That's a pretty good deal, man. Dude, that could be really clutch. This could be the start of something beautiful. We'll see.
Success!
All right, well, folks, the good news is we did pick up this black 3DS for $90, and on Amazon, that's going to end up being like a $60 profit, which puts our total budget at $645. But the bad news is, folks, at this point, our time is up. I've got one more thing that may be able to save us. We're gonna go have to meet Daniel and see if maybe he would accept trade credit from the booth for the rest, because all of the stuff at the booth, I did buy at like 46% of price charting. So if we can get him interested in any of it, it could potentially work. I have a bit of a confession.
Okay.
I've only been able to come up with $645 of the 8. As I made my confession to Daniel and looked at the disappointment deep in his eyes, I remembered that I still had one final chance to potentially close that gap. So I brought out my Switch games that I had brought from the trade shelf to see if he might be willing to accept some of them as trade credit. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in any of these titles, but he did tell me he was looking for a couple Pokemon games and a Game Boy SP, and if I could go out and trade my games for one of those things on the floor, then he might be willing to accept one of those in addition to my cash. So I frantically bolted back out onto the vendor floor and actually was able to find a Pokemon Explorers of Sky and a Game Boy SP, but unfortunately neither of those vendors were willing to take my games in trade credit because honestly they just weren't worth enough. All right, folks, this is the booth in question. I know they had an SP here earlier, but honestly, dang it, I think they might have sold it. Literally just when I was about to take off and go to another booth, look what I spied out of the corner of my eye. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Ooh, that's tough though, $200. Oh, folks, ultimately, it's just gonna come down to whether or not they have any interest in this stack as trade credit, which, I don't know. All right, we got our Upstate Games friend helping us out there, going to calculate some value for trade. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's gonna happen. We might have to find another avenue. All right, folks, they ended up coming back and saying this stack in $50, which is totally reasonable. That's probably about what it's worth. Right now, I don't have anything else. I've got nothing left in the tank. I was wondering, do you guys have any SP101s that are in really nice shape?
Not really nice shape.
Oh, I mean, this might be my last resort at this point. 135. I'm looking to do some trade. Would you take a look at these? Okay, thank you, folks. This might be our best shot. We may have to rely on the goodwill of Daniel with this one. It's our last resort. Oh well, folks. I hate to admit this, but we still have all of our Switch games, and a viewer gave me a squeegee, which was amazing. They could only do 45 in trade credit for the top 2 value games. So at this point, it's been more than 20 minutes. I need to go find Daniel, and just I don't even know. We might not be able to do the deal. Oh, these cursed rules that I've set for this challenge. Why? All right, folks, so after much discussion, I'm on my way to get some hand sanitizer, get a bite to eat, and then start selling at my booth. He's actually going to be here the rest of the day, so he's gonna stop back by at like 3 or 4 o'clock. And I told him if I've done enough more deals with viewers to make up that $145 difference, there's still a chance that I could buy this thing from him today. I'll just have to take a little break from selling to do it. I'm just hoping that enough viewers come up that have stuff to sell. It's all gonna depend on that. All right, so folks, I've been selling at the booth here. You can see I've got all my stuff out for about a half hour, and we have our first deal that just came our way. And from none other than the mustache plumber himself. It's a me. Okay, sorry. All right, let's see. Anything? Okay, looks like this one's empty. This one. That's an old school channel reference. That's brownie points for that one, man. I appreciate that. I don't know. I feel like at this point I might have to. You've tempted me.
If you do, you're banned.
If you have any interest, I could do 10 a piece. Yeah. And then the Jimmy Neutron inside, how about an extra 5? So 25 on those. So folks, budget update. We need 145 still. These, I actually just learned from someone in our video game reseller Discord that there's an Amazon listing for these, and I'll be able to make 20 bucks profit a piece on these. The sign up link to that if you're looking to level up your video game reselling game is in the description. And then each of these 3, I'll be able to make a solid $10 profit on after fees. I'm going conservative on these just because they're untested. All right, so folks, after that last purchase, we're at $730 in our Switch budget. And what was your name?
Greg.
Greg just brought this wagon full of stuff that he's looking to unload. This could be our moment. So we've got like a lot of limited run kind of...
That type of stuff?
Yeah. This one, I believe I could be at 20, 25, 15. Folks, we're closing in. After these 3, $60 profit, we only need $10 more. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Looking for exactly 10 here, Japan only. Well, hey, I do appreciate the deals on these.
Absolutely.
Looks like we just have literally 10 more dollars to find, and hopefully we'll be able to. And folks, look what just walked through the proverbial door. Our favorite Nintendo handheld. You do have the charger. How would 50 bucks be? Is that fair? You don't know what you've done today, man. I appreciate it. This put me over the edge for a grail. Thank you so much. I am so stoked. All right, folks, so here is the aftermath of my afternoon selling video games from my booth. And the best news is Daniel is back. Yeah. You stuck around, and dude, I've got good news for you. Okay. My Switch budget is currently $810. So I've got the funds. It was 800, right?
Yeah, I'm just teasing you.
Okay. Dude, you gave me a heart attack for a second there. I thought it was 9 or something. So you're able to bring it back in, and I can cash you out?
Yeah, sounds good.
Dude, I'm so excited. Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing.
This is going to be incredible. Okay, see you soon. All right, and folks, after a whole day of hunting for enough profit for this game, Daniel, my man, I appreciate this. This feels, it's so appropriate that so much like subscriber deals were involved in getting this grail, because I couldn't be doing any of this without the people that watch this channel, and especially you, Daniel. You really came in clutch today. I appreciate you a ton.
Sure thing.
Folks, normally this sells for like over $1,000. He's giving it to me for $8 just as a bro price, and this is gonna have a place in my collection for a long time. I appreciate it a ton. Before I forget, let me get you paid, man.
That'd be nice.
Thanks. Folks, I can't believe after 8 months of hunting, I finally have the rarest version of my first favorite Switch game. I can't think of a better. That looks good. Folks, I'm here at the world's largest bookstore, and look what I just found. I'm in the video game section, and
on this shelf, I found a $7 Xbox One Connect sensor that'll go for 18 bucks after fees. That's amazing news because I'm on a mission right now to build the ultimate Switch collection, spending no money out of pocket. So the more profitable items like this that I find today, the more Switch games like these I'll be able to add to the collection. I've still got 62 Switch games on my list of games that I want, and believe it or not, accessories like these may be able to help me get there. Yes, look at this. This is an N64 Rumble Pack that they have for only $4. And you can see here when I sell it on Amazon, I'll be able to get 14 after fees. That's a really solid profit margin, so I'm curious if I can find any more of those. Aha! Another one at $4, let's go. So these Rumble Packs will add 10 bucks each to our overall expected profit for the day, which is the same as our Switch budget, and put us at, I believe, $31, which is fantastic because this bookstore happens to have a bunch of the games that are still on my 100 game list. For example, I still haven't gotten Let's Go Eevee. I don't have Pokemon Mystery Dungeon either, but that's kind of a high price, and they also have Mario and Sonic for, looks like $35. And look at this, folks, they've got a ton more in this section over here too. This is wild. But folks, as I was hunting for Switch games over there, I found this one. Goes for $59 after fees on Amazon, and get this, their copy is only $39, so I'm gonna have to pull the trigger on that one as well. I don't think it's on my Switch list, so I'm not really tempted to keep it for the collection. I'm fine just flipping this one. I also don't know why I glossed over these transfer packs earlier, because these very consistently go for $12 or so after fees on Amazon, as long as they're in really solid condition. Looks like they've got a lot of them here too, so this is really great news. So folks, when you factor in the Binding of Isaac and those transfer packs, that brings us up to a whopping $99 Switch budget already, and I haven't even touched the games section yet. By the way, the store is very crowded, and this is probably the most shamelessly cringy YouTuber mode I have ever been in. Now folks, I'm not gonna lie, I'm honestly pretty introverted, and a lot of the times I am kind of embarrassed filming in public. I just try to remind myself all the time that like, none of these people really care about me, I'm not bothering anyone, and frankly, I'm never gonna see them again. Now folks, when I saw all of these cheap accessory prices, I thought that we might be able to just breeze through this stop and pick up a bunch of stuff really easily, but the more I look at these prices, I'm realizing that a lot of the games themselves are actually at or above fair market value, especially the first party ones like the Marios and the Sonics, which is what I really like to focus on. So we may actually still have a challenge on our hands. I'm gonna go and check out the cheaper games on the shelves back there. Oh, well folks, so far I have not really encountered any great games that seem like really worth flipping. It seems like the game pricing from the other cases has like kind of carried over. It's mostly at or a little bit above market value, although I am seeing some more accessories up here that maybe there could be some potential with. I also just ran into a couple people who apparently also sell on Amazon FBA and came across my last video that I filmed in this very location, and I asked them, hey, so what did you think about it? And they just looked at me and said, I think you missed a good bit of stuff. I was like, oh. Got it. Yeah, cool. All right, bye. Now, folks, I did spend about 20 minutes scanning a good number of these games. Haven't come up with any hits yet, so we may have to content ourselves just with the accessory haul as far as the budget goes. However, this Switch section, complete Switch section no less, is really solid. I want to see if there are any of these lower dollar titles that I can pull out, and then we'll also have to figure out, because we do have a couple game stores also to go to on my way back to Kentucky. We're in Knoxville right now. We're gonna have to decide whether we want to spend our $99 budget immediately here, or whether we want to gamble and take it to future stores. I think we'll have to buy at least a couple games here. Ooh, for example, folks, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, $30. I don't know how competitive of a price that is, but I do know that Crash was one of my go-to PlayStation series as a kid, and I've never played this one, so this honestly will probably be a top pick for me. Oh my gosh, folks. I had no idea. They have a whole other like entire row. Look at the Wii stuff over there of video game stuff. This is wild. This is one thing I used to get excited for, especially around 2020. These were going crazy. Looks like these are 28 bucks a piece. I try to buy them now at like 15. You will still find them at game stores for that. They normally go for like 25 after fees for me though, so this will definitely be a pass now. All right, I think what I'm leaning towards right now is sticking with that Crash game and this Let's Go Eevee game. That leaves us a little bit of budget to work with later if we find something
something really good. I'm also curious if there might be another Binding of Isaac under that one, because it does seem a little bit more elevated than this. I'm not sure. I'll have to check with them, but it's getting super crowded in here. I'll update you guys when I get back to the Prius. All right, folks, ended up coming away with a couple surprises from that stop. We've got 3 more, hopefully 3 more to go before we book it out of town. But rather than me explaining it to you, I think it's high time for a good old Editor Riff voiceover.
Hokely dokely do. Welcome back, my reseller friends that are the reason most people hate the collecting scene now. Up next, we got an Xbox Connect. You know everybody is playing the Xbox Connect in 2023. It's such a good investment. Up next, a blue 2DS. I picked it up because it's blue, and sometimes I like to have blue ball. Up next is some Switch games because I had to pick a series where I buy games after what happened with the GameCube Gambit. And then the Binding of Isaac I picked up because look at the way he's crying on that screen. That's what I look like when I have to pay actual asking prices on games.
Or a total of 86 overall going into the next stop in the Switch budget. Now, folks, as we start heading to the next game store here, I do have a bit of a confession to make. I guess it's less of a confession and more of just a pivot that I'm going to make, because for the first time ever in Mission Switch history, I'm making the decision to take one of the Grails off of our Grail list. But yes, folks, it is with a heavy heart that I officially announce I am taking the Switch kiosk off of the Grail board. And I know exactly what the hater Hanks are gonna say too.
This Phoenix Resale is the worst YouTuber ever. As soon as he sets a goal, right when it gets hard, he just gives right up. He just gives right up on it.
And honestly, Hank is kind of half right on this one, because in the last few weeks I've realized 2 things. By the way, our next stop is a game store that I have never been to before, right over there, Turn 1 Gaming. But I realized that 1, even if we were able to find a Switch kiosk, I have no way of transporting it. Neither mine nor Spanky's vehicles is big enough to actually accommodate one, and I did not feel like renting a truck or van to get one back. But honestly, more importantly, right now, I'm working on a project that is turning out to be the most expensive thing I have literally ever done. And it's getting harder and harder to justify the like $2,000 to $3,000 that I would probably have to spend on that particular Grail. I'm not quite ready to say what the project is exactly at this time, but suffice to say, it's doing some damage to the bank account, so.
What kind of secrets are you talking about?
I think we're going to have to take the Switch kiosk off of the Grail board for now, but I do have an idea for what to do instead, but let's get into this game store first. All right, well folks, as it turns out, this place, as you can probably see behind me, is mostly a board game and card game store, but they do have this corner right here that does indeed have video games, so we'll see if there's anything on these few shelves that we're able to come away with. At first glance, not seeing anything crazy in the glass case over here. Wario Land 3 is, maybe. Whoa, are you serious? Kirby Canvas Curse for $5? Is that a mistake? That game is normally worth like, I think $30 to $40, so if that's real, that's crazy. Also, I know I've done okay with the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships games before. I'm not sure if $20 is a great price on that or not, but holy cow, that's wild. Yeah, all the other prices that I'm seeing are pretty consistent with regular market value, so I'm almost sure this one down here is just a pricing error. I'm not seeing anything wild in the like controllers or like disc games section either. These are like 30 bucks a piece, so nothing to write home about there. We've got some cartridges down here as well. Mostly sports stuff on the N64 side. Wave Race, not too bad. The only one that I was curious about that I know does go for some decent money is Abba Dance here. Looks like they have it for 10. Yeah, it looks like that is their price. Okay, I stand corrected. Apparently 66 cents. Guess I'm not just a fake gamer, I am also a fake reseller. Also wanted to say, even though you will see me buying a good number of Skylanders games on the PS4 or Switch, don't buy them on the 360 or PS3. They are not worth as much. As you can see, this one's $5. Sometimes you'll catch someone slipping and you'll see like a $5 price on the PS4 version of those games, and those will often go for like 50 to 70 bucks. So keep an eye out for those, but pass on the 360 versions. This is all we're looking at in terms of complete Switch games. Whoops, sorry. Nothing crazy here, and I don't think anything on my list. So any budget that we're able to build here, we'll just go ahead and save for the next stop. Oh, well folks, that is not the best luck right there. But the good news is I actually just talked to a viewer that I met in that card shop who made me aware of another, I think, pawn shop called Secret City Exchange that we can try out next. Apparently they have games. Oh, it seems like it might be letting up a little. Okay, maybe not. Oh, well, folks, first off, I was able to pick up the Kirby Canvas Curse for $5, which definitely makes this the steal of the day. How this game was $5 in the first place, I will never know, but I also was able to find the Secret City Exchange that he talked about, which I'm not gonna lie, look at this parking lot. There is no shot I would have found this place if it weren't for that viewer actually telling me where it is. So shout out to you, man. Let's head in here and see if they have a solid game section. This place is absolutely way bigger than I expected. I'm gonna have to keep this quick because the music is normally pretty loud. They have a really solid N64 section here. There's nothing that's immediately catching my eye as like super underpriced or anything, but I'm gonna keep looking around and let you guys know the most interesting stuff I find. All right, so folks, a couple cool updates. First of all, this place is absolutely massive. You can see there's books over there, TV shows over there, DVDs. We've got records, some board games, CDs, cassettes, and then some accessories over here. Second of all, I just got done talking to the manager because I always chat people up when I come in. Apparently, he's seen the channel. His name's Sebastian. He's super cool, and he said, without me even asking, apparently the prices here are negotiable. So I was like, all right, say no more. I'm gonna put together a stack and we'll see what we come up with. So I think this is gonna be a really exciting stop. And also, apparently, I just stumbled upon their back stock over here. I don't know if that's actually for sale. It looks mostly like sports stuff, but this should be a good one, folks. I love this. This is my favorite part of game hunting. So the cases that we can pass up on the quickest are obviously the console cases. Those of you who are watching the second channel, Renix P Sale, may know that we recently stopped taking consoles altogether. So even if these prices were like super below market, we would be passing on any console stuff. However, I do see a little camera over there that could potentially be interesting. Haven't kept up really with the prices on those guys of late. But folks, our Switch budget is currently at $111. And okay, we already got this one from the last stop, and it actually was a couple bucks cheaper, so that was a good deal. Is there anything else that we really need from this selection? I don't... Oh, wait. I think that snipper clips may actually be on the list. This could be a good one. I need to double check. Yeah, folks, there it is. I always keep a picture of the list with everything crossed off on my phone, and you can see just right down there that little image of snipper clips, and we have it right here. I don't know how good of a price $40 is, but that'll probably be top of the list. First, I'm going to see if we can build our budget even a little bit more before we even pull the trigger on that. Oh, folks, I found the plush cabinet here. We used to sell a bunch of these on Whatnot. We haven't been doing auctions as consistently recently, and when we do, we're focusing on like higher dollar lots. So even if these were super cheap, we'd pass on them, but I do definitely love seeing game stores with solid stock of them nonetheless. Ooh, folks, I have found the handheld case. Looks like they actually do have some really solid ones here. Oh, wow, especially that Galaxy XL. If that's in good condition, that's a really solid deal. I think we're actually paying $200 plus for those on our buy list right now, so marked at $180 is really solid. They do have some Game Boys in here as well, but those ones are priced a little bit higher than I normally like to pay, so I'll probably pass on those. They also just kindly brought out a couple bags of Game Boy Advance games that they said were kind of a mix, a hodgepodge that they couldn't fit out onto the shelves. I'm not seeing any so far that are like mid to high dollar, but you guys can let me know if you think I'm missing anything. Apparently, a good number of the prices haven't been changed in a while. I just couldn't really spot anything that seemed super underpriced, even for like the old prices. Maybe the Yu Yu Hakusho, I'm not sure. Alright folks, well I stand corrected on two accounts. First of all, the Tournament Tactics here, check that out, 21, it's marked at 9 or 10, and then Shaman King here is even better, 36 after fees. That is wild. Also $10. And folks, that puts our Switch budget at a whopping $148. Actually, I didn't even factor in the 3DS.
Money, that profit will make me wallet fat.
So that would be $218 before any discount that they give me. I think that's more than enough to get snipper clips, and I'm gonna keep looking around here and see if we can do even better. The only other game, Switch game, that I was thinking about was the Splatoon 2, but I checked the list. Apparently we have this one already, we just don't have 3 yet, which is another one that I'll be looking to get. I was thinking about Dark Souls Remastered as well, but I put a couple hours into Elden Ring on the PS5 this last week and haven't really been gripped by it yet. I think I need to give it more of a chance, but so far I think I may just stick with this one. Oh folks, this is
is hard to see. Check this out. 18 bucks for Transformers War of Cybertron. Look at this, 67 after fees. What a crazy flip, but unfortunately the box is kind of roached on this and the cover art is as well. So I think just because of condition, I'm gonna have to leave it behind. But this is a lead I'll definitely be posting in the Discord.
It's just me, or did that look perfectly in normal condition?
Because it's very likely that other game stores would have that underpriced as well, and that's the kind of thing that we share with each other in there. If you're interested, the link to that will be in the description as always. Aw, folks, this last aisle here is one of those that I guarantee if I put in more work and more research, there's a bunch of money in these buckets. You can see that they're bulk priced, so I would guess there are some like cords and adapters and stuff in here that are worth, you know, double or more that. Adapters can do really well if they're rare. I don't happen to have the time for that today, but folks, I am telling you guys, opportunity is everywhere. You just have to be able to put in the time to actually get smart about this kind of stuff. Unlike this gentleman right here, because I'm trying to get back home to Kentucky right now. Side note, this is one of the only game stores I've been in that has an actual substantial weapon stash. Not just here, but also available for sale. Oh my gosh, no way. Oh, 99 bucks, dang. This is my childhood skateboard right here, folks. That's actually the second time in a couple months that I've found it. I need one of those on my wall one of these days, although I'd love to have one that's a little bit less faded if possible. So folks, I'm here with Sebastian. I just asked what their discount policy is on, you know, this kind of stuff, and he said, you guys have, I think, the best discount policy I've ever heard. What'd you say?
I said, if you play rock, paper, scissors with us, just play it, you get 10% off. If you win, you get 20% off.
Wait a second.
What is that?
Okay, so this is a high stakes game. Is it best of 1 or 2 out of 3?
Usually we go 1.
Okay.
We can go 2.
No, I love it. High stakes. Are you ready? All right, on shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 20%.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. That's a blast. Really appreciate it. So folks, with that clutch rock, paper, scissors victory, we are coming out with, I think, $218 in our Switch budget for our last stop. Is that actually right, Editor Riff? Huge shout out right now to Secret City Exchange in Knoxville. Those guys were the best. Definitely my favorite stop of the day so far. And we're coming out with our third list game of the day. We're on a roll. Snipper Clips, which is, from my understanding, like a fun little co-op puzzler that I'm definitely looking forward to trying out with Erica.
You got any friends you can invite over?
So Sebastian actually told me something really interesting on my way out. He said that I'm the first one to beat him in rock, paper, scissors in a long time, not to flex on you guys, but he said that what he does every time is goes out of his way to compliment the person's shirt, and he says that every time he does, they go scissors first, so he always goes rock. And I said that my strategy is I always pick rock first because the average person will always pick scissors since it's the last thing that you say. And then after that, I always default to whatever beat the person last if we tie, because most people, it's such a fast-paced game that they don't want to adjust and they'll just default to the thing that they did last. And in this case, it clinched me the victory. I don't know if that's the ultimate game theory for rock, paper, scissors, but you guys can let me know.
Hello, Internet.
Folks, you guys probably know at this point, I have been to my fair share of video game stores, and I have to say, in all my days of game hunting, I have never seen something like this. I have been to a pawn shop that was literally called Pawn, but never to a game store that is called video games. But hey, we have $218 to spend still on Switch games, so hopefully they have some solid stuff in there.
Well, folks, I am a little bit at a loss for words because apparently the video games game store is actually owned
by my friend Ryan, who used to own Game Hub in Tennessee, and then more recently Game Hub in Knoxville, but now moved here because I guess the rent is way cheaper. So I actually know the owner of this store as well. And the only thing that I'm bummed about, because Ryan is known for giving some really solid discounts, is that I need to get back to Lexington ASAP. I've been gone for almost a week. I'm eager to get home, so I'm mostly going to focus on spending the rest of our Switch money here. I may have to come back here though for a future video to make some deals on, you know, for example, these copies of Metroid. I'll probably still buy these today anyway. You guys know me.
You know I can't not rip somebody off.
But most importantly, folks, is over here, the Switch section. I'm curious if on these low dollar ones there's anything. Let's see, American Ninja Warrior. Man, it is so dark over here. Okay, that's better. Ooh, Crystalis is another one, 20 bucks. That's definitely on our list. That's a great find. I've heard really good things about both the art and gameplay of this game. Darksiders, I can't remember if that's on our list. Crayola Carnival Games Cars. Ooh, yes, Katamari Damacy reroll for 20 bucks. This game brings back some incredible memories about my original PS2 was the original console I played this on. Holds up incredibly today. Highly recommend this one, and it's a great budget title as well. Is it just me, or do you tend to get better deals at more poorly lit game stores? I think that's been pretty consistent for me. Ooh, Puyo Puyo Tetris, is that one that I already have? Now, after factoring in the snipper clips from the last stop, I think we were left with a $188 Switch budget. Then after factoring in these two, we've got $148 left to spend, and there's still a glass case of games over there. And boy, are there some Switch gems, folks. We've got multiple Zelda games, some Pokemon, some Marios back there, and all at not too bad prices, but honestly, what I'm most excited about is the Metroid Prime Remastered. That remaster has received so much praise from fans and critics alike, and it's a series that I have never played before. Well, I played Dread briefly and didn't love it, but I would love to give this game its first shot on the Switch, and at 40 bucks, I think that's a pretty decent deal too, and Ryan will probably give me more of a discount as well. Plus, we don't have Skyward Sword in the collection yet, which is fantastic. That would leave us with an incredible 4 list games from this stop alone, and also leave us with $63, even without a discount, to spend on other games. Potentially for the Switch trade shelf, the only question at this point is which ones to go for and which will be the best bang for my buck.
Time for a change. Now, more than ever, with this momentous act, we shall usher in a new era.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Folks, if you have any ideas for what I should replace this Grail with, put them in the comments. I'm looking for a $500 or less Switch game to replace our kiosk with. We'll just say that the most liked comment, that's what the 6th Grail will be. Folks, at the last stop, Ryan ended up hooking us up with these 3 games for the trade shelf for exactly the dollar amount of the remainder of the budget, which I was stoked about. Oh my gosh, look at the Switch section, folks. Oh, this booth has some amazing stock too. Holy. Folks, I'm here at the Retro World Expo in Connecticut trying to find the 55 games that I still need for my Switch collection, but in order to be able to afford them, I have to find some other video games to flip. Folks, this is Mission Switch. All right, so folks, we're here, the VIP hour, 1 hour early to the Retro World event. Here at my friend Justin, Firespin Gaming's booth. I heard that you may have some handhelds. This is one of the items that sells best for me on Amazon is handhelds across the board. So yeah, I'm happy to take a look at anything you have.
All right, perfect.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the good stuff, folks. So we've got, it looks like the condition on these is really solid. Where do these come from?
Yard sales.
Anyone who says opportunity is not everywhere, people tell me all the time, you can't find games at yard sales anymore, but everything here is from yard sales is what you're telling me. That's amazing. Yeah, the biggest thing I have to be picky about is condition with Amazon, but I'm seeing 4 here, so that would be 400 of sticker, the 3DS XL, and okay, a couple of colors as well. So I'll shoot you some numbers. We can just see, I'm normally, I don't know if I'm close enough on these, I'm normally at 60. Is that close enough, or would you hold on to them? Okay, hold on to these. These ones we'd be at 400. Is 350 for all 4 fair? Excellent. And then this bad boy, tell me, I don't mind. I'm just curious, what'd you get this for? If this was a yard sale, fine.
Around $5 or $10.
But dude, let's go. If I were to get this with these guys, what would you want to be at?
210.
210, that's an incredible deal. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely do that. And folks, this will get us off to an awesome start in our Switch budget for the day. We might actually be able to take a look at some of these Switch booths. Thank you, man.
No problem.
All right, so folks, one thing caught my eye just before we settle up, this NCAA 14. Those have been doing pretty well for me on Amazon. That's a pretty solid price too. You can see probably looking at 93 or so. And the thing is, around Christmas time, they do tend to go up. That one I wouldn't be far off. Would you do 60 on that?
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thanks again. All right, and the last thing that I wanted to poke through at Josh's booth is he's got this bin of like miscellaneous, mostly Game Boy and GBA stuff that I saw a little bit of potential in because these e-readers usually will go for, you know what, I need to check. There's definitely some potential on these. That's what we're looking at after fees on Amazon. If I bought both of these, what could you be at on these? 20 a piece? Okay, that's very fair. I appreciate that. I didn't see a sticker on the memory cards. 10 a piece on these. Okay.
You're a wizard, Harry.
How about 8 on that work?
That's fine.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So folks, this may be a record in Mission Switch history, starting out the day with $224 in the Switch budget and expected profit from those games. A lot of people probably would have passed by that booth and said like, the prices, I don't know, but when you're able to negotiate and find stuff that's slightly underpriced on Amazon, you're able to get some actual really solid margins. By the way, shout out to our friend Golduck, who was a final stipulation of the deal, had to buy this for $5 to get the whole deal. But let's go ahead and check out and see if we can find any of the Switch games that are still left on my list. All right, so I've got my remaining list on my phone here for reference, and I'm just looking for, honestly, almost anything that I don't have yet in the collection. I made this list, someone was asking me earlier, oh, here's one, right off the bat, Mario 3D All-Stars. Unfortunately, since starting Mission Switch a year ago, it's gone up in price a good bit, so now might be a good time to pull the trigger. 80 bucks on this bad boy, and it's fantastic. I mean, 3 of the most iconic Mario games all in one. Even at 80 bucks, I feel like it is a solid value. Link's Awakening, have I gotten this one yet? I think I actually already have gotten Link's Awakening. Oh, geez. Nothing disgusts me more than YouTubers coming in and just exploiting these conventions for views. It's sickening. So folks, one of the main things that I'm looking for, especially at conventions, is the more rare games that are on my Switch list. You can see here, it's the bottom couple rows of the list are like all limited run and super rare games and strictly limited, that kind of thing. So that's a big thing that I'm looking for when I'm looking at stacks like these, are like the super rare games that are just gonna be really hard to find at like video game stores and pawn shops and places like that. That said, the only ones that I've been able to find at this specific booth are Super Mario 3D All-Stars, and then check this out, Kentucky Route Zero. I looked up what this game was a while ago. The only reason it's on my list is I'm from Kentucky, and there are pretty much no Kentucky-based Switch games out there. It looks like, it reminds me of like art style inspired by Pong, but I couldn't tell you what you actually do in this game. I'm interested to figure it out if I can. So Nico, I found 2 games that I'm interested in from the Switch section. Do you have any wiggle room at all on these?
Absolutely.
Okay, what would you be thinking? So sticker is $140 for both. What would be fair to you?
$120.
Sounds great to me. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you. So folks, 2 games already, 2 Switch games off of our Switch game list. been a banner day already and we're barely getting started. I'm here at a booth where I have to say I feel very at home with my new friend Justin from Spruce Retro Hunting. I'm in a contest with myself to see how many names I can get wrong. The reason that I say I feel at home is, look at their shirts, Scumbag Reseller. At home in the Scumbag Reseller booth, and he said, come on by and shoot him some low balls. That's what I'm here to do. It's sickening. The Game Boy Color, tell me how low can I ball you?
I added up to my ticket price, and then you tell me what you want.
Okay, so we'll add everything up. Yeah. Okay, so 60, 40, 100. These are all 20, so 160 plus 55, 295. Okay, so 365 with the GBA. What would you say to a flat 3?
Let's do 320.
375.
This guy, 315.
I'll do 315.
All right.
$5.
Appreciate that. All right, so folks, after that last booth, I'm gonna estimate a very conservative 85 in profit. So honestly, really solid. That puts us at 189 for our Switch budget, which is great because I saw a couple games in this stack at this booth right here that we still do need. One is Donut County right here. Looks like it is sealed for 65. That's not the most ideal. I don't love picking up sealed games. Oftentimes, especially with the limited ones, most of them are sealed. Oh, and then Terraria. This one also is brand new. That one's 25 bucks. Oh my gosh. I just saw another one here in this stack. Thimbleweed Park, look at this. Also sealed for 100 bucks. The reason is, I believe that's the original limited run game. Was Thimbleweed Park. I had this in my original Switch collection, which I had to sell to fund my basement renovation. But boy, getting this back, and it is on the list as well, would be fantastic. If we're going to get all 3 of those games though, we are going to need to beef up the budget a little bit more and then maybe come back to this booth. My goal today is to get as many games checked off my Switch list as I possibly can. I believe my current record is 8. But again, we're looking to do this all for no money out of pocket to show that it is possible to build a really solid game collection. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I just got distracted. Looks like we've got a really clean Cobalt SP. We're getting around 100 to 110 on those on Amazon, and they sell extremely quick. Do you have any wiggle room on the SP?
I'd probably do like 95.
95 would be the lowest at this point. Okay, I'm on the hunt mostly for Switch stuff. All right, so we've got Beyond a Steel Sky. Wow. Are these like personal collection items or? No. I don't see a lot of these very much. No. That's super interesting. I don't think it's anything on my list, but I appreciate you showing me. Thank you. Whoa, that was a close one. Here at the booth of a friend of the channel, Madry Games. I see some nice looking ones down here like the 3DS, the DSi. This seems in solid shape. Does it have any like parental locks or anything like that? That's one thing I run into sometimes.
Not that I'm aware of.
This one I'd probably pass with the little screen stuff up there. I have to be kind of picky with Amazon stuff. But this Game Shark I may be interested in. Would you go 30 on that?
Yeah, I'll do that for you. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I love when I make a purchase like this and I'll see the comments be like, this Phoenix Resale talks about all the profit he's gonna make right in front of the vendors. He has no respect. He has no respect for their businesses. And every time I'm just like, bro, you don't get it. These vendors, we are all on the same team. We're playing the same game. We want each other to win. That's why we're all talking about like, I'll ask Firespin, how much did you pay at a yard sale? Like he's making 200 bucks on me. I'm like, dude, good for you. We're in it together. And if you're not in it, you're the one on the outside. Take that, Hank, you can suck a lemon. So we just encountered this struggling YouTuber over here. What kind of pickups have you gotten?
What do you know about the Supervision?
Nothing, dude, I'm a fake gamer.
Extremely terrible handheld unit from the early 90s.
Did this fold? Was this like the original SP?
And I got
no way
games that were brand new.
Okay, that's actually really cool. I can't believe these are 10 bucks. You know what people always say about us in my comments?
What?
They're like, it seems like Caleb and Rick have some actual beef.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, and I hate rooming with you.
Yeah, at half the conventions.
That's the worst part about not liking somebody is rooming with them.
Let's go make 4 more videos, honey.
Okay.
So folks, this is a new one on me. I've never seen this many Pokemon Edition Game Boy. Look at the stacks in there. Can you believe that? Never have I ever seen this many in one place. They seem pretty solid condition too. Looks like responsive buttons, new speakers installed. Dang. I may have to check my numbers on those. I may have to make a play. All right, so folks, I just got stopped by my friend James here. Appreciate you a ton because look what he gave me. First of all, the custom wrapping paper on this. I've never seen anything like it, and inside a Poliwhirl Perler bead creation. Dude, thank you so much. This means a ton. You'll have to stop by my booth later. I've got a Switch game case for you, all right?
Okay.
I appreciate that a ton. Thank you. You know, honestly, the condition on these looked really solid. I was curious, do you have any interest? Like, would you have any wiggle room if I was able to buy them all?
All of them would be, it's 1430, so I could do like 13.
1430, 13, so that's like around 10 bucks off or so? 13 of them, okay, yeah, for 13. Honestly, if they're tested as well as you said they are, I think I could do that. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. This is one of the bigger deals of the day for sure. That's excellent. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think a deal like this one has gone down anywhere on YouTube. And I just soiled myself. Oh yeah. Oh, that is gorgeous. Love to see it. So folks, I just got myself a nice little Mountain Dew here. By the way, this video is sponsored by Pepsi. This is a crazy deal. Most conventions, I don't find one of these. The fact that that gentleman had 13 of them and gave me, like, that's crazy. I'm not gonna factor in a ton in terms of profit for these because they are kind of slower sellers on Amazon. This was a bit of a riskier buy, but because I'm the handheld guy and I'm really curious how fast these do sell for me, when they do sell, they should be 50 bucks profit a piece. But because they're gonna go so slow and I'm a little bit more uncertain, I think I'm only gonna factor in like 10 bucks profit a piece, just because I like to be hyper conservative in these. But yeah, let's get a little suckle of this caffeine and then head back in there. So folks, the budget, excuse me.
Tell by the back.
Excuse me, sorry. The budget update is $352 in profit. So we've got a whole bunch of Switch games to buy. We've got, what, only 2 Switch games so far, I believe, is that correct? Or no, did we get 4? I don't know. I spy with my little blue eye. Excuse me, oh, sorry. Do I have Xenoblade? I don't think I've ever played a Xenoblade game. All right, so I did find a couple that are still on my list. Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury is here. Unfortunately, it's at 55. I also found a there it is, Mario and Sonic Tokyo for 40. These are a little bit higher than I really like to pay. Even though I've got the money in the budget, I still like to get as good of deals as I possibly can. This is another one, Mario Golf for 50. I think this new normally goes for like 45 or 50. It's possible that they're negotiable, but oftentimes game stores like this with the like sticker prices and everything won't be as much, so I may hold off on this for now and see what else we can find. All right, so folks, we're back now at the booth with the multiple games in the glass case that I needed for the collection. There was, Nexomon Extinction. I didn't even realize that's another one that's on my list. This place has at least 4 games that I need. Terraria, Thimbleweed Park as well, Donut County, yeah. But check this out, they also have a row of cheaper Switch games in there, which I don't know, man. I could potentially spend the rest of my money at this booth alone, especially if they're a little bit negotiable on prices, because the prices that I've seen are not bad. Do you guys, if I buy a few games, do you have any wiggle room on the prices?
We can figure something out.
Okay,
Prices
cool.
are pretty fair, but we can work with it.
Yeah, no, I saw they're not bad prices at all. I appreciate it. All right, so folks, this is exactly what I was talking about. This, okay, good. It is the first one too. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. These games, I know they're a time sink, but they're also iconic, so this is on the Switch list. Excited that they have that, and 35 is not bad. ARMS is another one that I've got on my list. 30 bucks is a good price too. Unfortunately, this one's a little bit, the label's a little beat, so I'll probably pass on that guy. Yes, this is another one, Hyrule Warriors. On the list, don't have it yet. This is wild. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that from this shelf, these are the only 2 that we need, but we've got the like 4 in the glass case, so we'll see what it all totals up to. All right, so folks, it looks like with these 2 games plus the 4 that I was looking at in this case, most of which are sealed, we'd be coming out to 282 bucks. So we do have the budget. I'm just curious like what price we can actually get to. Since we're buying like 6 of them, if they would give us, I don't know, 5, maybe 10% off, we'll see. It was Terraria, Donut County, Thimbleweed Park, and Nexomon Extinction. So I believe all combined it was 287.
With those 2?
Yeah, with these.
I'll do 260.
Sounds good to me. Appreciate that, thank you. So yeah, that's a solid, almost exactly 10% off, good discount, and will leave us more money in the budget to get maybe a couple more games. So folks, after this killer 6-game Switch purchase, not only have I think, tied my record for most Switch games bought on the list in a single video, but also I think we still have like 92 bucks left in the budget. And there's one booth in particular, one booth at this whole show that has a ton of Switch stuff that I have been intentionally avoiding because I have a good feeling that we'll be able to find more stuff there. The reason that I picked some of these up, one, this is a really cool and actually pretty fun Pokemon clone that I have tried before. The game mechanics are not bad, like it's surprisingly good, especially for a $30 game. Thimbleweed Park, like I said, kind of an emotional one. Terraria, super fun to play with your very real friends Riff. Donut County is a really short game, but this is another one that I've played all the way through before. It's just it almost reminds me a little bit of like Katamari. You're making a bigger and bigger hole, which I think would be an especially fun concept for Editor Riff. He loves those. Like I said, Xenoblade I've never played. Hyrule Warriors, to me, got a little bit repetitive after a few hours, but still an absolute staple you have to have. At this booth, I managed to find 4 more games that were on my Switch list, but the problem was their total sticker value was $110. I believe, let's see, so that'd be $110, I think. Looks like they're all in solid shape. Would you do 92?
Probably not. Let me check with the boss.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome to check.
Yeah, he might come back at you with a different number.
Sure, okay, yeah, happy to consider it.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Although if he does, we will not be able to afford it because that is all of our money. All right, so folks, the counter offer was $95. So I've got to go around this booth, see if I can find one other thing to flip that'll get us at least $3 in profit, and then I can close the day with those 3 games. All right, so folks, try as I might, I was not able to generate the extra expected profit necessary at this booth. I looked long and hard, couldn't find any, the kind of offers that I would have to make are just a little bit offensive in order to make my margins. So I'm unfortunately going to have to make the decision which one of these games to leave behind. Curtis was telling me that he thinks this game's going to suck. Believe it or not, it's actually very highly rated. It's like the GTA of Lego games. So I'm honestly kind of excited about that. Although 30 bucks, I feel like I probably could get it for like 20 at Walmart, even in new condition. So I might stick with these two, the MXGP3 and Fire Emblem 3 Houses. And what will that end up leaving us with? Like $22, I think. So we'll have to see if we can find a $22 Switch game somewhere. All right, so folks, with $22 left in the budget, meeting up now with a viewer, fellow content creator as well, named Austin. You said that you've got some stuff to sell and also potentially some Switch stuff. And this could be the final deal of the day. Obra Dinn. Yeah, this one's not on the list, but that's cool.
Your style ready? I think you have that.
Yes, I did have that. The Old People Mayhem Sandbox.
Super Meat Boy.
Oh, yes.
But.
Oh, and you've got the cursed artwork too. This artwork of this game is actually a little bit hard to find because the Best Buy art you can get much more commonly, but this one's tough. I'm excited to see that. Nice. I know I have that, I believe. I don't know if I have Death's Door or not.
And the banger. That you will be leaving with today.
Oh man, Lonely. Wow. Folks, that is a super fun, also super rare game. It's just one player, but it's very chill, like it's relaxing, it's fun to play.
I play this game for hours.
You gotta let me know, did you have also some other stuff to sell that maybe we could do a little bit of flip margin on? Okay, so a Game Boy player and the disc?
And the disc.
How about 130?
Good. That's good.
All right, appreciate that a ton. So I believe normally I can get in the 170, 180 range for those, so that does give us a little bit of extra budget. What were you asking on the Lonely Mountains?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready for this. $35.
Are you serious? Because that's at least what, a $60, $70 game? Thank you so much. You're hooking me up big time. I appreciate that a ton. And, okay, so then tell me, if I were to theoretically get this guy as well.
$5.
No, I can't get, let me at least give you.
Okay, wait, sorry. I think that's too much.
Okay.
$250.
Hold on. Why don't we do this? I'll have $62 total left in the budget. Can I give you the 62 for these 2 games? And I'll be able to sleep at night. Wow, folks, 12 games. 12 games off of the Mission Switch list in one video. Easily the most successful Mission Switch video we have ever had. Let's get these games on the shelf. Wait a second. What the heck? Well, folks, we are making some absolutely killer progress, finally breaking the 50-game barrier of Mission Switch. Dang, folks, this is a massive video game section for a pawn shop. I'm not spotting anything crazy from the PS4 section, but check out what I found on the bottom shelf. They've got a really solid DS and 3DS section down here, and both this Alice in Wonderland and that sealed Chibi Robo should go for like $9 or $10 after fees on Amazon. The only problem is I don't know what they're charging on these and whether or not they'll actually be profitable. I'm working on my Switch game collection right now, and you know, honestly, let me just show you. This is it. This is the collection. It's pretty big, and for anyone who might be wondering, no, I am not compensating for anything. And as you guys can see from this beautiful graphic right here, we're only 43 games away from completing every game I want in the collection, but unfortunately, I spend so much money paying my editor every week that I can't afford anymore.
Yeah, sorry, honey, I still haven't received our food stamps this month.
So because of that budgetary restriction, I've set a rule for myself that I can only buy a $20 Switch game if I find at least $20 in expected profit of video game flips, folks. This is Mission Switch. They also have a really solid Xbox One section, but they're all individually priced, and I didn't see any that seemed super underpriced. But I did spot one more kind of weird item on the bottom shelf here. It's this Nintendo Switch charger, because I know I could also get $9 after fees for that on Amazon. I just have to see how much they want for it. All right, D, I found a couple things. Do you know what you had on the DS games on the bottom shelf there? I was looking at that Alice in Wonderland and the Chibi Robo. 5 on that. Yeah, 2 on that works. And what about that charger? Does that go with something on top there? Yes. Yeah. If I did all 3 of these, would 10 work? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Cool, appreciate that, thank you. Well, folks, not only are we coming out with a pretty sweet score from the first stop, but I have to say this has to be the only pawn shop I've ever been to that has a drive-through. And folks, since we paid $10 in total for these 3 items and they're worth $29 after fees on Amazon, we're starting out the day with a Switch budget of $19, which will be crucial because a couple of the stops that we're going to later today are gonna be video game stores, which will give us the best chance of finding games that are still on our list. But before I do that, we're gonna try to find some more flips at Dan's Discount Pawn. Pawn Shop number 2 honestly had a solid game selection as well. I started out taking a look at some handheld games, but they were pretty much all overpriced. Then I went to the older games section and saw this Grand Theft Auto episodes from Liberty City. The disc wasn't in great shape, but we do have a resurfacer that we can clean it up with, and games here were only $2, which meant that the 9 that we could get for it after fees on Amazon was honestly really solid. I honestly was very tempted to blow our entire budget on this literal God of War axe they had in the case, but it was over $27, so luckily I wasn't tempted that much. And folks, with this $7 expected profit, that brings our Switch budget up to a whopping $26, which should get us, you know, at least half of a good Switch game. Now, folks, the few and proud of you out there who have been watching this channel for a long time may know that we're really getting back to our roots with this video. Some of you know that the first videos that I ever made, this channel really was built on pawn shop game hunting content. And I'll be real with you guys, I haven't been doing as much of it recently. All right, so stuff is starting to pick up here just a bit. Got this Galaxy 3DS, new 3DS XL for $50 with the charger and stylus, so that's pretty nice. That should go for about $110. Boring! But yeah, folks, I haven't been doing as much pawn shop hunting recently because Honestly, prices on a lot of games have been coming down a good bit on Amazon, so I've been focusing more on video game stores and conventions so that I can be more selective with the few things that I do pick out to flip. But I think the first couple stops of the day have shown that opportunity really is still everywhere, and I'm curious to see in this GameStop. This summer they started taking some retro stuff again, so we'll see if we have any luck in there.
So I'm not sure why, but I started out in the Xbox section at this stop, but the first interesting thing I spotted was this Frankenstein Switch Lite in the case. Don't know really what to make of that, so I headed over to the Switch section to find that some of their new games were buy one get one, which I thought was promising. So I started looking up some of their titles on the shelf. This Party Challenge had potential to net $10 profit or so, but they only had one copy of it. So after taking a quick glance at their massive Wii section, I found this PS4 game for 90 bucks that you can literally get for 17 new on Amazon. But luckily soon after that I found some Octopath games that could net me $13 profit each if I bought 2.
Well folks, good news and bad news coming out of GameStop. The bad news is they only had 2 copies of Octopath Traveler to take advantage of the buy one get one. And the bad news is they didn't tell me till after purchasing that only one of them is actually sealed. The other one they just marked as new. Sorry, did I say good news and bad news? I guess I meant bad news and bad news. It's only bad news with GameStop. I mean, I guess the good news is in total, even selling this one in used condition, because I would never sell this in new condition on Amazon, we'll still profit 13 bucks. It's just like on 40 spent, I normally wouldn't be okay with those margins. So folks, technically stop number 4 actually was a little donut shop right over there, because we're going to a pawn shop in a little bit here that I do a ton of business with. I like to take some opportunities to schmooze them up a little bit before, of course, I ask for a discount. And anyways, stop number 5 here is another Dan's Discount. I like this chain a lot. They tend to have good deals. We'll see if they have any Switch stuff that we can spend our 39 bucks on.
Now folks, heading first into the older game section of this pawn shop. Looks like Kinect Sports, nothing crazy in the 360. I guess they're all kind of scattered in here. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even see that. This is actually brand new and sealed. You can see original retail 40 bucks. I do know from experience the games on this shelf are normally like 2 or 3 bucks depending on who you ask. So I'm really curious if we can get anything for this on Amazon. All right, pull up our app here. Let's see. All right, a bit of a slower seller, but 13 after fees, definitely not bad. I think we will go ahead and pick that up. Anything else sealed up here? I always try to check like the tops because it's a little bit easier to see if they're sealed. It doesn't look like it. I'm not seeing any crazy standout titles. You guys can let me know if I'm missing anything. Check this out, folks. I do not see this very often at pawn shops. We've got a Beauty and the Beast Snow White collectible ornament set for 40 bucks a piece. And then look at this, Harry Potter Pez. You're a wizard, Cherry. What do you think, Riff? Was that like a cherry Pez, like the flavor cherry? That was funny, right? So this is sort of the main event in terms of video games at this shop. Look at that. Look at all the PS4s. You could build a house out of those. What I tend to look for most when it comes to like the recent-ish games, you tend to see a lot of the same ones in every pawn shop, but I look for like anime games or like, I don't know, Godzilla or Skylanders. There's a whole bunch of like individual ones that like just kind of trigger in my mind that they go for more. I think there's a Transformers one, there's a Turtles one that does well. So far I'm not really seeing anything jump out except for that 6 Spider-Man controller. Holy cow. Does look like all their Switch games are cartridge only and are somewhat expensive. If I was close on these, I might try to make a play on them, but the prices aren't great to begin with, so not really any sense in trying to haggle. Man, I'll tell you, in the early days of the channel, I would literally hit like 12 to 15 pawn shops and video game stores every day. I was a maniac. I'm on like number 5 right now, and I'm like, I need a Celsius. They only ended up charging me $2 for this bad boy, so an $11 profit is, you know, not terrible. That's part of the reason I like to look for games that are a couple generations old at pawn shops, because usually they just don't really care. A lot of them honestly don't take them anymore. Up next, folks, we've got Top Dollar Pawn. We've been here in a ton of videos, done a bunch of business, and these are the dudes that I brought the donuts for. After this, we're gonna go to a half-price Books and then round the day off at an actual video game store, hopefully with a decent budget to spend. By the way, I'm fairly sure right now our budget is hovering around 50 bucks. Is that right, Riff?
I have no idea why you keep asking me this in videos. I've told you before, and I'm going to tell you again, I'm never going to double check. I love you, but I'm never going to double check.
Now, folks, as you guys can see, this pawn shop not only has all the tools and instruments and whatever that you typically see, but they also take their game selection very seriously. For example, how many pawn shops do you really see that have Game Gear games? Granted, it's just World Series Baseball, but still, I'm pretty sure that's the only Game Gear we've seen today. And folks, in these cases, 3 things are catching my eye right off
off the bat. The first one is these Switch games, which I bet we could get a decent deal on if there's anything that we need in the collection. The second is this N64 Rumble Pack over here, which I know goes for 20 bucks on Amazon, and they don't have priced. And then the third one, check this out. The entire series of Dragon Ball Z on Blu-ray, they have 100 bucks on it. I think I found it, although I don't think it's the right version, 80 bucks, and I'm not approved to sell it, so I think we'll pass on that, but I do love to look up DVD sets when I find them. That guy right there, I didn't see a price tag on it.
I don't know. What's it worth to you?
I'm hoping to get 20 for it, so would you do 10? Appreciate that. And check this out too, folks. In the older game section, this is what I like to see right here. General pricing on everything. So instantly I spotted this bad boy, which on Amazon for $3 goes for $11 after fees. Also, folks, they said that they have some 360 games that haven't hit the floor yet, so let's go check those out. We'll see if there's anything worthwhile in here, but always love taking a look at stuff that hasn't hit the floor. Ooh, that should be a solid one. The combo packs usually do well. Ooh, Orange Box is good too. A good amount of it is a little dirty. Minecraft is good. Okay, those look like the main ones. Actually, I also looked it up and realized that this one goes for pretty decent money as well. And folks, as we're waiting for them to come up with a number, I did see a couple of these Switch games that would be great for the collection. One is Mario Tennis Aces, which I'm pretty sure we don't have yet. And the other is Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, both of which are on our list. I think they're priced at $30 and $40. So if we could possibly get those both for $50, it would be pretty clutch. So the biggest thing I was curious on was with these guys, don't know if it'd be pushing it. Would you do 10 off a piece on these two Switch games?
Yeah, what do I got on each one?
30 and 40?
Yeah, I'm cool with that, yeah.
Cool, appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I just unlocked this weapon in Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, folks, I knew it. I knew that Dunkin' Donuts bribe would pay off. Not only did we get $10 off a piece on Mario Tennis Aces and Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, which put us at exactly our $50 budget and took us back down to $0. But he also only charged me $5 a piece for these killer 360 games, plus the $3 on this one, plus 10 on the N64 Rumble Pack, puts us at an expected profit, mostly because of this Call of Duty double pack right here, of $65. And you know what? I already know what Hater Hank is going to be saying in response to that last stop in the comments.
This Phoenix resale isn't doing a real collecting challenge. He's just leveraging. He's just using his personal connections to get better prices and buy more Switch games.
And I hate to break it to you, Hank, but I've got a little nugget of knowledge for you today. This one's free. Your success in collecting, in reselling, in business, and in life will be wholly dictated by the quality of your personal connections. Oh, and also suck a lemon. And folks, it looks like we've found our first sealed game of the day, a nice little Kinect Adventures for $3, but unfortunately it looks like we'll get actually less than that after fees on Amazon, so we'll throw this one back. Unfortunately, something that's been happening a lot on Amazon is sellers will reseal common, like super cheap games and then sell them as new on Amazon so that they can get a little bit of a higher price for it, and that just tanks the prices of all the actually new sealed games and just kind of sucks in general. That's one of the stupid things you have to deal with as an Amazon seller. We do have a few Switch games here in the glass case, nothing I'm really interested in, and honestly, like, I'm just looking at these prices. Actually, that Mario Kart is not bad, but besides that, like, I don't know, $100 on Pokemon White, 50 on Diamond and Loose too, like, just not that impressed with these in general. I do hate to say it, folks, but it looks like this half-price books may be a strikeout. This just in, local bookstore half-price books likes to punch babies. More on that at 6. Riff, back to you.
Yes, Caleb, thank you for that. A recent poll shows that the channel Pixel Game Squad is a much better version of the Phoenix Resale channel.
Well, folks, it looks like we're going to be taking our entire $65 Switch budget into this half-price books.
And it's clearly Game Exchange.
Let's see what they have in store for us. Okay, folks, I just spotted an item that might be super underpriced. This 3DS right here is $160. I'm pretty sure they're $210 on our buy list because we've been getting $250 after fees. I'm gonna have to take a look at the condition, but if it's good, that one item would be $90 in profit. An absolutely clutch find at our last stop. But before I do that, I'm gonna take a look at this Switch section. Ooh, I see one right here, right off the bat. Splatoon 3. Dang, 50 bucks though. I'm having trouble finding this game because it's recent at like a lower than $50 price. Here's another one here though, Mario Golf Super Rush. That one's a little bit more manageable at $45. I know this one doesn't have the best reputation necessarily, but I am big on these 4-player party games that I can play with my multitude of very real friends. And man, I guess this is just a Mario day. We've got Paper Mario Origami King for $45 again. Almost no one thinks that this is better than like Thousand Year Door, but it's the only Paper Mario game on the Switch, so I have it on the list. I have heard good things about Triangle Strategy here. You guys can let me know if I should try to get this one in the future. $37, it is a little bit cheaper, but I do see this as the UK version, so I'll pass on this one for now. But the thing is, folks, since these are $45 a piece, we can't actually afford both of them on our current budget, but if that 3DS looks good, we could afford both and potentially Splatoon 3. It's really just all gonna come down to the condition of that 3DS up there. Could I take a look at this 3DS here?
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it. Is it okay if I like turn it on and everything?
Of course, yeah, feel free to take it out.
Appreciate it. Oh, well, folks, the 3DS, in fact, was in immaculate condition, resulting in a 5-Switch game day for Mission Switch. Let's get these games on the shelf. Oh dang, this place has tons of Switch games, but I'm not seeing the one that I'm looking for. Ooh, another multiple bins of games here at this one. Any Shelter Generations here? No, I'm not seeing it. I have spent the last year of my life looking for 6 grails for my Switch collection, and right now I'm down to just 2. Now, unfortunately, one of my remaining grails is a console that I'm fairly sure doesn't even exist called the Zeldathon Switch, but the other one is a $100+ Switch game called Shelter Generations. And in this whole last year of hunting for Switch games, I have yet to find a copy, but today I'm at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, one of the biggest expos in the whole country, so if there's anywhere that I could find this game, it would be here. Found another booth here with a decent amount of Switch stuff. One of the biggest things that we're looking for is down here right next to the publisher. We're looking for super rare games, which I have not seen a whole lot of, unsurprisingly, because guess what? They're super rare. But actually what I did find is one of the games that's on my regular game list, not my grail list, Pocky and Rocky Reshrine. This is a franchise that I have been wanting to try out just because I know it has a good reputation and I've never played a single game in it, but unfortunately it does cost $25 and our current Switch budget is $0. Because folks, the thing about this series is I'm only allowed to spend money equal to the amount of flip profit that I find in this video, so I've got to get finding stuff to flip so that we can actually buy Switch games when we find them. This is Mission Switch. So I actually was able to connect with one of my friends, Derek, who I don't think I've ever met in person before. He has this huge booth here, Swan's Emporium, and I'm optimistic we might be able to come to a few deals because his prices are pretty reasonable, build up our budget a little bit. Right off the bat, I'm seeing handhelds here. We're paying on the buy list 80 a piece for SPs. This is a 101, normally we'd be at 95, but this one right now I can see right off the bat, as long as there's nothing wrong with it, that $80 would be a good buy. $100 on that. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe if we get like 3 or 4 of them, if they're the right condition, maybe we could work a little bundle deal there. You mind if I test it out?
Absolutely.
And then, let's see, the condition on that one I'd probably pass on. Could I take a look at the condition of those? Okay. It seems to be working each time for me, so I think this one's okay. Yeah, and the condition on these is pretty solid as well. You said you weren't having the power issue with these?
No, just the reds. That's why they were at 80.
Okay. I'll tell you what, if I could do all 3 of these, do they have chargers?
Yep.
Okay, would you do 80 a piece?
240, would you just do 250?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Get the ball rolling. Thank you, Derek, appreciate it. We normally get around 120 or so after fees on Amazon for these, so that'll be $40, $40, and $30 profit. This right here is $110 into our Switch budget, which is absolutely fantastic. Can't thank you enough, Derek. And also, take a little peek at these vintage shirts that he has. This is easily the craziest vintage shirt booth. I have never seen so much vintage shirt heat in a single booth before. This is absolutely incredible. So folks, I had to ask Derek, this Pokemon one right there, the thing with Pokemon shirts that you almost never see is ones that look like they would fit an adult. They were almost all kid sizes. So like, what's the story on that?
So like you said, most of these do come in kid sizes, but this is actually an adult extra large, licensed 1998. And the weird thing about it is like the color palette's just like a little bit off. So it's weird that it's
it almost looks like a bootleg. Dang, I'm tempted. I'm gonna have to think about that. We'll see what kind of budget I have left at the end of this show. All right, so folks, now with that $110 in profit, burning a hole in my pocket. Holy cow. By the way, look at this incredible wooden Nintendo arcade cab. That looks amazing. Anyways, I have to find booths that have tons of Switch games exactly like this one to see if we can possibly find anyone that has Shelter Generations. You don't have Shelter Generations, do you?
Let's see.
It's kind of a rare Switch game that I'm on the hunt for today. West of Loathing actually used to be on my list. I think I got this one.
Unfortunately, man, it doesn't look like we have it right now.
Okay. Well, thank you for the help. Okay, so folks, actually look at this. So I took a picture of the poster board of all the games that I still need to get for my collection, and it looks like West of Loathing is still on there. I knew I recognized it. This is a limited run game. It looks like number 11 that they ever made. I think it's known for being kind of funny. 70 bucks they have on this. This would be a fantastic plan B that we need to remember if in the event that we can't find Shelter Generations in this entire place, because this is a limited run game. It's not like Grail level, but as you can see, it's not very common. I see you have a few Switch games here. Shelter Generations is the one that I'm specifically looking for.
That's all I got for Switch.
Okay, it'd be pretty amazing if one of these literal 3 games was the one I'm looking for. How's it going?
Good, and you? Yeah.
Not too bad. I'm looking for a game called Shelter Generations. Do you have that one by chance?
Switch?
Yeah, Switch.
Take a look, I'm not sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
dang, 10 bucks for Lego Movie 2. That seems like a good deal. If I bought a couple of these, would you do 8 a piece instead of 10?
Yep. Sure.
Okay, cool. I think I will go ahead and do that. And actually, this is one that's on my list as well. So I'll go ahead. Would you go 15 on that?
Yep.
Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. Folks, I just talked about this one earlier, and that copy that I found was 25 bucks. And to get this one for 15, that's a really stellar deal. So I appreciate you a bunch. So that was 8, 8, 8, 8, 15, 47?
Yeah, you're nailed it.
I'm on it, folks. You know my mental math is on point. You know it is. Don't comment, Riff. All right, well, thank you again.
Very much, yeah.
Have a great day. All right, so folks, absolutely killer booth there. Got 4 copies of the Lego Movie 2 game. These will be $28 profit in total, which I immediately spent a good chunk of that on the 15 that we spent on Pocky and Rocky, just because it felt like it was meant to be. And I think we're already approaching as much money as we would need for Shelter Generations if we're able to find it. I think that leaves us at a budget of what, $123 in total? But really cool to already have one under our belt that will at least come home with something today. Did you guys by chance have Shelter Generations on the Switch?
No, this is the last Switch game I had.
Oh, a single Switch game? Okay. So we're looking for a pretty specific Switch game today. Shelter Generations. Do you have that by chance? I didn't see it in these. You do have some actual super rare stuff. Source of Madness is a cool one. Would you by chance do 20 on that?
Yeah, I'll do 20 on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take this cart. I know I buy pretty often. I think we're at 60 on this. Is that close enough for you?
I'll give you 60 on that one.
Okay. Whoa. Look at this. You guys came prepared. Okay, I'm a little bit farther off on these, but that's an impressive selection. This one, would you go 20 as well?
Yeah.
All right, cool. We have a little stack there then. So 40 and 60, that's an even 100 bucks. I guess I'll call it there.
Perfect.
Thanks so much, and I'll be back a little bit later as well. All righty, you guys take care. I'll be back soon. I'm looking for Shelter Generations on the Switch. Do you have that by chance?
definitely don't have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So folks, a little 3-game score from those last guys. Also friends of the channel, so appreciate them. Not a huge profit, but a combined probably $35 after fees on Amazon in profit. Which puts us at a total of $158 in profit after these guys. The problem is, I don't know if we can find this freaking game.
Folks, at this point, we spent probably an hour and a half looking through bins of Switch games and asking vendors if they had seen a copy of Shelter Generations to absolutely no success. And I was honestly getting pretty discouraged, but I knew that I had one hope left, one potential booth that might have this game.
All right, folks, so we have come to the booth of Double Jump Video Games, who is renowned region-wide for having a massive Switch selection in their store. This is honestly what I see as kind of my final hope. So I'm gonna dig through these, see if we can, okay, so we've got the R's, P's. If nothing else, I know they will have some stuff here that's on my list, so this is honestly probably, we're in the corner of the convention center. We've checked just about every single other booth, and we'll see if they've got it here. All right, folks, I'm not seeing it, but I just want some confirmation. Ryan, do you happen to know, do you guys have a copy of Shelter Generations on the Switch?
I don't think so, but I will help you out.
I appreciate it. I haven't found one. My hope is dwindling. Well, I really appreciate the help anyway. Not the ending I was hoping for, but I have a feeling I'll be able to find something in here.
Yeah, good luck.
Thanks. Well, folks, I have slowly but surely come to realize over the course of the day that there is, in fact, not a single copy of Shelter Generations in this entire building, which is a rough realization to come to, but you know, that's why it's on the Grail list in the first place. So I do feel a little bad, like I can't, not only do I selfishly want it, but I also kind of want to give you guys the finale that I'm sure you want to the video. The positive news is that not only did we find Pocky and Rocky, but we do still have $158 to spend on as many killer Switch games as we possibly can find in this next hour or so. So folks, here are the new priorities of the day. These bottom 2 rows here of the Switch list are all limited edition games that are going to be very hard to find anywhere outside of a convention. So titles like Agalos, Freedom Finger, Lone Wolf, Rivals of Aether, all of those, any that we can find here will still be a solid win, and we already know that there's someone with West of Loathing, assuming that it hasn't sold yet. All right, folks, so I just made a beeline right back to Game Over Video Games where we saw the West of Loathing earlier, and looks like they do indeed still have it, which is great news. The only question is, do you think they will be negotiable at all on the price? We'll see. Alrighty, I've returned for West of Loathing. Do you guys have any wiggle room on the 70?
Unfortunately, man, we don't.
Not really on the, okay. I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Folks, at this point, most of the games that are still remaining on the list are super rare games because I just don't find those very much. And I did see in this one, they have, this is how Super Rare sells their like mystery games. They had one of these. It says 60, I think, is it okay if I open this? Okay, I didn't know if it was supposed to stay a mystery or not. What is it? Creaks. I don't think this one's on my list. I'm pretty sure it's not. At this point, now that we do finally have West of Loathing, unfortunately no discount on this one. That's 2 games off the list already and $88 still in the budget to spend. Not seeing any super limited ones over here, but hopefully we can find maybe 2, maybe 3 more. We'll see. All right, so folks, we're back here at the first booth that I stopped at today, trying to see if there are any of those limited games. I didn't find any of the ones that are specifically on the limited tier of our list, but what I did find is this bad boy right here, Rocket League Collector's Edition for $39, which is, as you can see, on our Switch list right here. Would love to pick that one up. The only problem is these days it goes for close to 30, maybe 35, so I don't really want to pay 39. We'll have to see if they're negotiable at all. Y'all had it 39. I saw it's been going closer to 30 recently. Do you have any wiggle room on that? I was looking to be at like 30 if I could, but you're welcome to let me know.
How about 35?
35. I go ahead and do that. I appreciate that. Thanks for working with me. All right, so folks, 35 for Rocket League Collector's Edition. This one honestly was mostly because it's a multiplayer Switch game, fun for game night, and 35 is closer to the range that I'd really want to be at, which leaves us at $53 still to spend. If we can get a limited title, that'd be incredible. I don't think I've been into this booth yet though, so I'm curious whether it looked like primarily like retro kind of stuff, but maybe if we go deeper in, we'll be able to find some Switch games. All right, so folks, the good news is we did find one of the games that is on our exclusive list. The bad news is it appears to be $700. So it looks like we're not coming away with Shantae today. There are actually a decent number of like, you know, we've got limited run games here. We've got, I don't know who produced that. All kinds of like interesting, like I don't see a lot of this stuff a lot, but none of these games are actually like on the limited section of my list, which is unfortunate. I think at this point we may have to lower our standards even further to literally any list game to spend our last 53 bucks on. This one actually was on our list at one point. I don't think that it, I'm pretty sure we already got this one. Folks, I don't know, I'm starting to feel a little deflated right now. Folks, I just laid eyes on something that I don't know how I missed earlier. This game right here is a limited run game, Rivals of Aether. It's a Smash clone that is done in like a 2D style. $40 on it too. That is very exciting. I'm so glad that we're gonna be able to come away with a game on our list. The only question is, that would leave us, if we paid 40 with like 13 bucks in the budget, so maybe we can bundle a couple and get both for 53. That would be prime. Let's see, any of these, Risk of Rain, maybe Untitled Goose Game, or maybe a couple of these together. Had a quick question for you. I was wondering if I did these two Switch games and this Rivals of Aether there for 40, would you be able to do 53 instead of 60? Well, folks, for the few and the proud of you and the core audience that are still watching this video, I guess I have a little bit of a confession to make. Because for the last couple months, making videos on this channel hasn't quite felt the same behind the scenes. Hopefully that hasn't come across on camera too much, but I've just felt a little bit more like making videos has been kind of going through the motions, especially like striving to hit that Sunday deadline week after week. I don't know if that's because at this point, we're over a year in to Mission Switch. Still got about a third of the collection to go, but that's obviously taking a long time. Maybe I'm running out of ideas. It might also have something to do with this big project that I've been working on behind the scenes, which should be coming out in a couple months. That's just been taking a whole lot of like time and emotional energy and honestly money. But regardless of the reason, it's probably been a couple months since I really felt that spark, that joy of like making something that I'm just super proud of, and I honestly don't really care how it performs. I think the last example would probably be when I drove the 11 hours to Arkansas to surprise Retro Rick at his video game store grand opening. And we did this stupid video of trading in like 5 or 6 bins worth of video games after close. It ended up going till like 1 in the morning, and we were all just delirious with fatigue, and I was just so happy to see the guys. And when I think about the long-term trajectory of my channel, I just want to make more stupid stuff like that. I don't want to focus as much on like the deadlines and the sponsorships and the weekly upload schedule and never stop the grind and blah, 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 blah. I really just want to make stuff that I can't wait to show you guys. And to do that, looking forward into 2024, I think I'm ultimately going to have to reduce my upload schedule by a good bit. Ultimately, what it comes down to is I'm just not interested in serving you guys mediocre content. I would way rather make 1 or 2 videos a month that absolutely slap than make 4 that are just kinda lukewarm. Okay, not too bad of a Switch section here. We got Dragon's Dogma, Dead Cells, and what the heck? I'm in this game store right now because for the last 14 months, I've been building this. Because, you know, physical intimacy is overrated.
But even after over a year, I still have 34 games left on my Switch list. So here I am in Game Exchange trying to find some of them, but the sad thing is I can't buy any of these bad boys until I build up a budget of flippable items. I found this Everybody's Golf VR and thought it had some potential because it was sealed, but it turns out we would only get a couple bucks profit from it. But then in the GBA section, I spotted this Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga for just 25, and that's one that we sell all the time on Amazon. I know we'll be able to make 12 bucks on it, so we'll add that to the budget. And check this out, on Amazon, we'll be able to get 38 after fees for Tetris DX. They've got it for just 25. That brings our total profit up to $25, and I got excited when I saw this in the handheld section. This is a 101 model of the Game Boy SP, but it's a little bit too expensive to actually be profitable. Now the good news is they do have a decent Switch section at this Game Exchange, but the bad news is I don't think they have a single title. This is kind of cool, Sheepo, limited run, never heard of that. I don't think they have a single title that's still on my list, and those are really the only games that I'm looking for at this point. So I guess we're just gonna have to take our $35 profit right across the street over there to Half Price Books. But Caleb, you say, how could this be? You just said you had $25 profit. Well, you know what? It looks like you actually have something behind your ear there. What could that... Oh, what did I spy on my way out? But a little Pokemon Stadium. And these rapturous little boys bring a clean $35 on Amazon. We only paid $25. Now folks, I do need to level with you. Not only is our Switch list now smaller than it ever has been at 34 games, but this is also an unideal season to be hunting for profitable flips because we are now in post-Christmas winter, meaning that prices online are coming down, but prices in store are likely to still be somewhat high, so we've definitely got our work cut out for us today. Folks, walking into the video game section here, I spotted one thing very quickly when I walked in, right over on the PS2 section. All right, do you guys see it? I'll give you a little bit to look. It caught my eye very quickly, I will say that. It was this guy right here, Manhunt, which is a solid mid-dollar game. Not in the best case here, but at $9, that's a really good deal. You can see that after fees, we'll be looking at a very healthy $19 or honestly $20, which is great. The only downside is, one, it's in this old rental case. Also, when I popped it open, the disc definitely could use a little bit of work. But folks, part of the benefit of being a video game reseller is we have plenty of cases and we can resurface that bad boy. So desperate times do call for desperate measures. It's a good amount of work for that $10, but we gotta do what we have to do. One of my favorite sections in Half Price Books is always these wooden cases here. Not only do they look good, they tend to have some solid stuff. Forza, that's a little expensive. Brawl, that's really expensive. Wow, $25 for that bad boy. That's like a $15 game. Overkill is living up to the name. That price is overkill. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, folks, with retail prices right after Christmas. You're not likely to see a ton of crazy deals. But you know what, folks, just as I was saying, something open in my mouth, look at this. Mario Bros, New Super Mario Bros. Wii for $15. We pay $22 for that one to our buy list partners, and I know all day we'll sell that for $30 after fees, so that's a really solid double up there. It just doesn't make sense to me why they would have that for like a solid deal relative to market value, and then have Mario Galaxy for $25, which is honestly like a $15 game. But hey folks, I'm not gonna complain. Those price inconsistencies are where we resellers make our money. Now this is one right here that kind of let me down. South Park Stick of Truth. For some reason, this game on PS4 right now is going for like 60 bucks. This one was only 8, so I thought maybe this one had like risen in price too, but looked it up and looks like it's going for $3 after fees. And unfortunately, his PS4 brother is nowhere to be found in that case. And also, they've got these PS3 Move controllers. Normally we buy these a ton and we get people selling them to us a bunch. It's kind of hard to see, but those two things are $60 just like with a PS3 Move camera, and they've been here for months. This DS Lite is tempting, but I try really hard to avoid units with these like large decals on them because sometimes they can be a pain to take off. Even though at 50 bucks we would be able to make some money there, I'm gonna leave this one because ultimately it's just too much work. But folks, I gotta say the real tragedy of this whole video game section right here is I do not see a single Switch game on any of these shelves. Well, actually, I take it back. There is one Switch game, Ring Fit Adventure right down here. Sitting pretty for 40 bucks. Not a terrible price, but not one that we're looking for. But this up here is actually a really solid
solid find. Unfortunately, it's not going for the Goodwill price of $4.99, but We Play Motion at $15 even. It's still a little bit spiked in price after the holidays, and you can see we'll get $32 after fees for it. So this is actually a really good find. And that brings our budget up to an honestly really well, oh, dang it. This might be why they underpriced it. You can see there's actually a good bit of top scratching on that disc. That sucks. I think I'm gonna have to leave this one. But I think after taking this one out, that leaves us at like 60. So not as good, but still decent. We have nothing to spend it on in here. One prediction that I have seen a few resellers making for 2024 and beyond is that DVD prices might make a little bit of a resurgence with the increase in streaming service prices. It's speculated that people are getting kind of fed up with just paying so much for all of the streaming services and might make a little bit of a return to physical media. I haven't seen that yet. I'm not necessarily skeptical of it, but I don't know. I'd love to see it because, you know, I can sell those on Amazon too and they get decent prices. Now, folks, is 2 games in a single stop all that impressive? No. Am I as a person all that impressive? No. Are we struggling to find a single Switch game at any of our stops today? Yes. I think it may be time for some shameful, self-pitying binge eating. And I think I know just the place.
Chipola's alive!
Now folks, some of you guys may remember, I used to be a bit of a Chipotle stan. I would beg them in every single video, oh, please sponsor me, oh, I'm giving you free advertising, blah, blah, blah. But guess what, folks? I'm tired of it. And you know what? I'm honestly done sucking up to them. Did I happen to go there today because it happened to be in the neighborhood? Yes. But honestly, this doesn't look that good. Probably doesn't taste that good. I'm tired. Oh. Ugh, trying to find something to watch over lunch, and YouTube is just going downhill these days, man. There's just not a single decent thing to watch on here.
I feel ya. This guy I used to watch started uploading business videos.
All right, so folks, just got out of GameStop here. Oftentimes the managers aren't the coolest with filming, so didn't get any footage, but I picked up a game that may surprise some of you guys, and not only that, but I'm about to go a little bit rogue, because not only did I bring my entire list from the basement with me today, but also being over a year into this challenge, I'm gonna tweak the rules a little bit. See, the game that I picked up was Nier Automata. It was 28 bucks, which leaves us with 32 in the budget. And this game is not even on my list. Now, that's nothing crazy. In the history of this challenge, I've picked up tons of games that aren't on the list. But where it gets crazy is I'm actually going to cross off Worms WMD. Now I know. I can see Hater Hank warming up his Dorito digits already. This Phoenix Resale hasn't posted an actual game hunting video in months, and now when he does, it's just to change the rules of his own challenge, cheapen the whole thing, and I knew that he was a quitter all along. And here's the thing, Hank, you're kind of half right. Huh? It's been a couple months now since I posted my last Mission Switch video on this channel. I think this series started back in November of 2022. And since then, I've learned a couple important things. A, 100 games is way too much for a collecting series, and I am never doing that again. 2, a lot of games that are left on this board, I either didn't have that much interest in the first place, or I've lost interest in them in the last year or so. And D, I've actually caught myself thinking recently, oh, Nier Automata or Automata. I've had a few people recommend this game to me. It looks really cool with like the graphics and the art style and the like philosophical storyline. I'd really like to play that, but oh, dang, it's not on the Mission Switch list, and I've really got to focus on knocking this out, so I guess I just can't get this for now. And I've just realized recently, what a stupid way to live my life. And if I'm being really honest with you guys, feeling like I'm limited to only the games remaining on this list until I finish this challenge has been a part of the reason I haven't made many Mission Switch videos recently. So I decided what I'm doing from here on out is anytime I find a game in the wild, like Mario Wonder, for example, which I still haven't gotten, that I want more than a game that's on this list, I'm just gonna check off whatever game I want least. By the way, right now I'm heading in to see my friends at Top Dollar Pawn and see if we can build this budget a little bit further. I know for some of you guys, this will feel like a death to the Mission Switch series challenge, but honestly, I gotta say for me, it's feeling a lot more like a rebirth.
folks, I came here to Top Dollar Pawn to try to build up our Switch budget because I know the guys here and they have yet to let me down. Not really seeing anything of note so far in the low dollar section, but let's go check the glass cases. Looks like they have a pretty solid little controller selection here, and oh, look at that right down there. Wii Sports for 20 bucks. I bet they would give that to me for 15. We get 25 for it after fees on Amazon, so that could be a solid mini profit there. And then also, would you look at that? A backlit modded reshelled Game Boy Color. I do not see that very often at pawn shops. That's kind of cool. Ooh. Episode 4 original VHS, that's cool too. And then this caught my eye, believe it or not, this little Casio. I'm gonna look up that model number on Amazon because calculators can often do pretty decent on Amazon. Definitely better than you would normally get in a pawn shop. Okay, it looks like it is going for a little bit more. Good sales rank, but 46, that's a little bit too close. If they went 30 on that, then I think I'd go ahead and pull the trigger. And they also happen to have way more Switch games than they did at Half Price Books. I think we have all of those at this point. I'll double check it though. But the one that was interesting to me was Bayonetta 3. That's another one that I did have on the Switch list. I think I had Bayonetta 2 because maybe it had the highest Metacritic score or something. In reality, I just kind of want to dip my toes into the franchise. So at 20 bucks, that might be a great opportunity. So I had a couple price questions for you. The Wii Sports over here, you had 20 on. Would you do 15?
Yeah.
Okay. The Casio I was kind of close on. I could do 30 if that's interesting.
That'll work.
All right. If I took the Mario Kart and the Sluggers, would you do 20 a piece?
Yeah.
Sweet. Then the last one was the Bayonetta 3 over here. Was curious if you had any room on that. This little
15.
That'd be great.
All right.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. What are the odds of seeing Riff's mom all the way out here? One of the dumbest jokes I've made on this channel.
I think one of the dumbest jokes ever on your channel was saying you're a GameCube collector.
Oh, folks, Top Dollar Pawn, I'm telling you, it's where the magic is. We went from $32 in the Switch budget to $42, then $52, and then $62, then $78 in expected profit in total, part of which quickly got spent and brought us back down to, what, $63 in the budget after we bought Bayonetta 3 on the Switch, which I'm also excited to at least test out. I'm not sure if it's really for me, but happy to get this one off the list. And you can suck a lemon, Hank. I've been getting really into the mouth humor recently. What is up with that? All right, folks, next stop is, where is it? First Cash Pawn. They did a little bit of a rebrand recently. Haven't been in here in a while, so I'm curious to see, at least in an age long gone, they used to have a really solid Switch section, so we'll see if that's still the case. The prices on the PS4 games. Was pretty much looking at just the Dead or Alive 6. 15 is what's normal. 5 to 10. 10. Okay, yeah, I'd do 10 for it. Appreciate that. All right, so folks, I didn't know the owner at that store, so I had to go a little bit incognito mode, but here's the play-by-play of what just happened. Immediately got in and saw that there was no Switch games on the shelf, unfortunately, but I did spy this little bad boy right here, this Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. They had it for $39, which is a decent deal, but I saw it's in really great shape on the inside, so I say, how about 30, guy? And he says, I'll do 35. So I was like, okay. And these guys can bring about 47, as you can see there on Amazon. So a tidy little $11+ profit on that. But then he also tells me that they have $10 PS4 games if you buy more than one. And I spied a couple semi-uncommon gems here. Dead or Alive 6 and also Killing Floor 2. Now this one I knew that I could get 21+ for after fees on Amazon. So this one was a lock. This one I didn't really have time to look up. So I had to do it on the fly just now, and this is what I found, which I think is decent because you can see 15 bucks after fees. The only thing is the picture on it, and this is just one of those lovely pleasures of selling on Amazon. The picture is actually for the European PEGI version. I'm fairly sure that it's still the right listing. Sometimes that just happens on Amazon, but it's one of those annoying things. It wasn't coming up when I scanned the actual barcode, and I'll just have to do some research when we get home. But that does leave us with a really solid $90 total Switch budget going into our last stop of the day, Game Exchange.
And oh yeah, folks, this one definitely has a more solid. Look at the difference between this Switch section and the last one, the last game exchange we went to. This is really nice. Look at all the complete titles up here. But before we get too deep into that, I definitely want to take a quick peek around and see if there's any flippable stuff to maybe budge that budget up a little more. Ooh, and folks, right off the bat, here's a solid one right here. Budokai 3, at 30, I don't know. I know we've been buying a ton of these from our buy list partners. I think our buy price might be like 28, but that should still be a solid $10 profit, so we're gonna pick this up. And dang, bro, check this one out. 33 bucks for Guitar Hero Metallica PS2. Look at this, going for 60 after fees on Amazon. That's incredible. That puts us at $127 in the Switch budget, folks, and we're not even done yet. Now, folks, I do have to level with you a little bit. It's very possible that from here on out, Mission Switch episodes will be a little bit fewer and further between, not just for the reasons that I mentioned before, but also because the business model of Phoenix Resale has just kind of fundamentally shifted. In fact, when this series started, there was no buy list partner program. There was no app being developed to eventually take its place. There was just pretty much me going to pawn shops and conventions and video game stores, finding this kind of stuff. Like, this is basically what I did all the time anyway. So making these kinds of videos was just a lot more natural and easy. And don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled that now we're doing the majority of our business with viewers of this channel and with people that I've met at conventions and other game store owners and things like that. But the hard thing about that is, like, just opening up boxes in my basement filled with the same video games over and over doesn't make for the best content. So anyways, I've just kind of had to ask myself, like, what does this channel look like with the current shape of the resale business? Like, given that I'm spending less time in game stores and pawn shops and more time just cleaning games in my basement, what kinds of videos can I be making that sort of provide unique value and don't feel like samey all the time? And that don't drop my camera on the dirty game store floor. By the way, they also have a pretty decent NES selection too. They've got Mario Bros 3. I think we're paying $15 for these, so I think I'll leave those. But they're both in really solid shape. Bunch of miscellaneous stuff here, and then I did find, look how clean this Mario Bros 2 is. This thing's also 20, which I think is around what we pay. And they actually have this one. Is this one clean? Okay, so those should be about $10 profit a piece as well. This will bring our total Switch budget up to $147, which I think is more than enough. And anyways, that channel thought process was kind of what sparked my idea to start going to interview other like high-level resellers to try to bring as much value to kind of my core audience on this channel, which is other like fellow resellers, especially in the collectible space. And that directional shift has definitely had mixed reception. I knew that the people who are subscribed mostly like for game hunting content would be a lot less interested in it, but ultimately I decided to still go that way because it's just something that's fascinating me right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if you can't expect to see a little bit more of that on the channel, at least every now and again. But folks, back to the important task at hand, figuring out which of these glorious Switch games to actually add to the collection. And I have to say, one of them already caught my eye, and that is one down here, Super Mario 3D World with Bowser's Fury. This is a game that I already have played from my previous Switch collection before I had to sell it to, renovate the basement. And I've been really looking forward to getting it back into the collection because it's just really good. I had a ton of fun with Bowser's Fury, was like really surprised how much playtime was in that. I was expecting it to be just kind of like a mini game or random add-on, but even at 50 bucks, I feel like this is still like not a bad value. And as a bonus, this one's actually still on the list. That brings us to 97 bucks left in the budget, and I actually just saw something really interesting. Look at this. Bayonetta Origins. I've never heard of this game before. Did we kind of miss out in our entry to the franchise? I don't know. But oh my gosh, look at this, folks. Another one of those iconic multiplayer Switch games that I've had on my list forever. It's actually the top one geographically that I still need on it. I don't expect it's one I'll put a ton of time into. I played it a little bit at friends' houses. It's one that I want to have available for those game nights. And folks, because ARMS was 35 bucks, we've now got $62 remaining in the Switch fund, and it's really anyone's guess where we go from here. Ooh, is this one that we have yet? Game Builder Garage is one that has intrigued me before. I know almost nothing about it except the name. Let's see on my digital list here. No, it looks like we don't have this one, but I'm interested. I don't know. Ooh, they've got Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. This one we have already, but we don't have Cadence of Hyrule. That's what I'm still looking for. I don't know, of these front-facing games, none of them is really catching my eye like crazy. Not seeing it. Honestly, I think it's going to be some... Ooh, Luigi's Mansion, we have that one already. Breath of the Wild we have. Tears of the Kingdom we have. At one point we had a Kirby game on there as well, but I'm pretty sure we've gotten that. Oh, folks, just when I thought I was going to call it a day, I've spotted it. I know what the last game we're coming home today is. As I got back home and was putting my new games back on the shelf, I was reflecting a little bit on how strange it is the lengths that I went to over the course of this video to explain the shift in strategy and channel direction and everything. And I think what it comes down to is it's really easy to say, like, don't care about what anyone else thinks and screw the haters and just do your own thing, march to the beat of your own drum. But the reality is I do care what you guys think. I mean, I make these videos for people to watch and enjoy. I hope that you can experience a, collector's high when we find a rare item, or a nostalgia hit when, I find something that we've both enjoyed before. And I think it's healthy to acknowledge that, I make this stuff because I want people to like it. But whether or not you're a huge fan of the kinds of videos I've been making recently, I just think it's really cool that you guys get to be around for not just the growth of the collection, but also the growth of the channel and my identity on this platform in a way. I don't know, I guess just the longer I thought about it today, the more grateful I ended up feeling just to be able to share all of this with you guys. Folks, I'm here at one of the best video game stores in my state, checking out one of the best complete Nintendo Switch selections in the city. I'm looking for classics for my collection like Hollow Knight, Super Mario Party, and Stardew Valley. The only problem is I don't have any money. See, for the last year and a half, I've been working on a 100-game Switch collection, and at this point, I only have 29 left to go. But the only way I'm allowing myself to buy these Switch games is by using expected profit from flips I find along the way. Those flip profits will be our Switch budget. So before I come back here, I need to build our budget up a little bit. And the first place I'm going to try to build that budget is Half Price Books. I love coming to Half Price Books to hunt for games for a few reasons. One is you can see they have a really solid variety of games at pretty much every location I go to. Another one is that they don't actually specialize in video games specifically, so you're pretty likely to find stuff here that might be underpriced. And the last reason is they also have a pretty decent coupon system. The unfortunate thing is, one, their Switch selection definitely leaves something to be desired, so we probably won't. I think those are the only two titles in here, so I don't think we're going to be able to find any Switch collection games here. However, there are a really good number of solid titles that we might be able to flip. The first game that I thought had potential is this Mario Kart Wii down here, because I know we'll get 10% off or about $3 off on it, so that'd leave us at like $32, but unfortunately right now we're only paying $28. And by the way, folks, at the time of filming this, the 1UP app that I made for video game resellers is currently in beta, so I'll be able to use it throughout the day to see what the maximum amount is that I could pay for a lot of the games that we're buying through there. Now, I didn't find anything super interesting in their cartridge section up here, but as I was looking on this third shelf, check this thing out. This is one that I'll always look up. Back to the Future on PS4. This thing's $50, which means after our 10% discount, we'd be paying $45. Now, we don't buy PS4 games onto 1UP, so I had to look it up on the Amazon seller app and check this out. We're getting 88 after fees for this bad boy on Amazon. That is a crazy come up. That'll put us at $43 in our Switch budget, and we're not even done yet. This Rock Band 3 down here would be $27 after discount, and check this out. We're paying $28 on Quick Flips. That is perfect. On Amazon, we sell those bad boys for $40 after fees, so that'll bring our total budget up to $55 for Switch games. Wait, actually, I think that's $56.
Dang it, Riff, it's already starting.
You are one dumb, ugly man.
Oh man, this one's so close. 35, that'd be like 32 after fees. Looks like we're paying 28, dang. When the numbers are that close, I'm very tempted a lot of the time, but the numbers that we have on Quick Flips really are like the lowest margin that we should take for our business. So even though technically we could make like $8 on that game, I'm gonna try to stick with my guns and just honor the Quick Flips numbers. Ooh, this is something that I very rarely see because they sell so quickly. Wii Sports, we're looking for $18 on that, but I don't actually see a price at all. Is there even, okay, yeah, the disc is in there. I may have to ask them about this one. I don't know if the sticker like got removed by someone at some point or who knows. Ooh, okay, this could actually be something to bring up. The disc looks pretty scratchy. We've got an excellent resurfacer machine, so I'm not really worried about it, but that's something I might bring up at checkout to see if they might do a little damage discount for me, or I don't know. But resurfacing or not, if it ends up being $18 or under, I'll go ahead and pick it up because that's what we pay for it, and I can still make at least $10 on it. Okay, this is another one that I know we buy pretty often, Family Game Night 3. I can't remember if that's close to our target price or not. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna see if the scan feature is gonna work for us today. All right, One Up, don't fail me now, baby. Come on. Hey, there we go. And $12, yes! That's perfect, because after discount, we'll be at 11 or so for this. This game, since it is so cheap, is not going to be a huge money maker for us. It'll be like $7 in profit or something like that, but that still brings us up to like, I think 63 in the budget? That's probably right, Riff?
Nice!
This is another one of those titles, Stick of Truth. The price on this has exploded on PS4, but I don't think the same is true for PS3. Let's see. Yeah, $1.50 after fees. We'll go ahead and leave this one. Ooh, can we go 2 for 2 on Family Game Night 3? Let's see. Yeah, look at that, baby. $10 and $10. And now, normally we'd make like $6 on this bad boy, but I'm just gonna say it's 5 because if the budget went to 69, Editor Riff would get way too excited. So anyways, with $68 in the budget, I'm gonna go see what they are gonna do about this, and I'll catch up with you guys in the car. Oh my gosh, folks. If that stop was a restaurant, it would be Chipotle. This bad boy right here, he looked at it, he said, you know what, normally it'd be $15, but you know, with the scratches and everything,
$5.
$5 Wii Sports at half-price books. I'm over the moon. That brings our total budget up to $90 for Switch games. And I would venture to guess that when we head back to Through the Decades, we'll be able to find multiple really solid titles for the collection. Folks, I just realized that getting that $10 discount on Wii Sports made me just about as happy as when I realized we sold over $1 million in video games on Amazon last year. Like, that's how cheap I am. But folks, before we head back to the big boy game store, I want to go to a couple of my favorite regional chains, Game Exchange, because they actually tend to have really solid prices, and also the games that are going up in price, whoa, sorry about that. The games that are going up in price the quickest, they tend to be kind of slow to adjust prices on, so it's fairly easy to catch them slipping on stuff if you know what to look for. Ooh, folks, Target acquired. Look what I just spotted in the glass cases. Check this out.
I like money.
Not just a copy of Nintendo Switch Sports, which has been on our list forever, but a $40 complete copy that still has the box and I presume also the strap, the leg strap that comes with it inside. If it does have that, that would be very difficult to pass up. I have not seen a big box copy of this yet on our Switch travels. However, if possible, I would love to be able to keep our current $90 in the budget until we get to our last stop of the day. So if I could find enough profit to buy it just in this store, that would definitely be ideal. Also, check out this Switch section. Looks like they've got actually more complete titles than I'm really used to seeing here, honestly. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I can't remember if that one's still on our list or not. Need for Speed. Oh man, that's another one that's on our list. Holy cow. Oh, and another Mario game on our list. Dang, folks, we could totally just drain the entire budget in this stop. Disney Illusion Island. This has come out since I actually made the Switch list, and I do think it looks pretty interesting. From what I understand, it's a pretty standard 2D platformer with Disney characters, but gosh, at $33, I honestly would love to come away with this one. And there are definitely some other games on my current list that I'm less interested in, so
This one's gonna be a maybe for us right now. Usually where I like to start on my hunts is in the glass case, and the first thing I saw was this Zelda Link to the Past. Not sure if you guys can see, it's marked at 30 bucks down there, which is exactly what we pay on Quick Flips. So that'll be like a $13 profit, which is a really solid start for us. Not really seeing anything crazy in the glass case disc section down here. This Pinball Hall of Fame was close but no cigar, 30 bucks for that. Looks like we could get 36 on Amazon, but it's a slow seller, so we're gonna leave that. This is one thing that really surprised me to see. I think this is a first for me. We've got multiples of sealed 3DS games here. I wonder if they like cleared out some other retailers or something like that. I'm honestly not sure, but the prices on it weren't anything that really intrigued me. Like we've got 50 bucks on sealed Luigi's Mansion, 70 right there on Superstar Saga. I think these are pretty dang close to market value, so I'm gonna pass on those for today. Here's another one that's right on the nose, 18 bucks for Mario and Sonic at the Sochi Olympics, stickered at 18, and that is exactly what we're paying for it. We'll be able to make 8 bucks on that, which puts us at 111, so, you know, we're getting there. I kept looking around the store for the next half hour or so trying to find some more flips, and I was able to find a few. Budokai Tenkaichi 2 was pretty much right on the money at 18 bucks. We'll be able to make 8 on that. The Hip Hop Dance Experience was a great price at 15, and we'll be able to double our money on that one. Then I found Alice Madness Returns, which at 25 bucks is a bit of a slower seller, but we should be able to double our money, which puts us at a budget of $159 and gives us more than enough to buy the Switch Sports. So folks, with the profit from these 4 games, we're in really solid shape to buy that Switch Sports over there, but I spied one more thing on my way out. This is not something I come across too much. An OEM Super Nintendo controller for 15 bucks was what surprised me, because as you can see, normally we pay 19 a piece for these, so that'll net us a really solid $12 profit on this. And folks, I gotta be honest, with $171 in our Switch budget, I may have to buy more than one game here. Wow, folks, I honestly can't believe how successful this game hunting day has been. Not only did we get 6 solid flippable items, but we got a complete in-box Nintendo Switch Sports for 40 bucks. I don't know how close that is to market rate these days, but it seems like a pretty solid deal. Nintendo Switch Sports for 40 bucks. And then I did also, I'll be honest, did decide to splurge on one more game. Drum roll, please, editor riff. I did indeed go with Disney Illusion Island. Now, before you guys roast me, before you roast me in the comments, I gotta give you my reason. 69. First of all, this is literally the first time I've ever seen this game used out in the wild, and I felt like I had to pick it up because Mario games I'm just likely to see later on. Second of all, at $33, it felt like a little bit less of a commitment. All right, so it's after lunch now. I decided to make our next stop the other half-price books in town because of how well we did at that last one. And I'm really curious whether we can keep this insane streak alive, but there's one question, one problem that remains unresolved. And that question is, since Disney Illusion Island was not on our original Switch list, what game are we going to cross off of the list instead? And after thinking about it long and hard, I've come to the conclusion that I think the answer has to be Agalos. Because as cool as it is that that game has basically a green Blastoise on the front cover, I was doing some research and realized that it's inspired by Wonder Boy, which is another Switch game which I played earlier this year and honestly didn't like. It kind of turned me off to the idea of playing that game, so that one is going to get the axe in favor of the Disney game. Alright folks, so coming into the video game section right off the bat, I was taking a look in this glass case. You know me, I'm a little bit of a glass case hoe. And I saw this bad boy right here, which I would have sworn was a great deal. Lunar Dragon Song. The games in the Lunar series tend to be really expensive, and this one at $5? I was like, surely they like mispriced that and it's actually a killer deal, but in fact, I looked it up. Turns out this game is weirdly not that valuable. It's both a slow seller and it's only available in new condition on Amazon for $18 after fees, and because this one's loose, it sells so slow. So unfortunately gonna have to leave that one behind. And honestly folks, worst of all, I'm looking at these prices and it looks like a lot of them are either like at or maybe slightly above regular retail prices, which does not bode super well for my reselling intentions. Look, like 40 bucks on Fire Emblem Awakening, 40 more on Alpha Sapphire, 100 on Complete Black. Like usually even at conventions that'll be like 80 or 90, so I'm gonna keep pressing on. We'll see if we can squeeze a little profit out of this place yet. This was another one I thought might have potential. Transformers Devastation for 40. It's gone up a good bit in recent years. That used to be like a $15 game, but just looked it up, exactly 40 after fees. And folks, I can tell you right now that seeing me use the Amazon Seller app in a video, Hater Hank is about to go crazy in the comments like,
this Phoenix resale spent all his money on a video game app and he doesn't use it in his own videos.
hi. Now, at the time of shooting this, 1UP is still in beta for the next like week or so, but eventually I want to make it so that the Amazon data shows up in addition to price charting and quick flips, like right down around here above the search games part. And we do actually currently have access to Amazon's data, so I think it's only a matter of time before we start incorporating it. And once we can, I'll no longer have to jump back and forth between apps to check prices, which is honestly kind of the reason that I wanted to build an app in the first place. But until that point, I'm gonna have to keep manually checking games on Amazon for games like this that I know we don't have quick flips offers on. And it looks like this one is another dud. And I've actually been doing a lot of thinking recently about like 69 how to talk about 1UP on the channel going forward, because it's kind of paradoxical. Like on the one hand, I definitely don't want to talk about it too much because that can come across as just very like self-interested. But on the other hand, I definitely don't want to stop talking about it because for one, like what would that say about my own confidence in this thing that I've built that I'm really proud of? And also in basically every video on my channel up until this point, I've talked about using the Amazon Seller app because it's what I have used. It's kind of natural. Ooh, and speaking of shamelessly hawking my own products, this Resident Evil seems like it has really good potential because it's actually on discount today. But I don't know, I think ultimately where I'm going to land is probably talking about it more in game hunting videos like these where it's more organic. And how about that, folks? We're paying $16 on a $15 game. That's sweet. Whoa, this guy's gonna bring us up from a $98 budget to like $108, which is pretty solid given that I didn't know if I would. Ooh, hold on folks, I just spotted something on the top shelf here. I can't remember exactly what we're paying for this, but Budokai Tenkaichi 3, I know we get a lot of people sending this to us because our price is really good. Wow, I guess I'll just have to so organically look it up now on my new app. Did you know I made a new app? It's called 1UP. You can get it at it's out now. You can get it at 1-up.app because I couldn't afford just 1UP. I couldn't afford to take out the dash because the domain was too expensive and I was too poor after having it made. 1-up.app. Yeah, folks, check this out. We got 140 on Tenkaichi and we're paying 145. That's perfect. It's looked like, oh wow, Complete is going for 175 on price charting, so they're actually a little bit below that. That's really solid for us because after fees on Amazon, we're getting around 200 bucks for that. So if it's in good condition, that's going to put us at a whopping $168 budget going into this last stop. And look at this, folks, the good luck just keeps coming. A Wii Sports Resort I saw poking out. I was like, surely I won't be able to afford it. But look at this, 15 bucks. We normally pay 25 for this bad boy. This is gonna be like a $20 profit. And on top of all that, folks, you know what I just remembered? My cashier from earlier today gave me my 10% coupon back, so we're gonna get 10% off everything that we buy. I'll let you know as soon as I get out of here what this all factors into, but this is crazy. Folks, I cannot believe our luck. Not only did the 10% off coupon work, but look at this. It was complete. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 on PS2 was complete, priced at 25 bucks, no more. Priced at $35 under price charting plus 10% off. This has got to be the luckiest day of game hunting I've ever had. So, I mean, let's recap here for a moment, shall we? Because this has been crazy. Not only did we, at our first stop, find a $40 game that we could double up on, but we also got a Wii Sports for $5 because it was scratched. We then found 2 excellent Switch games for the collection at our second stop, in addition to 6 really solid flippable titles. And then at this half-price books, we somehow hit the freaking coupon glitch, got 10% off on over $200 worth of stuff, found a $15 Wii Sports Resort that is complete, Complete, a $35 underprice charting Budokai Tenkaichi 3, which isn't even discounted, that then got the 10% off. And folks, all of that has left us with $236 in the Switch budget. This last stop is going to be insane. And folks, here we are, back at the Switch Mecca of Kentucky with $236 in our pocket. Let's see what we can make happen. Now, I have to be honest, folks, this Switch section is not quite as beefy as I remember it being in previous trips. We do have a really good number of complete titles here, though, and right off rip, I saw this one over here, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. It's a pretty standard 3D hack and slash Warriors game. I've played it before and it got a little bit redundant to me, but I love the world of Hyrule in the Breath of the Wild series so much. This takes place like sort of in the same map. I had to put it on my Switch list. I think technically I have the definitive edition on there, but I don't think I'm going to play it enough to really matter. So that is a really solid find to start off right there. Before I take a deeper look into the rest of the Switch section, though, I kind of want to take a spin around the rest of the video game section of this absolutely massive store here. This is actually mostly a sport and Pokemon card shop, but back here they have like toys and consoles, and they've got all these games out in the open here now. They've been shuffling some stuff around. I just want to see if I can find any more quick flips or just like interesting things around to show you guys. For example, a lot of you guys know the Deadpool movie is coming out soon, so the price on that game has been rising. That's an easy $14 into $24 on Amazon. Also, I've never seen one of these in real life, an Elite Series 2 Halo Infinite controller for $300. Wow. Also in the handheld section over here, they had a couple really interesting things. One is the Pokeball 2DS XL over there, and then also the Xerneas and Yveltal 3DS XL right there for $200. Looks like we're technically paying $185 for it right now, but he did say that because apparently today is the official Pokemon Day, they're having a sale on some Pokemon stuff, so I may be able to sweet talk that one a little bit. In general, people definitely do underestimate the power of just having good relationships with employees. This little bad boy is sealed right here. I'll have to look that up. And even just like, oh, here's another sealed game. Disney Princess there. We'll check on that. I don't generally have a ton of luck with the U-Draw stuff. But yeah, even just asking for discounts, like I had no idea that there was going to be a sale going on today, but I just asked an employee and he was like, yeah, apparently it's Pokemon Day, so all our Pokemon singles are 20% off or something like that. But he was like, maybe if you find a Pokemon game, we could work something out for you. So we'll see. And yeah, I thought this Michael Jackson game was pretty cheap at $10. Looks like normally we're paying $16 for it. So this is actually the kind of game that could very feasibly be flipped to us from a retail store like this for any of you 1UP users out there who are looking for good potential titles to look for. And check out this high-end handheld section too. The number of complete Pokemon games in here is just really exceptional. But folks, back to our task at hand here. The unfortunate thing is I'm really not seeing almost anything at this point that is still on our list that I can really recognize. They've got a lot of doubles in here and a lot of sealed stuff, so I don't know if a lot of this is like from distributor relationships or what, like Crystalis, Sid Meier's Civilization. They've got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, definitely a lot of good games in here, but not a lot that are, I'm really kicking myself now for passing up on all those good Mario games in Game Exchange, man. The only thing is, I'm kind of running out of time, so I don't know if I should try to run back to Game Exchange now or just like spend the rest of my $200 here. Well, folks, I did end up going back to Game Exchange to pick up my last few games, but a couple of the ones that I got may surprise you. Because in addition to picking up Nintendo Switch Sports, an absolute classic, Hyrule Warriors, and Disney Illusion Island, I also decided to go back and get the Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. This is a game that in my original Switch collection I played through entirely and absolutely loved, so I knew I had to get it on this list. Then I decided to pick up Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. This was $45, and back in my middle school days, I actually played through Blue Rescue Team originally and haven't dipped my toes back into the franchise since then, so I'm just excited to give this one a whirl. And then the true wild card of the entire day, on a whim, I decided to pick up Super Mario RPG.
This one came out in the last year since I made the Mission Switch list, and I've heard really good things about it from people who love the original. I've never tried this one out on the Super Nintendo or Switch, so this one seemed like a great investment at 50 bucks. I just have to decide which game to take off of the list in its place. And ultimately, I decided to sacrifice Unpacking on the Switch. From my understanding, this game is in the cozy game genre, which I don't really vibe with a ton except for maybe like Stardew Valley, so it seemed like a worthwhile sacrifice to get this game into the collection. And folks, it's hard to believe at this point we only have 23 games left in the Mission Switch series. I've spent the last 18 months building this Switch collection from scratch. I started off with 100 games on my list that I really wanted to have in my collection, and at this point, I'm down to just 23. Today, we're heading to Midwest Gaming Classic to see how many games I can find to potentially check off of that list, and we may even make a stop or two along the way to try to build up the Switch budget. Folks, this is Mission Switch. All right, folks, stop number 1, Half Price Books in Indianapolis. Looks like they have, I've been to this location a few times. They have a really solid video game selection, like a huge wall here. I love coming to Half Price Books for a couple reasons. 1, they have great bathrooms. 2, oftentimes the employees who are pricing games don't necessarily specialize in video games, so there's a higher likelihood that I'll actually be able to find something that's underpriced. Okay, this is really interesting. I almost never see this. Multiple complete Sega Saturn games. Someone must have just traded in their collection. Clockwork Knight. We've got, 25, 60, 40 on a lot of these. That's really cool to see. I'm also seeing they have all of these sealed games here, which I may have to check the Amazon price on. We've got like 30 bucks on Spider-Man Web of Shadows, Facebreaker KO. So there's definitely some potential there. I'll update you guys. All right, so folks, a few of the things that I'm looking for here are sealed games, like I mentioned, stuff that's generally underpriced for some reason, maybe a little bit more obscure, and also stuff that's on clearance. This is one that I found that is sealed, Mountain Sports, something that for whatever reason does pretty well in sealed shape on Amazon. A little bit of a slow seller, but it looks like we'll be able to take home 23 bucks after fees on this guy, and it's only priced at 8, which is great. So that'll start us out with a solid 15 bucks in our Switch budget for the day. Unfortunately, their Switch section is not the best I've seen, so we'll have to hold off on buying any Switch games till future stops. After a little bit more hunting, I found this Avengers game that also was sealed. Okay, so this is another example of what I'm talking about with clearance. You can see this white clearance sticker here of 17 bucks, down from 25. I thought this was really good potential because it's also sealed, but at first I thought that it would be a good flip on Amazon, but I looked at the sales rank, which tells you how fast an item will sell, and it was just way too high, which means we'd be sitting on the game forever and it just wasn't even worth picking up. The sales rank is so high that I think this would be very slow to sell, so we're gonna pass on this one for now. When I'm hunting for games, I usually use 2 apps. The first one you've already seen, which is the Amazon Seller app, which tells me how much we'll make after fees when we sell this game on Amazon. All right, folks, this is one of the games that we pay the best for on 1UPs. The second one is our app called 1UP. It shows the price that we pay for lots of common games to our reseller partners. So what I'm looking for is a game that's stickered under the Quick Flips offer number, because I know that I'll be able to make at least 50% of my money back or so in profit. So I'm not surprised to see we've got a little bit of wiggle room there, 13 bucks sticker. We pay 14. I think on Amazon we should be able to make, depending on the day, $5 to $6 profit, putting our Switch budget at 20 bucks so far, so not too bad. So folks, unfortunately a pretty modest haul from Half Price Books number 1, just $20 profit. So in order to console ourselves, Spanky and I have dragged our sorry butts to Portillo's to stuff our faces, which hopefully this will be a little bit of Portillo's redemption for Spanky, because last time he was here, he threw up.
The one time I went to Chicago, I had a big chocolate shake and just threw up right in the middle of the center of Chicago.
It's not because of food poisoning, just purely because of overeating. We'll see if I'm gonna cap him.
I'm 0 for 1.
I'm gonna cap him at a single burger for this time. I'm gonna say something kind of controversial. The Midwest
has won the regional food chain wars. I'm sorry, California, you can eat your heart out. In-N-Out is mid on a good day, and if you're getting your typing fingers ready for Whataburger right now, I just feel bad for you. Like, Portillo's not even close. So folks, Disc Replay, our stop number 2. I'd really like to be able to build our budget a decent bit more before the convention, because I'm just not sure how much competition's going to be there, how good the deals are going to be, and all that stuff. I would love to be able to go into that door and just immediately buy a bunch of Switch games on my list, but you know, we'll see how good the selection is in here. Wow, folks, literally the first thing I scan in the entire store is a huge come up. We have 2 copies, $33 for A Way Out. This is one of the more common, somewhat valuable PS4 games. They had a low print run of it, co-op game, Escaping from Prison. Check this out. 50 after fees, $17 profit a piece on these. We just more than doubled our budget. Let's go. You know what I'd really love to find today is like 10 to 12 copies of Ultimate Board Game Collection. Oh my gosh. Ooh, folks, this is something I definitely thought there was some potential with. A couple brand new Switch Pro controllers, still sealed. I thought that one would for sure be worth over 100, but that goes for about 70 after fees. Same thing with this one, the Sunbreak edition of the Monster Hunter controller, only 94 after fees, so that margin is a little bit slim, but still cool to see. They also do have a pretty decent sized Switch section at this store. And also some uncommon titles like Langrisser 1 and 2, that's a pretty solid one. Ooh, Detective Pikachu Returns, I feel like this one's super new. But I think what I'm gonna try to do is save most of my budget for the convention, since I'm not seeing anything super rare here. And at the show, we're much more likely to find games that are really hard to come by. The reason that I'm hunting for Switch games in the first place is the Switch is really the console that kind of got me back into gaming a few years ago. Games like Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey, some of the absolute classics on the console, really hooked me, and since then I've been playing all kinds of stuff like, you know, Stardew Valley. I just finished up Hades, that was a blast. And to this day, I don't know, it might be tied with maybe the Game Boy SP as my favorite console ever. Oh, this is gonna be a tough choice, folks. I was going to get this Call of Duty Black Ops 3 for $8, but then I saw this Call of Duty Black Ops 3 for $10. And I was like, I don't know. But then I saw this Call of Duty Black Ops 3 for $25, and I was like, dang, I think that's gonna be the one. Oh, nope, just kidding, it's $10. I think this is gonna be the winner, folks. Oh yeah, folks, check this out. This is another one. Guitar Hero Metallica. Guitar Hero games do really well on Amazon. They just pretty much always have for me. This one is in really solid physical shape, priced at $30, and check this out, 47 after fees. Just love to see that. That brings our Switch budget up to, it was 54. I think that's $71. Is that right, Riff?
Literally don't know, literally don't care.
Ooh, folks, this guy up here reminds me of something to look out for. This is an Xbox 360 drum set. Huge pain to ship. I mean, they do go for really good money. This one's priced at $125. Not sure if you could get much more than that, but I wanted to show you guys. The pedal alone is something that I'll sometimes pick up, because look at this, $38 after fees on Amazon. I found multiple of these at yard sales for like a few bucks, or maybe you'll find the whole set and be like, hey, could I just buy the pedal? And that on its own can be a really solid flip. We're gonna pass on it today because I don't think they'd separate it, but just one more thing in your belt to look for. Look at this. $40 on Shadow the Hedgehog, 71 after fees if it is in very good condition on Amazon. Oh my gosh, the manual's in there. This should come off. Oh no, ooh, $40 for a case. That's what Hater Hank is thinking right now. Not the best critical thinker, Hank, I'll tell you. That bumps our budget up to $102, folks, and we're not even, well, maybe we're done. I don't know, we're gonna keep looking. Ooh, this is one that I just saw. I haven't looked this up yet, but $6 is, it's one of those gut things that this just seems cheap to me. I know this at least goes for good money on other consoles. I can't remember this one specifically. Okay, yeah, that one. Okay, I was a little off base, not a ton. You can see $10 after fees. I mean, for a $4 profit for the Switch collection, we'll go ahead and do it. Why not? $4 profit. That puts us at 106. Let's go. On, folks, look at that. History repeats itself, except this time, it's better. Well, folks, I probably didn't even show you guys like half of the stuff that I just got in there. We're gonna have some serious factoring to do, because holy cow, what a haul. Big shout out to Savannah, by the way, for helping us out in there. You're awesome. We were talking to Savannah in here about how she's worked here 9 years, and on each trip through to Milwaukee, she's been working. Viewer of the channel, love to see it. This was the stuff up here, I think, that we had already factored into the 106. Because of their buy 5, get the 6th free discount, this and this ended up being free, which definitely helped the budget. In addition to, so by the way, this is something we normally pay $22 for on OneUp. It was $20 here, so that was a solid $10 profit. Got like probably $10-ish profit on each of these bad boys. This one, I think we pay in the mid-20s for on OneUp, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a really solid like $18 profit. This one was another 10 or something. This is one of the most high dollar Nintendo Switch games. This I think we're gonna get $93 for, if I'm remembering correctly, on Amazon after fees. So solid, you know, 18 or something there. And the total that I factored in from all of this stuff at this stop is $207 to take to Milwaukee. I think that's more than enough to buy a handful of Switches. We're here, folks. So folks, we've already been hunting at this show for a couple hours or so, doing some bulk deals, and I already know the exact first booth I want to go to because they had an incredible Switch section. Looks like, you can tell, their prices are good, their inventory is good because the place is absolutely swarmed. They've got multiple bins full of Switch stuff. In terms of what I want to find, I'd love to get Hollow Knight. Stardew Valley would be amazing. Spyro Reignited I haven't found yet. Any Shantae game would be great. Enter the Gungeon I haven't even seen yet, but we'll see what the heck they have over here. And if anything random strikes our fancy, we may go ahead and pull the trigger on that too. All right, so folks, at this point, looking especially for games that are on the list, but really ultimately anything that kind of catches my eye, or like a series that I have kind of wanted to dip my toe into. I do like limited stuff. I'm a little bit of a sucker for, you know, the limited releases, and I'm especially partial to games that are already opened, because usually you can get a better deal on them. Wow. They have, look at this. They have not one, not two, but 3 different artworks for Windjammers. As far as my knowledge goes, the only Ultimate Frisbee Nintendo Switch game.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Oh, dude. Hades. This has to be the greatest game that I never expected to love before starting Mission Switch. I put it on my list because it has incredible reviews, and this is probably top 3 Switch games for me at this point. Well, folks, can't believe I'm about to say it, but they did not have a single Switch game that was on our list. It's very possible that I may come back to Zach's booth a little bit later because we're being a little bit looser with what we are willing to check off the list these days. But at this point, I want to see if we can find any games that actually are still on our list. Okay, folks, I just got distracted. You guys are going to need to help me out. What are these two? Do you guys recognize these? Think Chip Pokemon figures, and there's a Pokédex over there as well. Did those go with like a physical battle stadium? For some reason, seeing them is really bringing me back, but I can't quite place it.
Think Chip Pokemon figures. They store hit points when you win, making your Pokemon more powerful.
All right, so folks, I am back in an exclusive Switch cage back here with honestly one of the better Switch selections I've ever seen, but only so many people are allowed behind a table at one time, so we're going a little bit long range. I'm not really interested in these huge special editions. They're really cool, but to me, they don't display it as well. Like, I don't like how much space they take up, and I'm not necessarily interested in the other contents besides the game itself. The thing that I do love that I'm seeing is they have a whole bunch of super rare games. Arc Valve, Flame in the Flood is actually one that we have in the collection. Horus, Brothers, all kinds of stuff. So I'm gonna do a little bit of digging in here, see what I can find, and if there's anything actually on the list. Another one I'm seeing here, the Abzu collection, which we already have. So really good titles. We'll see if there's anything we actually need. Oh, and folks, I just spotted our first list game of the day right here on this corner. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. I'm stoked about this because I actually have played this one at a friend's house, just like switching off. Super awesome, retro-inspired 2D platformer, known for being fairly difficult, but I had a great time with it and I'm really excited. 25 bucks is honestly less than I was expecting to spend on something like this. I have to say, folks, I did not anticipate how difficult it would be, even at a convention, now that we're down to only 23 games that we're still looking for, to find every next one. I thought we would still be finding, 4 or 5 in a day without too much difficulty, but man, it's been tough. And by the way, speaking of oh my gosh, we flipped this game a couple of times. Skylanders Imaginators on the Switch, it's up to $200 now. This is the kind of thing, if your local game store is sleeping a little bit, you might be able to snag this pretty cheap, and it goes for crazy money. But this is what I was talking about with all the super rare games. Oh, look at that. Super rare #1 on the Switch for 20 bucks, not too bad. You can tell from all of these little slashes on, not slashes, but the little triangles on the bottom. Ghost. No way, no way. Oh my gosh, Freedom Finger. Dude, this is one that I literally put on the list purely because I thought it looked funny. It's 60 bucks. I don't know if that's a deal or not, but it is one that I have literally not seen in the entire last 18 months, so I could not imagine a world where I don't pick this thing up. Let me know if this is actually something that I should play. This is another one that I just spotted. We just flipped this because it was going for like 94, 95 earlier in this video, I believe. This one's 80, especially, I don't know if we're gonna be paying tax at this place. I don't know, maybe we still will, because even an extra 10 bucks, that's going to help. I think we're gonna do it. Normally I wouldn't for the business, but for the challenge, we'll go ahead and make it happen. And last but not least, folks, at this booth, the tables have officially turned. Look at this, Enter the Gungeon. Brand new, sealed nonetheless. I'm not sure if this is a good deal. I'm hoping since we're picking up a few, maybe he'll work a deal for me. But even at 55, I've literally not seen another copy of this on my travels. We'll be thrilled to add this one to the collection. 200, what was sticker on it?
220, so $20 off.
Okay, I appreciate the deal though. On these, I was curious. So are there multiple of these?
Yes.
Okay, if I bought a few of them, do you know what you could do on those?
I do 80 a piece.
80 a piece on those? Okay. Yeah, I think we can make that work as long as the discs are in good shape.
Take a look at yourself if you want to make sure, pick the best ones, or if you want to buy all of them, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, we can go ahead and do these as well.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Folks, this is one that you are not likely to see many of. Complete, well, missing manual, but in-box stadium events. I'm really curious what they are asking for that. I know it's, I want to say the last, well, actually, I want to say the cart only goes for north of 10K. So folks, 55K is the number on that. If anyone's interested, you know where to get it now. JCD and Hobby. Folks, that booth could not have possibly gone better. 3 Switch games that I was really struggling to find, all going into the collection. And right as I was walking out, ended up doing 10 bucks off a piece on these NCAA football 14s. At least right now, these are still doing really well for us on Amazon. When the new one comes out, that could change. I don't know what's going to happen, but you guys know around here, we are not in the speculation business. We are in the flipping business. So I don't get involved with all that. I just try to flip stuff as fast as I possibly can. Then we have the modest $13 profit on this, about $30 on this. Right now we're making about 30 a piece on these on Amazon. They go for a lot. I did a lot of complicated math, and that puts our new budget, we were at what, 207 or something?
Wrong.
We're now at $200 still to spend on Switch games because we found so many good flips at that booth. Folks, I'm over the moon, and look over my shoulder right now. We've got another huge shelf and a half of Switch games that may have some potential. We'll see. All right, folks, I do see one that could potentially be one that we take home depending on what the price is. They have actually a couple Shantae games down here in the case. I don't know necessarily which one's better, which one's cheaper. I think I had Pirate's Curse on the list, but I really just wanted to try out the franchise, so we'll see what the prices look like. I was looking to take a look at a couple of the Shantae games in here. Yep, that one and the one right next to it.
This guy's sealed for 60.
Sealed for 60.
This guy, 65.
The original's cheaper, so I guess, do you guys have any wiggle room on either of these?
Are you paying cash?
Yeah, $5 off for either one. Okay, well yeah, I would go ahead and do, I guess the original makes sense. And appreciate it, thank you.
Of course.
And folks, with that is another list game in the books. The original Shantae, which feels appropriate. So honestly, for a deal, even though it's sealed, $55, I feel like that's a pretty solid deal on it. I haven't checked the comps. I have no idea, but it feels good. Folks, I'm noticing the weirdest thing as I look at this crappy, grainy version of my list that I have on my phone is we've still got so many Mario games on there. And I'm trying to figure out why. Like Super Mario Party, Mario Maker 2, New Mario Bros. Deluxe U, Paper Mario, which I'll probably honestly substitute for something else because I'm not that interested in, what is it, Origami King? What I'm realizing is it might actually be because at conventions like this, they go so fast that like the Mario ones are the ones that people pick up immediately, and that's why I just, haven't found them yet. Got some decent little stacks down here. I'm realizing the more that I talk about it that I'm really not that interested in Origami King. Like I'd like to find something that is interesting enough that I can cross that one off, but it's the kind of thing I probably won't. Literally as I was saying it, but and they have, wait a second. Wait, what am I missing here? Why is 150 and 134? I'm confused. In the time since I started Mission Switch, folks, not to flex on you guys a little bit here, but I did beat Elden Ring. So I'm a bit of a Souls master at this point. It's because this one's sealed. That makes sense. People have gone so far as to call me a hardcore gamer. It's just the whispers in the wind. I can't control it. Ooh, but it does make me wonder, okay, that was actually the first Souls-like or Souls game that I had ever played. And it has me wondering what were the origins of that series? And playing a remastered Dark Souls on the Switch, I don't know how well it performs. I'm a little bit worried about it, but it seems like a great way to do that. This one really, I saw the art and was like, yep, that's the one, literally as I was talking about replacing Origami King. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a better deal on it. I believe at this point we have $145 left in the budget, so we'll still have more to spend after this one, which is crazy. I was just gonna ask you, you guys have any wiggle room on this guy in particular? I'll come back and make offers on more stuff later, but right now I'm laser focused on Switch. How about an even 30? Is that fair? Appreciate it, thanks. Is it Kyle?
It's Kyle. Yeah.
All right, cool, good to see you again, man. It's all up here, it's all up here. Folks, I saw this thing and for half a second, I thought it might be the mythical Zelda-thon Switch. But alas, it's just a, albeit really cool reshell. This is Controller Chaos. I walked by this. Their displays are so clean. This is not Switch related, but I wanted to show some of them off. We got Gryffindor, Spider-Man, Donut, One Piece. I don't know if I've ever seen PS5 controllers that look better than this, but Switch! So folks, at this point we're down to 115 in the Switch budget. Found another solid little Switch tub here. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. Never seen that Grinch game before. I'm pleasantly surprised at the number of Switch collections that have been available here. Okay, we got a couple Mario games. Ion something, Scott Pilgrim. Hot take, did not love this game. Maybe it's not a hot take. Maybe everyone knows that. I didn't. The combat was so bad. I couldn't do it. Ooh! Folks, what is this? Number 5? Number 6? Actual Switch game on my list, Mario Maker 2, and it hasn't sold yet. That's crazy. $40. We'll see if you got a little wiggle room on that. Anything else before? Oh. I think this may be our single most successful episode of Mission Switch. Is there 5 more games in here? I can't stop pulling these things out. Let's see, Lone Wolf from Limited Run would be cool, although I'm kind of cooling off on that one. Do we buy our third Minecraft story mode of the day? This is closer to actual market value on Amazon, 110. Okay, let's go see what he can do on these. Found 2 Switch games. Check. Was just wondering, do y'all have any wiggle room on those if I bought both? 60 for the 2? Yeah. Appreciate that, thank you. Sounds great. All right, folks, here at my friend Sam's booth, I'm curious from you. You said you sold a bunch of Switch games already. I have a theory about it. What games were selling most for you?
A lot of first party.
First party?
Mario's. Or yeah.
You hear it, folks? You hear what he said? The Mario sold first.
Wow, Caleb's a genius, guys. I mean, nobody would have ever guessed that Mario games sell quick and move quick at conventions and anywhere really ever in existence of video games.
All right, so folks.
Did he give them to you?
I must be in the Twilight Zone right now because we're here at our friends Dave and Angelo's booth, and there's not one, but 2 more games on the list in this case. The problem is I only have $50 left in my budget. I don't think I can afford them, but I have an ace up my sleeve. Would you mind, Angelo, getting these ones on the end out for me? Salt and Sanctuary and Hollow Knight.
Oh, right next to each other. Perfect. One of my personal favorites.
You played this?
I did. I gave up like 3/4 of the way like I usually do on video games, but a little bit that I saw of it, I enjoyed.
I'm gonna have to beat it just to say that I'm better than Angelo.
Right.
This one I did have a feeling would be more expensive. This is one that does tend to get up there in price. 100 smackers on that, so 140 total. I was curious, are you guys taking trades right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Because folks, these are the games from my trade shelf. They're random games that I've picked up along the way that I didn't necessarily want for the collection, that I've kept for just such an occasion as this. We've got gems like Capcom Fighting Collection, Let's Go Eevee, Risk of Rain, Super Monkey Ball. Doom 64 actually goes for a decent bit. Most of these are semi-lower dollar, so we may end up having to give up a good percentage of this stack here. We'll see.
All right.
Go ahead, take a look at those.
Take a peek here for you.
So while he's checking those out, Hollow Knight is a 2D platformer, right? Boss battle platformer, if I'm not mistaken?
It is. I think it's technically considered a Metroidvania.
Metroid, see, what do I know?
Yeah.
I've never played it before. This thing, it looks gorgeous.
I was gonna say, you're not wrong, but that's what I call it, you know.
I've had it recommended to me from multiple people.
It is amazing, yeah.
Really excited to play it. Salt and Sanctuary says, a doomed sailor is shipwrecked on an uncharted island. Okay, so you've calculated everything. What's it looking like value-wise? I don't even know.
I'd say rough value of everything you have here, just kind of adding it all up, looked like about $215 in value.
Okay, so at least it is more than the 140. I'm
it
glad
is
about
more than
that.
the 140.
So where would you normally want to be?
So typically, like in this scenario, I have a lot more items to sell, obviously. So I'd like to maybe get a few extra on top of the 140. So basically, what I was thinking was, I'm not going to take everything. I want to leave you a few extra things here.
What a guy.
So I do like these. Some of these are a little more easier flips, you know, higher value. So
sellers.
you got about 130, 170. I'm thinking of like 180 in trade value, in trade credit.
Yeah, that sounds fair to me.
Does that sound cool, man?
Yeah. So would that be like this plus one more?
I was thinking these, and then let me just kind of, let's have some fun with it. I'll shuffle them up, and I'll just pull one.
Okay.
And we'll just randomly
Let's go.
take
Okay,
one.
labels
How's that
out,
sound?
folks.
I won't look. I'll turn right.
All right, we're ready for you.
All right, ready? I like this one.
Go for it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That was the only non-NTSC. Do you want to trade?
No, I like it.
Honestly, this one's worth a good bit. This one's worth like $5.
Okay.
So you could have done a lot worse.
I did good.
Appreciate you, man.
I really appreciate it.
I'm really looking forward to playing both of these. So
awesome.
That was
awesome, man. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
Great deal all around. You guys are the best.
Take care, man.
And so what I really want to do is go back to my friend Zach's booth that was too crowded earlier on, that didn't have any specific games on the list, and just go with my gut. Just figure out some game, some wild card that I want in the collection. The only question is, one, what game is it going to be? And two, what game will I cross off the current list instead to get it in there? Folks, not in the entire history of Mission Switch can I remember a Switch collecting day more successful than this one. 10 games. 10 games going into the collection this late in the game of the challenge is absolutely crazy. We already talked about how Dark Souls Remastered is going to take the place on the list of Paper Mario Origami King.
You should have gone for the head.
I feel really confident about that decision, but the last game that I picked up for the collection on a whim was Grease. This game is known for being very similar to Celeste, but with slightly worse mechanics, but a better art style. I'm really looking forward to playing this one because I love just chill games that are renowned for their artwork and music. But folks, after crossing all of these games off, that's going to leave us with 13 games left in the challenge. And my personal goal, we'll see if I can do it, not including the Grails, is to get them all in the next 2 episodes. This last year and a half has been a crazy ride in easily my most difficult collecting challenge yet.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea their Switch section was this big. And they're even all complete. Folks, this is insane. And look at this wall of games over here. Folks, I'm on a mission to check every game off of my 100-game Switch collection list. And for that, I'm on my way to Game Jam South, which is a video game convention in Alabama. But on my way there, I've stopped off at McKay's, which is one of the largest used book and media stores in the world, to see what I can find here first. But folks, the problem is, for this collection, I'm only buying Switch games with profits of things I find to flip, so I've got to find some flippable games. Folks, this is Mission Switch. And folks, right off the bat here, I'm already seeing a game that I do need for the collection still, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Now, this is not an uncommon game. I don't really know why I haven't run across it yet, but it's a fantastic one for multiplayer, like party Switch nights. A whole bunch of it's basically a mini game compilation. The thing is, at $52.95, that doesn't seem like a very competitive price, so I don't know, this one's gonna be a maybe for me. My first priority is going to be finding some underpriced stuff to flip to build that budget. Now folks, obviously the first thing that I noticed on the flip side is this massive case full of handhelds, which at first caught my eye, but then I realized, oh, if they've got a case full of handhelds, it's probably because the prices aren't the best. Now, you guys know I am not about price shaming on this channel. I fully believe local businesses have to do what they have to do to stay in stock with good stuff, but there probably is going to be a reason that these, very coveted handhelds have not sold so far, if that gives you any indication right there. Because you can see here that DSi in particular goes for 85, maybe 90 on a good day. But here's the thing, a lot of people would be deterred by that and assume that this whole place is overpriced, and I know that is not the case, so we're gonna keep looking. And folks, literally not 1 minute later, what do I spy right up here? Check this out. A whole bunch of Super Nintendo controllers. And these bad boys, look at this, priced at 10 bucks a piece. And check this out, folks, these things are flippable on OneUp for $19 a piece, and look at how many of them there are. I mean, this row of controllers alone up here is going to be a massive come up, and that's not even where it ends. Because the next thing that I spied was these Super Mario Worlds right down here. A couple copies of it going for, look at this, 12 bucks. I did not expect that, because normally stores like this have Mario games priced much higher, but look at what it's going for on Amazon. 23 bucks a piece, folks. Each one of these is going to be almost a double up. You also, if you wanted, could sell it on OneUp for 16 for a quicker flip. But oh my gosh, folks, this is already starting out so well. Okay, so with the controllers, it turns out a good number of them up here are actually third party, so I left all of those ones because you definitely don't want to get mixed up with that. Some of them also were in bad condition, but I ended up coming away with 9 of them. 9 of them. Some of them were even cheaper at $9 profit a piece. Then plus the 2 Mario World games puts us already at $103 Switch game budget, and that was just like 2 shelves. One thing that I did want to say for anyone who is new out there and thinking about getting into reselling is that you get significant increasing returns. I don't know what, it's like the opposite of diminishing returns. You get more good thing, just like with any business, the more that you do it. So when I first started out going through a store like this, I mean, look at these shelves. Like, there are literally hundreds of games on here, and I had no idea where to start. I would literally just go one by one and look up the value of every single thing on eBay and Amazon, and that was how I built my knowledge. But now I can go and literally just visually scan. I know all of these games that we bought before and that we flipped, and I have at least an idea of what they went for because I'm always studying my solds. And as a result of that, now, like, I'll check the prices of a few games per shelf as I'm going along, and this whole Wii section will take me like 10 or 15 minutes to get through. So if you find it tough at the beginning, don't worry, stick with it and you will start to see the results long term, but it doesn't come overnight. And folks, this right here is another example of why you just have to keep looking. Remember, this Mario that we got was like $4 or so underpriced for, honestly, I don't even really know what reason. But then this Guitar Hero Metallica over here normally goes for 35. It's priced at 53. And the crazy thing is, that doesn't even necessarily mean that like this store is wrong. They may sell it for 53 pretty consistently, but it just goes to show how different business models can really specialize in different areas and how much opportunity there is for mutual cooperation. That's why we say all the time on this channel, opportunity is freaking everywhere. Ooh, I got excited for just a second here when I saw those Pokemon games because we pay really well for those on OneUp, but
Dang, upon closer inspection, every single one is a repro. I mean, at least they are stickered accurately. That's the biggest thing, but it does, you know, it is a little bit of a letdown. But what I'm really on the fence about right now is whether to spend some of our money. I'll have to look up the value on that Switch game that we do still need. We're so late in the Switch collecting game that it's hard to pass up anything that we still don't have on our list, but I feel like that price tag is high. Yeah, check this out, folks. So we've got $53. You could pick this up on Amazon today for $39.95, which definitely makes me a little bit less excited about picking it up, but the reality is, for some reason, I've gone to multiple conventions and not seen this game. So I think what I'm probably going to do is, if I can find a little bit more stuff to flip, I'll go ahead and pull the trigger on it, because we'll still have a solid budget for Game Jam South coming up in just a moment here. And oh man, this is actually a game right down here that we found recently at a game store for about 30. Oh yes, this one's 30 as well. When we last found this was going for like 60-ish on Amazon before fees, so we'll have to see if the price has changed at all. And here's the moment of truth, folks. And let's see here, folks. Oh, that is promising. Oh my gosh, look at that. $63 after fees for this bad boy. Folks, I think this game alone will be enough to justify Mario and Sonic, and maybe even take a look at a couple more of these down here. That brings our total Switch budget to $136, and another game that I spotted here on the Switch section is this one right here, Puyo Puyo Tetris. Unfortunately, this is the original, which we already have. I'm really looking for Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, which is another one that still has not been crossed off of our list. Ooh, but folks, I do see one down here that is still the version we need on our list. Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Folks, this is a game that I have so many childhood memories with, running around, smashing pots, collecting gems, flaming sheep. I remember as a kid just wanting to be Spyro so bad. Little did I know I would end up being much more like Moneybags.
But not as much as I'd love to take your treasure.
Well, folks, the great news is we're coming out of McKay's with 2 games already. 2 games of the 13 that are still remaining uncrossed off on the list. The bad news is that takes our Switch budget down to $41, which is a shame, because once we get to Game Jam South, this convention, their Switch selection is going to be amazing. So I've got one more stop that I want to go to try to build that budget up a little bit more before we get there. And that stop is Chipotle. So folks, the first thing that I'm noticing right off rip is actually a surprising amount of Japanese stuff. I'm guessing they must have had a big like Japanese collection trade-in, but like this N64 controller is Japanese. We've got Japanese Game Boy game and DSi accessory and multiple DS games, and like look at this. That's something that I almost never see at half price books. I don't think they normally take those in. I'm also noticing, unfortunately, overall, what looks like a lower amount of video games in general. You can see part of the video game section now is taken up by video game related books, which didn't used to be the case. The accessories up here are super sparse. I don't know, that might be because they're located so close to that McKay's down the road that they're just not getting as much in. But nonetheless, I'm gonna do some scanning as I do around here. Uncharted is one that okay, yeah, not for that price. But we'll take a look and see if we can find something. Yeah, folks, the more time I'm spending at these shelves, the more I'm realizing the prices just are not where we need them to be, unfortunately. So we may not end up coming with a super hefty budget to the convention tomorrow. There is still a little bit of hope at this stop, though. I may peek my head over at the DVD set section and see if there's anything on clearance over there that would potentially hit our Amazon margins. Because yeah, right now this video game section is just looking super dry. But folks, just when I was about to say something, opportunity presents itself. Fallout New Vegas. You guys already know about the show, and check this out, $7 into $20 after fees on Amazon. Definitely gonna have to look out for more Fallout stuff at the show, but this right now brings our budget all the way back up to $53. Well, folks, unfortunately the DVD section was a bit whack, so it is a single game haul from that half price books. But I'm realizing that, boy, this could be one of the last episodes ever of Mission Switch. Some people have just no consideration. But I'm having some mixed emotions about it, because on the one hand, I'm really excited for the finale of this series, hopefully eventually finding Shelter Generations. It's likely I'm not going to be able to find the Zeldathon Switch, but getting every other game on the list, or at least some worthy substitute, is what an incredible milestone to reach. But at the same time, I've made 26 episodes of Mission Switch at this point, and I honestly don't know what's next. Like, don't get me wrong, I've got a lot of ideas for individual videos that I'm really excited to make, but this may be kind of the end of an era on the Phoenix Resale channel, because I don't have plans to do another collecting series at any point in the near future. It really just makes me, above all, want to really take in these next few episodes and this convention in particular, and really just soak it all up while the series is still going on, and really put everything I have into these last few videos to send off the series well. Oh, well folks, it feels good to be back at Game Jam South. This is actually the only convention that I have been present for every single year of its existence, and it was the first convention I ever went to here in Huntsville, Alabama. It's actually afternoon, so you can kind of see the crowds are thinning out a little bit, which is really nice. I've mostly been talking to viewers and catching up with vendors, but now it's time to Switch hunt, which I'm stoked for because a bunch of vendors have really good selections. The only problem with being where we are in the challenge right now is that every game that remains on the list, I have somehow gone multiple video game conventions without finding. A few of the titles that we're still missing are like Cult of the Lamb, which is a hard one to find, Cave Story, a couple super rare games. One was Lone Wolf, another one was A Short Hike. But a couple of the more common ones are New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. Super Mario Party is another one that for whatever reason I haven't found. Folks, what did I just say? New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. And $35 on this game is really not a bad price. What do we have? Shoot, Riff, what do we have in the budget right now?
It was $69.
I feel like it's $53. So $35 is well within that, and I am honestly stoked about it. The only thing is, like, if we buy this, we definitely have to find some more flip cash, because I don't think we'll be able to buy another one for our remaining budget. What I was gonna say is another really common game that we haven't found yet is Lego City Undercover, which from my understanding is basically like Lego's version of GTA, which kind of intrigued me, is the only reason that I had it on there. But you know, even at this booth, have not seen that one yet. Would love to find another Shin Megami Tensei game, or when I say another, I honestly mean my first ever Shin Megami Tensei game. I think I have 5 on the list, or you know, number 5 in the series, but I'd be fine with any of them, honestly. Not seeing anything else here, I don't think, that I would absolutely need for the collection. But let's see if maybe Cole has a little bit of wiggle room on this. All right, folks, I'm here with my vendor friend Cole. I picked out one of the games that I still have remaining on my Switch list, and you know I have to ask, do you have any wiggle room on the 35? No pressure, by the way. Don't be intimidated by the camera here.
For you, of course I got some wiggle room.
All right, so folks, $33 on the Mario Bros. U Deluxe, and Cole, that's $3 more I'm gonna have to spend on Switch games, so I appreciate you, man.
Anytime, man.
Always
I
a pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, folks, that game is an excellent addition to the collection list, but it does bring our budget down to a pitiful $20, which I don't think we'll buy. I mean, maybe you could get Lego City. Maybe you could get Lego City for that budget. But I'm here at another booth that's absolutely stacked with these games right here to see if maybe we can find 1 or 2 things to flip along the way to maybe pad that budget a bit. And folks, literally, as I was just saying that, look what I just spied. This makes it a New Vegas trifecta. If I did both of these, would you go 8 apiece from 10?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool, appreciate it.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Yeah, thanks. So folks, of course, you know, we always have to ask for that wiggle room, and because we did, we're ending up with a clean $11 profit a piece on those, which puts us at a $42 Switch budget. And the best part is my hapless booth mate over here.
How's it going?
Has also said that he has a few things that I may be interested in. This is Justin, the flipping accountant, by the way. We've been sharing hot dogs. We've been
hanging out, telling stories,
razzing each other.
Yeah, so we've got a couple handheld consoles, which I believe you're a fan of. I could be wrong, but I believe you're into this kind of stuff. So
it
we've
has
got
been said.
So we've got a Zelda 2DS.
Okay.
Pretty good shape.
And that's
here.
honestly a really good price on that. That's about what like a normal 2DS goes for. So the Zelda edition for 80 is really solid.
Okay. Then we've got a couple other little 3DS here.
Okay.
We've got a red 3DS. That's in pretty good shape.
Word is getting out, folks, that we're paying good for handhelds. I think we're at around 110 on that, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds good. And then we have one more 3DS. This one's pretty cool. This is like a limited edition. This is the Mario and Luigi Dream Team.
The Dream Team, they are indeed. Yeah, this is actually one of the ones that we pay the best for relative to like market or price charting value. I think we can't pay extra for the box, but for like just the console only, we're at 165 if that works for you.
Perfect. Yep.
Awesome, dude.
Love it.
That will absolutely revolutionize our Switch budget for the rest of the day. I'm stoked. Really appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Thank you.
You know, one thing that I'm realizing about myself today is that
my genital herpes keep coming back.
When I'm doing a deal and filming myself at the same time, something about it makes my awkwardness just go through the roof. Oh my gosh. I didn't know they made a video game about the decline of my YouTube channel.
Take your treasure.
Now, folks, those three handhelds averaged $40 profit a piece, bringing our total Switch budget up to $162, which is very convenient because where you're sitting right now actually is on a massive case of rare Switch games owned by the lovely Zach. Zach, I wanted to ask you, you have probably, I mean, look at this. You have probably the best selection of Switch games in this entire convention. So I wanted to hit you with a few questions about your inventory. I don't know how well you know your stock.
Yeah.
But here are a few games I'm looking for. Cult of the Lamb.
Cult of the Lamb, okay.
Do you know if you happen to have that?
I think I have a copy of that.
That would be huge. Cave Story.
I do have a copy of that.
Are you serious?
I do have a copy of that one.
Folks, we're scoring right now. The two limited ones I was looking for were a couple of super rare games.
Super rare, okay.
Lone Wolf.
Okay.
And A Short Hike.
I know I have one of those, and you might like what you see.
Lego City Undercover.
I know I don't have that one.
Okay, one of the most common ones you don't have.
Yeah.
What about Puyo Puyo Tetris 2?
I don't have that one anymore.
Okay, let me ask this. One that I've kind of been wavering on, that's on my personal list, that I may decide to replace with something else is Portal Knights.
Okay.
What, of all the games here, what do you think you would recommend the most?
Well, you know, I wouldn't be a good business person. I didn't ask you first. What do you like to play?
Okay, that's a good question. The biggest genre for me is probably like party games.
Party games.
Multiplayer, co-op.
Okay.
I know it's a little bit tricky.
Okay. No, we can absolutely make it happen. I mean, there's great recommendations off the top of my head right now. Cuphead, that's one I can always recommend immediately.
I've got Cuphead, and it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Great party game.
As I'm looking in this case here, anything like stick out to you? I know we recently got Blasphemous.
You know, the issue with Limited Run, a lot of their games are single player. A lot of them.
Yeah.
You've never really looked at it. A lot of them are JRPGs or games that are indie developed, and they only have one player campaign.
And are these all limited?
Limited run, yeah.
Okay, specifically limited run. Well, that's cool that you have two cases of it.
There is one game, I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. We'll just take a quick glance at it. We can always do Duck Game. If you've never heard of that or never played it before, it is an absolute
Oh my gosh,
blast.
dude. That is probably top of my list of most underrated Switch games. My friends
underrated
all
game by far.
Love Duck Game.
Love it.
I'm gonna look for some of those games that you mentioned because my hopes are high at this point. I want to spend some money with you, Zach.
And I'd love for you to spend money with me.
Oh my gosh, folks. Zach has come through.
Yeah, thanks,
Look at this. Wow, okay, first print. I wonder if does that factor into the price?
A little bit.
Okay.
The biggest difference is it comes with a manual.
Oh, interesting.
If you didn't know, Cialis is the developer of the game, or publisher of the game. What they do is on their first print copies only, they will come with manuals. If you buy them second print, they have no manual with them.
I would never have had any idea. And it's a good thing that our budget is in a pretty hefty place right now because I would have been sad to walk away from this game.
I don't have Cult of the Lamb. That's one I do not have.
I'm fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm okay.
I'm okay.
I can show you something cool.
Okay.
I can show you something really cool.
We can turn this around, folks. Let's see.
Coming from the back wall where all the pretty stuff is, right? We have a game underneath this game. I'm sure y'all can see it.
Okay.
Super Rare published A Short Hike.
Wow, and it is still sealed.
Brand new sealed.
Number
in a protected
74.
case, so you don't have to worry about it getting damaged or torn up.
Any idea what comes in this special edition?
Cool, man. Soundtrack. I believe there's a poster, I think, is what's in it too.
Okay, so if you guys have followed for a while, you know, and if you have seen my shelves, I'm not a collector's edition guy. This one's really tempting me though, because I have yet to see this game, or maybe I saw it once in a Switch booth and couldn't afford it. Well, what fortunately makes the decision a little bit easier for me is we definitely don't have the $220 in the budget at the moment. But boy, if we end up having a huge come up, I may need to come back for this one. But in the meantime, I do appreciate you digging out
You're
Case
very
Story
welcome.
for me.
No
Thank
problem.
you, man. Now, folks, the last thing that Zach and he's done it. You didn't even let me build up the suspense,
I'm
man.
sorry.
Okay,
I'm
so what
fast.
actually? Melody of Memory.
There you
Wait,
go, Bill. But it is Kingdom Hearts.
Wait a second. Does that say Kingdom? Oh yeah, it is. It's just weird
Melody
font.
of Memory.
Melody of Memory. So this is the only remaining rhythm game on the Mission Switch list. I'm not even Guitar Hero, I was never huge into it, but I do love the Kingdom Hearts franchise and soundtrack. So I feel like this, and this is actually the European version, but Switch is luckily region free.
Thankfully.
This is gonna be 5 games. 5 games on our actual list that we're checking off today, dude. Can't say how much I appreciate you.
No
That's
problem.
amazing.
Always a pleasure. Thanks so much, Caleb.
I do have to ask though, after I already fist bumped you, do you have any wiggle room?
See, the fist bump was an agreement of the price.
It was binding, legally.
It was binding. But Caleb, always been a big fan, always been a big friend of ours too. Every convention, we always see each other.
Always do
I'll say
business, too.
$5 off each one, so that's $10 off total.
Oh man, he's overwriting the binding contract of the fist bump.
Thankfully.
Folks, it's hard to believe, but that puts us at 5 Switch games checked off of our list and $92 still remaining in our Switch budget to hunt with. If you've been watching the channel a while, you probably know that this entire year, I have not done a single sponsorship in a video. In fact, I don't even ask people to subscribe anymore. I really want to be very value forward with the videos I'm making. Literally the only ask that I have for any of you guys is that if you are a video game reseller, I would love you to give my video game software 1UP a shot. I've been pouring my blood, sweat, and tears into our wholesale software 1UP for the last year, and I'm so confident that it will both make video game resellers more money faster and save them time, that if you want to try it out, you can do it risk-free, and if you don't like it, we'll just give you your money back. It is not available on the App Store, but you can go to 1-up.app to check it out and download the mobile version. Some of the best prices that we're offering right now for nice condition games are $42 for Mario 64, $50 for Mario Kart 64. We're offering, I think, 60 plus for Pokemon Yellow, so our prices are really good. Oh, dang. Folks, I got a little excited here. I thought I saw the star and I thought it might be Stardew Valley, which is another one of the, 8 games now that are still on the list. I don't know why I haven't found Stardew Valley. It's the only farming sim I have ever played, and from what I understand, after you play it, you really don't need to play any other ones. But what else are we still looking for? Lone Wolf, Cult of the Lamb, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 maybe? Anywhere? No, just a bunch of Pokemon games, man. And don't get me wrong, I used to be a huge Pokemon fan. Recently I've had to have my love for the franchise rekindled by fan hacks of the game rather than the actual franchise doing a good job with it. Folks, it is now day 2 of Game Jam South, and I have spent the last couple hours hunting all around for at least one more game from our Switch list. Now, I'm getting a little bit discouraged because even though there are a ton of really good Switch sections here, I had not been able to find another one of the, at this point, 8 games that we still need? But folks, just when I was going to give up hope, I spied this booth right here, underneath this incredible vintage Primal Rage poster, by the way, that not only has, looks like 6 copies of Smash Bros. Ultimate, which I rarely see, but also Super Mario Party. They had this bad boy priced at $40, which is honestly a sweet deal. And I think this might be the only remaining Mario game that remains on my Switch list. So I'm thrilled to cross this off. Had to get both Mario parties on there because you guys know I'm huge into Switch party games. I will say, to be honest, this is the inferior of the two Mario parties on the Switch. Superstars is overall a much better game, but what this one has that the other doesn't is a fantastic co-op mode that I would highly, highly recommend. And folks, what this means is all there's left to do is find one last Switch game in the $52 range that can replace Portal Knights on my final list. We'll see what I can make happen. Oh, folks, I am really excited about the 7th game that I found to replace Portal Knight on the collection wall, but I've just got to say, I was looking up there at the board and at the number of games we have remaining, and it dawned on me, we are now in the single digits. I mean, 19 months after starting this series of collecting and recollecting some of the Switch games that got me back into gaming as an adult. I mean, at this pace, we could be looking at as little as 2 more videos in the series. I definitely do have some work to do of texting some collector friends maybe and seeing if anyone has a Shelter Generations for trade, and I really want to reach out and see if I can contact some of the leadership of that Zelda charity tournament where the Zeldathon Switch was given away. But folks, besides those 2 items, we only have 6 games left on our list. The one that I did decide to pick up to replace Portal Knights on the list is one that I've mentioned multiple times in this series as one that I would love to get in the collection, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I feel like in a lot of ways, this is kind of the ultimate game for people who are really into multiplayer and co-op games. I've already played it multiple times since I've gotten it, once with Erica and once with Spencer when we were having a slow day. I don't know if there's anybody in the world who would say that Portal Knights is a more worthy addition to any collection than Super Mario Bros. Wonder. In the last 2 years that I've been collecting Switch games, there is one game that has always eluded me. Shelter Generations is a $200+ game that I've had on my Grail board for my entire Switch collecting journey, but that's so rare I have never found one in the wild. I've collected dozens of Switch games in that time and have searched through thousands more and yet never even caught a glimpse of this game. I was running out of hope that I would ever be able to put my Switch hunting series to rest until I got a text from an old friend saying to meet them in California. SoCal Gaming Expo, folks. It is still early on day 1. I haven't encountered the people that I'm supposed to do a trade with yet, which is honestly a good thing because I don't have any money to spend on Switch games. So I'm gonna get digging in some of these booths and see if I can unearth some profit. I'm gonna shoot for at least $200 worth of expected profit so I can hopefully afford their copy of this game. Eastman Retro is one booth that has been absolutely hopping this whole time. You can see their massive showcases, all the bins over here, and there was one thing in a showcase right over there that actually caught my eye, and that was this Cobalt Game Boy Advance SP. These things sell crazy for us on Amazon. Would you mind if I took a look at that bad boy real quick? Any like condition issues with it or anything?
This is actually a super clean one.
Dang, that condition looks gorgeous. Do you have any idea, is there any wiggle room on that price, you know? I know it's a little early.
I'd probably go $5 less.
$5 for 85?
It has a charger too, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I mean, I think I could go ahead and make that happen. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. That was an excellent pickup. We're actually paying $88 for those on OneUp right now, so to get it for $85 was really good. We'll be able to make about $25 in profit after fees selling it on Amazon, and something else caught my eye in this showcase here. I don't know if this is interesting. Would you be interested in 55 on the Game Boy Color?
Probably
60? Okay. You know, I'm saving up for a game today, so I'll go ahead and do that. Appreciate it, thank you. So I only made $13 profit on that Game Boy, which is honestly a little bit lower than I normally would go. But that puts me at $38 total, which I honestly am feeling pretty good about. What would you say?
I think you are the worst thing about YouTube.
Now folks, at this point I hear what you may be saying, which is, Caleb, hunting for this game is cool and all, but what the heck is Shelter Generations and why is it on your Grail board? Like, you realize it's not actually that highly rated on Metacritic, right? Like, you might not have that great of a time with this game. And the answer is, Shelter Generations is a survival game where you actually play as a mother lynx trying to keep her cubs alive for the winter. And even though it's not rated all that highly for its gameplay, its art style is very widely renowned. And the biggest emotional reason why I want this game so bad is it was actually part of my original Switch collection before I had to sell it to renovate my basement. It was the most expensive game I ever had, and I really want to get it back. But here's the problem, folks. The publisher of Shelter Generations, Super Rare Games, only made 3,000 copies of the game, which is both why it's so expensive and why I haven't found a single copy in the last 2 years. So I'm gonna go try to find my friends if I can and see if they actually brought their copy to either sell or trade me. But folks, look at this. I keep getting distracted here. We've got all kinds of, one huge one that I'm still looking for in addition to obviously the Grail of the day is Stardew Valley, one of my favorite games of all time on the Switch that for some reason I haven't found yet. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if today is going to be that day because I think this is all of the S's, but also what I found down here, look at this. This is one, I can't see what the price is, but this is one that we consistently get $70 to $80 on Amazon. Okay, okay, 65. We can get them a little bit lower on this, especially to like maybe 55. That would be a great deal. But the other thing, look at what I just spied down here. This is a game that we consistently get 45 to 54. And look at this, 35 and 30. There could definitely be room for a deal on these two GameCube titles. I'm gonna have to take a look. Oh man, Sonic Riders could maybe be another one. I'm gonna have a lot of scanning to do, looking up and seeing what our margins are going to be, but this could be an excellent stop before we even go and see what the price is going to be on that game. All right, George. This is the stack that I came up with. Yeah, got some prices to shoot you there. This one I didn't see a price on, but we're at 22 on that.
I'll take it.
Okay. The resorts, we can be at 25 a piece.
That'll work.
Sweet. Sluggers, we can do, okay, no manual on that. I could be at like 23.
That's fair.
Is that fair?
I can do
okay.
that.
And then these two, if you would go 28 a piece on those, would that be fair?
Yeah, I think one's missing manual. I think this one's missing manual.
Okay, yeah. But got some inserts in there?
Yeah, that's
sweet.
fair.
That works for me. And then that one I was a little bit farther off. Would you do 55 on that?
Not a problem.
All right, hey, appreciate you. That's gonna go a long way in helping me on a Switch Grail today, so means a lot.
Absolutely, thank you.
Oh, and folks, just as I was about to walk away, look what I just spied. Look at all these Smash Bros. Melees. This is actually the other gentleman who is in this booth. These all belong to him, but like, I never see this. 52, even though there's a little stickers on, like, that's really good. Okay, this actually, let's see. And this is like, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours into the convention at this point. Like, I'm so surprised that these haven't been more popular, but I don't know, I guess maybe GameCube is going down in popularity, especially since somebody isn't posting about collecting for it all the time. Ugh. What did you say your name was again? Juan? Okay, so yeah, this is my stack that I found. I would do, so what was the average price on those? I know some have manual, some don't. 65, okay. I think. So would you go, on the ones with no manual, would you go 50 and then 55 on the ones with?
Yeah.
Appreciate you, thank you so much. That's awesome. I can't believe It feels like we're getting really close. I'll have to add all of this up. We'll see. After that absolutely insane booth, I have literally never bought this many copies of Melee before. These things will average over $10 profit a piece, which bumps our overall Switch budget up to $168. And most importantly, the mystery traders have arrived. Dan and Elisa from JRPG Life. Love the shirts, by the way. I hear that you guys may have brought something for me all the way from Arizona.
We sure did.
Maybe.
We've heard that you wanted this, so
Oh my gosh. Do you guys have any idea the number of conventions I've gone to hunting for this freaking game?
Yeah.
So, the bigger question, what are you guys looking for it?
So we've been thinking a lot about this, and there's one game, so we have a complete Zelda collection except for one game. Complete box, and that would be Oracle of Seasons.
Okay.
The red box.
Complete in-box Oracle of Seasons.
And we know they're here. There's a bunch around.
There's 2 of them.
At least.
Okay. I thought that would have been a tricky one, but I'm glad that they're somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, if I am for whatever reason unable to come to that, did you have a cash price?
$175.
Okay. Dang. Yeah. Well, that's a really good deal. First of all, thank you in advance, but I'm going to see if I can find a better deal on that Zelda game. Appreciate you guys.
Let's go.
All right, so folks, we've got our Switch mission. I'm looking for vendors that have a whole bunch of boxed Game Boy games. I haven't seen any so far, and I also don't know what Oracle of Seasons tends to go for, because obviously the less that we could get that for, the better it's going to be. And I'm also realizing that if we find enough stuff to flip today, we could potentially come away with more games for the list than just the Grail, which is more than I was expecting to do today. And folks, look what I just found. This is crazy. Skylanders Imaginators for $35 for the starter pack. Check this thing out on Amazon. $123, folks. Opportunity truly is everywhere. The problem is I can't get that thing back in my suitcase, so I can't buy it. The other thing is, check this out, Stardew Valley, but this is the collector's edition. So at $125, I would definitely have to make a good bit more profit to really justify that, but I'd much rather... No way! No way! This is literally the game that I just talked about. Okay, looks like $38. It is sealed. If we could find an open copy, that would be better, but oh my gosh, if we could get both this and Shelter Generations today, I would be over the frickin' moon. Let's check and see, do they actually have any more games? I wouldn't even be surprised with how our luck has turned out today if they had another game that was on our list. Let's see, Sushi Striker, Hyrule. Okay, I don't think so. Looking at my remaining list, it looks like the only other games I'm looking for are Cult of the Lamb, Owlboy, Shin Megami Tensei, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, A Short Hike, and Lone Wolf. So folks, I'm poking around in this vendor booth here, and the gentleman running it just asked me, "You like handhelds, right?" And I was like, "Oh, I sure do." What's the story behind this one?
So this is a Pirates of the Caribbean handheld DS Lite that was given away at the premiere of the movie to people who were attending. So this one came in and it just, I don't know, it's cool.
Dang, that thing is crazy looking. And the modded one right next to it. What are you asking on that guy? 600?
But it's one of those things where, I don't know.
Right.
I mean, there's not many of them out there, so.
That's real crazy. The thing that I'm really looking for is a complete Oracle of Seasons. I don't suppose you have that, do you?
I have one at my store, but
do you?
that's 8 hours away. So.
Don't tell me that. All right, I'll keep looking. And gosh, no matter what I do, I just cannot stay away from these Switch boxes. It seems like almost every vendor just has so many of them, and honestly really solid titles too. You can see just in this box alone just how many like limited run titles there are, how many like higher dollar. Dang, I feel like I'm really getting spoiled by the boys at this convention. It's been an absolute treat. It's only day one, so I don't quite want to say this yet, but the feeling that I have right now is this might be the best convention I've ever been to. SoCal 2024, I mean, what they've done with this is just really special. Ooh, folks, this booth here caught my eye. Blue Shell. They've got multiple complete in-box Game Boy games here and GBA. that I thought, oh, look at that, we've got oh no, that's NES. So I don't think we have any luck on the Zelda side. We've got pinball there, but it's possible we could find something still to flip here. Even some high-ends, no freaking way. No freaking 2 in one day. 2 Shelter Generations in one day. It's don't look at my hairline, folks. Don't even look at that. 2 Shelter Generations in one day. Of course, this one is priced a good bit higher, so I feel good that we're not super dependent on that one, although I wouldn't be surprised if he does end up coming down a good bit. Blue Shell Gaming, I've done business with them before and they're really good people, but check also out the Switch section. Oh my gosh, is there anything else that I might need in here? No. Holy cow. I honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I've gone 2 years without finding that game, and we just found 2 copies in a single day. But we still have not been able to find 1 copy of the complete Oracle of Seasons to potentially trade, because if we can find that for less than $175, that would still be the best deal. I can't imagine that their price would be able to beat that. So that's going to be my mission before anything else. Do you have any complete Game Boy stuff?
Just OG Game Boy stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think so. Do you have any Game Boy stuff? I know. That's like the one thing I didn't want to sell. Let go of.
Yeah, no Game Boy. That's all right. Found a bunch of complete NES over here. NES, looks like Famicom over there. I one time mistaked these for VHS, but of course we don't talk about that anymore, especially not with Riff.
Gotta call you out for being a fake gamer.
Now I'm on the hunt for Zelda Oracle of Seasons. You don't have that one, do you? Dang, even with all these GBA games, nothing, no Zelda. That's all right, I'm struggling with it. I'm on the hunt for Zelda Oracle of Seasons. You have that on Game Boy? Nothing? Dang. Oh, here's a they've got 1 box Zelda game in here. Maybe we could find another one here. Ooh, okay. No. I'm looking for Oracle of Seasons.
Oh, GBA or Game Boy Color.
Game Boy Color, yeah.
I don't have it here.
Dang. I'm looking for Oracle of Seasons right now on Game Boy. Yeah. It's a tough one. It's all right.
Take a look.
Do you have Oracle of Seasons?
No.
I mean, dude, at this point, I'm honestly just thinking about paying the cash, like trying to find some more stuff to flip, and then maybe a few more things after that to potentially get Stardew Valley. Like, the perfect ending would be if I could find Oracle of Seasons complete for under $175 and then use that extra to get that game. That would be like the storybook, but honestly, dude, I don't know. Like, I think I need to consider some other options here. Folks, do you see it? Do you see it? Look at this beautiful little game. Oh, man, I'm stoked about that one. I've been to like probably 20 booths looking for this thing. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the box is in solid shape too.
Yeah, you can open it and you might take a closer look.
Wow. That is really, oh man. Okay, this is crazy. I just saw you also have a Switch game that I've been looking for forever. This is crazy. Folks, man, I may end up having to choose between A Short Hike and Stardew Valley. That's gonna be a tough one. Get them both? You're saying both?
Get them both.
Oh man, the devil on my shoulder over here is saying both. I didn't see a price on that. Did you have a price in mind on this guy?
That one's 70.
This, okay, 70. So that's a little higher. Let me ask you on the Oracle of Seasons. Did you have any wiggle room? Do you know? You had 150.
If you buy multiple items, I mean, we can talk. We can negotiate a little bit, but
Okay.
Yeah, but single games, I try to stick with the asking price.
Only if I'm getting multiple. All right, well, let me take a look here and see if there's anything that would work. So GameCube has been doing well. We're a little bit far off on that. We're only paying 60 there. Let's see, Mario 2, I think we're at 15. Okay, 20, so that's a little harder. Then Switch, we don't do amazing. Oh, Tetris. Oh, this could be perfect. This is one we really consistently get 20 for, so 10 is a great deal. This is definitely something that we throw in. Okay, so I can go ahead and do this guy. And this one I can do it just full sticker.
Yeah.
This one, if you wanted, I could do 15 on. I don't know if that's interesting.
I guess it depends what else, but that doesn't seem far off. Yeah.
Okay, so like if we did these two for a total of 25, would that move the needle at all on this guy? 160 on it?
Yeah.
Folks, this is it. This is the moment. Dan and Elisa.
Oh, you found it.
Here it is. Check the condition.
Let's do it. Open it up. Open it up.
See if it's up to your standards. Make sure that it's not fake.
Does it have the manual?
Yes.
Yes.
It definitely does have that, and I definitely did check that it does have that.
Oh, it looks good.
Did you open it and verify that it's authentic?
Oh, thank goodness it is in there. Oh, holy cow.
Oh, good, there's a stamp.
I was about to have a panic attack. So what are your honest thoughts?
It looks great.
Yeah, it looks
good
great.
enough for a trade?
I think so.
Yes!
Yes. We're just as excited as you are. Yeah, but we don't look it.
So folks, at this point, literally the only thing left to do with the 43 bucks left in the budget is figure out what extra game we're going to come away with. I could not be happier right now. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Incredible. Well, folks, it's hard to believe, but at long last, we are coming away from SoCal Gaming Expo with not only the only Switch game in which you can play as a Mother Lynx, but also the greatest farming sim of all time. It feels amazing after 2 years of hunting to finally have this in the collection, and boy, it's been such a long time since we were able to knock one off of the Grails board. I'm still a little bit skeptical that we'll ever be able to find or even see the Zeldathon Switch, but I'm holding out hope because this next episode could be the last episode ever of Mission Switch. I've spent the last 2 years of my life building this Switch collection of 100 games, every single one of which is either super fun or super rare. This collecting mission has taken me from Dallas to New York to California, and at this point I have 95 of the 100 games I need for this collection, and today is my best chance to find the other 5. Today I'm going to be driving 3 states away to the largest video game convention in the Southeast to try to close the book on this series. Folks, this is Mission Switch. The hustle and bustle of Southeast Game Exchange, folks. It is incredible to be back. I keep running into booths like this with incredible Switch selections, but as you know, the specific games that we're looking for at this point are Lego City Undercover, Owlboy, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, A Short Hike, and Lone Wolf. Or potentially, if we find something along the way that I want more than any of those, we may do that as well, but at this point, you guys know the drill. I've got to build up my budget first so I don't feel too bad about it. I think what I'm going to hunt for most first is handheld, see if we can find some low-hanging fruit, and eventually pull the trigger on some Switch games. Oh, folks, the target has been acquired. Look at that. But the question is, of course, how's the condition? Looks like, okay, we've got definitely some wear on that. You know, this is interesting. Normally with SPs, the outer shell is really beat, but the inside is clean. This one's got some weird marks on the inside. A couple little birthmarks there. How's this one look? This is pretty clean on the inside, but the outs, honestly, we could probably do that. Okay, we've got $100 on it. After fees on Amazon, we normally get like maybe 110, maybe 115 on these guys. So I'd really love to pay closer to 80 if we can. So I'll hit him with that number and see if we can potentially come to a deal. The other thing that I'm seeing here, look at this little bad boy. A black 3DS. Condition seems to be pretty good. No stylus, but we've got tons of those, so that's really not a concern. They cost like less than $1 a piece. Dang, the condition looks good on this too. Oh yeah, the screen looks good. Love to see it. We normally get around 140-ish after fees for these on Amazon, so we've already got a little bit of room, but if we can maybe work a bundle deal here, it'll amp our margins up a little bit and give us more of a Switch budget. And folks, in a twist of fate, these two beautiful black handhelds are actually owned by the Pick and Preacher. I had no idea whose booth I was at. Was just admiring a couple of these guys here, and feel free to shoot me down.
All right.
But I was wondering if on this one you could do 100?
No, of course, yeah, that's perfect.
All right, you definitely have a little bit of negotiating advantage when you're talking with someone that you've done a lot of deals with in the past. And then this one,
to negotiate because your stuff, he makes a great offer. So.
And then this one, you had 100 on it. We normally do 80. Is that close enough?
And that's good.
All right, appreciate it. That'll get us started. This is actually the finale of Mission Switch.
Really?
Yep.
Did you see any Switch games you need?
I'll take a look real quick before I leave. I'm trying to build up a budget first, but I'll take a look.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate it. Now, folks, that already brings our Switch budget up to $70. I don't believe in this bin we're seeing any of the 5 titles that we still need, but the good news is that everything that's left on the list, I mean, I don't know how much a Short Hike or Lone Wolf are, but a lot of them are pretty cheap. Like Lego City, that's a sub $20 game. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 might be like 15 as well, so we might be able to get away with only like a $200 or so Switch budget today and be able to afford theoretically all of those games. Now that's assuming that something else more expensive doesn't catch my eye in the meantime. And folks, look at this. Literally the next booth that I go to, will you look at this? Another $100 SP. This is crazy. I feel like it used to be, like even like a year or two ago, it was really hard to find, like the handhelds at conventions would go like that, like just in a snap, but we're already after noon on day one of the convention, and there are handhelds all over the place. I feel like the resale meta may be shifting a little bit, but I just met the booth owner, Jeff, as well.
My name is Jeff.
Who, unfortunately, look at the sign that he has. That's amazing. So, do you mind if I shoot you a couple offers anyway, and maybe, okay, you can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down? So, on this guy, I was wondering, would you go 80? Sure. All right, we got the thumbs up on the Cobalt. And then actually I saw a couple of Pokemon games over here. Do you know, does the Pokemon Red, does this guy have a good battery?
I don't know if it has a good battery.
Okay, unsure.
Unsure.
Would you go 60 on it?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, sweet. And then this one I'm a little bit further off on, the Fire Red. 110, close enough on that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Appreciate you, thank you so much, that's awesome. Now folks, I'll be honest, the profits on the Red and the Fire Red are gonna be pretty modest. We're only looking at about 15 bucks a piece on those, but combine that with the $30 from the Cobalt SP, and we already have $130 to go Switch hunting with, which is more than enough for me. Now folks, I've been asking myself, why has it been so hard for me to find some of these pretty common games like Lego City or like Owlboy? And I think part of the reason is that they came out so early in the Switch's life cycle that at this point they're actually a little bit less common to find out in the wild in situations like these. And you know, the weird thing is most of the games left on my list, I really don't care about that much. Like I've pretty much gotten all the ones that were on there. For example, like Super Smash Bros. That are just absolute must-haves in the collection, right? Lone Wolf, I think it has pretty good reviews, but I really don't even know anything about it. So if I see stuff along the way that just catches my eye a little bit more, I'm gonna be pretty happy to pull the trigger on it. And folks, I've gotta say, as I stand here looking for Switch games in almost certainly the last episode of Mission Switch on this channel, and also the last collecting series video on this channel for a long time, I can't help but think how fitting it is that this is all coming to an end at Southeast Game Exchange. After all, this has played a crucial part, not just in the GameCube Gambit, the first ever collecting series I did on this channel, but also the PlayStation Project. This was the finale of that series as well. And folks, speaking of legacy, it was about 3 years ago that I started the GameCube Gambit. Gosh, at this point, it might be like 3.5. Holy cow. And about that time was when a certain editor joined the channel for the very first time. Look at him. How fitting that you were here for the start of the GameCube Gambit.
Wow.
And the end now of Mission Switch.
Where are we at?
5 games left.
Wow.
And in honor of that, I want you to help me find the next 2 games.
Okay.
That I'm going to need for the collection. Whether there's something that's on my list or whether it's something maybe that you just convinced me of.
Okay, absolutely.
Spur of the moment.
Okay.
So I'm kind of open to suggestions. Also looking for Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. Okay. Looking for Lego City Undercover and Owlboy. So if we find those.
Owlboy's great.
Okay, let's definitely try to find that then.
That's one to get. We're gonna make it happen.
Cool. All right, so walk me through the hunt, Riff.
God, right now, on this one, it's like you want to see those titles that you forgot you needed, and that sometimes you're not going to know until you find them. The Perspective, Bloodstained, I don't know if you're into these type of games.
Is it like a Metroidvania?
Yeah, it's a Metroidvania, a lot of Castlevania.
I've realized recently I'm not a big Metroidvania guy. I didn't love Hollow Knight, which I hate to say.
Yeah.
I didn't love Ori, which I also... Don't crucify me, please. I promise I'm a gamer.
Of the Metroidvania style games, I'd say I'm more into the Castlevania than the Metroid style because I like more linear.
I also tried Metroid Dread and it spooked me a little. Like I didn't like the jump scares.
Wow.
The wimpy wussiness.
Do you like this game? Yes, he is.
Graham, what's up?
What's up, dude?
Good to meet you.
John Doe.
No.
How come you didn't greet that guy, Riff?
Whoa, sorry, hello. See, there you go. He didn't. No, I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm on his channel too, bro. Don't you know me? You know. Hey, bro, you got nice eyes, bro. I don't tell men that very often. You got those piercing eyes.
You just told a viewer he has piercing eyes, dude. What was that?
Have you ever been into like remakes or like remasters of Super Nintendo games?
Yeah, sure.
You ever played Wild Guns?
No.
It's a really good game.
Okay.
Like a really good game.
Could I take a look at Wild Guns in there?
Wonder where's that?
Get this way. Right here. Yep, you're on it. Oh, yeah, there. It's basically an on-rail shooter where you play, it's like Western style, but you're fighting big mega machines.
Yeah, yeah.
You're Clint and Annie. It's like Old Town Western, but with like a crazy new feel. It was a Super Nintendo game, a Natsume game, by the way. Most Natsume games on the Super Nintendo were known as some of the best made games, Pocky and Rocky.
Okay.
This is one of those. So just
the question, how much is it?
25 bucks.
No kidding.
20 for you.
20 you
I
said?
didn't ask.
Oh my gosh, you're spoiling me.
There was no asking involved in that. That just was that.
Okay. Given that was probably the best sales pitch for a game of all time, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Appreciate it. Thank you for the deal. Dude, so this is why I love hunting with you. I never would have picked this thing up if it weren't for your advice, but I'm excited to play it.
I truly don't think you've played something like it, so I think you will enjoy it.
So tell me, as we're finding another solid Switch booth here, we've been through 3 collecting series now in the history of the channel. Which one was your favorite and why?
I want to say the GameCube Gambit because it kind of brought us together as friends. But I will say, as far as consuming the content, Mission Switch.
Okay.
And that's because I feel like I can truly see your love for the Switch. Not saying you didn't for the GameCube, but there's like a different type. Like, I know Switch has always been your thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So it feels like how I feel collecting NES.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it just feels like that's where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've played way more of the Switch games that I've collected already than I had of GameCube. That one was more like, I don't know, I don't go back to it as much, but I play Switch like every single week.
So, you want to see a real Mission Switcher? Mission Switch.
Mission Bicep.
Mission
lack of bicep.
Okay. I'll be back soon.
Dang. Vendors just telling you they got stuff for you, bro.
Dude, you gotta spread the
be
word
nice.
what you're buying. I bet some people have been putting NES games aside for you. Don't give me that.
No, dude, nobody has. A lot.
How much have you spent on NES today?
7K.
Dude,
Keepers.
Oh my gosh, dude.
No reselling. Keepers. Look at that Mario! That's what Caleb looks like when he's playing games on a game night. No, not that guy. Dude, that's like a retro Rick doll. Hey, these games are good.
Hey, these nuts.
Oh! Have you ever played Double Dragon? You like Double Dragon?
I'm not.
Dang it.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
You can't say it right after a
I
beat.
know,
You're not gonna get me.
I still tried.
All right, what are we looking for here? Ooh, Japanese. Shin Megami, that's actually a game that was on my list. Let's see, Dragon Ball. Oh, by the way, I have to decide what game I'm crossing off to put this one on. I think I'm gonna do Lone Wolf because I don't know anything about the game.
Makes sense.
So I'd rather have a pleasant surprise with this one. So that leaves us with 4 spots left. Oh, Undertale, what an absolute classic. Got that one already. What about Miitopia? Is that fun? I know it's a port of a 3DS game.
It's not for me.
Really?
It's not bad, but it's not for me.
We'll pass on it then.
And I'm
What do you
guessing you already
think?
have Link's Awakening, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's Taxi Chaos? What's that? Oh.
$22 looks like shovelware game, almost certainly.
It's like a crazy taxi Timu.
Wannabe Timu Trazy.
Timu Crazy
Timu
Taxi.
Trazy. Oh, I think I'd like this game.
Okay. Please tell me you have this.
I do have Shredder's Revenge.
Please tell me you have this.
Yep, I got Battle League.
Please tell me you have this.
I don't actually.
Do you know about Cadence of Hyrule?
I'm almost sure this was actually one that I ended up crossing off because I already have another rhythm game.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Really? You think I need this one specifically?
It's an unreal good game.
Not even like it's like a rhythm game dungeon crawler.
Zelda.
Okay, so it's like adventure rhythm.
100%. It is. You feel like you're playing an RPG, a Zelda game.
It's so unique.
Okay. Wow.
So just putting it on there.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have picked this one up either. But I'm honestly thinking about it.
Let's see what else they have. But I would argue that is a must-have video game on the Switch.
Okay, and I'm not a huge I need to get more into the rhythm genre. I've played very little of it.
That's a fun way to do it without feeling like you're in the rhythm genre.
Okay, dang, I'm almost sold. Okay, here's the final bit though. You have any wiggle room on the price?
I do.
Okay.
I always do.
Okay, so this is the 4th to last Switch game that I'm getting for the collection.
Okay.
Bearing that in mind. What do you I mean, what's fair to you?
32.
I'm not even gonna counter you. That's a good deal. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. And folks, just like that, there's another game, thank you so much, off of the Switch list that was already technically off the Switch list, but I did not have in the collection. I'm stoked about this.
You should be.
Definitely not Grail level, but speaking of Grail level, a lot of you guys are probably wondering, there's one last unresolved thread of Mission Switch, which is my final Grail on the Grail board. And to talk about that, I may have to meet you back at the house. The Grail in question is the Zeldathon Switch. When I was envisioning Mission Switch 2 years ago, I found this on an online list of the rarest consoles in the world and thought it would be an awesome one to put on my Grail board, but there were 2 problems. One is this website was the only source of information I could find on this console, and number 2, not a single one of my hardcore collector friends had ever even heard of it. So during this whole series, I've been unsure if this console even really exists or not. The website claimed that it was a prize awarded to one or more attenders of the 2017 Zeldathon charity event, but this picture right here is literally the only image of it that existed online. Now, different sources have estimated that between 1 and 50 of these bad boys exist, but I had a hunch that the actual number was definitely on the lower end, or else there would have to be more picture or video evidence of this thing existing. So in order to get a better idea of whether I had any shot of getting my hands on one of these consoles, I sent an email to MC Moffat, the leader and organizer of the Zeldathon charity event, and after just a couple days, I got a response. MC shared with me some incredible intel that there was in fact only one of these things ever made. And I do say made because the other fascinating bit of info he shared is that this console actually had no influence at all from Nintendo themselves. This is a totally fan-made creation made by a friend of the show to use as a prize specifically for the event. Now, after learning this new info at first, I was definitely bummed. I mean, I've spent the last 2 years fantasizing about going on some grand quest for this thing, but something about learning that it was a customization and not some like hyper rare Nintendo licensed variant started to dim my hyperfixation on it a little bit. And just when I was considering whether it would possibly be worth it to try to find this person and potentially fly somewhere in the country to try to make an offer on this console, MC told me that he couldn't give me any information on who the winner was, and when I reached out on Instagram to see if any followers had any leads on who might have this console, I had a couple people tell me that they had reached out to the person and they have no interest in being contacted about the Switch at all. Now I'll admit, after reading that, I did start to think for just a second what an epic story it would be if I still did somehow manage to get this console, but ultimately, I don't want to become the kind of YouTuber who doesn't respect people's boundaries. So ultimately, I have had to come to terms with the fact that I will never be able to cross the Zeldathon Switch off my list. But I do have to say, maybe this is just the copium talking at this point. Something about knowing the full story of this thing has put me kind of at peace with that. So folks, with our final Grail, not crossed off, but removed from our Grail board, we are left with just 3 more games to find in all of Mission Switch. And we're here at the Two Dudes gaming table. They've been really good to me in the past. Look at what I'm seeing over here. Brand spanking new Luigi's Mansion 2 for 60 bucks though. At this point, we're down to only 77 in the Switch budget, so this would eat up most of what we have left. Of course, we could go out and find some more if we need to. But Riff is still with me, so I wanted to get your thoughts on this big old table.
These are amazing games.
Okay.
So Blaster Master was a series that originated on the Nintendo. This is not a remaster of a Nintendo game. This is a brand new game. They're explorative, but not Metroidvania, intense explorative.
Okay.
They're a perfect good amount. There's DLCs with like Shovel Knight, you play as Shantae characters.
I did get Shmup Collection, which was hard, I will say. I think I'm a Shmup noob.
You like Shmups? The Cotton games are fun games.
Okay, so that's not what Blaster Master is though.
Blaster Master is not a Shmup. It has every good, like it's Sunsoft, Shovel Knight, Shantae, Mighty Gunvolt is in there. This is Shmuppy though. This is good Shmuppy. So you have multiple options in here.
I don't know, it's hard to argue with good Shmuppy.
You know, good Shmuppy is a real thing. I don't know, take a look, Caleb. What do you see in here? What do you get your little paws in there?
Labyrinth of Refrain. I love, dude, Japanese titles are so funny. Diofield Chronicle, literally never heard of that. Rabbids are freaking cursed beings, which I will never have in my collection.
I beat all those games.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Castlevania collection, ooh, so close. We need number 2. I've got this one in the collection already. I really want number 2 because, like I told you, I'm becoming a bit of a puzzle boy. Honestly, I'm leaning more towards your recommendations though. Cotton, we'd have to get a replacement case for this bad boy, but 25 bucks, if you say this one is good Shmuppy, I may have to.
And there's Blaster Master, that's a great one as well. I'm telling you, Blaster Master, I'm telling you, it is like something you probably have not played before. 02 or 0, both are good.
Oh geez though. This would put us at a total of 80 bucks, just over.
We'll
have to see if the two dudes can maybe work us a
hold it
deal.
together. Hold them together for now, you never know.
And then we'd have, if we can, that's only one slot left. All right, we gotta go ask Justin.
Ooh, okay. Caleb got stopped. Caleb just got stopped by a fan of the show that watches his show. and I am sneaking away. He doesn't know I'm doing this. He's not looking at. I'm gonna buy him a few games. I'm gonna buy him a few games right now that I think are worth it. I did it with the GameCube Gambit.
No.
There you go, bro.
Are you serious?
I've heard you mention it like 20 times this weekend, so.
I'm speechless.
I want to do it with Mission Switch. These are games that I know he would love, so I'm gonna pick up some games for him here.
All right, Justin, my brother. I found 2 Switch games I'm very interested in. I'm just shy in terms of budget.
Okay.
Do you have any wiggle room at all?
I don't know. How much wiggle room do I need to have?
You tell me. I don't need to have a lot. The total is $80.
How about for you? I could do 65.
Oh, dude.
65.
You're spoiling me. I
Let's
love
go.
it. That'll leave me with just $12. We'll have to do a little bit of flip hunting. But dude, I can't say thank you enough. Two Dudes Gaming, folks.
The best part about this is your budget's gonna be good because I'm buying you all these for Mission Switch. We did it in GameCube Gambit. We have to do it again.
Are
for
you
Mission
serious,
Switch.
dude?
Yeah, dude, absolutely. I already had them hold the games for me.
No way.
So we got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. I'm telling Caleb, this is an exclusive from PAX, this one. River City Girls is one of the best beat 'em ups there is.
but we were talking about this off camera and I didn't want to go for it because it was so expensive.
So am I, and you keep me around. So there's that. We're getting all these puppies. It's gonna be a good time.
Bro.
There we go.
Come on, bring it in, bro.
Yes.
Started it together, we're ending it together.
That's how we did it on GameCube Gambit. We got your Ribbit King. We have to do something cool, so we're gonna grab them all.
Serious?
So yeah.
This
River
is
City
surreal.
Girls, Cotton Blaster. There you go. You tell me how much I owe you, and I got you. Thank you.
Buddy.
As I left the convention with my Switch games in hand, I couldn't help feeling a bit bittersweet. I've mentioned before that once this series is done, I don't have any immediate plans to start another collecting series, and while I'm stoked to keep sharing these kinds of videos with you guys, it's bittersweet to push pause on a format that's brought me so far on this channel. So in case any of you are like me and will miss these kinds of videos, I wanted to take a moment to recommend a few of my favorite channels about collecting video games. If you're still hungry for more Switch collecting videos, check out my friend Minato Max, who's one of the most die-hard Switch fans on all of YouTube. JRPG Life is an incredibly charming husband and wife duo that makes some incredibly wholesome collecting videos. Cody with a K has built up multiple $10,000 video game collections purely from sketchy Facebook Marketplace deals and has a sense of humor that is truly contagious. Mort's Garage makes thoughtful video essays on collecting related topics punctuated with actual live video game hunting. He is a YouTube tryhard in the absolute best way, and his channel inspires me. The Game Chasers are the OGs of YouTube video game hunting content, and I'm shocked that Billy has been able to make TV quality episodes with YouTube heart for the last 13 years. Then if you're really bored, you can even check out my unpaid intern struggling channel, Pixel Game Squad. On the real though, and don't tell him that I said this, but Editor Riff is not only one of the best storytellers on all of YouTube, but he's in the middle of a fantastic series of collecting original Nintendo games right now, and his joy as a person is absolutely infectious on and off camera. Even if you're having a bad day, it's impossible to watch a Pixel Game Squad video and not feel at least a little bit better. Well folks, as I look at these final 6 games and I look back at my list over there, I'm realizing that I kind of threw the last 5 games that were actually on this list to the wind, which weirdly enough is actually kind of fitting. About 6 months ago, I changed the rules of Mission Switch to say that if I ever found a game like one of these that I was more interested in collecting than anything that was remaining on the list, I could just check off whatever game I was least interested in. And as I reflect on how this last day has panned out, I realized that these games actually represent a bit of a new belief about collecting that I've unlocked in the last couple years, which is that you shouldn't let your collecting be dictated by toxic people or gatekeepers, and especially not by your own arbitrary video game collecting rules. In fact, through this series over the last couple years, not only have I ended up with a fantastic Switch collection paid for entirely by Switch profits, but I also learned to embrace spontaneity in collecting a little bit more, even if it means breaking my own rules every once in a while. Now, truth be told, I am a little sad that this will be my last collecting video for a while. This series has been so fun to make and has grown the channel so much, but ultimately I know I'm leaving the collecting niche in very good hands. And for the foreseeable future, I have plenty of business videos to make and also plenty of Switch games to play.